Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Talking another Texans win, 6-2 on this NFL season. Second best record in the AFC. As we speak right now, they are the number 2 seed in the playoffs. Still more than halfway to go, and yet another non-cover. I was looking at a way too early playoff scenario, and it said, and I think it's pretty accurate. This team just doesn't pass the eye test right now.
No,
it doesn't. It doesn't pass the eye test.
No, there have been people who get upset when we say that on a Monday after a win, but I mean, it's just realistic. You're one reverse call away from potentially losing that game.
Yeah,
and you goofed around, you let them hang around. Anthony Richardson had just an atrocious game. And here they are sitting there. And I was thinking about this. Everything's coming back to Nico Collins. And it's true. The things haven't been but we were singing the praises from the top of every mountain, which we have none here. So I guess the top of every billboard in Houston about the greatness of Tank Dell all off season. And we couldn't with Tank Dell. Wait till Tank Dell gets here. Watch what happens to you when Tank Dell's here.
Tank was fine. I mean, I'm not putting it.
What I'm saying,
Tank was fine yesterday. He caught a touchdown pass.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm saying. You have Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell. That should be enough from a passing game standpoint. You shouldn't have to have Nico Collins too.
Well, that's not it.
It's the offensive line.
He was pressured 57% of the time.
We're gonna get to that. But CJ.
Well, no. But that's more than Tank or Stephon Diggs. Yeah, that's enough. But when you're pressured 57%, you know what the high pressure is for any quarterback this year?
90.
60. And it was the Texans against Anthony Richardson yesterday.
Yeah.
60. 60%.
Yeah, how was it worse yesterday than Green Bay?
I have no idea. It was worse yesterday. No. It was only 43% against Green Bay. It was 57% yesterday.
Yeah, it's not great. Now pressure means hurried too, which doesn't always.
No, but that affects
hurries are just okay. I think it's having an effect on CJ. He's not the same guy right now. CJ's missing some easy throws. His placement is off.
I thought he was okay. Yes,
it's clearly he's not the same as last year. He's missing throws at Dalton Schultz. He's throwing behind guys, things that were automatic CJs that I thought separated him from everyone else as one of the elite quarterbacks in the league. The special placement, it's not really there this year, and it hasn't been for much of this year. Some of it, I don't know what it was, maybe nitpicking. Right now, I said something on Twitter, and everyone, Dustin and all these people, oh, you're about to get killed by CJ Stroud. No, everyone else is seeing it too. Now, the reasoning, good chance that it's just the pressure. And I think CJ's getting a little mini rattled in there. Not anything terrible where he's,
until a couple of games ago, he was number 1 in the league against pressure. Listen.
Well, he's not the same. I mean, do you think the eyeball test, he's the same guy right now?
Yeah, I thought CJ was just fine. I don't think it was. I think Tank Dell was just fine.
We know the offensive line is a problem. We're gonna get to that.
I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
I know it's gonna be the whole show. We're gonna have the whole show. I'm just trying to get to. I mean, the whole show is going to be the offensive line, as it probably needs to be. Let's be realistic.
Okay,
what I'm saying is CJ's not at his very. I'll be the one to say it. I know it's not going to be popular, but CJ Stroud is not at his best right now, too. Is the pressure playing into it? Yes, it absolutely is. But, the pitch to Joe Mixon, CJ's pitch almost cost them the whole game. Like, what was that?
No, that was terrible. I'm not crazy about a pitch to a guy that's that close to you anyway. I'm not crazy about the play call. Whatever the case may be. Listen, They didn't win that game. Indianapolis lost that game. Shane Steichen having him throw that ball at the end of the first half cost them that whole game. Shane Steichen lost that game for the Indianapolis Colts. After he threw that pass to the left that was almost intercepted, there was under a minute to play.
There's 30 seconds to go. What were you going to do?
What are you doing?
What were you going to do from there?
What were you going to
do anything?
I'm telling you, Ballard was. I think I saw Ballard coming on the field at the end of the game.
You saw him.
Yeah, boy. If I'm him, I'm going right to Steichen, and I'm going, what the hell are you doing?
Oh, I'm sure he'll say something, but he was also not happy with the refs at that one. The Colts think that they got screwed.
How?
That they got screwed on the touchdown that was reversed.
What?
They didn't think
it was clear
possession.
that he touched him and he went to the ground.
They didn't think there was possession, but I do.
Oh, there absolutely was possession.
I think they'll look at the tape and kind of.
No, they're wrong. They're wrong. There absolutely
I think
was
they'll
possession.
look at the tape. I mean, it's no big deal. They'll look at the tape. They'll see it. I mean, Ballard's up on a boot. He can't hear anything. He's not. He'll see on the tape, and the other one they were trying to figure out is why the other. Remember, there's 2 touchdowns that got called back. One of them was to Pierce, but he said that wasn't even a pick play they called. Well, it doesn't matter if it's a pick play. One defender got knocked to the ground by Michael Pittman. That's going to be an offensive pass interference.
Well, it was funny last night in the San Francisco game. They picked up the flag on that almost identical call.
Right. Well, no, that's what he was saying. Is it's clearly when it's that far from the line of scrimmage, just clearly it's incidental contact. But still, if you knock a defender down on a touchdown, I mean, they're going to call
absolutely
an offense
for the most part.
Yeah. I mean, generally speaking, unless it truly is. I don't know. Well, I mean, it's true. If it's inadvertent contact, a lot of time they will let it go because it was not a pick play near the line of scrimmage. It was actually into the end zone further away, but that cost the Colts a touchdown. The play got called back. But, John, the play with Shane Steichen, when Shane Steichen decides that, hey, let's take this guy who's completed almost no passes this half, and let's see if we can maybe dig out of this hole by our
on third down.
Zone. It was a blessing for the Texans.
Just run the ball and run out the clock, and the Texans go to the half. You go tied at the half. Instead, he throws Tank Dell in the back of the end zone. You hit him, and you got a 7-point lead at the half. Not only that, though, that's not the only thing that Ballard should be. When was the last time you saw a quarterback take himself out of a game because he was tired? Especially in the red zone?
So apparently he got the breath. That the tired is kind of is. Apparently,
he said he pulled himself out of the game because of tired.
Yeah, the coach told him he got the breath knocked out of him. It was third. Like, why is everyone freaking out? It was 3rd and 25. What?
It doesn't matter.
It's so funny to me that people are upset. It was an inside handoff. Joe Flacco. It was only going to be a handoff the whole time. It was 3rd and 25. He got sacked. Like everyone, Pat McAfee made a big, and then Pat screwed up. Pat shouldn't have said that, where he said he quit on his team. I think that is being completely overblown.
It was
3rd and 25, and a guy came in and get an inside handoff, and then they were done and got their field goal. They weren't scoring. It was 3rd and goal, right? 3rd and 25 or 3rd and goal front of 25. I think it's 3rd and goal front of 25, and they had an inside handoff. I mean, big deal anyway. Pat McAfee said he quit on his team. Dude, shut up. Quit on his team. I mean, to me, that's like a nothing. That's really, truly a no story. He came right back in after that. Didn't miss another play.
Yeah, it was 3rd and 23.
3rd and 23.
And then
they just handed it off.
Hit the field goal.
All they were going to do was just going to – I mean, he had made mistakes that cost – by the way, Richardson also made mistakes that cost him field goals in the past. He took sacks. Like Richardson and the Texans too. I thought this was an incredibly poorly played game. Yeah. I thought there was no rhythm to the game. The only guy that I thought played well really was I thot Hunter ended up really cranking it up against Bernard
the
Raymond.
Last 3 plays of the game.
Yeah, Daniil Hunter basically figured out, I can bull rush this guy. Yeah. Will Anderson, the defensive end, saved the day for you. And then Joe Mixon just really, golly. I mean, this is the MVP of your team right now. He's missed time, but right now, the best player on your team is Joe Mixon. And it's honestly not that close to me.
And I found out Anthony Richardson is so hard to take down.
God, is he
Holy
strong?
Cow.
When he threw down Will Anderson?
Steve McNair used to be like that, where you got hands on him and you could not bring him down. But Anthony Richardson, wow, he is a bull. I mean, Daniil Hunter's he had to pick him up like a steer, like a calf, and finally was able to bring him down. That dude does not go down.
Strong, it may be the strongest quarterback I've ever seen. It was unbelievable, but and he can throw really far. He's got 3 completions against the Texans for 3 touchdowns of 50-plus yards against the Texans.
He should have had more.
Yeah, that's not great, guys.
No, he
That's
should
not
have had
great.
more.
But
Yeah,
we're
like
6-2.
3 of his first 11 completions were for more than 50 yards against the Texans.
Ask yourself this. We'll get into this as the show goes on. Obviously, we got so much to talk. I mean, just inside of this game, there's so much to talk about, but also the way the playoffs are taking shape. But the playoffs, I mean, the Texans right now, we're going to get news on Stephon Diggs. If you did not hear or if you did not see, Stephon Diggs left the game with a non-contact injury. He tried to cut right, and the knee just kind of failed him, and he kind of grabbed his outside knee. That's a bad sign to me. And we'll talk about the implications of that. We're going to find out today, no later than tomorrow, what's going on with that knee, because it could be just Tank Dell and Xavier Richardson. I mean, you're not getting Xavier Hutchinson. You're not getting – it's not until week 10 against the Lions that Nico Collins comes back. So things may be getting a lot tougher for Stroud. But the offensive line, everyone – all the starters are all healthy, and it continues to be an absolute mess. They cannot pick up stunts and twists. I thought Kenyon Green had his worst game by far that he's had since his rookie season. And John, I'm looking right now at his, and you know how I am about Pro Football Focus grades. I'm not the biggest Pro Football Focus grade guy in the world. I don't think they're always, accurate representations, but I don't think this is far off. For the season, he's got a 42 grade. This is unbelievably low. His pass protection, pass blocking grade yesterday, 21.9. The game before, 29. Right now, Kenyon Green at one point was taken. He was benched for Jarrett Patterson, who then ended up in the same series getting a concussion. So Kenyon Green came back in. But basically the offensive line coach and D'Amico Ryans, or a combination of them, said, this ain't good enough. Get Kenyon out of there. Kenyon comes back, and then shortly thereafter has literally a 3-play series. It was 3 and out, where all 3 were pass plays, and Kenyon allowed pressure. Not just pressure, his guy beat him all 3 times.
Yeah, but
in a row.
I will say this: he did play late. He did play better late in the game. I was watching him. He was actually keeping his guy at bay for a lot of. He was awful. Don't get me wrong. He was awful early on, and then when he came back, it was he was so frustrated. You could just tell.
You could see it on his face.
I was watching him towards the end of the game. He was better. He was better than he was early on in the game. So I listen to you. Hey, Kenyon Suafilo is what we got now, and that's all we got now, and we're just gonna have to live with it. Okay. Hey, if Patterson can't go because of the concussion, then you're just stuck with this. And I mean, the Jets are going to Hassan Reddick, and oh my God, this is going to be
Jet Schmetz.
What are you talking about?
This is one of the easiest layups that you have in a season.
Oh my God!
The Jets can't beat anybody.
You could have possibly said. You're a bad person.
The Jets can't beat anybody.
You're a bad person.
Well, they're 2-6. What do you want? They're out of the playoffs. They're done.
Big deal anyway. You know what? They're a hungry football. They're an angry football.
Are
team.
they?
Yeah.
They're 0-3.
I'll tell you who else played. I'll tell you who else played. There's a couple of guys that you're forgetting that played pretty well. Eric Murray. Holy crap!
Yeah, your
he
boy.
Play well.
You owe him an apology.
How about Bullock? How about Lassiter? I thought they played great.
Yeah,
I thought they played really well. Of course, they gave up a long one, but for the most part, man, Eric Murray was all over the field, making tackles and knocking. How many pass defense did he have? He was really good. You constantly batter that guy, and that guy just played his ass off.
If you could put Eric Murray in front of some type of tribunal, you would.
Well, I love Eric Murray. I always have. I've always felt like
if there's anyone you hate worse than Eric Murray, it's Jalen Green and Jalen Petrie.
I'm a big Jalen guy. I'm always
Jalen Murray.
Okay.
Jalen Murray. If we call him Jalen Murray, can you just finally dig a hole and bury him out there and like something on The Sopranos?
I love all those guys. Those are my favorite players in Houston. My favorite players. Time for you. All right, get in here. You guys got some thoughts? We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, about a half an hour away. We got that to do. Dell has got, there is some ship talk. Dell, did you hear Trayvon Diggs yesterday?
Can we not just give everything away?
Well,
John?
I'm just asking whether or not you heard it.
Yeah, I'm aware.
You're aware? Okay.
Yes.
All right. I'm just asking. Well, you will hear that in ship talk, that's for sure. You'll also hear right now about John Daspit.
You're going to hear about John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713 call now. I saw that there's some settlements going on right now for some of the Astro World, the concert tragedy that went on. There is some settlements going on right now. And I know John Daspit's in the middle of all of that. He's representing several people and several families in there. I don't know if he has a loss of life. There were 9 people who lost their lives. And when you have something like that happen, it's devastating. And, there's no settlement that's going to change the way that someone feels. But, in many cases, it can be very, very helpful in terms of, having a breadwinner who loses their loss of life in an accident that happens that was not their fault due to someone else's negligence. And that's where John Daspit steps in. And yes, for badly injured people, he's looking at the hospital bills, physical therapy, everything that it takes to make sure that you get right. Time missed from work, that's accounted for, and you're compensated for that. What are you going to do to pay bills? I mean, it wasn't your fault you're missing work, so he gets that money back to you, and your pain and suffering. All of this is going to be collected through John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. He's going to fight for you for the highest settlements, because that is something that will help you out, and especially help the family out if you're one of the breadwinners. And loss of life, something that is a tragedy that happens, and John Daspit unfortunately has to deal with that. He does it across the state of Texas and even to the surrounding states as well. He is the best. His law firm is the best. 713 call now. That's 713 call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, your shortest wait times in the industry right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right, Dell? I mean, this is nobody.
Not a chance.
Shortest wait times ever. What's the guy's name?
His name is Travis.
Travis is. Oh, speaking of Travis, I heard Travis Rogers doing the Rams pre and post game.
Oh, and then Maurice Jones-Drew does the color commentary on there too.
He does.
Yeah, Maurice is the color commentator, and Money Smith and Daniel Jeremiah do the Chargers.
Nice. Yeah, I heard T. Raj though. It was nice. I might give him a call.
Yeah, he does. I think he still does morning radio in ESPN.
Yeah, I think so.
Give him a call into the show.
Yeah, he's going to call into the show.
No, I'm going to call him to say, "Hey, what up,
T. Raj? What up,
T. Raj?
What's going on, John Granato?"
Let's get this Travis in here. Hey, Travis.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, man, I'm happy for the win. Let me start off by saying I'm happy for the win. I'm not happy with our fans, man. I mean, this is like the second or third game in a row where the place was about 60% full. I mean, the seats were empty all over.
Crazy.
Even the Buffalo game when the Buffalo fans travel well. But the reason I called is, man, if we leave Garrett Wilson open and Devontae Adams open like we did yesterday, Richardson can't hit anything, man. He's a horrible quarterback. But man, you put the Jets and Aaron Rodgers and Wilson and Devontae, our secondary left those receivers open quite a bit yesterday. Richardson just couldn't hit them. I want to hear what y'all have to say about that.
Yeah,
you know, you're absolutely. So here is now. I mean, really, what quarterbacks have you faced this year? Caleb Williams in his second game, and you got crushed by Minnesota and Jacksonville. You faced Josh Allen, and he was bad that week. You faced New England. Jordan Love beat you. I mean, now you're going to start to see some quarterbacks. This is what we were talking about facing a first place schedule. Now you've got Aaron Rodgers, then you got Jared Goff, then you got Dak, who's awesome. Dak is just, I don't know that anybody's playing
Dak
better.
Are killing it right now.
I mean, I don't know anybody's playing better
Such
than
a
Dak right
blessing.
now. Then, Tennessee and Jacksonville.
On paper, yeah, Tennessee is looking like.
Well, but how funny
they may be first pick in the draft this year. Tennessee.
Tua, who looked pretty good yesterday, Dell, but he was all right.
It was all right. I watched that game, Dell. Screw your team and everything that they stand for.
Yeah,
he's upset because Waddle dropped the pass. That's where his bias is, because Waddle dropped pass. So if you're adding the yards,
can you start answering my text in the middle?
No,
of
I don't care about that. If we're adding the yards that Waddle dropped, then Tua would have had a pretty great day. Look, he's fine. Defense had played well up until yesterday, and that's the problem you have when you have no margin for error.
Do we have Miami this year? We have.
You have him in town, and if he's still around, that's a quarterback that at least.
The concern is Tyreek. The concern is having to deal with Tyreek and Waddle.
Well,
but you got somebody that can actually get him the ball
as opposed to what you're seeing.
Well, you have 2 wins, so it doesn't matter.
Well,
then you guys
have to play them.
Hopefully, you trade everyone before trade deadline.
That seems unlikely. But the point John is making, while you're getting distracted by your fantasy team, is there will be better quarterbacks on the horizon who will be able to hit guys. And the Texans, beyond the fact that they can't handle stunts, they still leave guys running open. And you won't be dealing with Anthony Richardson, who's gone 2 straight games completing just 10 passes in a game.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about this, if you really are honest about this, you've got Anthony Richardson twice. And right now, he's one of the 3 worst quarterbacks in the league. And that's fair, right?
Yeah.
In terms of it just is what it is. Drake May, who left the game yesterday with a concussion in his first start. So you've had Anthony Richardson twice, Caleb Williams in a second start, Drake May in his first start.
Who threw 3 touchdown passes against you.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He was sacked a billion times. But, yeah, he ended up getting some touchdowns. That's true. It is
Trevor
true.
Lawrence has been bad. Sam Darnold was fantastic against
He was fantastic. Trevor Lawrence was bad, and he's been bad this year. Who else did you face?
Jordan Love.
Jordan Love was, they beat you.
They beat you.
It's even though Miami's 2 and look, Miami would have won some of those games with 2. They should have won yesterday. Miami screwed themselves. But that's going to be a tough one. The Lions are the best team in pro football right now, and it's really, I don't even think it's close. If they had Aiden Hutchinson, you could almost start carving the statue, carving the name, the trophy up and getting it shined up and ready for him if Hutchinson, was actually still there and able to play this year. And then you have, as you mentioned, Aaron Rodgers. I know the Jets stink right now, and they just got beat but it is true. Like, they should. I can't fire it. I've heard they're going to fire Saleh again today to see if it can't, reinvigorate Aaron Rodgers and get him going. They'll do a second Saleh firing because he was clearly the problem, Robert Saleh. And so,
ready, fire, aim.
But I know but Reddick had his first game yesterday. You have Devontae Adams now. Like, it is going to get tougher, and we'll get the news on Stephon Diggs. Say what you want, but Stephon Diggs was playing well yesterday. Stephon Diggs has been a solid Houston Texan, and he was keeping you afloat. I'm really concerned if Diggs is out, what the passing game is going to look like. But we'll find out today what it looks like. But it didn't look good. I can't imagine a world where he's back next week. I can tell you that.
Well, not with non-contact. That's
always
really,
bad.
That's really.
I
scary.
get some of those, and I'm able to keep going. But
no, you just
keep
fall down.
going. Doing what?
You just
whatever I'm doing for that day, walking around in the gallery.
Well,
whatever
either way, whatever it is, it's a short week, so we're not seeing him on Thursday.
Nando's, getting some chicken, like whatever it is. But I'll have non-contact. Like John, you've never walked.
He's still talking about himself.
Wait, you've never walked and done this? Like
no.
You never took a step or turned right, and your knee or your back had a little.
Oh yeah, but it's because you misstep. But you just step and do that.
No, this isn't a misstep. Like you just kind of move, and in something, there's kind of a little quick shooting pain, and that's a non-contact.
Certainly not when I'm walking.
This is
I don't walk and that happens.
More painful.
What's the difference? Oh, running around, walking. It's the same.
This conversation is more painful.
We're trying to talk about the lack of availability for Stephon Diggs. No matter what the injury is, he's not playing on Thursday.
No. Oh no.
No.
I think it's going to be. I think he's going to pay the iron price today.
How? Okay, so
I think he'll be out for the year, and he voided the last 3 years of his contract. Never forget that.
Do you even realize the difference that Joe Mixon makes for this football team?
Oh, right.
The stats. Okay, in the games he played, he got hurt in the second game, so I mean, he obviously wasn't able to show too much. In the first game, 159. 102, 115, 102. That's the high runner in 4 of the games. The other 4 games when he's not there, Akers 32, Akers 21, Akers 53, Akers 42. The difference is, staggering. Now, of all of the, we were talking about the addition of Hunter. We were talking about the addition of Autry. We were talking about the addition of Stephon Diggs. Joe Mixon has turned out, it was like, oh, Joe Mixon, and then you guys gonna give him that long? You're gonna give him 3 more years, really? And holy crap, that's the best acquisition right now. Joe Mixon is by far the best acquisition that they made this offseason. And that, who would have thought that of all the guys that they acquired this offseason, that it was going to be Joe Mixon? How about the touchdown run?
I wondered if he still had. I wondered how much he had left.
Yeah,
coming into the season.
Because last year he was one of the worst. If not, I think he was one of the worst, if not the worst in after contact.
Right now, DeAndre Swift, Joe Mixon, Saquon Barkley. I'm trying to think of individual running backs. Derrick Henry. And by the way, none of these guys are small. The era of the running back is making a comeback right now. Running backs, the yards per carry is going way up. The passing is coming down. You need to have yourself, you look at one of the keys right now. Look at Josh Jacobs, had a big game again yesterday. And he's having a really good season right now in Green Bay. The running back is personally, I think the MVP of the year is Jared Goff for sure. But I think Derrick Henry maybe even ahead of Lamar Jackson, because Lamar's had these stats and won MVPs before, and it didn't have an impact on the postseason. You won't, because the voting happens before the postseason, you won't be able to tell. But there's a chance that Derrick Henry helps them reach new heights. Like in reality, Derrick Henry might be the MVP of the league. Now, I would say MVP of the league right now is Jared Goff. Jared Goff is is terrific. But to your point about the running backs, look at Joe Mixon, power guy. DeAndre Swift does a little of both. Josh Jacobs, power and some wiggle. Derrick Henry, fast and power. Like these guys, these big backs are having a monster impact on the season right now. Just a huge impact. And he's keeping you, and frankly, he's keeping you afloat. I think Joe Mixon is right now.
Joe Mixon absolutely is. Joe Mixon, that touchdown run was fantastic. I mean, talk about I am not giving up. And that's the kind of thing that D'Amico was talking about last week when he talks about the effort that Joe gives. And then you see something like that if you're his teammate and you go, holy crap, that dude is putting everything out there, and I got it too. I wish that the offensive line could learn something from him. I just wish. And on that touchdown run, Patterson goes down with a concussion. He was 20 yards from the play, and he goes down with a concussion trying to block somebody on the backside, 15, 20 yards from the play. And it's like, oh, my gosh. He was doing so much better than Kenyon Green was, and here right away he's out of the game. Oh, and then when Kenyon's got to come back in, it's like, holy crap. Kenyon, what are you doing?
Did you hear? Were you listening to the broadcast?
No.
Okay. So the sideline, I think it was the sideline reporter said, whoever the sideline reporter was, she mentioned that Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach, got in Kenyon Green's ass and was lighting him up. Did you hear that?
I heard that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. She said he was lighting him up on the sideline about protecting the quarterback. After she had that report, that's when the next 3 snaps he gave up pressures. I mean, clear and present pressures. 2 of them turned into quarterback hits on. I mean, he's just lost his confidence, and you can see it in his face. And I think a big part of Kenyon Green. So I'm watching wait until you see some of CJ stuff on tape. I'm going to send you my login so you can see this. There's some stuff that I'm not sure what he's doing, but we'll get to that. I'm watching the first half of protection, but Kenyon Green, when he loses confidence, it is bad.
Oh my
and
God,
Juice Scruggs, like man.
If you lose confidence, all you need is some tequila. That's what you need.
Yeah, I mean, okay, liquid courage they call it, but I don't want him drinking during the game. I just don't. And I'm sorry, John. I think Maestro Bell's for those of us watching the game, not for people who are trying to block Grover Stewart. For me, I would rather have you sober trying to make those blocks. But, I don't know. I'm not going to tell people how to live their lives. I know that Maestro Bell is one of the finest tequilas out on the marketplace. It's a tequila that you're going to love. It's top shelf tequila. I think at a very reasonable price, to be honest with you. I think it's one that when you look at tequilas and some of the prices out there, Maestro Bell comes in lower than them, and the quality is off the charts. Never a harsh sip ever. If it's a sipping tequila, but every brand of the tequilas they have can be used for cocktails. The silver is going to be the one that you use for your margaritas, etc. But the smoked silver really gives you a different flavor and a different flavor profile to start adding into some of your drinks, including your margaritas. And of course, the Reposado is a big favorite when it comes to mixing for cocktails. Añejo and Cristalino, to me, drink them by themselves with a single ice cube, and you're good to go. It's Maestro Bell. Wherever fine liquors are sold, Maestro Bell.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We are just minutes away right now from what did you learn this weekend in one sentence, where you tell us something that you learned this weekend that you did not know before, but you only have one sentence to tell us.
Man, we learned a lot this weekend.
We did learn a lot this weekend.
We learned a lot this weekend.
We learned there was a lot of stuff to learn. I really did learn that I don't hate anyone more than I hate the Dodgers. I actually am rooting for the Yankees.
Yeah, I am too.
That's so hard. That is so hard.
Ohtani's back, by the way. Ohtani left the shoulder injury, and I just thought, well, that's sure
That'll
sad.
even up the series.
Ooh, that's sure sad, but he's back.
Yeah, he's back. It was a partially strained, whatever. Who cares? I mean, I learned that Aaron Judge sucks in the postseason. Aaron Tucker sucks. Okay, that's what I learned. Aaron Tucker blows. He is so bad, dude. He can't. It's a steady dose of that slider, and he can't hit a thing. He's awful. I want to puke all over myself that I'm actually rooting for the Yankees.
Don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
I would never, ever, ever in my life root for the Yankees except this.
Serious question. Are you going to go to a parade if they win?
No. Oh, I'm going to be – no, I'm not going to a parade. Actually, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be – well, we're coming back this weekend. Oh, by the way, big party at Nick's place watching the Thursday night game between a couple of teams that you might know and giving away some Coors Lights there. So we're going to be at Nick's place Halloween night. The Texans play the Jets. We are going to be there. I'm going to be there. You can't go because you're going to be in Indianapolis.
Well, I'm going to be on a flight.
You're going to be on a flight.
All I'm doing is flying there, flying back.
Right. You're going to be on your flight back already?
Yeah.
It's
the same flight I fly in, the same plane that I fly in, I fly back on.
Why didn't you think about the fact that the Texans are playing the Jets that night? I learned this weekend that you're kind of dumb with flights. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I had to get my daughter to Indy that day. She got a free Taylor Swift ticket, so I had to do whatever I had to do.
Be a good dad.
Yeah, I had to do that, and so come on.
What are you doing? Oh,
what are you doing?
His laptop is making
my
noise.
laptop did something. So anyway, I will still. I don't know.
How do you feel, John, to be in your new hometown and have potentially the best team in baseball?
We love it.
And now
the Rams have Puka Nacua back.
And now the best team in basketball.
And you got Bronny.
Oh God,
the story that will never go away. Bronny.
The Lakers are good.
Yeah, the Lakers are good, and that just kills me. This whole.
John,
and how about? Oh my God. I didn't think it was possible for an NBA team to go 9 minutes and 6 seconds without scoring a point.
Oh, we're moving to a not-so-good team now?
Oh, my God. What are you doing, the Rockets? Hey, Ime, put somebody in that could actually score a bucket. Goodness gracious.
So Memphis.
9 minutes without not a point, not a free throw, nothing.
Well, they split the weekend, right?
Well, the Memphis game was a good win for them. They got behind early, and then they just smashed Memphis. But they got way behind against San Antonio, and you think they're buried, but no, the Rockets come back with a chance to tie it, and I can't remember who threw the pass forward. Was it Jalen Green that ended up being a bad pass and on the 3-on-1 fast break, and they lost control of the ball, and they were just playing uphill.
I didn't think it was
that
bad a pass. I think he just missed it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't a leading pass. He had to reach behind him
catch
and
the
try to catch
ball.
It. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to drop it, but it was unfortunate after a great comeback. Would have been a great win if they could have pulled that off.
Holy crap, would it ever? I mean, you go 9 minutes and 6 seconds without scoring, and you still won the game?
Right.
That would have been incredible. But, man, how do you get so lethargic at points? And Ime after the game, we got to – and back-to-backs, we got to keep our energy. Keep your energy. Make a shot.
Yeah.
Make a shot. Goodness gracious. One basket, and it would have been fine. One basket. Goodness, I'm just, man. All right. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in here. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence is brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. It's just different, people. It is just different. You are going to love the way that they do business at Game Day Men's Health. I'm going to love the way you do. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? I'm going to love that. I'm also going to love me some Coors Lights. I've been loving some Coors Lights. It's what I do. I mean, it's kind of cold here now. It's we're keeping California chill. I mean, I think I brought the chill here. Okay, I've got the Coors Lights in my fridge in case anybody comes over. I have my cousins over here. We got Coors Lights ready for you. What do you need? It doesn't matter. So make sure that in your fridge you've got some Blue Mountains in there in case somebody comes and you need to impress. You need them to be refreshed. Impress and refresh. Okay, that's what they do. And keep your house chill. Everybody chill with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I'm going to be giving some away at Nick's Place on Thursday night, so I want you to get on over there. Let's go. If you're going to watch the game, we're going to drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Time to play. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. I learned something this weekend. I learned that the Texans, as opposed to the Bears, know how to rush a quarterback in a Hail Mary situation. That's what I learned. What did you learn this weekend? 713-780-3776.
I learned that Connor Wegman is in the transfer portal because he ain't never getting his job back ever in eternity.
He just got his job back.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it ain't
he's going to
coming
get his job
again.
back again. He's going to get his job back again.
Really? After Marcel Reed leaves them, if I'm an Aggie and I'm giving money, I literally pull every bit of money and I try to set the whole place on fire. If you take Marcel Reed out of my starting lineup after he scored 5 consecutive times, 4 touchdowns and 1 field goal, I ain't never giving you a penny again, Aggies.
If you are
Connor Wegman stunk.
well, he was
and this
terrible.
kid Marcel Reed, all he's done is win for the Aggies.
Well, perhaps the next team the Aggies face will realize that zone reads are thinking college football and have a plan.
Actually know what to do. Actually have a guy on the running back and one on the quarterback.
Well, so Blake apparently my dad and I were talking.
We got. What did you learn?
Yeah,
this
go ahead.
In one sentence. That's what we're doing. Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. 713-780-3776. Okay, let's go. Del?
Let's start with Dave. Dave, what did you learn?
And quickly, after watching the Texans for the very first time from start to finish, they are vastly overrated. Thanks.
Okay. All right.
I don't think he's the only person who's going to say that.
No, I think I don't think overrated. I agree with don't pass the eye test.
Right.
That's what I agree with. Okay, next, Del.
Let's move to Brian. Brian, what did you learn?
Hey, good morning, guys. I learned this weekend that this is a different Aggie football team under Mike Elko than Jimbo Fisher. That team would have folded.
One sentence.
Okay, no. You got one sentence. One sentence.
Point made. In fact, Mike Elko might have made a point. We'll hear later.
Oh, man.
I know. I think we know exactly what you were talking about there. And you know what? They are a different football team. 713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Del?
Let's move to Ocho. Ocho, what did you learn?
Yeah, I learned that Jameis Winston has unwavering faith, ultimate belief, and dependence on the Lord.
He will let you know. Though he prayed so hard that Kyle Hamilton would drop that pick. And Kyle Hamilton did drop that pick.
And Ravens fans aren't happy.
No, I think Browns fans are their prayers were answered.
Jameis literally said all of the Eminem lyrics to Lose Yourself in his post game. And he did it pregame too, by the way. You only get one opportunity. He was channeling Eminem, and he's like, to a guy who's actually down the road in Detroit. But oh my gosh, Jameis is. Sometimes I don't even know if he's being a character. If this is, I think it's real. I don't think he's just being.
No, it's real.
No, but he feels like a Jameis character.
He feels like he's playing into who people think he is, and he's just leaning in. Let's move to Woods. Woods, what'd you learn?
I learned that even though you beat Missouri, you can't let a naysayer know when you suck as much as Jalen Milroe.
Let a naysayer know.
That is
his, it was 34-0 was the final score in that one.
Yes.
And he is the one who has the shirt that says "Let a naysayer know."
Naysayer know.
One of the most famous T-shirt brands that came out last year during the playoffs.
Well, yeah.
I did not think it was going there. Pat McAfee said that.
We move to Randall Cobb. Randall Cobb, what'd you learn?
Oh, no.
I learned this weekend that myself, Equinemius St. Brown, or Geronimo Allison will sign with the Jets this week to reinvigorate Aaron Rodgers.
Okay.
Thanks for the call, Randall.
Thanks, Randall.
Where's
Cobb?
Jordy Nelson? Is he available to Randall?
Equinemius St. Brown.
Of all people.
Yeah.
Guess he's still doing a show
Only
with his
once
brother.
St. Brown got the good receiver genes.
Hey, listen, I appreciate the commitment to
what? He's not doing anything.
At this point, continue doing it.
Yeah, just keep doing it. Yeah, it's terrible. Just keep doing it.
I like it. It's a whole thing now.
713-780-3776. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. Del?
Tongue Dart Chris, what'd you learn this weekend?
Tongue Dart. What's up, Tongue Dart?
I learned that my sleep has been fantastic with having a newborn in the house because I'm not the one that has to breastfeed.
Oh, yeah.
It is
that's one of the joys of breastfeeding is kind of takes you off the hook.
Yeah, it really does. Unless she fills it up, a bottle up. And
The
then you
pump,
gotta go
yeah.
warm it
Unless
up.
you start getting the pump going, and then it's like,
Yeah.
oh crap.
Yeah. She might learn that, so don't say anything.
What's with her trying to make her life easier? Knock it off. Let's move to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Morning, John. I learned that if you want to date the most inaccurate quarterback in the NFL, you should move to Indianapolis.
Well, if you're interested, yeah. I'm sure he could fly you out too, but yeah.
Yeah.
If you
he's got something. He's got a little bit of money, so go ahead.
That felt like a Tom call.
That did Tom. I know it's. I thought it was Tom. If you want to date the most inaccurate
I learned that if you want to date a quarterback, I'm like, is this Tom? Well, in that case, Del.
Well,
we can follow him up with a Tom on a mobile chaser.
That may not have been Tom, but Tom on a mobile is here. What'd you learn?
Hey guys, how we doing? So I learned that trying to buy a white van this time of year is rather difficult.
Does Tom kidnap children? What are we talking about?
Stop, that's too much.
I don't know what
that's gone too far. I don't like the whole van.
Saying?
You're not supposed to say anything about buying vans. It just has it because he said it's difficult buying a white van and it's Halloween and there's candy.
So, well, Tom, you can answer to the charges, I guess.
Oh, Tom's on the line.
Here's Tom. Tom, what'd you learn?
I definitely didn't buy a white van. I learned
they're too hard to get.
When you're leaving a bar and you walk a lady to her car and you happen to mention that you're going to Uber home, she'll take you home.
Yeah, that's a smart move.
That's all right. That's a good.
It's a smart move. Yeah.
I'm just gonna Uber. Oh, what? You can take me? Nice. Okay. Yeah, nice. That's a good move. Absolutely.
That's efficiency.
Yeah, absolutely. No, well, it's more than that. It's a ploy.
Well, it's a ploy, but did you notice he didn't say? Well,
no.
We didn't get a
even
second
if you weren't going
sentence.
to drink all that much, you still don't drive.
We didn't get a second
in case.
sentence.
Just in case. Del?
Well, we go to one of your favorite people, Lazy J. Lazy J, what'd you learn?
Hey, good morning, fellas. What I learned this weekend is that JJ Redick will be coach of the year and Brown will get his 5th ring, baby. Let's go Lakers.
Oh, that's 2 sentences. Let's go Lakers.
Too sad.
Yeah.
How about
So
JJ Redick?
He broke the rules.
The rules. That's true.
Let's see.
I mean, we might have to suspend him.
Let's see how the, Anthony Davis still has to be healthy, which is a huge question mark. Let's just see how this keeps playing out.
Well,
yeah.
So far.
But didn't they win the championship? Wait, 3 games in? Is the NBA season over?
Well,
the NBA season's over.
Well, we could have another pandemic. Maybe the Zika virus or whatever will create a pandemic, and they can win a bubble. They can go to a bubble championship.
Never know.
Again.
LeBron got his 5th.
So far,
in 3 games.
So far, so good. Unfortunately,
3 games.
Yeah, but a championship is decided in June. Lazy J. Let's move to underrated mess. Underrated mess. What'd you learn?
Hey, good morning, fellas. I learned that Hallie is a winter soldier that needs to work on his endurance.
Who is?
He said Hallie.
Who's Hallie?
Oh, I know Anthony Richardson needs to work on his. Is that what he's talking about, Anthony Richardson?
He's not talking about a UFC fighter.
He said needs to work on his endurance.
I know. Hallie. God, see, I hate when these stump us. Because now I want to know. Hallie, I thought he said.
Is that a UFC fighter?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
No idea. No idea.
No idea.
We
no
got
idea who. Halle Berry?
Well, he said he, I think. Let's move to Martin. Martin, what'd you learn?
I learned that if your wife has an Android phone and you buy her an iPhone, you better have a lot of patience.
Better have a lot of what?
Patience. Gotta teach her how to use it.
Dude, are you in my house? This is exactly what happened to me this weekend. We got into a fight because she's been sitting there with an iPhone I got her for 2 months, 3 months, and hadn't loaded it up. So I started doing it for her, and the iPhone said, oh, you must, update this and update that. So it started taking longer, and she had to get out to Kingwood to do something. She had to be there at a certain time, and I'm the one who got in trouble. I'm like, what? And then it's like, you didn't do it. I don't have this. I don't have that. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. I'm an IT guy, a plumber around here. I do everything.
You do it all.
Yeah, I'm pretty much a
All
An
right.
international gentleman of leisure. Actually,
Are we
now that I
done,
think
Del?
about
We
it.
got any
We
more?
got two
Yeah,
more.
we got two more.
Okay,
Let's
two
go
more.
with
Let's go.
AMF. AMF, what'd you learn?
Hey guys, I learned this weekend that while watching a Netflix special, Conversations with a Zodiac, some conspiracy theorists say that Ted Cruz is actually the killer, and it's on there.
Is that true? I saw
know.
that. Not the Zodiac killer. I saw that. I saw that's new on Netflix. I wasn't going to watch it though.
But what if
The
they
Zodiac?
what if they credibly accuse Ted Cruz of being the Zodiac killer? Will you watch it then?
Well, he's a
Ted
Zodiac.
Cruz is not the Zodiac killer.
I said, what if they credibly
He's
accuse
a
him?
Zodiac jinx.
Well,
If
he's
you
the
want to tell
killer
me
of
he's a
your
jinx.
team. He might as well be the Zodiac killer of your team.
Speaking of Netflix, have you guys watched the Vince McMahon?
I did watch that one.
That's pretty good.
It's good. Yeah,
It's really good.
I love how as new information came out, the people involved became less and less available. Like, Vince wasn't around for this part of it because, well, he's in real trouble.
Right. All of the interviews that we
Took
did were
place.
before all the accusations.
Yeah, now Vince has no interest in speaking to us.
Right.
Imagine that. We got one more. La Raza, what'd you learn?
Bring it home, baby. Johnny Granati. Len Schnitzel.
Oh.
Delvin Street. Para tres, gentlemen, good morning. I'll make it quick. Over the weekend, I learned that not only God-loving, gym-fitting people influencers, they had a new title, fashionistas.
Is that in? Well, we can't ask him anymore.
I don't know what's in reference
If that's a reference to someone we know, did he see
Yeah.
something over the weekend? I don't know. He'll have to comment later.
I don't know what's in reference to.
Fashionistas.
I just know that the female gym fit generation that's giving uplifting. You know who else is like that is Jameis Winston. He's very much in the same uplifting category.
But he
as
does
like Abigail.
He
and
does
other
it in
gym
a
fits.
huddle.
Yeah.
Not in a car. Not in his car.
Typically, yeah, not in his car.
Yeah.
Yeah, not in his car.
Yeah.
Don't know what you guys.
Did you learn anything, Del?
You weren't here on that day, and now it's a thing for
Yeah.
La Raza going forward.
Did you learn anything?
What? No. Nothing new.
I learned that my family wasn't happy your team jumped their Longhorns.
Oh, well, beat Vandy by more than you should then. Then 3. Then we wouldn't jump
Did you learn that Florida State sucks?
No, I knew that, so I didn't. I wasn't taught that. I did learn that mere minutes after making a political statement, you could miss a game-winning field goal. If you missed that, the Texas Tech kicker, after scoring on a fake field goal for a touchdown, he pulled up his jersey and had like a Trump 2024 scrawled out.
Oh, I didn't see
scrawled out on his shirt, and then he muffed the kick that would have beaten TCU.
Oh, that's not great.
No, not great for him. No. So the internet had their way with him.
I learned that karma is a bitch because of, I guess, that, and also Tyreek Stevenson with the Chicago Bears taunting. If you missed it, he was taunting Washington fans before the Hail Mary. Washington won on a Hail Mary
During the play.
65-yard throw.
He was not done. The play was started, and he was still.
And the play started, and he was looking, and he ran over there and got a running start, jumped, and batted the ball backwards.
He's the one that hit it in the air.
And who was it who caught it?
Noah Brown.
Former
Noah
Texan
Brown.
Noah
Legend.
Brown.
Could you use Noah Brown now? Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
Nice job, Texans.
Let
Get
a
rid of
Noah know.
Brown. Nice job. All right,
we need
got
to let
break
a
in
Noah
here.
know.
Time for you to talk a little. And thank you, Game Day Men's Health. Nice stuff. Great job, guys. As always, you guys are on top of what did you learn this weekend in one sentence. Time to talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy, man, is it like underdog is just every day it's like there's something new, and it's crazy how much fun it is and how many ways there are for you to win money now with Underdog Fantasy. It's really simple. I want you to go down and download the app, go to Underdog Fantasy, or just go to the App Store, download it, use your promo code, which is Lance. That's your specific promo code, Lance, and deposit right now and get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Lance to do that. But we are making I won 2 different ones this weekend. One was a UFC and one was a football. And actually last week one was a basketball. But you can mix and match your selections. You can stay just in one group. Basketball for the rest of October, they've got 20% boosts available for you for all of your selections when you do your high or low picks. You got to pick between, a lot of times now it's either 2 and 5 or 3 and 8. You make your selections and you will win multiples of whatever your play is. And if you go high enough, if you start picking into the 5, 6, and 7 range and you hit, we're talking about an opportunity for you to win 1,000 times your original play. It's crazy, but if you know your sports and you want to watch these games and have a little something to really cheer for, go with the higher or lower on the stats of the players in the different games that you find and see if you can cheer your way to victory. It's real money. It's completely legal here in the state of Texas, and it's waiting for you. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get back to this Texans thing and the offensive line. I thought a lot of good things happened yesterday. I thought the defensive backs played really well, despite they gave up the long play,
right,
obviously the downs. But for the most part, you had a lot of pass breakups, maybe because Anthony Richardson isn't all that good, that he holds the ball too long, that he looks down, receive, whatever the case may be. But Kamari played well. Eric Murray played great. Jalen Petrie played great. You really didn't hear from Stingley, which was good. That's
well.
A good
did you
thing.
see what I mean? Yeah, and Pittman had a 0 game. I think he had 16 total yards.
Yeah, that's good. Whenever you don't hear from a defensive back during a game, it's great.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was really, really
What you think of Devin White? Devin White also got in the game and played a little bit. Linebackers, I thought, did a pretty good job, an okay job.
I thought it was interesting that he was covering 31, the running back. Goodson.
Yeah, Goodson.
He's covering Goodson in the end zone, and Goodson drops that ball.
Oh, that should have been a touch. That's a set. Remember, he's the one that dropped the pass last year that would have knocked the Texans out of the playoffs.
Exactly.
It's hard to remember that, but the Texans were one easy swing pass catch away from not being in the playoffs and us having a different perception headed into this season.
Yeah. No, absolutely. If he catches that ball last year and if he catches that ball yesterday, the Texans might lose. Probably lose. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe they don't run that same play as they're going in, that Joe Mixon pitch play. So we can't tell. But it was a big play. Goodson dropping another ball against the Texans that really meant something. It was interesting, though, that Devin White he doesn't look the same. He looks wider. He looks like he doesn't move nearly as well as he used to. I mean, I watched him mostly in college, but early on at Tampa, I mean, he was, I don't know, maybe that's the reason. He doesn't move nearly as well. I saw him, there was one sweep that he was just out of the play almost immediately.
There's a reason he was out of the league. Some said it was attitude wise. I think it's really more speed. I think because he was known for being really fast. I mean, that was the thing. But if it's a combination of the two, you won't be. All I know is he came in. I watched an interview with him. There was some reporter. I just saw a series of clips, and he answered all the right, the way you'd want to, humble, want to be part of the team, help them do this and that. I got to work on my technique, things like that. Thought the linebackers were okay yesterday. Secondary did their job for the most part. I mean, the winners were Hunter and Anderson. Yesterday, they whipped the Colts. They gave problems to Anthony Richardson throughout, and then they, basically saved the day. At the end of the day, it was Will Anderson had a big sack, and then on the last series, they couldn't even get a Hail Mary off because the Texans just rolled downhill on them with two straight times. Not Will Anderson, but Danielle Hunter bull rush Bernard Raymond into the quarterback, and the last one turned into, I don't know, did they give him a sack on that one? I mean, technically he dropped the ball. They couldn't bring him down. Hunter couldn't get Richardson down, and he dropped the ball between his knees trying to, lateral it backwards. The play was still
they
in
gave
play.
him a sack.
That was considered a sack?
I think it was. It was. And well, I'm telling you what, Will Anderson Jr. with Hutchinson being down, Will Anderson Jr. continues to play this way. He's got a chance to be Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, I mean, he's up to 7.5 sacks now.
7.5 already. I mean, we're halfway through. We're not even halfway through the season. So, dude is playing his ass off. And, he gets them in bunches too. Danielle Hunter finally showed. I mean, that last series was incredible by Danielle Hunter. How big was
how many sacks do Hunter and Will Anderson have combined right now?
Combined, I'm going to say 13.
Yep, perfect. 7.5, 5.5.
Well, how big was the offside on the punt?
Oh my gosh, Grover. Fatukasi.
Yeah.
Well, I couldn't even see it. I went back and looked. I couldn't see where he was offsides.
I mean, that was a huge play.
That was
because instead of punting, they go for it on 4th and 3. They get it and they score a touchdown.
I couldn't see the offsides, honestly.
I didn't see offsides either. That was a huge call.
Yeah, it really was. And one that I don't know. I'll be honest. I don't know the last time I saw that call. Offsides on a punt. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the last time I saw, if I've ever seen it. You almost never see offsides on a punt.
Yeah. Well,
but it's things like that, John.
There's no reason to be offside on a punt.
But it's things like that made that a losable game.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like the Texans really, if they don't reverse that call, if they call incidental contact on the touchdown for Pierce instead of offensive pass interference, because remember, incidental contact is not a penalty. It has to be deemed to be a play, basically a pick play, a design play to create that contact. And they called it was a little bit late, but they called offensive pass interference. I mean, they were just a few plays. They couldn't get in a rhythm. Slowick was doing whatever he could to try to dial it up. I think a big problem right now with the Texans, I think C.J. Stroud in that offense would be better working under center more. I really do, because I think the running game would be just as effective with Joe Mixon, no matter how you're aligned. But I think it would really help C.J. Stroud in the offensive line in terms of protection with bootleg stuff and play action stuff.
There's a lot more bootleg.
Yeah,
And,
I'd like to see that more, honestly.
It seems like whenever they're under center, that it's going to be a running play. They did a lot of play action bootleg stuff. I think he was doing that. I think he was doing that actually quite a bit. And to give CJ a little bit more time, first of all, it gets him out of the pocket where Kenyon Green can't have him killed. I don't think Kenyon has a contract out on CJ, but I do think that he I don't think he cares for his safety. I don't think he really cares about CJ's safety, if you want to know the truth. But you're right. But how about the Gary Kubiak offense, where it's a lot of play action bootleg stuff, and let CJ stand out there, find somebody pretty quickly, and hit him down the field. I mean, isn't that where this came from anyway? The Shanahan Kubiak offense?
Yeah, it's where it comes from. So it's not like it's just all these quarterbacks aren't used to working under center, so it's kind of disappeared a little bit, and it's gone to gun because CJ's a gun quarterback. So, it's just football has fundamentally changed because college quarterbacks don't take snaps under center anymore. So fewer and fewer quarterbacks work from under center. So you kind of lose. Like I asked Gary Kubiak about that. At the time, I asked him about working from the pistol versus working from under center. And I said, what's the difference in a running game? And he said, well, it just changes the mesh point where the running back, potentially gets a handoff from the quarterback. It speeds it up. So you don't have enough time. You don't have enough time to really develop the linebacker flow. It takes longer for it to happen. So they have longer time to respond to it and move more. Basically, it just creates a better opportunity on the play action. The play action is not really that effective coming out of the gun. I mean, you see it, and basically linebackers don't have to move much in that. So there's differences in how they run that. I thought the Texans' run blocking was pretty good in the second half. Didn't get a whole lot going in the first half. Joe Mixon obviously created some things. That touchdown run he had, John, that was straight out of the Arian Foster playbook where it was an outside zone to the right. He cut it back. He perfectly just planted and go, and then he hit that backside cutback all the way to the opposite side of the field, which Arian was so brilliant at. And then he broke a tackle to get in the end zone. That was like watching Arian Foster all over again.
Yeah, never mind. All right, I got a question for you. Okay, we'll do it when we come back. I don't want you to look at the standings, and let's see if you can name who are the best teams, who's in the playoffs right now. But don't look during the break. Right now, I'm talking about Doc Linville. I'm talking about hair. I'm talking about Doc was in studio last week, and we talked a lot of stuff, and he was like, listen, it's not just about the hair, though. But I want to emphasize that if you're younger and you're starting to lose your hair, you're starting to get that bald spot, your receding hairline, it's time. This is the time to call Doc Linville. Don't wait. But also, you want to get rid of some fat. He's got Evolve, which can give you abs. I've worked with this machine before, man. It works. It works you hard. But it is a great way to just lie there as opposed to doing all that work. Let the machine do the work for you, okay? And then, how's your around your eyes, your skin, the doc can take care of that too. Not with surgery. He's got different ways that he can go about this thing. And I'm telling you guys, you need to look good too. Are you single out there and you're trying to attract somebody to spend your life with, or maybe not just the night with, whatever the case may be, Doc Linville can help you out, guys. Not just women. He can help you out as well. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us. Del, can we play any sound yet or no? Or
We can play sound.
Yeah.
We can?
Yeah,
Oh,
why
okay.
couldn't we have played sound?
You said at the beginning of the show, you're so frozen
No, I
up.
was talking about a different computer. No.
No.
Let's go. Let's get
All
some
right.
sound in here.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's get Joe Mixon in here. Let's talk a little bit about, because I don't think we give Joe Mixon enough love. Every full game he has played in, he's run for over 100 yards. This is, hey, I'll tell you this too. I like the way Dameon Pierce is running too. Giving up Cam Akers was no big deal. Dameon Pierce was running hard, and he looks a lot more confident this year, hitting holes in taking one cut and running upfield. He looks pretty good too.
Yeah.
But Joe Mixon has been the man. Joe Mixon is, if he doesn't get hurt, if he doesn't hit the hip drop, Joe Mixon might be in the games that he's played. Joe Mixon's the best running back.
We'd be talking about Derrick Henry and Joe Mixon. Because Joe Mixon has 4 games where he's played full time, and all 4 games he's got 100 yards, and he has been, and he's earning his yards too. He's doing a physicality. He's doing it with some wiggle. Like, Joe was terrific again yesterday, and there is a certain, CJ made a bad pitch to him, which put the game in jeopardy. Just, I don't know. It's just one of those things. CJ just made a mistake. But Joe Mixon basically was ending that game by himself. He was single-handedly ending the Colts' chances by himself on that drive. If not for that fumble, they get either a field goal or a touchdown. They may run the entire clock off. And Joe was absolutely brilliant in the second half. Man, was he good.
Yeah, here he is talking about they can do it with the best of them.
When our team on, we can do it with the best of them. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nobody out here that can literally just line up with us and feel like they could just impose their will. We really living like that, honestly. But at the same time, we got to show that. We got to put it together and finish when given opportunity. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like I said, man, I'm not worried about, we didn't finish this, we didn't finish that. That's what practice come in for. We got to go correct that in practice. And I believe that we will. We'll do them little corrections. And when that time comes, when we're in that opportunity again, we got to show why, guys can't really line up. Because, we got weapons everywhere. We got the team that we need. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to do whatever we can to finish. And
most of his weapons are going to be out with injury. But
hey, listen, this is a guy that went to the Super Bowl. This is a guy that played with Joe Burrow.
He carried Joe.
With Jamar Chase. He played T. Higgins. Dude knows a good team. And he feels like this team is a pretty damn good team.
Well, that team was as good or better than his Bengals team, if you really want to know the truth. They made it to the Super Bowl, but they weren't great defensively. They had a bad offensive line. A bad offensive line. I'm not talking about struggled in pass protection. I mean bad offensive line. And somehow they got to a Super Bowl, one of the most unlikely Super Bowl teams. But, it's real tough talk from Joe talking about there's no one who can line up against this and all this and that. Good thing you don't have to face the Aggies defensive line, or you wouldn't be talking so tough, okay? Wow. If you had to face the Aggie defensive front, you wouldn't be talking about all this. There's no one who can challenge us if we just line up and start running at you.
The Vikings who've had their issues with the Lions
well,
and the
Joe
Rams.
wasn't there.
It's true. So no one can line up with us when I'm here.
He wanted to say that. Yeah, now that I'm back,
right,
no one can, line up and all that stuff.
Yeah, right. Well, when he's talking about talent, he's talking about himself too, right? All right. So no, Joe's right. This team is talented, and it's going to kick out, man. When are we going to find out?
What are you saying? What are you saying over there?
I'm saying that the Texans are going to the Super Bowl.
I know.
You just watched this team in 2 division games against the Colts hang on for dear life. against a flawed football team who can't
extraordinarily
pass,
flawed,
who can't protect their quarterback. You can't trust.
Gave away a touchdown at the end of the
what
half.
What are we talking about?
Like
well, maybe you don't understand the seeding process. So, Lance, maybe you could tell us the seeds right now in the AFC.
Chiefs 1, Texans 2. Ta-da!
So what does that
and
mean?
And then who's 3?
The Ravens, right? Are they 3 or someone else?
No, it's Steelers right now.
Oh, Steelers 3. Okay.
Steelers are 4. Bills are 3. Bills are 3. The Steelers are 4.
Oh, okay.
Who are the 3 wild card teams?
One is going to be the Colts.
The Broncos.
Nope. It's not
the Broncos.
So
are number 5.
The Chargers.
Broncos,
the
Chargers, and
7.
Ravens.
And the Ravens,
6.
yes.
All right. Over in the NFC.
Lions 1. 2 would be the Eagles.
The Cardinals?
Wrong and wrong.
Is it the Falcons?
Nope.
Who's leading the NFC West?
The NFC West is being led by the Cardinals right now. They're 4th.
I said the Cardinals.
Well, then who's second?
No, they're the 4th seed.
Oh.
I said the second.
Oh, is it Commanders?
The Commanders are 2.
Oh my gosh, the Commanders.
Lions, Commanders, Falcons, and Cardinals. And who are the 3
Who didn't see that
wild
coming?
cards?
And then the wild cards going to be the Eagles, who are right now.
They're the 7th seed.
Bears, Packers.
Packers
no,
are
Packers,
5.
not Bears.
No,
Packers,
because they lost yesterday. Yeah.
Packers
are
and
5.
In Seattle.
Vikings are 6.
Yeah, Vikings. So the pack is out of the playoffs right now.
The pack is out. No, the pack is in.
No,
They're the
Pack's
5th
in.
seed.
Pack.
The Bears are out.
Oh, the Bears are out. The Bears are out. Yeah.
Well, wait, who's the third team? You said Pack. That's what I said. Pack, the Vikings, and Seattle, right?
And Eagles.
Eagles.
Oh, and the Eagles.
Yes,
Yeah, that's right.
They have a good record just behind the Commanders.
By the way, they beat the brakes off the Bengals
yeah.
yesterday. Holy crap. Yeah. It was bad. The Bengals, the Bengals are kind of, we got to start being real about the Bengals.
Joe thinks
they're not that great.
Joe thinks 10 wins is reasonable.
Okay.
His quotes from yesterday. Thinks they can get to 10. What are
They're
they?
not that great.
3 and
5.
5. So they got to go, 7?
Dolphins have 2 wins. Jets have 2 wins.
The bottom of the AFC is not the bottom. Even the wild card spots in the AFC is some soft teams where you look at them and go, ugh.
Yeah, somebody is going to come up from the depths.
Well,
I
the
gotta
Broncos and Chargers are Broncos are a bit of a surprise, but the Ravens aren't a soft team.
Broncos won't stick around.
The 6 and 7 what are those 2 teams doing there? When you look at them, you're like, can that last? Can those teams win enough games to hold anyone off?
I don't know. The Broncos are playing pretty well.
We watch them play.
They got a 4th place schedule too.
That's what's really helping them out right now.
Yeah.
We'll see how they hold on. I think they'll fall off and somebody else will come. I don't know if somebody's going to come from the depths. It may be too late for the Dolphins and Jets. We'll see. But
well, the Jets are 2 and 6.
We'll see about the Bengals. Well, so are the Dolphins.
They're 2 and 5.
2 and 5. Yeah.
We can put the Texans put the Jets away.
So
bury them this week.
Well, look at the Broncos since we're talking about them. They got the Ravens, the Chiefs, and the Falcons 3 in a row.
Ravens, Chiefs, Falcons. That'll be tough.
The only game at home is the
I
Falcons
wouldn't be
game.
surprised.
They have to go to the Baltimore, go to the Chiefs, and then they have the Falcons at home.
I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't beat the Chiefs. You want to know?
I would be. Why would they beat the Chiefs?
Because the Chiefs don't have an offense.
The Broncos. Look at who the Broncos play against and who they've beaten. They've beaten the Saints, who we know aren't good. The Panthers stink.
Steve Spagnuolo versus Knicks is going to be a blowout.
He's going to
be
drive
a bloodbath
into retirement.
Watch and learn.
On the road in Kansas City.
I like Sean Payton in this one.
You like Bo Nix on the road in Kansas City?
On the road over Spagnuolo, Andy Reid, and Pat Mahomes.
Yep.
And DeAndre Hopkins now.
Yep.
What is wrong with you? What are you saying? This whole segment has been outrageous from you. One of the most outrageous segments you've ever done.
What are you talking about?
You've never felt better about the Texans' chances to compete for a Super Bowl after today.
Yeah.
I'm like, in just the first segment, you were like, do you have an offensive line that can do it?
You have an offensive, yes. Well, listen, we just talked about the Bengals getting to the Super Bowl. They were terrible.
That's a one-off. That's an outlier.
No, I don't.
You can't even stop the Packers.
There have been other offensive lines worse.
Listen, the Packers, Packers, Colts, and Vikings have all shaken you to your core with their pass rush.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't get any better.
In one, just in the last 5 games.
Than those 3. Are you kidding me? No, the Jets. Oh my God, I'm so worried about this one.
On the road, the side of the concussion.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Hassan Reddick.
On that field, on that horrible field.
You're going to be without Diggs. You're going to be without Nico. Short week. Jets desperation mode. The Texans can win that game. I just don't like their
Jets
offensive
were in
line.
desperation mode yesterday, and they still lost.
Understood, but at least it's short week on the road. I don't think the Texans should lose that game. It just has all the makings of.
Well, and they'll put Sauce. I don't even know who Sauce Gardner guards. Like, who? I guess he guards Xavier Hutchinson, Mechie. He's not going to guard Tank.
They'll put
unless
DJ
Tank's
Reed
over there. I don't think they travel with him.
Yeah, I don't know if they do that. Reed can guard Tank as well. They have another good corner. So
Tank didn't even get to 50 yards yesterday. Even with every wide receiver out, they can't get Tank to 50 yards.
Yeah, but I don't care. He caught a touchdown pass. He looked okay. And you know what? How about Mechie? We didn't even mention Mechie with a 28-yard reception.
Yeah, he caught a pass. That was sweet.
That was totally sweet.
Hutchinson made a couple big plays.
Hutchinson had a really nice catch.
Yeah,
digging that ball off the turf. Yeah.
Well, and was it a catch? We don't know, and we'll never know.
That's smart. They got up there and got a snap off.
Yeah.
Shane Steichen, this league feels too big for Shane Steichen as the head coach. Let's be honest. Shane Steichen seems like, there are times right now, DeMeco Ryans, you can tell he's still a young coach because DeMeco makes some mistakes, or at least they're on DeMeco's shoulders as the head coach. We talked about maybe how to handle last week the final drive of the game, where they, where the way that they handled the third down drive, the first, second, third downs in last week's game. Sometimes I think the Texans are not quite where they need to be on any front, on any of the 3 phases. There's or 4 phases if you want to add the coaching. There's concerns and considerations. But the Colts, like Steichen's decision to throw the football from the shadow of his own goal with the quarterback who has bad decision making and no accuracy has to go down as one of the absolute worst moves. It literally cost you 7 points yesterday, and in theory, the game.
The game. No, it cost you the game. 8:31, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. When we come back, Dell's got Ship Talk for us next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You've got Craig DeSurf.
Hey, I've got Craig DeSurf, and I got a chance for you to get great vehicles right now down in Angleton. And why Angleton? You're like, oh, Angleton, I don't want to go to Angleton. I guess you hate money. I guess you hate money then, because all I know is that in Angleton is where you're finding the best deals right now. I'll give you an example on the GMC side. Let me give you an example right now. Well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing on 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab with 4-wheel drive and 5.3-liter V8 engine. That's an average finance savings of $5,690. 0% financing for well-qualified buyers. Take advantage of that today. You love trucks. You love the GMC Sierra. Great interior, powerful engine, and you are going to have the type of vehicle on the interior and exterior that you're looking for. They'll make sure you find exactly what it is that you want. GMC Sierra is loaded with power and sophisticated tech. Find yours today at Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick GMC in Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Time for Ship Talk with Dell. He's got, I know for sure he's got at least one. It was pretty good, too. That's pretty good response by Trayvon. Let's go, Dell.
Well, let's start on Saturday. We had plenty to discuss. We mentioned the Aggies. They beat up on LSU after a quarterback switch. Well, the other quarterback on the other side did not play well. Garrett Nussmeier in that second half was awful. Here's the guy who benefited the most from Garrett Nussmeier, cornerback from Texas A&M. Make sure to get his name, BJ Mays.
First interception, I seen the scramble drill, so I knew scramble drill applies to your man. I ran, then I seen the quarterback, he looked at us. Then he caught back. I'm like, ain't no way he finna throw this. You see me right here. Like, ain't no way he finna throw that. But he threw it, and, the rest is history, you feel me? The second one, I seen Lacey in the slot. We was in the coverage. I wanted to bang him, make sure I got a real bang on him because I know he had a slot fade. So I ain't want to let him get in his route too much. Banged him, ran to the flat. Another thing, I'm looking like, ain't no way he finna throw this ball. He threw it. The rest was history. That's what it was.
There were egregious interceptions by Garrett Nussmeier. Even the cornerback couldn't believe he was throwing the football.
I couldn't.
Ain't no way.
Nussmeier is who I thought he was.
Ain't no way. He's good. He's a good quarterback, but he makes too many mistakes right now. He's just too lax. Some of the throws he makes are unbelievable, but he does stuff like that. He thinks he's, it's kind of like Brett Favre mentality. Like, I can do it. I'll just throw it. Or Jameis Winston. It can be one or the other. But both of them end up in interceptions.
Yeah, it was we talk about what the Colts did to give the Texans a touchdown. The turning point beyond Marcel Reed coming in, he came in right after, was that pick by Nussmeier, up 17-7, throws the ball he shouldn't have thrown. It changed the entire game around.
Yeah.
And Aggies going to take over and win the game. Let's move on to BJ Mays' coach, Mike Elko. He was talking about his program and where they are. And let's see who he's taking a shot at. I think we can figure it out.
Yeah, I think it's the way we talk to the young people. I think the things that we talk about, the messaging, how we bring really good people into the building. We talk about doing things together. We talk about culture, and everyone talks about it, but then we go out and we live it every day. And I think we back up our actions. We're very honest. We're very open. And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place.
The talking fast. That was the one that was the clue.
It's easy to assume he's talking about Jimbo Fisher. I don't know if that's who he was talking about, though. But he did say politician, but you remember now he coached on Jimbo's staff for 4 years.
Yeah, so would he be disrespecting Jimbo?
Well, yeah,
like
so
that?
I don't know from a coaching standpoint if he was taking shots at Jimbo or not. That's what it sounds like, though. And my dad even mentioned it to me yesterday when we had a conversation about some of the football games. He told me about the comment he had. He goes, sure sounded like he was talking about Jimbo. Jimbo does talk really fast in real life. Hey, and when I look at it, I don't want to say, what are you going to do? Play Reed? I'm not supposed to play Conor Wegman? You tell me. I'm not sure who I'm supposed to play. I guess I'm supposed to play Conor Wegman? Is he going to get in the transfer portal? I don't know. Who are you going to tell me? Nobody tells me like that. I don't know. You tell me. We'll find out what's going to happen. Okay. Just play the better quarterback. That's it. It may have been a shot at Jimbo. I know this. Elko is a little rough around the edges at time, but, man, his team played and played and played. I mean, LSU should have had a big lead. They should have had a 20-point lead at one point. They kept shooting themselves in the foot with mistakes.
They missed the 2 field goals in the first half, and then I think he missed 3 overall.
3 missed field goal attempts. And by the way, those could have turned into touchdowns. There were mistakes made. There were passes dropped. Nussmeier started throwing interceptions, although the interceptions coincided pretty closely with Reed coming in. But you know what? Once Reed came in the game, it was a wrap. That guy, I don't know that I've ever seen one guy dominate in one half as badly as he did.
I'm going to tell you this. Listen, he was playing like this before, and Elko still went to Conor Wegman.
Good luck now.
Did you see him telling Conor Wegman he wasn't going to play?
Yeah, because he was
holding
ineffective.
his helmet and going, "Hey, dude."
Johnny hung onto the ball forever. The blitz packages that Blake Baker was dialing up from LSU were just killing him. He couldn't read anything. The best chance to win was Marcel Reed. And it turns out if you look at it game by game, other than a win against Missouri, who, by the way, that win's not looking that impressive. Connor Wegman hasn't looked good this year. He had one good game against Missouri, and that's it. Doesn't cover against anybody, by the way. And then Marcel Reed comes in, and he's won everything he's played. Like, all he does is win. I don't think there's any chance they go back to Wegman. It's official. You can go to the portal.
Oh,
bye.
wow.
Bye-bye.
It's a long year, Lance.
If you and your dad have a problem with this, goodbye.
It's a long year, Lance. Like, if we're talking, I say that because if we're talking about a team winning a national title,
Not that much longer.
Well, if we're talking about a team who's competing for a national title, they're only halfway through the year.
Yeah, but we're talking about a team that's competing for a playoff spot.
Well, even still, that's still what? How many more games is that? 5,
3
6?
more? 4 more.
4 in a playoff spot. That's 5 at least. Maybe an SEC title game. We're talking possibly 6 more games.
You're talking about injuries. You're not suggesting that the player that we've seen from Marcel Reed this year
I saw
is
it once.
less than Connor Wegman.
I saw it once. I saw that already. And
saw what?
I saw him.
How many times fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me.
I would not surprise me.
We're going to do it again?
If we go into a game where a team is prepared for a quarterback who can run the football, if they go, wait a minute, we need something else.
Now that's where LSU, the coaching staff, they gambled that, all right, we're not going to see, because the coaching staff knows Marcel Reed is totally different. And the coaching staff clearly gambled that they weren't going to see Marcel Reed in that game. You know, LSU could have had, A&M could have just had a wrinkle in there. They could have said, you know what, we're going to surprise him and bring in Marcel Reed. Like, that could have been a wrinkle despite Connor Wegman's poor play. It could have been literally, and the O-line didn't help.
Brought him in.
The O-line
He didn't
help.
bring him in the game before when Connor Wegman was playing well. If Connor Wegman was playing well, he wouldn't have brought him in.
No, he wouldn't. But if you put that wrinkle in, that's what I'm saying. If you put the wrinkle in, even if Wegman was playing well, you had a wrinkle because you knew that LSU hadn't prepared for that, because they're totally different. The offenses are totally different with those two. LSU had no answer. They couldn't handle the zone read. They hadn't prepared, and they couldn't do anything. My dad always told me, in-game, one of the most overrated things that you'll ever hear people talk about is in-game, what am I looking
adjustments?
for? In-game adjustments. He said it's really almost impossible once you've installed your offense or defense. In-game adjustments for major differences in terms of what you're seeing on offense or defense. He said it's really overrated. You really can't make major in-game adjustments. There's minor things you can do. And I guess that's true because LSU had no answer, and they were giving up a lot of running. Like A&M was gashing
in
them
their
even with
traditional run game. They're getting after him.
Yeah, Wegman. They were gashing with Wegman.
Football.
Yeah, I'll tell you this: after the all the hype about Weeks, he was non-existent in this game.
Yeah,
he was just it was funny. They just took Weeks right out of the game.
Oh, he was a nothing.
Okay, so we got a couple more. One from Saturday night. You mentioned, did I learn that Florida State sucks? No, I knew that beforehand. Just more confirmation. And Mario Cristobal took it as an opportunity to let the state of Florida, at least recruits know, and national recruits know what time it is in that state.
All recruits in-state, out-of-state can now clearly see the trajectory of this program versus the trajectory of the other programs.
That was him pounding the podium on the way out.
Thank you. Good night.
Wow. Mario's always got extra, like, he's always so extra.
So they beat Florida by 24. They beat FSU by 22.
Hey, are we not going to talk at all about who was that?
We got to finish this.
We got
to finish one more.
Go ahead.
No, let's move on to the capper of the night, or Sunday night. The Cowboys play the 49ers. The Cowboys lose. We're used to that. What we're not used to is a player reading a tweet while maybe getting changed, stop getting changed, to come out to confront the tweeter in question. This is Trevon Diggs. Tough night for the Diggs boys. This is Trevon Diggs after the game confronting a reporter about a tweet.
Took from that? Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing with me, bro.
Just asking the question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
Out of that whole play, that's what you took from that? That's what you got from that whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing then?
What were you doing?
Talk about
you can talk about these nuts.
This is what he said at the end.
Did he say that?
Yes, at the very end. Talk about these.
He said we could talk about it. You could talk about these nuts.
Let's just be real about this.
2 weeks in a row from the Diggs boys.
The Diggs family.
The Diggs
they
brothers.
talk a lot.
Last week, Stephon was like, no, I don't ever want to be the bigger person.
Kyler Murray went after somebody, called him the Timu of fantasy football after the game yesterday, because some guy showed a chart, some fantasy football account showed a chart of Kyler Murray not being effective, right? Something like that. And Kyler retweeted it and put, "You're the Timu of fantasy football," which he did cook. And that guy just folded after that. But man, so athletes are reading tweets and they're more sensitive than ever. But man, the Diggs brothers
in full uniform, by the way, he was so bothered by it. He came out of the locker room in full uniform. The only thing he didn't have on was his helmet, and to talk to the reporter about what he wrote. Because if you missed it, it's a clip of George Kittle on a big play where Diggs isn't his main cover guy, but it looks like there's a lack of effort for Diggs to try to tackle him. He at the very end, he pushes Kittle out of bounds, but it looks like he's in a jog trying to get there. So that's what the reporter was questioning. And
but
Diggs
he wouldn't
didn't
speak to reporters in the locker room. By the way, I was reading this. He declined to speak to lockers in the locker room, but he did find time to go out in full uniform and confront somebody about a tweet. I mean, is this the most high school thing sophomore in high school thing you've ever seen? You're going out to confront somebody about a tweet.
I love it. Cowboys are a mess. I love it. We got a break.
Absolute mess.
We got a break. Time to talk a little Zadok jewelry.
Let's talk about Zadok's ability to find the perfect gift for her. And I want to look, as the weather changes, one day it's going to change for the better for the season. We'll get into our fall or or winter or second or first fall or third summer, whatever it's called. And you're going to want to start doing the things that really are the special moments, and you're going to do them outside. And one of the things that a lot of people do is they have their they will set up their big proposal outdoors. They'll do an entire proposal. You want to make it memorable. Nowadays, people are taking pictures. They're doing video. They want to have a memory that lasts hopefully forever. And Zadok Jewelers can help you with that. They can help you with the entire process. Now, we already know when it comes to rings, no one's going to have a better selection of loose diamonds, of settings, of the biggest name jewelers in the business with unique, stylized diamond engagement rings just for you. And they have master craftsmen who can make anything that you'd like for them to make right there in the location. 28,000 square feet of greatness, including the second floor that is held off just for the bride. That's what the entire second floor is created for. 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. It is my good friends over at Zadok Jewelers.
All right. I'm on the Gulf Coast Windows website, gulfcoastwindows.com, gulfcoastwindows.com. And I'm looking at the photo gallery, and the pictures are just, it's fantastic. But don't just look at the photo gallery. Go to the showroom and see what Jim Fiume is doing over there. You can go up and you can touch the window. You can see the windows. You can see the quality of the window, the aluminum windows or the vinyl windows or the hurricane windows or the wood-clad windows. You can see the doors from the French doors, the sliding patio, the storm doors. They're just the best. I mean, you're not going to get a more quality. Now, you got warranty as well. You got installation that's guaranteed. You've got a company that's going to stand behind its work. You've got the top quality installation and product that you're going to find in the market. If you're somebody, if you're sick of your windows that they're, it's too loud, it's cold or hot by your window, or it's hot by your window because the sun is coming in and you're losing air, I'm telling you, beauty, privacy, security, all of those things, one place to go. GulfCoastWindows.com. GulfCoastWindows.com. Tell Jim Fiume that you heard it right here. 713-849-5454.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Rockets win one and lose one. The Texans win one this weekend. A tough one, but they won one against not a very good quarterback. Not a very. I don't know though that if Joe Flacco plays that whole game that the Colts would win. I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure that the Texans would have handled it the same way if the score was different at the end on that last drive when the Joe Mixon fumble. And Ballard, come on. That was certainly, he was down. I mean, he was down by contact. He was holding onto the football. It didn't even move.
Actually, that one wasn't him that told me that from the Colts.
Oh, well, whomever.
But the Colts felt that way.
Stop already. He was clearly down. That was ridiculous. And he was pushed and he shoved down by Joe Mixon. So there was certainly contact, all of that. So that's just ridiculous. You didn't get jobbed by the refs. You got jobbed by your head coach and you got jobbed by your quarterback some.
And
but
your
I don't
offensive
know.
line couldn't hold up at the end.
Yeah. Do you feel like Joe Flacco would have made a difference in that game?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm kind of with you. It's easy to say that, but Richardson was terrible throwing the football.
He is a terrible passer of the football.
He is a terrible passer. Yeah. And here's the thing. If you're going to be a minus player from the pocket, which he was getting drafted, like I was under no illusion to who he was at the draft. He's exactly who I thought he was. Same thing for Will Levis. It's not a secret. If you're going to be that, you better be a really plus runner. You can survive being a lesser passer if you're a really good runner. He's not really they don't use him. And you'll notice after that really bad interception, they decided to start running him some. And actually and he got better as a passer. It opened some things up. The Colts, but he also hurt his wrist at one point yesterday. I've never seen a big guy that strong and that injury prone. But if you are not running, if Anthony Richardson isn't running for 40 to 50 yards per game, I don't know what value he has on that team. He can throw far, but my gosh, just that is
what about not running out of bounds?
Oh my God!
You're supposed to be
he burned off 25 seconds doing that.
You are the quarterback. You're supposed to be the smartest guy on the field, and you go and you don't get out of bounds with no timeouts.
It's the same guy who said, "Yes, I know they want me to slide, but I'm really not going to if I think I have an advantage." So he's not thinking long term as far as a quarterback and his health. So I don't know how much
playing. Maybe he shouldn't think long term.
And to answer your question, would Joe Flacco make a difference? Joe Flacco's played the better part or the whole of 3 games this year for the Colts. He has a passer rating of over 102, 7 touchdowns, no picks, and a completion percentage of nearly 66%. You want to take a look at what Anthony Richardson has done in his time?
Close. I'll bet it's close.
Okay. He's got a passer rating of 57.2, a completion percentage of 44.4, 4 touchdowns and 7 picks. So would Joe Flacco make a difference? Maybe. Maybe having a from the pocket passer who will stand in there and take shots, but will throw the football.
But he would have taken more sacks too, or
he would have got the ball out when he's supposed to.
Maybe.
Or he would have done that.
Josh Downs looked good yesterday. Yeah, it's it wouldn't have been worse. It wouldn't have been worse.
They are
with
playing
Flacco.
clearly the worst quarterback.
Yeah, but you know what? They almost
for
have
the long
to.
Term.
It's really a choice of, do we continue to ride this and let him get the experience he never had as a rookie? I can't. Richardson not playing as a rookie absolutely screwed them, because you got to get him reps. He's got to play. He's got to go through tough times and adversity. He's got to learn how to win and all that stuff. But in the meantime, you got another quarterback sitting over there, and we're talking Joe Flacco. It's not, it's like I said last week, pocket passers and shooters in the NBA, they can age gracefully and keep playing a long time. The athletes don't. Joe Flacco, you have your best chance to win with Joe Flacco, and it's really not even, I don't even think it's an argument. I don't even know. It shouldn't even be an argument in the Colts building. He does, but the fundamental, philosophically, you say, what's best for this team long-term and short-term? Short-term, definitely Flacco. But I think they've got a long-term approach, which is why they drafted Anthony Richardson. They knew that they were in for a rough start, but they want to keep playing him. But, man, I'd hate to be in that spot, because, all right, keep playing him then, but, I mean, you got Tennessee Titans with 1 win, the Jags with 2 wins. You got the Bills you got the Jets and Dolphins with 2 wins. Like, this is your chance. This is your chance to make the playoffs. And you may watch it just go by the wayside because, you have to. I get it. You got to give Richardson his opportunities. But, man, Flacco definitely gives you a better chance to win. I don't know that it would have made all the difference yesterday, but it couldn't have been worse. Like, it would have been better passing wise for sure.
Del, we didn't talk any ship talk about Dwayne Wade's statue.
Ooh.
Well, I don't know how much sound. Yeah, I've seen it, but I don't know the sound we would
how
play
about
from
Dwayne Wade's reaction? Oh my God.
Okay, first of all, describe. So it's a big statue unveiling. It's for the great Dwayne Wade, Mr. Heat. Mr. Heat started there, ended there. He's the Biggio. Many people are calling him the Craig Biggio of the Miami Heat.
He did play a year in Chicago and Cleveland, but yes, he did start it.
Oh, that's right, he did.
Yes.
Why?
That was when he was a Raptor, like Elijah.
Why is he doing horns down?
It wasn't horns down. He made it in the middle of, let's say a transitional period for Heat. It was between their title with him and Shaq and when they got LeBron. So about a 3 or 4 year span where he was just the only guy, and he was coming back off an injury, had a great year coming off the Olympics. And he hit a nearly half-court shot to win the game against the Bulls late in the game, a big shot. And he jumps up onto the score. I forgot what they call that thing. He jumps up on top of the score table and says, "This is my ish. This is my house." He was probably saying both at the time. And that was the motion he was making. And it's one of the more iconic things in Heat history. And he's done that multiple times when he makes big shots. So this is my house. This is my ish. So that was what he was doing.
Don't you think the statue, the face should look something like him?
Well, that's what they're supposed to make.
Not even close.
It's very nerdy, but he looks like someone from Stargate. I don't know. People are not going to know who this guy is, but it was a thought in my head. There's a character in Stargate, which is a sci-fi show from the 90s. He looks that statue's face looks exactly like that. It's ghoulish is what it is.
It really is.
The jaw lines, apparently for people who saw it up close, the jaw line's too sharp. It makes it.
Some people think he looked like Lawrence Fishburne.
Maybe from
Bijan
Neo.
Hensu or whatever from
Give.
Oh, so he's Doc
free.
Rivers? So he looks like Lawrence Fishburne, who's Doc Rivers?
Yeah, he looked.
No, not.
He looked like Lawrence Fishburne from the Matrix.
Fishburne.
Morpheus.
Morpheus.
That's what he looked like. And
not Doc Rivers. Morpheus.
The Morpheus version of Lawrence Fishburne. So it's not a great likeness. Now, statues have been redone. I'm not sure they're going to redo that face, but it's not great. Dwayne was like, "Who's that guy?" He looked up at it. I don't know who that guy is.
No, it's really terrible.
It's fine. I mean, I don't care about statues one way or the other. But for the Heat, since that's going to be in front of your building for the foreseeable future, you may want to get on that.
Yeah, might want to do something about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, that should have been in Ship Talk. I want to tell
Are you
right now.
editorializing my segment?
Yeah, I am.
Well, you want to offer suggestions
what's
beforehand?
the soundbite we get?
I did offer suggestions, and you said, "Oh, you're giving it away."
I already had that one, so it wasn't a suggestion that would have helped you.
Well,
and you
I said, no, I don't think you did.
And you
I
do
think
it before
just because
no,
I said so.
and you do it before the show, not on
you
the show.
Googled Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, because I had not seen that. No one had seen that.
Nobody's seen that. Yeah. Yeah.
The audio was of Dwayne Wade simply saying, "Hey, that doesn't look like me." That's all he would have said. And then he would have went on with the speech.
Time to talk for me to talk right now about Chastang Ford. I texted. Oh, by the way, nice win. But we haven't even mentioned the Cougs win, and Patrick was there. I think Mandy was there, and Dennis and the whole family, Meredith, everybody, because it's a nice night, and it's always nice to see the Cougs win, and it was a nice win for them. I texted Patrick afterwards, nice win, and he was like, "Yeah, we needed it." And you know what? You need a dealership that you can count on. You need people from the community. You need people that do things for the community, like the Chastangs. You need people that you can count on for over 80 years in this city selling vehicles. That's the Chastangs. Over 80 years selling vehicles. You don't stay in the business, especially the car business. I mean, you talk about a tough business where it's cutthroat and everybody's just trying to grab as many dollars as possible. That's not the way the Chastangs go about it, and that's probably why they've been around for all that time. They don't add on. They don't mark up. You don't have to sell. It's not a hard sell. It's you walk in or you go to the website, and when you get there, they say, "How can we help you? Where do your payments have to be? Let's start there, and then we can go from there." And get the car the way that you want it. That happens every single time. Love the way the Chastangs go about it. You will love the way the Chastangs go about it too. ChastangFord.com. It's on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. Just 5 minutes from downtown. Chastang Ford.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, we're back. Let's go. 713-780-3776. Y'all got some thoughts on what happened yesterday with the Texans, you're more than welcome. Or what happened this weekend with the Rockets.
Or Mike Bloomgren getting fired at Rice. Do you know that?
No, I didn't see that.
That happened yesterday. Mike Bloomgren was relieved of his duties at Rice after a pretty long run.
Yeah.
All things considered. He's a very good offensive line coach. And rumor has it, the streets are saying maybe he just slides over and starts helping the Texans. That's what the streets are saying. And by the streets, I mean I just came up with that myself.
You did come up with that.
Yep.
Mike Bloomgren is a hell of a football coach. You can't win at Rice, not the way that they go about
Tell
it.
it to Todd Graham's 1 year.
Yeah, 1 year. And then Todd Graham, and he cleared out everybody, and then he left after 1 year.
Great win for Willie Fritz and the Cougs at home against Utah. So we'll talk to Willie Fritz later in the week.
Great win by the Longhorns, being able to overcome
That's
Vanderbilt.
right, the Kingslayer. They had to overcome the dangers of, although they had the lead most of the game, they got down 7-0, and then they led for much of the game. But it was always a game. And Vanderbilt was right there, but
I don't know how you beat a Vanderbilt at Vanderbilt, so that's a great win. Great win.
No one else can.
Nobody else? No, nobody else can.
They beat in Kentucky.
No,
they
that's a
almost
good
beat
football
Missouri.
team.
They beat Alabama, and then they played the Longhorns close. It was and the Longhorns lost a spot in the poll to Miami, who rolled Florida State. And it was an interesting college football weekend. Milroe and Alabama bounced back. Georgia was off. Oregon smashed Illinois. I thought that one could have been an interesting game, but Dylan Gabriel and Oregon are starting to get hot right now. They're starting to become a little bit of a problem over there in the Big Ten. What else did we have? But it was an interesting weekend of football. We had the two halves of LSU A&M, where LSU just looked like if they could quit stepping on their own junk, they were going to roll A&M. And then before you know it, Marcel Reed came in and literally like 5 straight, first 4 possessions, 4 touchdowns, and he was unstoppable. The fifth possession is a field goal. He led them to 31 points.
How about Indiana continuing to roll with their backup quarterback?
And
how about Penn State rolling without Drew Aller at Wisconsin?
Yeah, he left the game, and the backup did a nice job. I watched the end of that game. They did a nice job to not only win but also cover, which, always be covering.
That's the important thing.
That's when you know you're really a good team, is when you're covering the number and winning. That's when you really know. Longhorns take heed.
That's the eye test for all of you out there. That's the eye test.
That's how you. That's the data test. Just point spread record, and then you had. Oh, I feel bad for Indiana. All I could think about was, man, what a great story with Chris Signetti, the new head coach, and it's really sad he's only going to be there a year. So I could think about.
Well, maybe if people don't learn his name like you haven't, then he'll stay.
Signetti?
It's Kurt.
Chris. It's the same. I'm thinking of his brother Chris.
No, you're doing Chris Canetti is what you're doing.
Oh, that's what I'm doing. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing Chris Canetti. Kurt Signetti, Chris Canetti. That's exactly what I was doing.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's exactly what I was doing. But he'll be there for a year, so I don't have to worry about
no World Cup
Indiana.
tickets for you now.
Where does he go next? Where does he go next?
Why are you trying
LSU?
Why are you trying to ruin
when Brian
Indiana's
Kelly's out
year?
of there? Is he going to LSU?
Next year? LSU's going to hire the Indiana
By the way,
coach?
LSU, I found this out yesterday.
They hired the Michigan State coach, worked out okay.
It's a long time ago. They're above that now.
By the way, they keep hiring Midwest guys. And by the way, you know what people at LSU are really pissed off about with Brian Kelly? He won't let former players come back and work out at the facility, which is apparently like a Midwest coach thing, that there's other Midwestern coaches. It's some kind of weird sensibility that they have where most schools like having those players back there because it kind of is a good look for all the players around and for recruits.
Yeah.
Apparently, Brian Kelly, this came from somebody, a former player at LSU, is saying he won't let players come back and work out there, former LSU players, and they're very pissed about it.
I'm going to tell you this. Better watch it, Texas A&M at South Carolina, and then they got their bye week against New Mexico State, then at Auburn and Texas.
Well, it won't even be a game if Connor
left.
Wegman's there. If like
A&M
you two,
is gonna,
you try
A&M is
trying to
gonna
push
be in.
Wegman back in the starting lineup, the Longhorns don't have to worry about it.
Well, A&M is going to be in the SEC championship game.
Hold on. I mean, are they so impervious to losing? You think they can't go lose to South Carolina on the road?
Guess what? That's on ABC. That's how big that game
Throw
is.
Connor Wegman back in there and watch how fast you can lose that game.
No, they ain't going to lose at South Carolina.
Even with Wegman as the quarterback?
This A&M team is pretty damn good, bro.
They are. They got a good defensive line, even though Shamar Taylor, that guy's out of control. Did you see the video? Shamar Turner. Did you see the video of him?
My God. He was out of control.
He was out of control. He personally was out of control.
Yeah, he was out of control. He was doing stuff that.
And then he did the headbutt to Nussmeier. And then what you missed, which no one talked about, but I went and ran it back. You know, in that fumble recovery that they had where they got back on top of the ball, it was a first down and they got back on top of the ball. And it looked like it was, the play was really over. He took that as an opportunity to come diving in and like torpedo it, like he was going to try to recover the fumble. He took that as a chance to just dive on top of the running back.
They replayed that. There was a lot of talk about that. He was out of freaking control. Herbstreit was like, man, dude, I know you're. Well, what about before the game?
Yeah, started pregame.
Oh, the pregame was out.
The LSU
Will Campbell.
The LSU offensive line versus the Texas A&M defensive line started in the pregame.
And it looked like it was broken up, and you see the thing where he's rolling his hand in and boom, threw an elbow.
Yeah.
Right behind him. Like, yeah, he's got some anger issues.
Yeah.
That guy. But he's tough now, and they got a physical defensive front. The Aggies are no joke. I'm with you. If they play Marcel Reed, to me, that game, the Aggies are probably a small favorite if Marcel Reed plays in that game. Now, that game, LSU had not game planned for Marcel Reed, and that does make a difference. It really does. Because you spend all week working on this zone read, we're going to do this on this zone read, and they clearly weren't ready for it. They took a chance that Reed wouldn't get in the game, a calculated risk, which, one would think it was a smart risk. I don't think he would have gotten in the game, but at any point they could have hit you with Marcel Reed as a wrinkle, and LSU probably should have spent maybe a little bit of time on the zone read concepts. But if they go to Reed full time, I think the Longhorns have a real battle on their hands because we know the physical front, it's hard to run against them. And then the running game was very physical up front. They've got a series of running backs that will collide you with great intensity and aggression. Are we
sure Quinn Ewers is ready for that pressure from coming from both sides?
I didn't say he was. That's why I said they could have some problems.
I'm not asking about Quinn Ewers. I'm asking about Banks and Williams. Are they ready for it?
That's
two tackles.
Well, I think that A&M is physical. I don't know that they're going to speed rush him necessarily. But Skirton over there on his side, Skorton is going to be against Williams, and he had, major issues in that Georgia game with power. So, yeah, I'd be concerned about that one.
Absolutely. All right, 713-780-3776.
I may need to go to that. You know what? I may need to
Mike
get the
Elko
press
hates you
pass
right
and go
now.
to that one.
Hates the both of you right now. That man's all he's thinking about is going to Columbia, South Carolina. You're already talking about an SEC game of the century clash versus Texas. That man's like, shut up. Shut up. We got to go on the road on Saturday night in the SEC. You talking about Texas?
Yeah, what is
South Carolina coming off a bye after beating up on Oklahoma? You don't want to hear about Texas.
What is it? What does Nick call it? The rat poison?
Yeah, that's what you guys are doing.
We're rat poison for Elko. Rat poison.
How? We're just trying to help him
we
sell
already
tickets.
got him in the SEC
I want to make sure it's sold out.
game.
I'm trying to help him sell tickets for A&M Texas.
3 weeks away, maybe 4 weeks
I'm trying
away.
to help him sell tickets. They haven't sold enough tickets.
Oh, A&M has some trouble selling tickets.
I think they're 3,000 apiece.
Yeah,
they are
it's
having a hard
insane.
time selling them at
By the
3,000
way,
each.
we didn't even discuss on the What Did You Learn This Weekend? There were a lot of empty seats in the Texans Colts. That was
we had
crazy.
someone call up about
I know
it.
he said
Wait
it.
a
We
minute.
didn't address it, but he's right.
The club was empty. Now, a lot of those people sit up at the bar.
And they drink, yeah.
But not all those people. There were a lot of empty seats. What are you doing? What's the problem? You know what? If people don't believe that they're a championship caliber team, they ain't showing up like those Bill O'Brien games. Is this like a Bill O'Brien team?
I can't believe
people
that.
don't believe in them.
Well, I mean, there's reasons not to, but I can't believe people are not showing up because they don't think they can win a title after the dreariness, the awfulness of the three previous years before Demick D'Amico got here. You're not going to show up to games for a winning team because you don't think they can win a title. Right? Why would Texas fans be entitled?
I don't know what I don't know why. Why, if the tickets are sold, why are people not going? And they're
maybe
sold
because it's Halloween weekend parties for people.
what?
Or
On a Sunday afternoon?
A Sunday?
Okay, maybe it's they were still tired from UFC 308 on the day before.
Maybe they're tired of seeing Kenyon Green. We'll hear from him on the other side.
We're going to hear from Kenyon
Green on the other side.
He spoke about his struggles yesterday.
Yeah, but first, we'll a little quick assist.
Quick Assist company who let me be clear about this. Quick Assist, I don't think you're going to find anyone who is going to help you sell tickets for more money and more consistently than Quick Assist. Quick Assist works great because it's a company that has it's an algorithm that basically works with 15 the major ticket sellers out there. They will list your tickets. Let's say you have tickets to Texas A&M Texas. You say, you know what? I've heard that these tickets are going for a lot. I want to sell them online. I'm paying for my season tickets with them. Okay, that's fine if you want to do that. Let's say you're looking at selling Rocket tickets. Let's say you're looking at selling World Series tickets. They do MLB, NHL, NBA, and NFL, and college football and college basketball. You list your tickets with Quick Assist. Quick Assist will then list it with the 15 different ticket sites out there, and they will dynamically move the pricing. So when supply side is low and the demand is high, your tickets go up. If the opposite happens, they'll drop your tickets. They got a 100% sell rate. They're going to sell your tickets. They just make sure they get the most money for you. And on top of that, they do it with the maximum amount of eyes being able to look at your tickets and purchase your tickets. It is a home run every single time with Quick Assist. It's your ticket to anywhere. It's Quick Assist. Download the app today. Quick ASYST Quick Assist.
Saturday night, taking out Utah. Now Kansas State is coming to town, 2:30 this Saturday, November 2nd at TD-ECU Stadium. Blackout game and salute to heroes. Get ready for a nice afternoon, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Tickets starting at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. $15. You can get it yourself inside the building. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. Make sure you come early. Be loud. You got the tailgate out there, and let's pack TD-ECU Stadium. Show our Cougar pride. Support the team. Blackout. Wear black. And a salute to heroes. 713-GO-COUGS or uhcougars.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texans got the Jets, and they got to play better offensively. They got to play better. The offensive line has got to play better. Laramie Tunsil with yet another false start. I thought he had a couple. They didn't call one of them. But he's got 12 penalties, leads the league. Congratulations, big ups. And
he has done a better job, though.
He's been better lately.
He's been better over the last 3 weeks.
He's been better lately.
And that one yesterday wasn't just leaving her. Like, he just kind of rocked back on the back heels. It wasn't one of those, like, screw it. I'm just going to try to guess the snap count.
I thought he did it a couple of times, but he only got called for it once. Who's not playing better, who's not getting better is Kenyon Green. And
if you're not getting better, you're getting
worse.
Yep.
And he's getting worse. And he's getting CJ killed. They had to pull him from the game. Jarrett Patterson went in, and then Jarrett Patterson got hurt. So Kenyon Green had to go back in. He did better, I thought, towards the end. Immediately when he came back in, there were a bunch of pressures, some more pressures, and CJ was under siege again. Here is Kenyon Green talking about his day.
I wasn't playing well, so, they had to make, changes, and they made those changes, and I got my opportunity to go back out there, and went out there and then, fought, did what I needed to do to get the win for my team.
So what goes through your mind through that, trying to fix it in game? What's that process like?
Just talking to myself, trying to make sure, I'm still there, just still focus on what's that task, that drive, trying to score, trying to, win the game.
How do you feel like you guys played as a unit today?
It was okay. We feel like we can, definitely be better, especially on my end. So.
Somebody had a conversation with you after the extra point before you went back in there. What was the kind of message from that conversation?
Just telling me, just keep being me, just keep getting better, and just keep fighting. So.
Yeah. I don't know what else you can say.
I feel bad for him on a personal level, but on a professional level, it's not good enough.
Yeah. Yeah. He's just not good enough. It's really, really, really not good. And don't they have another Green that they could play?
Kendrick. And someone, I saw this tweet. I believe a reporter said they saw Kendrick Green out on the sideline when Kenyon Green got word that he was going back in. Kendrick Green wasn't thrilled. That's someone's interpretation of.
Well, I was surprised that he was. I didn't even know if he was even active yesterday for Patterson to go in ahead of him. I didn't know. Like, I was surprised that Patterson was the pick over Kendrick Green if Kendrick was healthy.
Yeah.
I wonder when this happened, when he lost his number 2 spot.
I don't know, but they obviously don't have much faith in him if they put Kenyon back out there.
Well, we have Kenyon Green calling in.
Oh no.
Oh,
Kenyon Green on a mobile.
On a mobile?
Wow. Yeah. He either wants to defend himself or concur with what we've been saying. But here's Kenyon Green on a mobile.
Hey, guys. Listen, you guys are talking all this noise about me, and you don't understand how hard it is to play pass block. When you're a kid and your parents, they'll put both their hands in front of their faces, they'll disappear, right in front of you. That's what these pass rushers are doing to me, okay? They hike the ball, and these guys put their hands over their face, and then they disappear, and then magically another defensive tackle or another defensive man from the opposite side is, already running past me. So I'm telling CJ and I'm telling all the coaches, they're playing peekaboo. These guys are literally being invisible. Hold on. Let me eat some more chicken. And wash it down with this Twinkie cream.
He's lost
but
weight.
Then they put Patterson in, and then he gets hurt. I have to go back in, and these guys are playing peekaboo. They're
Relax.
me.
It's okay. Listen, you got the win. Listen. Hold on. You got the win. Here, put him on hold.
Okay.
You got the win. Relax. I can't even understand. I did hear you say they're playing peekaboo.
He's being fooled by
you
peekaboo.
do know when they put their hands in front of their face like with a baby.
No, I'm not here. Like
It's
Angel
not
Reese.
fair.
Not John Cena or Angel Reese.
No,
Yeah.
put your hands in front of your face like peekaboo, like that.
Oh, like
where
that.
they disappeared,
Like
and Kenyon
And they
Green on the
completely
mobile couldn't
disappeared.
see him anymore.
Well, like Angel Reese, I can't see you, right?
Well, that's a John Cena. You can't see me.
Yeah, but I believe the pass rush move they're using is peekaboo, and they're disappearing, and that is confusing.
It
Kenyon
felt
Green.
like they were just using kind of just standard garden variety club moves and arm overs,
You
on,
gotta
but not the
understand why.
peekaboo stuff so much.
But you don't understand pass blocking though, like
That's
Kenyon
true.
Green does.
I got to stay in my lane.
He said he was eating chicken and washing it down with Twinkie cream.
No,
That's what he said.
that's not. It's just
Kenyon
not.
Green
no,
has lost weight though.
Yes, we're not doing Twinkie cream. We're not doing this.
He said it, not me. Kenyon Green on the mobile said that's what he's washing down chicken with.
He's said something about pickleball at one point.
I thought-
Twinkie cream and pickleball.
Can you get
peekaboo?
Can you get Twinkie cream separate from the?
No, it
the
takes
pastry?
effort. You got to scoop the Twinkie cream out. It's an effort.
They don't. They
Now,
don't
you
just
could
put
crack it open, maybe put a
a
straw in it.
They'll say that they don't just give you it like in a bucket Twinkie cream.
It's kind of like Coco Frio. You can just open it up and maybe put a straw in it and see if you're good to go.
How
I
come
don't
they
know.
have-
Anything more fattening than Twinkie.
How come they haven't done that yet? Just made it something you can scoop out of a bucket and eat.
Or you can just get it in a tube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How come? How's that not happened yet? Twinkie cream. Stop it, Kenyon Green on the mobile.
That's enough. That's enough out of you.
I always want to hear from you. Call in every Monday. Kenyon Green on the mobile. If they don't want you on their show, you can call in from 10 to 12 anytime you want.
Why? Because he
Particularly-
invented Twinkie cream?
Yes, I want to hear that over and over, particularly on Mondays after Kenyon Green performance. Call in to defend yourself on a Monday and mention Twinkie cream.
Del, did you see, speaking of the ship, did you see Dion? You know why Shedeur Sanders?
Yes, I do
isn't
know
in
why. I was
you know
told,
why he's not in the Heisman conversation?
according to Dion.
Yeah.
Yes, because Shedeur happens to be Dion's son. So-
Well, I mean, Dion hasn't done his son any favors. Dion has
No.
intentionally gotten in people's faces, been nasty to the media, and now he's like, yeah, I mean, with that but Dion's not wrong. Dion and Shedeur have made it to where people across the country are literally cheering against them. With that said, though, isn't it weird that Dion and Colorado got all this love last year and they weren't really very good? And it's remarkably quiet. Like, we live in a world where it's really quiet on Colorado, and they're actually pretty good. Didn't they? Are they 6-2 now?
Yeah.
They're 6-2. Shedeur Sanders, by the way, I went and looked up his numbers. He's thrown for 2,591 yards, 21 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, a completion percentage of 75%. His yards per throw is 8.6, which is good even by college standards. He is really putting together a strong year and probably does deserve some mention of Heisman Trophy. He's not wrong, but I think Dion has hurt his son. Instead of just being a head coach, he's tried to do this, like, I don't know. He's done this weird thing where he's like, it's kind of a LeVar Ball type of thing, but from a head coach's, everybody throws everybody under the bus, rarely holds his own kids accountable in press conferences, but holds other people accountable. It's been a strange situation. And yet Colorado deserves probably more conversation than they're getting in a weird way. And Shedeur deserves more conversation.
Well, I mean, I've never been a Nussmeier guy, but I'll tell you this. After watching all of these quarterbacks, Shedeur might be the best. Shedeur might be the number one quarterback.
He might. Now, that's why Dion needs to shut up and stop saying he's only going to play for 4 teams. Please stop. Please stop doing that. You're making him look extremely high maintenance. You are coming off as, I already had an executive tell me he's just another LeVar Ball. It's not worth the juice isn't worth the squeeze dealing with him. I mean, he needs to be quiet and just
Eli
say,
was worth it. John Elway was worth
no,
it.
Eli never told you months in advance that he'll only play for 4 teams.
No, he just said, I'm not going. I won't play
Well,
for the
we'll
Chargers.
see if Shedeur is worth it. But I know this much. Don't say the teams you'll only play for. He's already put a list out. Don't do that. Just be quiet and let the draft process take place. And if you're going to do stuff, do it behind the scenes. Don't even be doing this out in public. It doesn't make any sense. It's not going to help your son. There's no way it helps you to say we will only play for 4 teams. Look, the worst team, the Titans might draft Shedeur Sanders if they had him. I would. It's not, let's say the Patriots somehow end up there, which they're too scrappy. I don't think they will. If you're the Cleveland Browns and were to end up there, I'd 100% take whatever quarterback, and it may be Cam Ward, but would you take quarterback? You almost have to, right? You can't roll with Deshaun Watson. He really, frankly, shouldn't even be playing football for you anymore. Look at Jameis comes in and beats the Ravens. Jameis comes in and Cedric Tillman exists again as a wide receiver. Like, isn't it crazy how the passing game actually exists when Jameis Winston comes in the game? It's like a real offense. How damning is that?
And you actually scored points.
Yeah, like Deshaun Watson at this point. Who would you rather have, Deshaun Watson or Anthony Richardson?
Anthony Richardson.
I would too.
Yeah. No, Deshaun Watson is.
Will Levis
awful.
or Deshaun Watson?
Who?
Will Levis.
Oh, God.
What's the difference? I mean, Will Levis actually has
guess.
plus offensive plays.
Will Levis, I don't have to pay him $230 million.
Well, once you put that in, Deshaun Watson's in last place.
No, Deshaun Watson might be in last place anyway. You said Will Levis or Deshaun Watson.
You got to think about it, yeah. And Richardson for sure is the head. I wouldn't even. I don't blink. I'd take, for all Richardson's flaws, I can't see one good thing about Deshaun Watson.
Nothing. All right, Jameis Winston or Deshaun Watson. Does Deshaun Watson get his job back ever? I don't know. Just is he done as a Brown? And I think the answer is yes.
Connor Wegman or Deshaun?
Who?
Connor Wegman or Deshaun Watson? Who gets their job back first? I'm going to say, who gets their job back first? I'm going to say, what's Watson's injury again?
He's out for the year. He's got an Achilles.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He snapped his Achilles.
Yeah. No, but he's still got 3 years left on that deal.
Right, okay, I'll ask you a question. Will Deshaun Watson or Connor Wegman, either one of them, take a snap or be the starter under center for their teams next year in game one?
Yes.
Who?
Yes.
Which one?
Connor Wegman won't be at A&M.
No, I said for their teams.
Yeah, whatever team they're on.
No, for their current teams.
Oh no, Wegman won't be there, and Deshaun
and Deshaun won't be the first, and he won't be under center.
Yeah, he probably doesn't come back at all next year because of the Achilles.
And he can travel.
Probably doesn't come back at all next year.
I mean, can you imagine some of the travel deals that you can get as it starts to cool down?
He's not gonna. You think he's traveling with deals in place?
No, probably PJs.
Yeah, you think Jilly's gonna just travel first class?
Hey, I was able to get us a want to get away.
Yeah, Southwest
pass. I got an early pass on Southwest.
I don't think that's how they travel.
I'm an A31. Okay, on Southwest. Let's go.
I paid extra to get us an early boarding.
$30 more. Early bird special. Time for me to talk right now about Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Time to talk about you getting that home loan that you want. If you're in the market for a home loan, you're in the city of Houston, you listen to this show. Kent Jones is one of us. He loves the show. He's been listening for years. He said, I want to be on the show, and I want to tell the listeners here about how to do it right, your mortgage. Even if you're renting right now, why don't you find out? Give them a scenario quote. If you see a house that you could possibly, maybe we can do this. Kent Jones can find ways. He has found ways for people to save so much money and get them into the right loan to get that house. When you don't think you can get one, Kent Jones will work his ass off for you to help you. Over 1,400 career closings. He's been doing this since the 90s, over 30 years in business. He is spectacular at this. Not only is he going to save you over the life, he'll save you thousands and thousands of dollars at closing in that one day. That's how good this dude is. So if you're somebody that's thinking about buying a house, get a scenario quote from Kent. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
Aqueduct Plumbing Company, a company that you can trust, a company that is, and look, I know that many of you may not need plumbing right now, but when you do, it's usually pretty dire. It's usually something that's a bit of an emergency. Anytime your water goes out, that's an emergency. Anytime you got a drain clog, that can become an emergency after time, especially if you you go to the little store and you get your stuff and you pour it down the drain and it doesn't work. Uh-oh, you better call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. In fact, you can call them when it first happens because they can go in there, snake out the line if that's what needs to be done. They go in there with their cameras. They'll see exactly what's going on. They can get it taken care of. I had a major issue. It started with the drain clog, turned into pipes that had bellied the wrong way, and so I was getting stuff, just could not drain out of my drain. So they had to dig up the yard, redo the pipes, and they got it taken care of. No issues since then. They can clean your hot water heater. They can install hot water heaters for you. They can move gas lines. They can even get in there and very quickly get a hydrostatic test done so that you find out if you have any leaks underneath your slab. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Google reviews are off the charts. You find out once you use their services. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, our last segment before we hit News of the Weird. So get in a hurry. Ryan wants to get in here and talk a little NBA. What do you say, Ryan?
Yeah, hello. How you gentlemen doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, guys. Well, John, you kind of stole my mojo earlier with the NBA sculpture. I was going to say, who does they have? Do they have Dwayne Wade and Cristiano Ronaldo, the same sculpture guy, or who do they have?
Do they have? I'm sorry.
What's your question, Ryan?
I didn't understand the question.
I was going to say, does the NBA have the same sculpture maker as the FIFA? Remember Cristiano Ronaldo's statue?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Cristiano Ronaldo's atrocious statue that they had to have completely remade.
Yeah, because everybody was grabbing his crotch, right?
No, because his face was all
It
effed
looked
up.
like a bizarro version of him. Yeah.
Remember? And that's the same thing. Well, a lot of people made that joke yesterday because of Dwayne Wade's. Dwayne Wade's was just, it didn't make any sense. It's not even close.
And then also, you guys are, isn't this Soccer Matters with John and Lance? Well, we're not talking about a classical, man. Well, John's team got whooped 4-0, man. What's going on here?
I feel like this is La Raza.
It's Herb.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Ryan. El Clásico, it was a blowout. FC Barcelona. Your boys who you hate. By the way, did you see they're $1.5 billion in debt? Barcelona. I went into a whole rabbit hole to find out, how do you get that far in debt? Just giving out enormous contracts, just thinking that you could spend they have to borrow money every year just to pay down their debt. They're never getting out of debt. They're in debt for the rest of their life. 1.5 billion.
I don't know if they know that compounds the debt, but okay.
Yes, I know.
Did you play Fulham this week?
Yeah, we got a push. People call it
I thought you were going to kick that. I saw in the.
I said beat the hell out of Fulham. Yeah, I tried to use the Aggies.
And it
thing.
took until like the 94th minute for you to
1-1,
tie the
Dale.
game.
1-1. We got our point.
No, you're at home. You're supposed to win.
We got the point.
We got the point because we were on the road and won.
All we want to do is survive. We're the relegation the champions of relegation. You can't relegate us.
Pathetic.
We're unrelegatable.
What a pathetic season you guys have.
We're unrelegatable.
He's talking all that, and he almost got beat by a former player. Like Alec.
Yeah, a guy who everyone hates it.
Except he's really good for it. Maybe it's your squad, not our squad. He's pretty.
It's kind of us.
Yeah. So yes, John. He tried to taunt me, and he almost had to eat it. Took like to the 94th minute.
I just was cheering for my team.
Why would you say that? You know your
beat
team
the
sucks.
hell out of Fulham.
You know your team sucks.
That's what I did.
That's not a thing in English soccer.
Well, we're trying to make it a thing in Everton. We need to bring some Aggie. How about how good the stadium was there? And the Texans stadium actually got really loud at the end of that game too. Texans fans are really good at the end of it, even if there were some holes. Uncle Freddie told us there were holes there in the stadium.
Seems like they might have been pumping some.
Yeah, were they actual
Why do you always say that? Yes,
because there weren't that many people there.
No, it is massive penalties and fines now if you do that. They have changed that.
Let them prove
it.
Who was it just admitted that they were doing that? There was an NBA team just admitted, or an NFL team just.
No, there was somebody who said that they were. Remember?
Oh yeah.
You get fined a tremendous amount if you do that.
Yeah. Guess what?
No, I think it was loud. I mean, there was still 60 some odd thousand in there. I think more of them came out to their seats. It was just some people didn't go to the game. I mean, I can't explain why, but at the Aggie game, holy cats, was it loud at that one. Man, was it.
And this is Garrett Nussmeier, who said it's not as loud as Death Valley. That's a quote pulled from, I guess, the summer maybe. He talked about how it's not as loud as, his home building, and then Aggie fans are like, oh, okay.
It's the loudest stadium I've ever been in. Aggies don't sit down. They're loud the whole time. You can say whatever you want about the dogs or say what you want about the yell leaders or whatever. The Aggies home field is real. It's loud. It is. Those fans stay into it. It's really, really good. And it made a difference, I think, against, when things start snowballing. I think loud stadiums, the way they help is A, obviously false start penalties, but number two, or B, I should say, I think that when things start working against you, I think a loud stadium also exacerbates how quickly things can roll downhill and out of control on you. I mean, it clearly did. I was thinking about this too. Man, I hate going right back to college football on a Sunday after the Texans, but Colin Klein is the offensive coordinator. We all remember watching him at Kansas State. That's not Connor Wegman doesn't run Colin Klein offense. That's Marcel Reed. Running quarterback is his offense. That's who he was at Kansas State. That's what his offense is.
You can still call the right play. I mean, you can still.
But pass plays, he was abysmal. I mean, Wegman was abysmal. I don't know why you're defending him. He held onto the ball forever at times.
No, I'm not defending. I was shocked when Wegman came back that they went to him anyway.
Well, then why do you think they'll go back to him after the way Reed played a second time? Why do you think they'll go back to Wegman?
Because they didn't see enough the first time. I don't know why coaches do what they do. All it's going to take is a bad half from Reed at some point, and Wegman will be back on the game.
Well, we'll see. He's not a set. I mean, I talked to somebody who works at A&M and was like, this offense really is more set up for Reed than it is for Wegman.
Why are we starting Wegman to begin with?
He was the high-rated guy.
So what? It's not your recruit. You didn't. That's
why I think at this point of the season, I think Elko's going to be like, it is what it is. If he wants to transfer, we're not going to try to keep him from transferring now. It is what it is. This guy looked like Lamar Jackson out there the other day. Yeah. Other NFL stuff. We don't have much time, but I want to say, are you buying the Buffalo Bills, for example, right now? Now that they added Amari Cooper, 1 catch for 3 yards. He literally did nothing.
They demolished Seattle.
But James Cook.
And Seattle's a pretty good football team.
They're not bad.
I buy them because they have Josh Allen. Yes, I will buy the Bills.
This has turned into a really interesting MVP year with Lamar, Josh, Jared Goff. I think Derrick Henry deserves to be there. They may pull some votes across each other. Who do you like tonight in the Pittsburgh Steelers game?
I like the Steelers. I like Malik Neighbors under 24 fantasy points.
Is that what it is? That high?
Is that what you get beat by?
No, that's what I get beat at 25.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Everything's specific to his life. That was in general.
I think he'll be fine, but you never know. Neighbors is good. Neighbors is really, really good. But I think Steelers, it'll be interesting because a good game for Russell Wilson will have people like me who thought they shouldn't make that change and just stick, even though I didn't think Justin was a good passer, but I still thought, I wouldn't rock the boat. If they win this game, which they should, I'm looking at, there's Mike Tomlin again, just sitting there. Do. Everyone wants to say stuff about me, but here I am again, just going to kick in another winning season, and y'all can get on the Bengals bandwagon or the Browns bandwagon or whoever. I'm just going to sit here and be number one, be first place in the AFC North. And if they win today, they're first place in the North.
Yeah, but is that good enough at this point?
Well, they're not going to. It's good enough for the family.
It's for the narrative of Mike Tomlin never having a losing year, but at some point you want to achieve more than just simply, surviving and being not bad.
Right. I mean, he's got two appearances, 1 Super Bowl.
But how long ago are we talking now?
It was a ways back.
He's a great.
I'm not questioning Tomlin, but if you're a fan of the Steelers, don't you want to get to a point where you're
You do.
actually a contender.
You do, but my point would be you got one quarterback who's never really done a lot in Justin Fields and another one who's on the backside of his career. And you're sitting there in first place of the AFC North, provided you win today.
I'm putting that more on the GM not having those two play as opposed to Mike Tomlin. Mike Tomlin's just doing what he can.
Yeah, I don't know how much
what
control
he's got.
he has. I don't know who the GM is, but yes, he is doing what he can. I just know if you're a Steeler fan, the ceiling for your team being a wild card round team has got to. You got to get a little sick of that.
They went with the first round quarterback a couple of years ago. That was a bust. Now they go out and get an aging veteran and a wild card in Justin Fields. That's not.
This
can't.
is not about
Tomlin's got them in first place.
This ain't about Tomlin. This is about the Steelers as a whole and what Steeler fans are looking at and saying, okay, great, we keep.
But I was making it about Tomlin.
Okay.
It kind of like I was making it about the Steelers organization, which almost is synonymous with Tomlin now. He's been there so long. Yeah. And I just sit there and just think, man, there they are, just like it's just like the nuclear cockroaches of football. You just can't get rid of them. They're just there again. Every year they're there again.
Yep. All right, we got a break. We got News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about HR&P. I'm talking about the great people over there. Another fine Coug, great Coug. Mike Holly played the game there. A nice win on Saturday for you and your guys, Mike. How about a nice win for your business? A nice win is when you save money. Your bottom line, your bottom line is lower, or your bottom line is higher, actually, because your expenses are lower. I don't know how much you are paying to do your payroll now. I don't know what you're paying for your HR. I don't know what you're paying for someone to come in and do your taxes, because HR&P handles all of that stuff. One fell swoop, customized perfectly for your business, not cookie cutter. It's different. Everybody's business is different. Let them, even if you're with an admin company right now, okay, and they're doing all of your payroll and your HR, and they're doing your benefits packages as well, just find out. HR&P will tell you, hey, man, here's how we can do it. Here's how we would do it and save you money. If you got to cut costs, instead of cutting people, how about cut the cost of the payroll? How about cut the cost of the HR? How about doing a better benefits packages for your people instead of the ones that the admin company gives you? This is what HR&P is here for. Find out for yourself. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. Apparently, American Airlines now has new technology at 3 airports in which they are shaming people who cut in line. There is audibly gets shamed if you cut in line trying to get on the plane faster than you should be getting on the plane. Do you feel like you should be called an a-hole?
Wait, you mean if you're not in your boarding? Like, what do you mean if you're not in your boarding group?
If you're trying to board out of order.
Yeah, but I'm not a fan of all that. I can just go on a red light. I don't have to stop at a stop sign. Motorcycle driver. When did motorcycle drivers I didn't realize they had a separate set of rules than us, John. I didn't know that they didn't have to stop at stoplights ever.
You know what's a real rule is get to know somebody that's like the number and United. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 boarding group. If you know somebody that's in one, you can go on with them.
Well, you're supposed to be a family member.
Yeah,
that's
you're supposed to be, but it's been done before. Where no, we're traveling together.
Who did it?
You can say this is my significant.
How do you
other.
know that?
Because Justin and Martin were both on one
rule
and
breakers.
I boarded with them.
You're a rule breaker. You're the same guy that doesn't stop at stop signs and stoplights.
Wait, you told the person at the gate that you were their significant other, so you're in a throuple? Is that what you told them?
No,
was it a double banger?
We didn't do that, but we didn't have to.
Did you?
If it had come to that, I definitely would have said that. Yeah.
Did you guys do the Eiffel Tower thing and go?
Eiffel Tower.
We're together. What do you mean?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
And so if this were United or if this were American, you would have gotten shamed.
I would have gotten shamed by although they can overrule it if you're traveling with somebody. But like if you put it down on the thing and it goes boop boop, it can go, hey, a-hole, get in the back of the line.
I don't like those cheaters. I see them all the time.
Hey, this month, 2 states in India announced plans to impose hefty fines and imprisonment for contaminating food with spit, urine, and dirt.
Oh.
Do you feel like we need a law to imprison people who spit or pee in your food?
Yeah.
I feel like that too.
There's a guy who went to jail for doing worse than that
this long?
In a donut batter and
apparently there are a bunch of videos which are out there that have sparked outrage of people peeing on food and then serving it.
Yeah,
I just feel like we should have had this law a long time ago. I don't know. There is a Japanese village that there's fewer than 60 villagers now live in Ichinono, Japan. So what they've done, instead of having young people on swings, they've got mannequins. Dell, is it better to have a kid or a mannequin in your town?
Well, you don't have to feed one or emotionally be attached to
It's
one.
really creepy to have mannequins on a swing, though.
It's weird, but
it is creepy.
It costs less for the
Sounds like
mannequins.
something from a horror movie.
Yeah.
Do you have to feed that mannequin?
No, you don't have to feed the mannequin.
Do you have to pretend that you love them even when you hate them at the moment?
No, you don't.
All right, so go with the mannequins. Creepy.
Pretend that you love them?
Even when you don't at the moment. Temporarily.
You should never have kids.
Yeah, obviously. Temporarily, you may hate that kid, but you can't make it obvious. You have to pretend, oh, I love you, when really you want that kid to leave you alone. So take the mannequin. By the way, kids can be creepy too, so you can't just rule that
out. Apparently, German police busted a pizzeria in the western city of Dusseldorf that also delivered a side order of cocaine when customers asked for item number 40 on the menu. That was one of our best-selling pizzas.
Garlic butter? A side of garlic butter or cocaine? Maybe both.
What if I wanted number 40, but I really wanted the food and not cocaine?
You have to put that on the website. You have to put no cocaine on there.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was actually 268,000 pounds for that number 40.
Well,
so nobody was getting it other than
who needed it.
Other than cocaine
What a
addicts.
sneaky way to sell coke.
How about that? Order number 40. Yeah, can I get number 40? Oh, apparently the Diddy hotline opened up, and in 2,400 hours, the Diddy victim hotline opened up, and in under 24 hours, they had 12,000 calls.
Okay, I'm going to be honest. I think Diddy's probably not a great person. I think he's going to end up being found guilty of some horrific stuff. I'm not sure all of those calls were legitimate calls.
12,000. Diddy was busy.
Well,
I think Tony Busby's going to have to really sift through a lot of stuff.
Yeah. A new study says do-gooders are seen as more good-looking because society expects good-looking people to do good. Do you feel like if you do something good that you're good-looking?
Well, you determine that by once they get in the courtroom, right? Are you a bad?
Yeah.
Are you a do-good or a bad person, depending on what you look like? That's what you do.
That's what I do. Yeah, I absolutely think.
Yeah,
well,
good-looking people
no.
have been given
See, I forgive. I don't feel like no. If you're doing good and you're an ugly person, you can't. Sorry,
You're
we
less
can't change
forgiving?
that. Yeah, but no, I think I'm the opposite. Actually, I've got to judge you on. I don't care what you do.
As
if
long
you're
as
good
you're
looking,
looking.
you're good looking, and you're innocent.
I think that if you are good looking, that's a privilege that you have, and with that comes certain responsibilities. Like you need to be better. You need to uplift other
Like
people.
there's Superman. Superman has all these powers.
Yeah, you need to help other people.
What if Superman was an evil a-hole?
The uglies cannot be expected to do
but
all the heavy lifting. The good-looking people are going to have to pull their weight, and most of them, at least that I've seen on Instagram, are atrocious people, and a lot of those are the women.
Are the who?
The ones who are the Instagram influencers who are so mean to people.
What did you call them? What gender are they?
I said the women, the female Instagram influencers who act nasty to people.
Are you though?
Well, I'm just making an observation, Bill.
Well, yeah, but that's you're calling out an entire gender.
Well, no.
Are you though?
Gender of influencers? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, that's a subset.
Not an entire gender of people, just Yeah, just a subset
of women are evil people.
Well, a subset.
So
of
if you're an
influencers.
influencer and you're good looking, you're evil.
Well, don't be evil. Maybe do nice things. That's what I'm saying.
Would you say it's 70-30 evil to good? What do you think the percentage
more like 64-36.
Oh, 64% women who are influencers are evil.
I think they're not probably nice. Like they would be nasty to any of us. They would say nasty things to us.
Okay.
And
I
not
can
like
see that.
ooh, nasty things. Like
well, they're
really
better
like
than
they
us.
would
though.
be. They would act ugly to us.
Yeah, but they're better than us. That's why.
Are they? Why are they better than us?
That's what I'm saying.
Well,
See,
because
that's
they're
where
good looking.
then do something good. Then, if you're better than us, then do something good.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Or be an a-hole. You could do that too.
Well, John doesn't care as long as
it's easier that way.
John doesn't care what the person's character is. We know that.
No, that doesn't matter.
Hey, what do you look like?
What? That's all. That's all that's important. And all that's important is that you have a great rest of your day. The Del V2 show, along with Mapesy, is next right here on ESPN.
Mapesy? You like that one, Sean? Mapesy?
Mapesy, yeah.
He doesn't. He says it's very hockey-like of you to.
It is. You are. Or Milo-like. He's Mapesy. So there you have it. I want to leave. Before I leave you, I want to tell you about Game Day Men's Health. I really like Game Day Men's Health. I've changed over. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while now. But I've changed over to Game Day. It's just better. It is just better. When you have the lab right there, trust me, if you've been going and getting testosterone replacement, you know about the labs that you do it and they send it away. And then the next week you come in and they can tell you what's going on with that. Well, at Game Day, they can tell you right there in 15 minutes because they got the lab right there. They test your blood and they tell you what's going on. Hey, 40% of men by the age of 45 need testosterone replacement, okay? It is, you're going to have low T. 1 in 4 have low men over 30. 1 in 4, a quarter of you. 52% of all men are going to struggle with erectile dysfunction. So if you're somebody that needs testosterone replacement, try Game Day. It's just different. They've got a permanent solution for ED. They can mail you your testosterone replacement as opposed to the other guys where you have to go every week. You pay one flat fee at the beginning of the month, boom, done. It's different. It's better. I'm a client now. I really like what Game Day has done for me and what they'll do for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome to the show. And we are back after a Texans win. A win that I think for some is unsatisfying. We ended the show last week discussing how he thought this game would go, I think. And Sean said they wouldn't cover, I believe. I don't want to misappropriate a quote to him, but I think he said that they would not cover.
I definitely picked against them in the Gallant George picks thing.
I think we talked about it too. I said they would cover. I think you said they would win, but not cover. And
yeah, I did. I said that they would win by a field goal.
Yeah, and that's what happened.
Boom.
So,
Texans football, baby.
Yes, we play down to the competition, except maybe we should stop saying that, because if you keep doing that, maybe that's just who you are. Maybe that's just who you are. The thought is they're good enough to be a real contender, but if you continue to look like they have against non-contenders, maybe they should fit in that tier 2, where you question whether some of our thoughts about them going into the year were wrong. And it stems back to something that has been a problem and a consistent one all year. Their offensive line. So they win, and we'll get into the offensive line problems. They win this game. They beat the Colts. They now lead this division by 2, and they have the tiebreaker after beating the Colts twice. So that's the good news. And you know how a football player or a coach will approach it. Hey, every week's tough. It's week in, week out. The NFL's tough. And to win, it's a blessing, so we'll take it. We have the division lead. And we've heard those quotes from whether it be a current Texan or past Texans. They always sound the same until people who start to think about the macro view of a season as opposed to the micro go, wait a minute. But if you're supposed to be good, what happens when you play a better team? Players don't act that way, and rightfully so. You got to go out there and be physically competitive week after week. So I don't blame any player for going, hey, we went out there and won a football game. We beat this team who was trying to beat us. Coaches the same way. But for the rest of us, we have the privilege of looking at it from a bigger view, considering the expectations. And the expectations right now, the Texans are falling short of them. There are multiple reasons for it. You got injuries on your defense. You got injuries, maybe a second major injury, and maybe the major injury for a wide receiver. When it comes to Stephon Diggs, we'll find out maybe today, maybe, who knows, an hour or 2 hours, however, whenever that comes down, we'll find out more about Stephon Diggs as he left the game with a non-contact injury. We know Nico Collins has one more game. That'll be the Jets game before he can come back. And from all reports, he should be back at his first opportunity. So you've got injuries. You've got lack of performance on the offensive line. And maybe you got a quarterback who is no longer comfortable standing back there, and you would understand it. So is it time to change our evaluation of what this Texans team can be? Until they fix what now is the clear fatal flaw of the team, the offensive line, maybe we stop talking about them as a Super Bowl contender. I don't care what their record is, 6-2. Understood. The division is pretty much out of reach for anyone chasing them. It's only really the Colts, and the Colts, you beat them twice. So it would have to take a major collapse for you not to make the playoffs this year. But that was not the end product we were looking for. Oh, they make another playoff. But you heard Sean talk about them beating the Colts by 3 and that being Texans football. What else is Texans football? Texans football is winning a wild card game and then losing in the divisional round on the road. Right now, they're situated where they would be the 2 seed, so they would have 2 playoff games. And we had at home if they won the first. And we had our social team come up to everyone before the season started and go, hey, prediction for the Texans. Some people said AFC title game. Others said get to the divisional round. I hedged and said if they get 2 home playoff games, they got a real shot to get to the AFC title game. If they had to go on the road, I didn't like their chances. Right now, they are set up to have an AFC title game appearance if they won their 2 home games. I don't feel good about that second game, even if it is at home, the way this offensive line is played, because everyone's going to attack them the same way. Until that gets fixed, we know what's going to hamper any offensive output that they have. They can't protect. They can run the football. Joe Mixon was great again yesterday. A big-time touchdown run. He hasn't played enough games to maybe qualify for this. Maybe you could still hand that to C.J. Stroud. But he has been the Texans' best offensive player when he's been on the field. he has been in my mind, the clear best offensive player when he's on the field. Nico Collins can get some of that too, but he's missing time. So he falls into the same boat as Mixon, where it would probably go default to CJ Stroud because he's been around for all 7 games.
It's like the actual,
or 6 games now.
It's like the actual MVP where the quarterback is the most valuable player, but offensive player of the year might be Joe
Mixon, yes.
Or Nico Collins. Like basically whichever one of them is healthy in the particular game, that's the offensive player of the year.
Yes. And Joe Mixon, you could credit him for playing behind a bad offensive line who you can't question that they're much better run blocking than they are pass blocking. It's just been a marked difference between what can be accomplished when they turn around and hand the ball off as opposed to when CJ Stroud has to drop back to pass. It's maybe even hold your breath moments every time he's back there at this point. Kenyon Green gets benched. Juice Patterson gets hurt. Juice Patterson. Jaret Patterson.
Same.
They're all the same at this point. Juice Scruggs, Jaret Patterson. Jaret Patterson gets hurt. He is concussed, so Kenyon Green has to go back in the game. And for the immediate aftermath of his return, he was a disaster. We haven't seen CJ Stroud try to coach up his offensive line this much the last couple weeks in all his time here. Like the last couple weeks, it's been a lot of clapping. It's been a lot of come on, all that type of thing. We didn't see that a lot last year. They weren't great last year, but they were better. So I'll ask this if anyone who wants to call in, 713-780-3776. I'll ask it of Sean. Is it time we stop talking about the Texans as a contender and we start talking about them as they are? Not, well, if they put this together, if they do this, we're 8 games in. Is this going to get fixed? I'm looking at you, Strausser, or Strasser, however you say that. If it's not going to get fixed, I think we wipe the contender stuff off the board because we see them in these dogfights week after week. Now, the Packers, whatever you think of the Packers, close game. Of course, the Packers almost lost to the Jags yesterday. Close game there, too. So maybe the Packers are worse than we thought, whatever. But against the average teams in the NFL, the teams that we would not put in contender class, the Texans are scrapping and clawing to win games. Their one saving grace is they played Buffalo on a day where Josh Allen was awful. We see what Buffalo's capable of. They went into Seattle and beat the brakes off them. So we know that's a good football team. Amari Cooper, one catch aside. But I don't know if I can continue to talk about them in that contender tier if I have to throw all the caveats. Well, if this happens, then they can certainly reach their goals. Let me see it happen first. And if we're talking about Stephon Diggs being out for the year or a long stretch of time, then that even hurts the argument even more. So I'm interested in anyone's thoughts on, are we still talking about a 6-2 football team in a way that makes you believe, or are we watching a 6-2 football team and do they make you believe that they have a real shot to win on a big stage when it matters? I'm at this point saying no. I was going to say I'm not sure, but nah. I've watched enough. Right now, no. I'm just waiting for something to flip, if it can, to flip me back to, yes, this Texans team can get to a Super Bowl or get to an AFC title game.
The Texans, like, saving grace in this discussion is that you look at the rest of the AFC, and it's the Bills, or the top of the AFC. It's like the Bills, who they already beat. Obviously, the Chiefs. Like, I don't think anyone picked the Texans to beat the Chiefs before the season.
No.
Probably not doing it now. The Bills, they have the same record. Texans have the head-to-head. Probably if you play again, you wouldn't pick the Texans, but you also wouldn't have picked them when they actually played. Then you have the Steelers at 5-2. That's always surprising.
Yeah.
You wouldn't call them a contender.
Not at all.
Then you have the Broncos at 5-3.
Nope.
And then you have the Ravens at 5-3. Probably still yes, just because of how they played last year against the Texans. But this is now a team that's lost to both the Raiders and the Browns.
They still have that whole thing about we'll blow a lead. Now, the Browns game wasn't the double-digit lead in the fourth quarter, which is their normal MO. But
it was just a game
this is just a game they had no business losing, and they lost. And Kyle Hamilton had a ball right in his hands that would have ended the game. He bobbled, then dropped it, and then was it on the next play? James threw that touchdown pass.
I forgot
it was certainly on the same drive. Maybe within a play of him dropping that ball, James throws a touchdown pass to a wide open Brown. I don't remember who the guy was. It felt like the Ravens knew they were in big troubles. They had to try to keep him out of field goal range. So they blitzed. They got beat. One-on-one coverage down the field. Jameis made the play. So, yeah, the Ravens, they've dominated the Texans the last 2 times they faced them. They have a good defense, I guess, unless Jameis is playing quarterback on the other side. But those are the teams. The Bills, the Chiefs, the Ravens, and where the Texans fall in that hierarchy. I think they're 4th.
Yeah.
Even with beating the Bills, I don't think you're getting 9 out of 30 from Josh Allen again.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that, like, if there is a group of 4, like, the Texans are in it because the rest of the AFC you feel worse about than the Texans.
Yeah.
Like I mean, after the Ravens, you get to 4-3 Chargers and then the 4-4 Colts, who we just saw.
Oh, I'm not questioning that they're clearly at the top half, but I don't think that was the goal. The goal was not to be a top half of the AFC team.
No one's saying that.
Top half of the playoff picture.
Yeah,
of this AFC
no,
team.
it's just that there's 4 teams that are contenders, and the Texans are one of them.
I would say they're not a contender. They happen
Then
to
there's
be.
3 teams.
I think there are 3 teams that are contenders, and the Texans have big issues they have to fix before they are a real one.
I don't know. I feel like we just do this every week.
I don't.
They win, and we feel bad about it.
No, I feel but I hadn't come. But I haven't come
to
to the determination that they're out of it. But this is now week after week. This offensive line has not shown any improvement. So if we can count on that happening, they're not winning a big game when it matters. CJ Stroud is doing things. The touchdown pass, even to Tank, I think. I don't know how he saw Tank. If I know this isn't what he's doing, but it looked like he threw it to a spot and expected Tank to be there because of the pressure coming in on him. He had to almost hold off a guy with one arm. The pocket was collapsing on him. Makes a great throw. Tank gets a little slight shove, whatever. That's allowed. And makes a play. Yes, we question their wins every week, but I hadn't got to the point where I was like, you know what? I'm removing them from the contender tier.
So are they like the Minnesota Vikings from like 2 years ago, where every game comes down to the wire, and the Vikings? I mean, the Vikings were like 8-0 or something ridiculous.
I think the difference is no one ever believed in Kirk Cousins, who had a nice win in Tampa yesterday. I think people fully believe in the quarterback. I think what was holding the Vikings back, if you want to say that, beyond playing in these close games was, and they had to like regress to the mean, was that no one thought Kirk Cousins could get it done. Kirk Cousins, people thought, was their fatal flaw. The Texans don't have that problem at quarterback. It's the guys in front of them that are causing the issues. And of course, now injuries are piling up at wide receiver. Hope to get Nico Collins back. Of course, Stephon Diggs. We're awaiting that. We'll get into more of that game because we can talk about the Colts and what we saw. And I don't know if the Texans won or the Colts are like, hey, you want this? We'll give it to you. And the Texans tried to hand it right back with that late fumble. But we'll talk more about that game. We'll hear from Joe Mixon, who is been a pleasant surprise for me. I know there's a lot of hype on Twitter about Joe Mixon coming in. The name itself was one that people were excited about. I was not one of those, and I was clearly wrong. He has been a find for the Texans, considering what he was in Cincinnati in the latter stages of his time there. We'll hear from Will Anderson a little bit as well. He talked about getting pressure on Anthony Richardson and Kenyon Green, who was a topic of conversation for all the wrong reasons for him. He talked about his benching and coming back in the game. So some Texans sound to get to. We have giveaway too. The Cougs beat Isaac Wilson, and then the other quarterback for Utah, because even Isaac Wilson couldn't hold up against the Cougs, so they had to go to another guy. So the Cougs win. They play Kansas. Suddenly, a Kansas team who is more competitive than we thought. They nearly beat K-State on the road until their quarterback fumbled late. It was a big weekend in college football of quarterbacks doing things to screw up late, and it did cost Kansas. It could have cost SMU, and Nussmeier's screw ups were late and often, starting from the back half of the third quarter on. So a lot of college football to talk about as well. We'll have that giveaway a little bit later. And if you want to get in, once again, 713-780-3776. We're just getting started here. We'll be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Okay, Texans win. We can be positive about that. 6-2, lead the division very comfortably. Should win this division going away. They have the Jets on Thursday, a Jets team who lost to the Patriots. Jets team who is pretty much done. You had Aaron Rodgers talking about darkness at 2-6.
Charlie Murphy?
No, I don't think that was
a joke from the Chappelle Show.
Yes, for people who don't know. I don't think that was the reference, but it's a bad time, and they're not any better, and probably you could say worse than they were when Zach Wilson was their quarterback, which is saying something.
I mean, they're 2-6.
It's who they are.
It's about like blind resume. I would assume that their quarterback situation did not change.
Yeah.
Actually, weren't they like 4-3 last year at some point?
Yes,
with Zach Wilson?
I think they had a better record under Zach Wilson at one point. So they're probably not going to win as many games as they did with the Zach Wilson, Tim Boyle, Chris Streveler experience, however many guys got in last year. And the Texans get to see him. You don't want a get right. You don't want it to be their get right game, and you shouldn't be. It's a short week. You got to go on the road on a Thursday night. Find a way to scrape by. I don't care how you do it, but that's in a couple days from now.
I do. Maybe it's just the fact that they lost. I mean, they lost last year to the Jets.
Same place.
And
yeah.
like
to Zach Wilson, right? He was a quarterback.
Yeah. They weren't particularly close in that game.
No.
Like it was like an NFL blowout.
They handled that Texans offensive line. Imagine that. And CJ had got hit a couple times and suffered a concussion. He missed the next two games. So last time I said
the Jets win. Just like right now, maybe
how it's set up. It is set up for a Jets
cover
at least, and certainly it's set up for a Jets. Hey, this is our last stand. We got to find a way to win this game.
That's what it is. I mean, some of it's also just watching the Browns beat the Ravens, where I'm like, oh yeah, NFL teams before this, like NFL teams whose season is a massive disappointment. Before the lights they fully turn off on their season, there's normally one last like, but it's like a horror movie where you think you killed a monster.
Yes.
Like, oh, I thought the Browns season was dead, and then nope, they
beat the Ravens.
They
of all
killed the Baltimore Ravens.
And the Texans
they're the ones saying like, "Woo, we made it," high-fiving each other. Like they're the most. I am giving dialogue that means I will be killed.
Yes, you are giving a hint to anyone who's ever watched a movie like this before that you're about to die.
Where are we going after this?
Shh. Start talking about your
Can't wait to see my girlfriend.
Start talking about your future and how bright it is, and yeah, you're about to die. So the Texans 6-2, and they're going to a spot where we talked about this when they went up to Green Bay, because their last time traveling to an NFC North team, I said they got embarrassed. I said, hey, just don't get embarrassed. This one, I obviously don't get embarrassed, but just find a way to win. I'm not looking for style points. Like the Colts at home, you're hoping to play better. You're hoping to show that you are a contender, whatever. My thoughts aside about where they stand in the tiers, just go in there and win the game. I don't care what it looks like. Don't come back 6-3.
Yeah, just win, baby. Because if you think people are upset, I mean, they know this, but I mean, really, their only losses are blowout losses to teams that are good, or at least were playing well at the time. Vikings kind of tailed off a little bit.
Packers wasn't even a blowout.
Oh yeah, I guess it wasn't.
They were in that game.
It felt like a blowout.
They were.
We
thoroughly,
talked about it. Like
they were thoroughly outplayed.
Yeah.
But they were in it because of Packers turnovers. But sure, yeah. But that one was a close one. They had a chance to win it late.
But you want to see people really upset?
Don't losing to this Jets team.
Well, give the Jets they're right now. First Take. They're, believe it or not, First Take is talking about the Jets right now.
It's odd.
Do you think the Cowboys are upset? They're like, hey, what happened to us? Kind of talk about us more. They're talking about the Jets, and the graphic beneath a very stern-looking Damian Woody is the Aaron Rodgers era with the Jets over?
No, he'll keep playing.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not over.
He's got one more game in him, at least.
They're not going to bench him, but as
I
far
don't know.
as
who's their backup?
No idea. Is it it's Tyrod Taylor or Tyrod Taylor?
I don't know.
I mean, what does Jeff Ulbrich have? What does he owe to Aaron Rodgers? He's only the interim anyway.
Well, Aaron Rodgers would say, you're only the interim. because of
me.
Because of AR-12.
Because when I was asked about Robert Saleh, I said, take him or leave him. Like, you're not gonna blame me for him getting fired, but I didn't say he should keep his job.
I didn't say he should get fired.
But I didn't say
I did not give a defense for him to keep his job whatsoever.
Like, go. He probably told Woody Johnson, go with your gut.
Yeah, whatever feels right.
Yeah, whatever feels
Woody.
right to you. Whatever you think would help the team the most, Woody. Go ahead and do that. And obviously, it does not help the team at all. They've been just as bad before Robert Saleh got fired as they have been after. So that's the situation. You go in there, you find a way to win, and you're probably going to have to do it without Stephon Diggs. No matter the length of his injury, he ain't playing on Thursday. I'm making that assumption now.
It depends how much he cares about the team.
Or depends on the structure of his knee. The structural integrity of his knee.
Shoot it up. Get out there.
Wow. Tough guy, huh?
Limping Stephon Diggs or Steven Nelson? Or not Steven
Hutchinson?
Nelson. Stevenson.
Nah, you can't use him. He's not healthy. Hutchinson made a play.
Oh, yeah. No, that's why I'd take Hutchinson. I think I'd even take
Mechie made a play.
Mechie had a catch
and
for positive yards. He also had one for negative yards.
We have to make note. We finally got an explosive play from a wide receiver more than 30 yards, not named Nico Collins. Stephon Diggs had that 49-yarder. And then, what is that, his knee popping?
No, that's popping champagne.
Oh. I mean, it was a kind of a broken play. The Colts dropped coverage. It wasn't just his bomb down the field, but he was alone on the sideline, run after the catch, 49 yards. So we did get our explosive play from someone else. John Mechie had a 28-yard catch. As we mentioned, he made a play.
It would be very funny if that was like the other one didn't happen. Their longest was still 28.
Yeah, it was Mechie.
And just fell short of this arbitrary number we threw out.
Yeah, Mechie had 2 other catches for 1 yard total. So, yeah. Okay. But hey, he may be counted on more along with Hutchinson if that's Diggs' injury looked as bad as it looked.
Trade for Cooper Kupp?
I've seen a lot of people, not necessarily Kupp, but tell the Texans to go trade for someone. Get a guard in here or something people are asking for. It wasn't a great afternoon into the night for the Diggs family.
No, they probably had better.
Yeah. When they're both.
Although the Trevon Diggs one, like, it's a bad look, but
I mean,
at least he can walk.
Well, that's true. They also lost another game to the 49ers, and yes, he went out there and challenged a reporter over a tweet. We'll play that later. It was part of our ship talk segment in the first show. But I do want to get to this before we go. We mentioned the Texans offensive line quite a bit. Who was at the forefront of the criticism? The man who got benched, Kenyon Green. He was benched. Patterson got hurt. Kenyon Green came back in the game, and he finished the game. He did not play well at all. The Texans let him know. I think the CBS sideline reporter, A.J. Ross, said she saw Gerard Johnson, the Texans quarterback coach, getting after Kenyon Green. So we know that they see it as a problem, and they benched him for it until they were forced to put him back in the game. Here's Kenyon Green on his performance and his benching.
I wasn't playing well, so they had to make changes, and they made those changes, and I got my opportunity to go back out there, and went out there and then fought, did what I needed to do to get the win for my team.
So what goes through your mind through that, trying to fix it in game? What's that process like?
Just talking to myself, trying to make sure I'm still there, just still focus on what's that task, that drive, trying to score, trying to win the game.
How do you feel like you guys played as a unit today?
I mean, it was okay. We feel like we definitely be better, especially on my end. So.
Saw Bonnie have a conversation with you after the extra point before you went back in there. What was the kind of message from that conversation?
Just telling me, just keep being me, just keep getting better, just keep fighting. So.
And depending on the length of the recovery for Jared Patterson from his concussion, Kenyon Green's going to be in there for the foreseeable future. He certainly will play. In all likelihood, Thursday's a starter. We'll see where Kendrick Green lands. He is another option, but Kenyon Green struggled. The stunts, the game, still an issue for him, and it got really bad. Now, we heard about Texans and their changes. At least we heard from D'Amico Ryans that anything was on the table as far as changes. Well, the one change they did make was the Kenyon Green after putting him in the starting lineup, which begs the question: what could he have done between Sunday and Sunday to give you comfort that he should still be out there when we all saw him as a weak link? He did just come off having the worst grade of all the linemen. I'm like, we're going to throw him back out there again.
And don't worry about that worst grade. He defended his title.
Oh, I'm glad he's a repeat.
That.
He's a repeat champ.
Yeah,
that's good to
back
see.
To back. Dude, they should give out like a big wrestling belt, like they do, like the Astros did for like whatever pitcher of the game.
I don't think that would go over well for the linemen being acknowledged for how bad they've been.
PFF, worst of the game.
It doesn't feel like it's not that scepter that you get for angry runs. It'll feel a little different.
Just falling out of his locker.
Yeah. And Andrew Whitworth decided to get in and have a bit where he goes, worst offensive lineman of the week goes to Kenyon Green for a second week in a row. We're all looking for positivity. At least those guys are. The bit goes better if you're being positive. But yeah, second straight week of him being terrible, and it almost haunted the Texans. Well, to be fair, it haunted C.J. Stroud all game long, but at least they found a way to win.
I will say C.J. Stroud much better, and he wasn't like bad under. Actually, he was pretty bad under pressure against the Packers. He was making some throws where you're like, this is not sustainable.
No,
how much he's under pressure.
Yes,
but I liked what I saw from Stroud under pressure.
Yeah, we'll have.
He was at least moving the ball.
We'll have some pressure numbers. They're not great as far as pressures given up and what CJ faced. Jerry, I see you. You want to talk about the game? We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to talk about the Texans game or something else? Because we will get to other things. The Rockets had an interesting weekend. By interesting, I mean had a nice comeback in both games, found a way to win one and to lose one. And there's a report that they could be on a superstar if a superstar gets put on the market. So we'll talk about that. We'll get to college football as well. Sean's Longhorns went into Vanderbilt and escaped. Didn't let Diego Pavia get you. Just take that, Alabama. And obviously enough college football to go around beyond the Longhorns to get to as well. So Jerry, anyone else, we'll take your calls when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Jerry called in. Jerry's been holding for a little bit. He wants to talk about the Texans game. What's up, Jerry?
Good morning, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, cool. Hey, I just want to give a props. So for the first time, I feel like he's been here for 10 years. Eric Murray, the guy played a very good game. Like, I did not expect him to play, especially that well in the first half. So I got to give props to him. I know it's a short week, but you would think Caserio is just working the phones nonstop, right? One, I hate that Cleveland won because I like football, so I'm out here watching O-line work from the Browns. You got to snag at least, Wyatt Teller or Bitonio. I mean, just throw a second-round pick at them or something. You got to get a guy because Kenyon Green, he got benched. He got benched. It's time to move on from him. And when it comes to receivers, I mean, you would think he would kick the tires on like Hunter Renfrow or Michael Thomas because I don't think Diggs is playing, not even the following week when we play the Lions. So I'll hang up and listen.
Appreciate it, Jerry. Yeah, Eric Murray, particularly early in that game, made a number of plays on the ball. 3 pass defense. Him and Kamari Lassiter led the team with 3. Texans got their hands on a lot of footballs early, coupled with Anthony Richardson and his general inaccuracy. It led to a 10 for 32 day with 5 sacks and 1 tap of the helmet, which got people very, very upset. And we'll get to everything else you said, Jerry, about the potential trades and stuff like that. But I've never seen a quarterback tap their head and say, I need out. But some of the conversations about, like, because it was Damian Woody, Rex Ryan, and then Dan Orlovsky were talking about it, the clips on the internet. And Woody's like, I'm busting my ass for you. And you're going to tap your helmet? There's some context because that was 2 consecutive plays of him running for his life. Now, maybe you don't tap your helmet because maybe you don't want to make that the thing that you're known for, since we've never seen a quarterback ask out like that. We see a receiver do it. We'll see a linebacker look over and go, I'm gassed.
Running
corner,
backs.
all guys who run a lot. We'll see that. And Dan Orlovsky said quarterbacks, they play the position with the least amount of exertion. Well, certainly the way Dan Orlovsky played, certainly, yes. But for the most part, quarterbacks don't exert a lot. Even the likes of Anthony Richardson, who's running around, the Michael Vicks of the world, the Josh Allens of the world, those guys ran around all the time, and not one of them tapped their helmet, at least that I remember, asking out of a game. But how many of them are shrugging off 320-pound defensive tackles like Richardson did on the play to Foley Fatukasi? He was like, get off me. And then he scrambled some more, and he was dead tired. Because the play before, I think he scrambled, either it led to a holding call or a sack. There was a penalty because they were in a long distance situation. I'll look up the play. So it was 2 consecutive plays where he was running for his life. But yes, you don't tap your helmet. Fake a hamstring or something if you're tired. Pull an Ole Miss thing, but you're actually hurt, kind of, and say, hey, I can't go on and get off the field.
Look over to Jonathan
And
Taylor.
just go down. Yeah, somebody has to go down. So you get a timeout.
Jackson Dart would have done that.
Well, definitely.
It's like Jackson Dart. I'm starting Jackson Dart over Anthony Richardson. No, yeah. I mean, it's pretty unanimous with all the former players. Like on Twitter, they're like, I've literally never seen this before.
No one has. No one has seen that on the NFL level. I'm sure it's popped up on the college level or high school level at some point.
Yeah. Sure.
But on the NFL level, no one can recall that happening. And I saw him tap his helmet. It's like, huh. I almost didn't react. It's like, okay, he's running around. He's exhausted. But then I realized, oh, yeah, he's a quarterback. He can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. Quarterbacks aren't allowed.
It didn't even cross my mind that he was asking you out. I was just like, he's tapping his helmet. I was thinking it was something with the play call or something, or it was like a hey. And I honestly think Anthony Richardson would have been okay if he just would have been like, hey, no design. And I don't think they're in a down and distance where a design run would be coming up. But you never know with Shane Steichen.
It was 3rd and 23. You mean the play where he
no, just the third down play.
Yeah, it was 3rd and 23, 3rd and goal from the 23-yard line. He could have run a quarterback or halfback draw. That would have been understandable. It's what they did.
I'm in a quarterback run play where it's like, hey, I cannot run. Like whatever we're doing, give me a play off.
Yeah, then you can't have him drop back the pass because they weren't able to protect him. So he was probably going to have to run if the goal was to throw it into the end zone. Now, if it's just a check down, then maybe he wouldn't have had to.
Or something.
Yeah, so they ran the ball. So the problem for him is he could have just stood there and handed the ball off and it wouldn't have mattered. But instead, he taps his helmet, comes out of the game, and now
they're talking about him on
NFL. Well, to be honest, it's better than talking about his actual game.
I was gonna say this is nationally, this seems like the only thing people are talking about.
Not the 10 for 32, whatever it was.
There's a little bit of that. There's definitely no like Texans. Huh? Another close game.
Well, I did see Dan Orlovsky because they have they make their statements about the weekend, and he said, "I love the Texans, but their O-line stinks." So
that's fair.
So they are mentioning that the fact that this O-line is a big detriment to what they can possibly be.
Me too, Dan. Me too.
Yes. Anyone who has any interest in watching this team play knows this team is being held back by that offensive line. And is there a foreseeable fix? Well, we heard from Jerry, and we'll certainly go to break here. We're way late. He talked about trades. I don't know if the Browns are interested in just trading good offensive linemen just because they're out of the mix. That particularly starters. Like if they have a backup that they can send somewhere that's a pretty good player, sure. But I don't remember just a lot of teams, bad or not, just shipping off good offensive linemen just because their team is awful. I think that's more of a pipe dream than anything else. Like, what are the Browns going to do? You're going to trade guys you have under contract while you have to deal with Sean Watson's contract for what? So you can play younger players, I guess, draft guys to replace guys who are already really good. I would say look to the depth charts of teams. Maybe there's a guy available who's played a long time in the NFL. He's just in a numbers crunch because either they drafted a younger player or they brought a guy in the offseason who is better.
Titus Howard.
Well, I don't think they're trading. They can't trade away their guy.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, they did draft someone.
Yes, that's true. It's true, but I don't think Jerry's looking to lessen the offensive line even more.
Yeah.
So I get the Batonio Teller thing. I just don't think you're getting starters from another team, no matter how bad the Browns are.
And in-season NFL trades are already pretty rare if it's not basically for like an edge rusher or a receiver.
Yeah.
But as far as like offensive line trades in season, like
I don't remember the last one of any consequence.
I don't know if those ever happen. Even like in the offseason, now they think about
it. You guys are
not super common.
You guys are watching this league. How many great offensive lines are there? Like
that too. Like who's a bad team dealing from a position of strength
where
offensive line?
Where they have two guys who could be starting for 15 teams. They just can't get on the field. That doesn't happen.
The Panthers. Panthers signed Robert Hunt, and I think they had another.
Yeah, they signed those guys.
They signed like two high-priced guys.
Yeah, but that offensive line isn't good. So why
Robert Hunt's like, no,
you want to pay $100+ million? You want to pay the rest of $100+ million contract for a guard? That's anyone want to do that for just an above?
Let me rewatch the Kenyon Green tape so I can say yes.
Yes, watching ISO reps with Kenyon Green makes you want to pay.
Maybe.
Makes you want to make that trade and then pay the cost for it as well.
Right now, no, but let me get back to you.
Ask CJ what he'd like, I guess. Robert Hunt.
Let's not open that can of worms. I'm asking. I know, like, what in 5 years that's where we're gonna be. Does CJ Stroud want this guy?
Well, they already did it with Tank Dell.
That is true. I hope that's not true, but I kind of think it is.
Cade Stover, another one of his guys.
Well, you know what? If this means they're gonna draft a whole bunch of Ohio State offensive skill players, I'm actually okay with that. Yeah. No offensive lineman, please. But I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
or quarterback.
Yeah, this Ohio State offensive line, not good at all. They nearly cost themselves a game against Nebraska. What's Ibuka doing? He want to come to Houston? They're probably going to need a wide receiver, particularly if Stephon Diggs is out for the rest of the year. He's probably not getting a deal from the Texans.
You could have been in the draft last year, Ibuka. Come on up.
Yeah,
you're ready.
We'll see.
Calling you up from the minors.
We'll see. All right, we'll wrap this segment up here. We'll come back. We will get into more Texans sound. We'll hear from Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon talked about what this Texans team can be. He disagrees with me, and that's understandable. He has a different view of what his team is capable of. and we'll certainly get into what happened in college football as we kind of dipped our toe in that, and a clip like a string of clips from a game that really has no importance to anyone, but the background made it catch my eye. We'll get to that in the second hour. We will be back. Welcome to hour 2 of the show. We'll get to the Joe Mixon sound here shortly, but Eric wants to call in. Eric is on a campaign to put expectations on the season I have really no expectations for, and not the Texans. We talked about that in the first hour, but a team close to my heart he wants to talk about some more. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Joe, all the way Olaleye. Yeah, Miami Hurricanes. If they play this Texas home, if the Miami Hurricanes play the Texas Longhorns today, he would win. Who do you think would win?
I think Sarkisian would exploit that Miami defense. I think we're looking at a shootout. But at this point, I think Texas, their strength on defense is better than Miami's strength on offense in who they have to go against. So I would take Texas to win that game. It would be close though. I don't have a real feeling on it. Go ahead.
I think Miami will win 42-37. I think Miami has a better quarterback in Cam Ward.
I like Cam Ward's a better quarterback.
Yes,
but
I agree.
That one could be a deciding factor. I just don't trust Miami's defense. They're actually a really good third down team. They just give up too many explosive plays for my liking.
On first and second.
Yeah, that's the problem. And even like some offenses or some teams like to go on fourth down, and that's been a bit of a problem too. But I think Texas as a whole is better. But on a given day, if we're getting the Texas we've seen the last 2 weeks, Miami wins that game. But that doesn't mean we would get that Texas. We could get a great version of the Texas, and I think they would win. But go ahead.
So when Miami finally beats Clemson this year, we finally have faith in them that they might win the national championship.
Well, they beat Clemson last year in a game no one remembers because it was bad Clemson versus bad Miami. Clemson went on to have a better year. If they beat Clemson, that'd be a clear sign that this program is taking a step. But as far as a national title, that's so far beyond what I could even imagine.
They would be like the 3 seed in the conference,
but you would still
playoff.
You would have to win 3 games. You would have a bye. You would play a quarterfinal someplace, and then depending on how things shook out, you could play a semifinal in the Orange Bowl, which would be your home stadium. So you'd have a nice path.
And what sucks is like as of right now, you would have to play because I'm thinking like, okay, so you try to play. I mean, this is all gonna sound crazy because these are literally the 5 best teams in the country. But you're like, okay, hopefully we play Ohio State and Oregon and Georgia on the other side of the bracket.
Sure.
We don't have to play them. But I just said, hopefully we play Ohio State.
Well, Ohio State has.
Hopefully we play Penn
Ohio
State.
State has well, that's true.
Penn State.
Ohio State has the same issue that the Texans do. They have a bad offensive line, and it hampers what they can do offensively. Now, Will Howard's not C.J. Stroud, the relatively NFL to college. He's not that type of quarterback on the college level. But Ohio State feels gettable because they can't block anyone. So that might help. But yes, I don't think about this, Eric. I appreciate the call. I appreciate you talking about college football. I love talking about it. But as far as I'm concerned about that team, Miami, taking it as it comes. You're 8-0. You're probably, if you don't lose to Duke at home, you're probably going to be 4th in the country because Penn State and Ohio State play each other. So you're probably going to rise up to 4 and be 9-0, and you go from there. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not, hey, week by week, I'm not a coach or a player. I don't have to think that way. I just can't conceive of a team that hasn't been really relevant since 2017, and even that team's kind of fake, being in a title conversation, a real one, until I see it. So I'm glad it's a thing. I'm glad you could dominate your rival and not be bothered by them at all. The only reason they scored their touchdown that wasn't in garbage time because they ran a sneak on 4th and 1 from their own side of the field. He bobbled the snap and it threw everyone off. So he broke for 60 yards or 45, whatever. Yeah, 40, another one of those off a quarterback sneak.
What are you doing, Guidry? Can't
even stop anyone on sneaks. You're giving up explosive plays. So it was a nice defensive performance. They ran the ball down Florida State's throat. As bad as Florida State is offensively, they still have some guys on defense. I think Miami beat them by scored the most offensive points, more offensive points than anyone had against them. So that's nice. And be able to do it with 200+ yards and Cam Ward not having a great day, running the ball for 200+ yards. Cool. But as far as the team as a whole, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. And with the comparison against Texas, I agree with you that, I don't know, that'd be a close game. But breaking news, if 5 and 6 played,
it'd be pretty close. Yes.
But there is a lot of with how Texas is playing right now, Miami needed close games to beat Louisville, who's all right, Virginia Tech,
Who's
and
playing
what was the
better?
other one?
Cal finally won an ACC game.
Forgot about ACC Cal.
Yeah.
I was racking my brain of all the ACC teams. Didn't even think of Cal. But so that's what we're talking. Where hey, all these top teams. I mean, even Ohio State this week. You're gonna play a close one with a team that you're not as good as. No one's just gonna buzz through the entire season.
Not in this world, not this college football world. You're going to have games.
Georgia won by 1 against Kentucky.
Yeah, no, Kentucky didn't have an all-time awful quarterback performance. They're going to win that game.
All of the name an impressive team. They have a bad, either a bad win or a bad loss.
Oregon against Idaho. Now that could have been a case of we're not going to show anything because we got bigger games. But you're Oregon. You shouldn't have to show anything against Idaho. It
shouldn't be a 7-point game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. So, like Sean said, name them, and it exists. Except for Indiana, who gets challenged by no one.
That's true, and that's why Indiana in my poll number 1.
All right,
number 1 by their
in
name.
the Mapes poll, Indiana the number 1 team in the country.
And it's just, can I make a case of why you stink by choosing one game, being close one?
And if they're a team who has never trailed in a game, then
no close games.
No close games. Indiana would be there.
Last week might have been the closest game they played.
31-17, the final with their backup quarterback, and it was the first time since 2015 Washington had lost 2 games in a row by 10 points or more. So
wow,
that Washington program's been pretty good through different coaching changes. Just played a lot of close games. No matter who was at the head of it. Now it's Jed Fish after Kalen McClure.
No, 2015 is not Steve Sarkisian. Never mind.
No,
he was at USC by then. I was about to say, wait,
Chris Peterson.
Bum.
Yeah,
stay on the Fox set.
Hey, he got to a playoff. He's got to as many playoff appearances as Sarkisian has.
Yeah. That's not praise.
But he did it at Washington.
Yeah.
Not at Texas.
But back-to-back losses by 10.
He had to bring back Washington from Sarkisian's time there to rebuild the program.
Take it out of the ditch.
Yeah, imagine USC so desperate now that they're making great hires now. So desperate.
Yeah, right. Wait, let me try to imagine USC being so desperate to hire an offensive coach that it doesn't work out.
They hired their former OC who hadn't done a great job at Washington to come save the program, and he didn't do that because he had issues beyond football that he had to overcome, and appears Steve Sarkisian has, and his Longhorns get a big win in Nashville by 3. The Texas people showed up. We asked this question last week.
Yeah, I probably underestimated.
Yeah, a lot of people. There was one section on the Texas side that had some Vanderbilt people in it.
Yeah.
But the rest of it,
I think that was the student section. I think it was literally
the student.
all of Texas fans and then the student section.
Also weird that they would put them on the road team side, particularly when they understand that road teams generally dominate their side.
Yeah,
at Nashville.
That's the part.
If you knew that no matter who was going to show up there, you guys are going to have a lot of Vandy fans there. I understand putting the students over there, but when it's like Texas for 80% of that side of the building, and then you throw in a swath of Vandy students, it seems like a weird placement. But hey, maybe that'll change as Vandy. That won't change. Never mind. I was going to pretend like Vandy.
Oh, they're getting renovation.
No, I know that. I was going to pretend like Vandy was going to get giant crowds that would change that. We'll see. I don't think that's happening.
Wow. Don't believe in Diego Papia. By the way, back in my day, in the SEC, going on the road, getting a ranked win, you don't move down. What happened? What happened to this conference I was told so much about?
When you're a 17-point favorite, don't win by 3. That's what happened. And you're not SEC. You're Texas.
Oh, I like that.
I've said that before.
I like that.
I'm not going, you're not SEC because you're like Vandy, past Vandy teams. You're not SEC because you're Texas. You're a separate brand. Oklahoma, they're not SEC for multiple reasons, but they're Oklahoma first, and then they happen to play in the SEC, just like Texas is SEC.
They have a
first.
scheduling agreement.
Yeah,
with the SEC.
That's kind of what it is. You are Oklahoma, who plays in the SEC. You're Texas, who plays in the SEC. Other schools, A&M, you're SEC. The A&M brand ain't stronger than the SEC. The Texas brand, the Oklahoma brand, is stronger than the SEC in my eyes.
Cal, you're not an ACC team.
That's because no one remembers.
The brand is too big.
No, that's because no one remembers what conference you're in. There's a difference. Same to SMU and Stanford. SMU got a big win. And the subplot to that is, I mentioned quarterbacks fumbling footballs away in the first segment and putting their team in jeopardy. Jalen Daniels did that with Kansas. What's his name? Jennings did that with SMU. It looked like, for all intents and purposes, Duke was going to find a way to win another game and get to like 7-1 in Manny Diaz's first year. It's like a chip shot field goal. Duke's going to be undefeated in ACC, and Manny's going to see his former team next week in a big ACC matchup. They play Miami at noon, well, Eastern time, 11 o'clock here. Instead, what SMU does is block the kick. You know who blocked the kick, Sean? Jafari Harvey. You know who that is? You probably don't. But Manny does. He's one of Manny's former recruits. Actually, former players at Miami. Because Rhett Lashley is the OC or the head coach at SMU. He's the former OC at Miami under Manny Diaz. He pulled a lot of Miami players to SMU. Just so happens the guy who ended that game, well, not ended the game, went into overtime, but who prevented Duke from winning that game was one of Manny's former players.
I mean, you know this, but let me just ask the question. Do you know the turnover margin for that game?
I don't know. I didn't look at. SMU turned the ball over like 6 times, right?
6-0.
It was like 3 per half, I think. Whatever the number is, it's just 6. It was 6-0.
Not plus 6. 6-0.
6-0. Duke didn't turn the ball over once. SMU did it 6 times, and
a full McCord, and they still won. Actually, that might be a Baker's McCord.
Yeah, because I think McCord only got.
I think
5
it was only
picks.
5. Maybe there's a fumble.
Yeah, who knows? But yeah, 6-0, and SMU was still in it. They blocked the kick, go to overtime. Duke scores. No, SMU scores on their first possession. Duke scores maybe on the first play, was it? And then they go for 2.
It was early, and then
they went for 2. Didn't get it. Could have been pass interference. Didn't call it.
ACC refs knowing where their money's made
with SMU. Maybe
with not Duke, I think.
Yeah, not Duke football. Sure.
They're like, do you know how bad of a look it is for a conference that if Duke is undefeated, it's better than if SMU is undefeated.
SMU being undefeated in conference and only lost to what is BYU in the top 10 now? A highly
undefeated Big 12
undefeated Big 12 team is much better and staying ranked than Duke meandering their way into the top 25.
We can't have, yeah.
Unless you want to sell Duke Miami top 25 matchup, you could do that.
No.
Of course, it would still be at noon, as opposed to in a different window.
Do you think that was just locked in at the start of the season? And normally they like can flex it. What, 2 weeks out?
I think there's a 6-day thing that they can do. They can put a 6-day thing on it.
Do you think that one they're like, nope, this one ACC Network I know it's probably not on ACC Network, but ACC Network at noon. That's where we're throwing Duke Miami, and then now they're like, wait, what?
I think that game was always probably going to be at noon. The fact that Miami's good and Duke's not awful makes it not an ACC game. Network game.
Yeah.
But if those scenarios had changed, I think we're looking at
one of them's 4-3,
maybe a CW game. Who knows? Could have been a CW.
Has Miami
game.
played on the CW?
Nah, the record's too good. They can't put them. ESPN's not having that.
Come on, Mario. Drop a couple.
Well, he tried.
F around and drop a couple.
He tried. And then
come on, Cam Ward.
and then the Duke game would have been on the CW if they had dropped a couple, which they did not.
Gosh. I need to see promos for Smallville, and then
I'm not looking for that. I'm not looking for that in this year. When whoever they have at quarterback next year, that kid from Albany that they brought in,
Poffenberger,
or
whatever,
or maybe it's Emory Williams, whoever. Next year, one of those guys, put on the CW. But this is the year. Yeah. They're all in on this year. We'll see how it finishes out. What else happened since we're talking about that? We had Alabama convincing over Missouri, LSU
not convincing.
Not convincing.
Well, convincing against Connor Wegman.
And I said it. We talked about it on Friday.
Against Marcel Reed.
On Friday, we talked about I don't trust Connor Wegman. I was taking LSU in that game because I didn't trust Connor Wegman.
We were both right.
Yes.
We were both
despite
right
that
Connor
score
Wegman.
and Texas A&M winning, we were right. And then they said, you know what? We don't trust them either. So we're going to put Marcel Reed in the game. LSU hadn't practiced against his own Reed ever, apparently under Blake Baker. And Marcel Reed, the quarterback who had lit a spark under A&M early in the year, comes in and they score in like 5 straight possessions, whatever it is.
I
Nussmeier kept throwing picks
before their final drive, where they kind of were setting up for a field goal to go up 15. Right? Was that the winning margin? It might have been more.
38-23, maybe.
when they're setting up before that drive, in the Marcel Reed drives, they're averaging 13.5 yards per play. They're just getting chunk yardage every single time Marcel Reed snapped the ball. And yeah, us and Blake Baker just were all over Connor Wegman. And then wait, who's this guy?
Wait a minute.
What?
You can pretend to hand the ball to the running back and then run yourself as a quarterback. What's that about?
That's trickery.
Hey, I thought we were under Pro Bowl rules. What are we doing?
Yeah, we're not running stunts. You can't run deception.
We haven't talked about the other thing that happened that game. Nussmeier completely losing it in the second half.
Yeah, how's the driver of the Nuss bus?
Lance
Lance
Zierlein.
Zierlein, yeah.
He said this is what Nuss is. He can make some throws, and then he does what he does in that second half. In fact, there's a clip, Sean, under Ship Talk that I played that we can play before, just to kind of put a cap on this. It was the Texas A&M DB who picked off Nussmeier a couple of times. That pick when it was 17-7 before Marcel Reed got in the game, that kicked off A&M's comeback, was flat out awful. It was Anthony Richardson awful, but he threw a couple of those so poor that BJ Mays, the DB, well, you'll hear BJ Mays respond when asked about his picks, and it'll tell you how bad Nussmeier was in that second half.
First interception, I seen the scramble drill, so I knew scramble drill plastic to your man. I ran, then I seen the quarterback, he looked at us. Then he caught back. I'm like, ain't no way he finna throw this. You see me right here. Like, ain't no way he finna throw that. But he threw it, and, the rest is history, you feel me? The second one, I seen Lacey in the slot. We was in the coverage. I wanted to bang him, make sure I got a real bang on him because I know he had a slot fade. So I ain't want to let him get in his route too much. Banged him, ran to the flat. Another thing, I'm looking like, ain't no way he finna throw this ball. He threw it. The rest was history. That's what it was.
So when the opponent says, he's not throwing this football twice, and you throw it both times, that's how bad you were.
And then there's another one where it was a screen pass straight to a linebacker. Also wasn't good.
It was McCord level disaster. Except
it really was.
Except the A&M guys couldn't put it in the end zone.
Was it McCord or was it Ewers?
Ewers had the couple tip passes, right?
Well, I was thinking against Georgia, where it's just like,
yeah,
oh my God,
those are bad.
Not the moment's too big, but like the pressure and the moment.
Yeah,
it's like this guy just doesn't have
it. In this particular moment, he is overwhelmed. We've seen Quinn Ewers play well in big moments, but just not that Saturday.
He needs an emotional support animal or something.
Or emotional support backup quarterback, apparently.
He needs Ben Herbstreit to
Ben Herbstreit ran in a Reveille. Punk ass Ben Herbstreit didn't even make a move. I don't know if Revelle's a girl or not. I'm not sure. Not that matters. Maybe Ben, whatever he's into. But I'm not gonna judge Ben. I'm not sure what he's into. But I would. But you know what? To be honest, there's no way Kirk is gonna allow that in his household. Not from Ben, at least.
Why? Because Ben's. Do you think he's snipped? Do you think Bob Barker would be proud of how Kirk Herbstreit handled?
No, I just don't think Kirk is gonna allow Ben to live an alternative lifestyle.
You don't think he wants any mutts around his house?
Or Revelle's a boy. I don't know. Either way.
She is a girl.
Yeah, she's a girl. Yeah, I don't think he's going to let Ben out there just to do what he wants. You're not bringing home some half golden retriever, half border collie in this house. What are you talking about? We're a respectable home. You're going to marry that girl.
That's how he gets. That's how you stop showing up to all these games.
Yeah, Ben's a single dad at home because Revelle's out on the town. Hey, Revelle's got Ben's up making all the trips. Not anymore. You got to stay home with the kids.
Yeah, Miss Rev has obligations.
She's actually got to be places. You don't.
She's an official mascot. Yeah. You're an unofficial.
Yeah,
mascot.
I was just doing this for fun, and then you got ahead of yourself. Gave me an inch. You took a mile and a border collie. Ben Herbstreit met Reveille and whatever.
Ben Herbstreit is Kirk Herbstreit's dog.
Yeah, it's not. It's not.
I realize his name is Ben.
Yeah,
and so you might think
it's not
like
a dog's name. Yeah, it's not his 12-year-old son. We're not. That would be even a darker timeline we're going down.
We would not have spent 2 minutes on that.
Making jokes about that. No, I know this show's dumb, but not in that way. When we come back, we're going to talk about something equally as dumb. Not the Joe Mixon sound that we may eventually get to now that they're off track. Something happened in the NBA that normally I wouldn't care about. So what? Brandon Ingram makes the game-winning shot. But who he did it against and how his teammates responded, makes this fun. You might have missed it. You can't say that anymore. Not after we get to it in the next segment. We'll talk about that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Now you're deep into the clock. Man, oh man. It's going up. Going to get it off in time. Yep. Makes it count. Huge by Brandon Ingram at the end of the shot clock.
And the thing is, you know what I like what Willie did?
That is the game winner from Brandon Ingram in Portland for his Pelicans. He knocked that down over Anthony Simons. It's a game between the Pelicans and the Blazers. Normally, I wouldn't care. Who cares about that game unless you root for the Pelicans? The Blazers are just an NBA freak. Game winner, you might just want to see it. Normally, it just go by the wayside, but not for me, not because I got the backstory. And I will tell you the backstory because it explains this clip. This is from after the game because the Pelicans did need to get a stop. They get that stop and win the game. So as they're celebrating their win, well, a couple of Pelicans, particularly one in particular, is joyous. It is Trey Murphy. He didn't play that game, but he was there, obviously, and he's joyous. And listen to the words from Trey Murphy after the game. Yeah, twin, tell her who better. Tell her who better. Why would Trey Murphy III say tell her who better to Brandon Ingram? It's because Brandon Ingram hit a shot over Anthony Simons, and they share a child. Well, they don't share a child. They both were in a relationship with a woman who had a child with each of them. This woman was at the game. She's currently with Anthony Simons, and her name is the end cap to this entire thing. Her name is Aaliyah Petty. Petty is perfect for what that clip is. And I asked Sean this because we live in an entirely different world. But what is the equivalent in our world of hitting a game-winning shot over the man who's currently with the woman who is the mother of your child? Like, we are never going to experience that, and we're not going to use people who work here because Brandon Ingram isn't Anthony Simons' teammate. We have to go with people who do the same job we do, but don't work here, but work in the industry.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I would like to think that I would be the Trey Murphy in this.
You would be the one saying,
egging him on.
Egging him on. I respect that. So we don't have to, we can use people in this city. It's easier for us because we don't know. I don't know really many producers unless I just go with one of Dan Patrick's producers or one of Dan Lebertar's producers. I don't know like producers across the country, but how do you one up Figgy if somehow, some way you both have been with a woman and each have had a child with her, like Brandon Ingram and Anthony Simons? What is the one up? You're not going to hit anything to the level of a game winner in an NBA game.
Probably not. No.
We decided because we are at such a lower level that booking a guest that Figgy might have wanted would win this one for you. But the world would have to know, kind of. And for some reason, everyone knew that you both were with the same woman at some point.
And I mean, so that is not to the level. And I brought up the case because this happens a lot where like normally it's when someone dies and it's very newsworthy, and then you get someone, a notable person dies, and you get someone who was a teammate, was their coach, was whatever, on to like eulogize. And I don't really love that practice, by the way, but whatever.
Yeah, it's kind of I don't know if it's not grave robbing, but it's whistling past the. I don't know. It's weird.
It's using tragedy to great guests that you normally not get.
Yeah, it's weird.
But that's the situation. If we're both racing to get enter Houston luminary here and trying to, and then one of us gets it,
and for some reason,
and he can only do one for some reason. Which I guess
it could happen.
I guess it's possible because it's like they are on at the same time.
Yeah, for some reason, the Houston luminary in question wanted it to be known.
Like, I only have 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, before I have to go about the rest of my life and deal with something that very important that happened to me. And for some reason, the luminary let to be known that I chose this guy over this guy for whatever reason. That's how you would even come close to this.
Yeah, it can't be public. That's the thing. Yeah. That's not public.
No, it's different. But
I will say, though.
But you and Figgy know.
Yes.
That you beat him out. Yeah.
It's not on the same level as hitting a game winner in an NBA game. But this is a Pelicans-Blazers game winner in October.
Sure.
It's not exactly the Kyrie shot, you know?
It only matters because of
this?
You knowing the backstory.
Yeah.
Yes. It does not matter in any way outside of one team had to lose and one team had to win.
So yeah, it's something where it's
something where his teammates knew. It's something where the woman was at the game.
You know, they do like Houston Producer of the Year awards and stuff, like Houston Sports Radio Producer of the Year. Never nominated.
I'm aware of that, yes.
Have you ever been nominated? I don't think anyone here has ever been nominated.
We've never been nominated.
Take a peek behind the curtain.
How do you even prove that you were the Producer of the Year?
I think there's a lot of backdoors or backroom dealings.
Someone campaigning and sliding a check someplace. Hey,
some favor, hey, want to run some spots this weekend.
Exactly.
Or something else.
You want to promote this award show on the station?
That's how I'm Houston, the 2024 Houston Sports Radio Producer of the Year over all the people that we have a shared baby mama. That's how I do it.
It's just it is in music, sports, and probably acting. I mean, it's not as prevalent there, but there are times when someone is in a relationship with one woman and moves on, and she moves on to someone in the same field. That's kind of how a lot of actors do. They date actors. So that it could happen in acting where you have a child with someone and then another guy has a child with the same person.
It's more common in the NBA.
Yes,
I will say.
it's far more common in the NBA, and
or at least that we publicly know.
yeah, true. Who knows how often it's happening in other professions? It just seems like it gets messy in the NBA, and we find out about it. But
call or text in with the other professions where this happens.
yeah, maybe in hedge fund management,
dental hygienist.
It happens all the time. Who knows? But I'm trying to think of it like if
Cutco knives. This happens a lot. I don't know.
If Glenn Powell and Matthew McConaughey couldn't be on the same sideline together because of something that happened.
Yeah, exactly.
They had to be on the far ends of the sideline. Hey guys, you want to take a picture together? Nah.
They're doing the box office for whatever Maverick 3 versus I don't know
Interstellar 2, whatever it might be. Whatever it might be.
Tell her who better.
Tell her who. Yeah. It would be Sydney Sweeney's hyping up Glenn Powell. Or maybe it's Tom Cruise. They're in the movie together. Miles Teller even. Okay, Lazy J, we will get to you when we come back. Let's try to stay on time. You only got to wait a couple minutes. And anyone else want to get in on, this topic or anything else, for all I care, you can. 713-780-3776. We will, at some point, get to that Joe Mixon sound, unless you guys push the show in a different direction, which I more than welcome. We also have a giveaway to do. The Cougs versus the against Kansas coming up here. The Cougs trying to get a second consecutive win. We will give away tickets for that in a little bit. This stands to reason that La Raza and Lazy J would call in on this particular subject if that's what they want to talk about. Lazy J's probably pretty thrilled. His Lakers got off to a surprising start. So we'll get to those calls when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
Welcome back. So it's UH versus Kansas State. They played Kansas earlier and got their doors blown off.
Shame on you.
I just read the subject of the email. I got confused. Then I read the body of the email and go, wait a minute. And then in my head, I'm like, wait a minute. I feel like I played Kansas relatively recently, and it didn't go well.
Credit to you for remembering that.
Yes, that was a blowout. Kansas blew them out. Kansas just lost to Kansas State in a close ball game. So Kansas State, coming off a big win in their in-state rivalry, is coming to town to face the Cougs. We'll give that away here before we wrap it up. But we got multiple calls in this segment. Let's get to Lazy J first. Lazy J wants to talk a little bit about the NBA. What's up?
Hey, good morning, Dale. Yeah, I want to get in and talk about the Lakers, but first, man, out that last thing I was talking about, I felt Brandon Ingram on that one, man. My first baby mama, me and my homie got the same baby mama. So, yeah, I felt that, definitely. That hit close to the heart on that one, man. So, yeah, definitely, man. That's cold. So, and then, about the Lakers, man, I know when I called in earlier, you were talking about, it's the, 3 games in, but, man, they look good. JJ Redick is out here actually calling plays. LeBron is playing, man. I know on Saturday night against Sacramento, man, I know he went off. I mean, even he told Rui, man, pass the ball. I'm over here, I'm hot, man. Pass me the effing ball. So, I like that. So I think, like you said, after Anthony Davis, to me, he's the number one center. Basically, he's not really a center, but he's the 4 or 5 best. He can play offense and defense. I think he's going to be the first one that's going to be MVP and Defensive Player of the Year and maybe Finals MVP. I know it's way too early for that, man. But like I say, LeBron's out here balling at almost 40, man. And me, I'm 39, man. I know I don't pay millions of dollars with my body, man, but I know I wake up every day and I got a hard job, man. So I can just imagine, I don't know what he's taking, man, but I wish he would, let a brother know what he's taking, man, because my bones be hurting every morning. Love the show, fellas.
Appreciate it. What he's referring to, I was going to play it in Chip Talk, but the sound's not great. I had to amp everything. It doesn't sound great. Is during the middle of the game, Lakers were making a run against the Kings, and LeBron was hot, as Lazy J told you. Rui took a contested baseline, probably 19-footer, and when they went back to break, or were going into break, the live mic caught LeBron going. He goes, swing the ball, mother. I'm hot. Made 10 in a row. Didn't make 10 in a row, but he said maybe he did. He said, I make 10 in a row. Are you going to take a contested jumper? Swing, mother. And that's the clip. That's what Lazy J's talking about. LeBron not thrilled with Rui Hachimura, but the Lakers are off to a really good start. They beat the Kings in their latest game, and look, JJ Redick, so far so good. All that Triple Crown stuff he's talking about for Anthony Davis. Slow down.
Triple Crown.
What else would you call?
I don't know. I don't know what he was. You know what? Believe it or not, wasn't locked in on Lakers Kings on a weekend.
Surprising.
What is the Triple Crown?
There is no Triple Crown in basketball. What he was saying is he went DPOY, MVP, and Finals MVP. Right. I guess it'd be the Triple Crown in basketball. It's not a thing, but if no one's ever done that before, I think. So if it happened, I guess they would give it a name.
Hakeem might have done it.
No, is it the year he didn't win the MVP? The year he went nuts?
That was 95 against the Spurs.
Maybe he did win it. I don't remember.
I don't know if he won DPOY in 94 though.
Yeah, I don't know. We got more calls to get to. We'll go in order. Let's get to La Raza. What's up, man?
Yo, what up, Dale? What up, John? How you guys doing?
How you doing?
Man, good. This is gonna be serious talking. I'm not no, not talking over there with the other show. But you were talking about earlier about feeling with like how Texas. What do you think about this team? Well, I actually feel how I feel about the NFL because if you think about it, look what happened in Minnesota. They were undefeated and they lost to the Rams, and then also the Ravens. Supposedly that's a top tier team, and they lost to the Browns. Like a lot of these teams have like these high, they're going to go here, they're going to go there. But the Chiefs almost lost yesterday to the Raiders. And, things didn't go their way. But what I'm saying, this whole season is really weird to assume that, like, the Texans, I don't believe they're going to go too far, but, like, is it really going to say the same thing for other teams? Because I feel like a lot of these other teams are falling down through the cracks too, And then also, speaking about NBA, what about your boy Joel Embiid giving the German salute? Are you still going to be a teammate?
I didn't see what Joel Embiid did. What did he do?
Hey, you remember that German head coach?
Oh, yeah. Yogi Low, when he digs into, I saw Joel Embiid.
The German
of a different German.
Yeah, we were thinking of a different salute, but yes, I don't know what Joachim Low did is a salute per se, but yes, if you don't know, the German coach used to dig in his backside in public, sitting on the sideline or the touch line, and then put his finger up to his nose, and that's what Joel Embiid did at the free throw line. This is a guy you think is going to lead you to a title? I mean, what are we doing? I mean, I guess Yogi Low did it as a manager for Germany, so maybe that's part of the deal. I don't know, but gosh,
what a comparison.
I don't know. Yes, but I would say if you're going to make that comp more, just that's something you want to do. Maybe not call it the German salute.
Yeah, German salute. A different salute.
Yeah, I was like, what did Joel Embiid do?
I feel like I would have heard of it.
Yeah, if he did that, I did see that clip though. Yes, as far as the Texans, I think what you're saying isn't off, but the teams you're mentioning we have an institutional belief in them because of what they've done in the past. Now the Ravens got beat by the Browns, but we know what the Ravens have been. We expect them to be because and what they should be going forward because of their coach, because of their quarterback, because of their defense, all the things we've seen in the past. It doesn't get them to the ultimate goal, but it makes them a contender. And of course the Chiefs. Yeah, they almost lost to the Raiders, but they're undefeated and they're the two-time defending champions. The Texans don't get the same. The Texans winning close games doesn't hold the same weight. It's almost like, okay, the Chiefs know how to win, and the Texans, they're playing down a competition.
Away with it.
Yeah. It's just perception. And the Texans, to change that, all they have to do is win more games against better teams. They got one. They're 1-2 against the best teams that they face. Not that the Jets would change that, but they have the Lions coming up after that. That would help the cause if they go win that game. But not the way the Lions are playing. I don't see that. I don't like that for the Texans. The Lions could score in bunches. Let's get to underrated mess. He wants to talk about Brandon Ingram. What's up?
What's up, fellas? Yeah, just to kind of touch base on it a little bit. I was in the hospitality business for like 20 years, and specifically restaurants and bars. But that Ingram business is like a Tuesday among waiters and bartenders. So that's just like a common reality type deal you deal with. And then I wanted to touch base on Tyrese Halliburton being the winter soldier and then going 0 for everything.
Oh,
that's kind of what I mentioned earlier.
The winter soldier, because he's in the Snow Bunnies.
Yeah. He had a limo full of the white girls, and then if you haven't already, it's created by Danny McBride on Max. It's called It's Florida Man. It's gold. Appreciate you.
Appreciate it, man. I'll take a look. He did call in earlier during What Have You Learned, and I did not know what he meant. I heard Hallie, but all the other stuff didn't make me think of Halliburton. Yeah, he's been bad this year. He didn't get to play in the Olympics. And unlike Jason Tatum, who's, I guess, taken that as an insult and played really well for the Celtics as they have gotten off to a great start, Halliburton is, he is a combined 14 of 44.
You know what? Steve Kerr was right. that's what Halliburton, he's out there proving, like,
I shouldn't have played.
Drew Holiday was better than
but he took it in stride.
He's
fine.
He was
fine. He was fine with it.
The only guy on the Olympic team that would have been okay not playing.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, he started out the year through 3 games. He's averaging just over 12 points, shooting under 30% from the floor, and 20% from three. It's not been great for Halliburton, and the Pacers. What are they? Are they 1-2? Did they wind up winning and get to 2-1?
I'd be
who's paying
shocked
attention?
if they won. Or just reading those numbers.
They're 1-2.
Yeah,
and they've got Orlando tonight. Yeah,
1-3. Just kidding. I don't know.
Well, who knows? Orlando just got beat by Memphis. But who knows? You never know.
I was gonna bring up the Rockets. And I was gonna.
We haven't talked about them at all.
The Rockets season so far, and I mean, this is what a 3-game NBA sample size gets you: is lose to the Hornets, beat the Grizzlies, lose to the Spurs. My thoughts on the Rockets season so far: shrug.
And being down, they were down 8 to 10 points for the better part of that game until they made a run against the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies felt like they're in full control. until the Rockets made that game very frenetic. They didn't play in the half court very much. They played a game where they got the Grizzlies sped up a little bit, forced turnovers, got in the open court, and they took that lead from the Grizzlies and ran with it. And yet they go into San Antonio, are down big, fight back. Jalen Green has his chance to tie the game at the end. He misses, and they lose. And now they are now 1-2 on the year, and they have another game against the Spurs.
Must win
tonight.
Must win.
Yeah, sure.
Must win.
I'd rather be 2-2 than 1-3. Sure.
Well, and they play 3 Spurs games the first 10 games.
Yeah.
Can't lose that series.
Let's not get dominated by the Spurs.
Yeah. Come on.
Wemby's being validated for not wanting to play for you. You want to let that slide? Where's Alpi to put him in the rim again?
Oh. I didn't watch that.
Understood.
If you're asking me about NBA basketball this weekend,
I'm not asking. I understand. There's a lot of other stuff going on. Understood.
I did see the numbers from one Alperen Şengün.
Mm-hmm.
Not great. Not great stuff. When you have Twitter accounts called Hater Report tweeting out your stuff.
Yeah, the 2 for 8.
Yeah,
for 6 points.
A lot of emojis.
Only played 22 minutes. Jalen had a nice night. 10 for 22, 29 points. Did miss the potential game tying 3.
Clutching.
Well,
and
no, there's no evidence
again before Halloween.
Yeah, there's no evidence that he has it, but I'm not saying he doesn't. Pena, you want to talk about maybe your prop that you didn't win because Miami decided to run the ball down Florida State's throat. So we can talk about that when we get back. We got one more segment here on the show. I will try to get to the Joe Mixon thing. I can't promise that. But before we go to break, do you want to see the Cougs versus Kansas State? And yes, that is Kansas State. Avery Johnson's coming to town. No, not that one. And hopefully we don't get another call-in from him on the broadcast. The Avery Johnson people are more familiar with. It's Avery Johnson, the quarterback of Kansas State. Kansas State coming in with a chance to win the Big 12, not on Saturday, but they've got a chance to win it. They are one of the contenders for the Big 12 title. They're going to see your Cougs November 2nd. That's Saturday at 2:30 at TD-ECU Stadium. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Don't miss the Blackout Special, a ticket and a T-shirt for just $30. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/black. That is uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, and wear black as they want you to pack TD-ECU Stadium. So I'm giving away a pair of tickets right now to caller 5-713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Caller 5 wants a pair of tickets to see nationally ranked Kansas State in town against your Cougars as your Cougs try to win a second in a row on the Big 12. We'll get to Pena when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
We've given away those tickets to the Cougs Kansas State game. Tickets will be given away all week long. Gallant George, Killer Bees, John and Lance, this show. Continue to listen for your chance to win those tickets. Or if you don't win them from us, go to uhcougars.com/black. Okay. Pena. I'm going to apologize for Cam Ward only throwing for 200-something yards because I know that number was higher, and if you went over, you lost. What's up, Pena?
Yo, what up, Dale? Man, you sold me, Dale. It's your fault, man.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. We gave you an example.
Crap out money like John Granado, man. Like
Pena,
hold on,
Pena, hold on. We gave you an example of how it might not happen. Sean and I both said, unless Miami runs all over Florida State and they don't need him to throw. We did throw that out there. You can't blame us for giving you a scenario where it didn't happen. Now, I wish you would have won. I wish Cam Ward would have thrown for more yards. I actually thought about you in the middle of that game. It was like early second quarter. I was like, ooh, not going well for Pena right now. But apologies, but we did set you up to say maybe don't place that bet. But go on.
Man, I still blame you.
That's
but
fine.
Man, I don't crap out money like John Granado.
Understood.
I'm not married to a rich white lady, man. Like, damn, man. Like, you sold me, Dale.
Get your game up.
Go marry 208 yards or whatever.
Go marry a rich white lady.
I mean, I don't got hair like John Granado. I mean, like, and I got something going on, man. Maybe I need to go visit what's his name.
Dr.
But
Wendell.
anyways, I want to ask you another question. I saw over the weekend. Did you see Angel Reese and Shaq talk when Shaq was asking her about dunking in those short shorts when she was like wearing and wilding out? A little creepy, man. A little weird. Yeah. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. I did not see the clip. I know he was on the podcast. The clip I saw was him talking about how he was a hater of Caitlin Clark because him being an LSU guy, he was on Angel Reese's side, and then turns out Caitlin Clark was too good for him to hate on her anymore, which is a surprise because Shaq is a known hater and is willing to continue. I did not hear the clip. I did see people tweeting about how they thought it was weird. I mean, for as much as she is in the public eye, if we're talking about it, she's just out of college, 22 years old. And, she has been very upfront about not liking the way she's being sexualized. Now, of course, the response from some people is, well, look at the way you're dressed. What do you expect? Which is maybe we can be better than that, allowing what someone wears to determine how we treat them. But yeah, I didn't see it, but I know people took issue with it. And it is a little weird. I don't know how Shaq positions himself in his relationship with Angel Reese. Does he talk as if he's a mentor or big brother? But I can't speak to exactly how weird it was because I didn't hear it. But judging by what people said, it's a little odd if you are the mentor, big brother, and then you are bringing up what she looked like in, as Pena put it, booty shorts.
I'm not sure if I'm okay with Shaq even being the big brother.
The only way I could...
Shaq left college in 1993.
The only way I can shoot him some bail is they're both LSU people. Maybe he's had conversations with her and try to guide her through what is going to be an important time of her life. I don't know.
He's an uncle, a dad.
Either way, fine. Maybe
Sharif O'Neal is older than Angel Reese.
It's fine. I used the wrong terminology, but I think the point was someone who was looking out for her and trying to guide her through this, what's going to be somewhat of a complicated time. Being a star who is a lightning rod for criticism and at one point invited it, and at least right now, doesn't like all that's coming with being someone that people care about.
Do you think that he said, and again, I didn't watch the interview, you didn't watch the interview, so we don't know.
I don't know
if he said this. Do you think he was like, and by the way, if you win a championship before Caitlin Clark does, you have to grab a mic in a club and go, Caitlin Clark, tell me how my ass tastes.
I would imagine he did not.
Oh, what? That was great. That would have been great. That's his experience. Shaq passing it along.
Was it the best thing Shaq's ever done? Probably not.
He's done a lot of great things.
It was great for radio.
Blue Chips is up there for greatest things he's ever done.
Yeah, I love Blue Chips. Sure.
Leon Boudreaux.
Winning 4 titles. Sure. Telling
Passenger on the last one.
Hey, you ain't got to tell me.
I mean,
You ain't gotta tell me
the guy who actually won that title, well, is Joey Crawford. The other guy who actually won that title,
Look at the hate.
just got a statue.
Yeah, the statue looks. People aren't going to know who this is, so we got to go. The statue looks like one of the characters from Stargate. I think it's like TLC. I don't know how to really pronounce it, but it looks like it says TLC. If you look that up, the Stargate character, Christopher Judge is the actor's name. You look that up and look up the Stargate character, it looks like that. Dwayne Wade statue.
Doesn't look like Dwayne Wade.
Not as bad as a Ronaldo statue, but not great.
Nothing's
not great. Nothing's as bad as that. I would say, Shaq, don't tell Angel Reese to say that Caitlin Clark. It ain't gonna help the profile, but hey, if she's winning a title, that's good for her. We're done. Gallant and George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. So since we're done, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did it. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Richardson buying time for his receivers to get down there. He's in trouble, and Richardson trying to stay alive. Laterals to Braden Smith, scooped up by Autry. Ball is still loose. Will Anderson has it. He is down, and the game is over.
6-2. 6-0 in the AFC. Swept the Indianapolis Colts. That's only been done a couple of times. And yet.
Yep, and yet.
That's really all I got. And yet. This was a game that I watched at NRG Stadium. Joe, did you go to this one or did you stay home?
No, I stayed home for this one.
Yeah, to watch the game a little bit later, huh?
No, I watched this one live.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I meant this game that you saw later probably made you appreciate the win.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
100%.
Joe appreciates a good win today.
You know what, Texans, I love you. Thank you so much for not making my Sundays totally terrible.
Should have just jumped on the bandwagon, man. We gave you.
I'm on it. Texans hat.
You do have the Texans hat.
Texans hat on right here.
Not a Tyreek Stevenson hat. Interesting.
No comment. No comment on that one.
I think you have a comment. You're just not going to do it right now, which is fine.
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Texans. Let's talk about the Texans. Let's talk about a winning football team, okay? Let's talk about a team that's 6. Doesn't matter. 6-2, Paul. Doesn't matter, Paul.
What's furious, what drives you crazy about this team, infuriating, is that this whole game they felt like they were winning by 3 scores.
They did.
The whole game. And yet, as I went up to go get some coffee, because I was falling asleep a little bit. The game was pretty boring in the second half. It was dragging. Texans weren't completing drives. Colts were doing nothing. Anthony Richardson couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. I go up to go get a coffee. This is right after the Texans had gotten down inside the Colts 10-yard line because this thing is about to be over. There's 3 minutes left. I'm not watching this live, and all of a sudden, I look up at the screen, and I see that C.J. Stroud and Joe Mixon had some sort of miscommunication on this pitch play. And all of a sudden, I figure, the Colts recover it. I continue to go back to getting my coffee. The Colt guy has all of a sudden gotten up and is running with the ball down the left sideline, untouched for a touchdown. And I'm thinking to myself, did the Rosencopter just happen again? Against the same team? In the exact same kind of setting? To give Indianapolis a lead in a game where, honestly, to that point, they had no business leading. And ultimately, it gets called back. But that play is, I think, very emblematic of how a great deal of this city feels about a team that is 6-2, undefeated in the AFC, undefeated in the AFC South, and yet still leaving a little bit to be desired.
Yeah, I mean, you're a bad ref away, a bad New York not knowing what they're doing, as is shown every single Sunday across the NFL, from that being a touchdown. Like, I didn't know if they were going to overturn it or not when they first went to replay.
Honestly, they shouldn't have, in my opinion. I don't think that they actually touched him. I felt like, yes, Joe Mixon made contact with him. He fell to the ground as he was getting that ball, but it wasn't like it was a catch, you know? Technically, he didn't have, I think, complete possession of the ball until he hit the ground.
I didn't think they were going to overturn it. Like, they were talking about on the broadcast, they were like, he might have grazed his shoulder. So the Texans got saved by a graze this weekend.
And I honestly don't think it was conclusive to overturn. I'm thankful they did. And it's just one of those things where, yet again, you felt like this game was in complete control the whole way. But if you look at the scoreboard once, you would have said, damn, what the hell? This is a game where the quarterback that you went up against was 2 for 15 in the first half. He threw a terrible interception that set you up for a touchdown. He did have one completion. It was a 69-yard touchdown. The Texans do seem to do that a lot against Anthony Richardson. But a game where that quarterback plays as poorly as he did, even checks out of the game because he is out of wind, because he is running for his life from that Texans defensive line. Honestly, Joe, I kind of empathize with him to a degree. He got sacked 5 times. He is the whole Colts offense. I know Jonathan Taylor actually had a pretty good game, but they should have been running the football with him more, and I kind of get why he would be gassed. You can't check out of the game, and you have to lie in that spot. He was pointing at his head. I thought he had a concussion, but that guy stunk, and you barely won this game.
Yeah, he was terrible. It was 10 for 32. You're lucky to win. This feels like a little bit of a repeat of week 1, where if you're playing a competent quarterback, you would have lost this game. That's why I get why Texans fans are unsure of this team, because I don't know what to make of them. The only thing that, like, this season, every season's crazy in the NFL. We know it, but the Texans are 6-2, and as weird as it is and as down as it feels at the same time, we watched the Baltimore Ravens lose to the Cleveland Browns and Jameis Winston yesterday. So you've even, done a better job of securing your spot in the playoffs right now as the 2 seed. It's unbelievable that they've won all these games in such heart attack fashion for 2 seasons now. Like, you would think at some point Karma's going to walk up and kick them in the ass, and they're going to start losing these games.
Well, how is Karma going to kick them in the ass, though?
Sports karma.
Well, it's not like they've done anything wrong. It's not like they traded for a 27-time sexual misconductor.
They bring in other guys with questionable character.
Yeah, Joe Mixon.
the best player on the field.
Joe Mixon, the best player on the field.
Basically every time he's on the field, yeah.
There's a person I posted something that Joe Mixon said after the game. We'll toss to it in a moment. And this one person said, and then he punched a blonde woman in the face right afterwards in response to that. This person, unhinged, legitimately sent that same exact line to every single post from a Houston Texans media member about Joe Mixon yesterday. It was just all day long.
That's
the man is committed.
That's not strange behavior.
Yeah, he's got an online crusade going on. But Joe Mixon said something after the game, and he is right. Here is Joe Mixon talking about the Texans at 6-2.
When our team on, we do with the best of them. You know what I'm saying? There ain't nobody out here that can literally just line up with us and feel like they could just impose their will. We really living like that, honestly. But at the same time, we got to show that. We got to put it together and finish when given opportunity. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, like I said, man, I'm not worried about, we didn't finish this, we didn't finish that. That's what practice come in for. We got to go correct that in practice. And I believe that we will. We'll do them little corrections. And when that time comes, when we're in that opportunity again, we got to show why, guys can't really line up. Because, we got weapons everywhere. We got the team that we need. You know what I'm saying? So we just got to do whatever we can to finish. And that's what this game is all about. D'Amico talk about it all the time, straining. And, fortunately, like I said, all 4 quarters we was able to do that and come up with the dub. And to be real, that's all that matters. Nothing else matters but the dub.
He is right that nothing else matters but the dub. But he's also saying we got to learn to finish, and that practice will take care of that. 8 weeks into the season, that hasn't been the case.
No, it hasn't, and I don't want to hear it anymore. I'm over the.
You're done?
I'm done with it. You keep preaching to the choir that we're going to get better, we're going to fix it, communication, blah, 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 blah. No, they won't. They will not. This is who the Houston Texans are. And I think we all just have to come to grips with that.
See, I don't want to co-sign that though.
But it's right. But I'm
this
right.
is loser Bears mentality.
No, but I'm not. But they keep winning. I'm right, but they keep winning. They keep finding a way to win these incredible football games.
I'm right, but they keep winning.
They do. They
Classic sports talk show.
They
host.
keep saying they're gonna, fix their problems, and they don't fix them.
I would respect them more if they're just like, we got nothing to work on. 6-2. You are what your record says you are. At some point, one of these teams has to actually beat us.
This is D'Amico Ryans after the game too. Right away, asked about some of the protection issues and things that the Texans were not able to clean up in this game. This is what D'Amico says right away.
First and foremost, just really proud of our team and the way they battled today. We talked about how hard this was going to be. Tough opponent, division opponent, know each other well. They battle, really good team. So I'm just proud of all of our guys for finding a way to get the win. That's the most important thing.
He is right. Everything that you heard from Joe Mixon and D'Amico Ryans is correct. And I just am going to repeat this as much as I can. They are 6-2. They are 6-0 in conference. They are 3-0 in the division. They have swept the only challenger to them in the AFC South. The Ravens just had a bad loss today to the Cleveland Browns. That's one of the teams that you're trying to catch up to. You've beaten the Buffalo Bills, who had yet another blowout victory. They are a different team with Amari Cooper. You are towards the top, and you're doing everything you're supposed to when it comes to the scoreboard. And yet the scoreboard is the thing that is driving all of us the most insane, because the scoreboard should have a bigger difference between them and the team that they're playing. It is a fascinating place to be in. I see some of the comments, and people are right. I don't want to sound like I am bitching and moaning about this. As somebody who, my Super Bowl as a Patriots fan was beating the Jets yesterday. God, things are really bad there. For Joe, things are moving in the right direction for your Bears.
Yeah.
But yesterday sucked, right? You got to appreciate games like
100%.
this.
You have to. The Texans deserve a lot of credit for being a 6-2 football team in the NFL.
We can all say but without actually saying it aloud. We could say but under our breath. We could say but under the table, however you want to do it. But the but is in the room. It is a juicy but.
Everyone's looking at it.
Everyone's looking at it. I
Can't ignore
stop.
it.
I can't stop looking at that but. And it's not even the kind of but that you want to look at, And listen, I'm an ass man. I like butts. But I'm talking about one of those things that's been just stuffed with all sorts of filling. We're talking BBL, where I do not know how this person's ass is sticking out a full foot behind them. And I don't know how I could rest an effing champagne glass on it. But honestly, I could. I can't stop looking at it. I don't want it. It's too much. It's too much. Call me gay. It's too much. I don't want it. But it's there. And we all know it's there. And I can't appreciate it. I see it and I'm fascinated by it and annoyed by it.
Fascinated.
Yes.
I'm fascinated by this team.
They are. They're a bizarre football team. To have this record and to constantly find a way to win football games when all you do is shoot yourself in the foot week after week. It's incredible. I hope Joe Mixon's right. I hope they actually put it together at some point and just beat the crap out of somebody in 2 weeks. Or I don't know, they might have to score 50 points to beat the Detroit Lions on Sunday Night Football in 2 weeks. But I want to see them put it together. I can't wait to see Nico Collins back on the field with Joe Mixon at the same time and healthy, and how good this offense is going to look. But right now, it's just how do they keep doing this? How do they keep surviving in this way?
They deserve credit for it. Tamiko's right. They should be proud of it. They keep on surviving.
They are, Joe Mixon was right. The most important thing is that they won. You would rather them play like this and be 6-2 than us being like, man, this team is awesome, and they're 3-5 or 4-4.
This is way better.
This is better than that, but it's also not super enjoyable. This is where, Paul, I always think about what was it, 2018, where they won 8 straight games?
Yes,
9 straight games?
9. It was 9.
And everyone was like, I feel like this is basically a redo, or a full season redux of that, where they're 6-2. They're alone, or I guess they're tied, but they have the tiebreaker over who they're tied with for second in the AFC. Like you said, I'm sure if we're doing Baltimore Ravens radio, we would also be enraged by the team. But this is who they are, where they just win games in the least convincing way possible.
I'm going to read something that someone that was in the organization frustratedly texted me once way back in the day. I think it is such BS that Houston is so negative. I think people should enjoy this team. That is what I think. That was during the 9-game winning streak. I remember getting that from a person who works with the organization. And I was like, did not, first off, expect to get that text.
Out of the blue.
And I also agreed with them, but this is where it is. There's just this big butt in the room, and we can't stop looking at it because honestly, we're kind of wondering, is there any of the gel leaking from the filler?
It's not sustainable.
Can it fart? We don't know. It's just there.
And they're no different than the Kansas City Chiefs right now. The Kansas City Chiefs.
They're undefeated.
No. Hear me out. The Kansas City Chiefs keep winning a lot of football games in a really ugly fashion, and it makes no logical sense. How are they the last undefeated team in the NFL? The difference is they get the benefit of the doubt because they've won 2 Super Bowls in a row, and the Texans are the Texans. That's the only difference.
Other than the 2 Super Bowls and the 20-something
the way
years
they're
of
playing
no
this
history,
season,
yes.
the way they're playing this season, the 2 top teams in the AFC are both playing pretty poor football, but collectively have 13 wins between the 2 of them. And the Texans are the team that we have all these questions about because it's just bizarre.
They're the Jesse Pinkman All-Stars, the 2 teams. How do they keep getting away with this? The Chiefs and the Texans. I don't know what the updated numbers are, but you look at Pat Mahomes' numbers and you're like, oh, that's not that great. That's actually kind of bad quarterback numbers. And you still ask anyone who's the best quarterback in the league, Pat Mahomes.
Yeah, you still do it. But it's funny because you look at his numbers and
they're worse than Bo Nix's.
Yikes.
But it's a but with Mahomes that
you like to look at.
It's better done. It's a better quality.
It is
yeah.
It's not botched.
The
like
Texans' butt is this. We don't think this person went to the top shelf doctor. Okay, this person might have found someone on Craigslist, and they might be in danger. You know, those surgeries can result in some serious problems, right? So that's where we're at. I hope you guys appreciated that analogy. It just came to me. Sometimes
it's good.
Sometimes I just
who knows where you pulled that from. How's your weekend, Paul?
Why do you ask?
Just
a little raspy.
We went 15 minutes into I couldn't stop looking at someone's butt.
You know what? Honestly, I thought I would see a little more butts for Halloween weekend. But the Halloween update, I Friday went as Billy Butcher to a couple of different places. Had a good time. Saturday, same thing. Saturday, this is how my night ended. And this is not me trying to flex. This is where I knew I need to go to bed. Saturday night, I was out and it was 5:30. And the person whose house I was at, I have no idea who this person is. No idea.
AM or PM?
AM.
Okay.
What do you think?
Just
AM.
clarifying.
Yeah.
The sun would be up.
This person just goes to his closet and pulls out 5 to 6 tins of caviar and he just leaves them on the counter. And I'm like, wait, is this for us? And the whole time I'm looking at it, because caviar is great if you've never had it. But I'm also thinking to myself, oh my God, I do not belong here. I don't think I can have any of this, but I want just a little taste because it's 5:30 and I've had a few to drink. So I spent, I want to say a good 15 to 20 minutes like staring at it, asking, can I have this?
So this caviar.
Is this a rich person trap? Is this rich person trying to trick me?
You're gonna Venmo me, request me after.
Exactly.
Or that's how they tell which poor person they're gonna hunt and eat. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was a compound that kind of was like that. This place. No, I'm not kidding. It was weird. It was a weird spot. And after looking at it for a while, I decided to myself, yes, this is a trap. I'm Ubering home. That's what happened. And
you didn't have any?
No.
Oh,
it was 5:30.
No, it was 5:30.
He should have gone home an hour before.
I mean,
that.
yeah, I had to make it to NRG Stadium in time and look all pretty. You know, wearing my suits.
Oh my God!
Get a big bite and then
wait.
go.
So you probably got home from your Uber 6 hours before kickoff.
Yeah. Woke up at 10:30, 10:15.
Wow.
Had nothing for breakfast. Just just got up, showered, went into work,
press conference,
and tried to not talk to anybody when I was there because I knew that my voice would probably be a tell, and I also did not feel good. I did not feel good.
Do people in the press box like lean over to talk to you, or do they know by now?
No, luckily, see, there's no one sits directly next to me. This is the second time where there's been a game where the night before I was having a little bit too much fun.
Yeah.
Because last year, Joe, I don't know if you knew this, but when they moved that Texans game that was at 3:00 against the Broncos to noon, I was in Fredericksburg for a bachelor party. And
I remember that.
So I had to leave at like 7 in the morning, and we had been up until 4:15 in the morning. So I got up at 7, and Fredericksburg is a pain in the ass to get to and from. And your boy had to drive a good 4.5 hours. Somehow I get in, sit down at 11:58, right before the game kicks off. I don't know how I am so good at arriving to things just before the time I need to. Today was the latest I've ever arrived to the studio because I was waiting for some gel that I've ordered in the mail. I know this is just so self-gratifying, all this stuff. And I apologize for this like cool story, bro, kind of story. But yeah, I made it, and we are alive. But I am also noticing, wow, Paul, your voice, it's sounded better. It has sounded better.
It could be worse. I've heard way worse before.
Yeah.
I've heard people literally have no voice and attempt to do radio. That's always a disaster.
Who's the last person that tried that? Who's the last person that tried that around you?
Matt Thomas.
Ooh, okay.
Working 2 jobs, lost his voice, tried to do the radio, and I was like, dude, you gotta.
That's tough.
I was like, you're gonna ruin your voice.
You should have tapped the helmet.
Yeah.
And guess what?
Soft boy.
Texans, they didn't lose
Not
their voice on Sunday. They didn't lose their voice. Okay. They powered through. We don't know how they did it. We're kind of not impressed. Just like a 40-year-old man who looks a lot more 40 with his beard all grown out. Just like this person probably should know better and probably should be taking care of himself a little bit better. That's who they are. Like they stay winning And I don't know if I stay winning, but they stay winning, and I stay here, alive somehow, some way.
Hey, you're alive. That's winning. Just like they won a football
True.
game.
It's a great, as Travis Tritt once said, it's a great day to be alive. I don't remember the rest of the words, but he's got rice cooking in the microwave.
Those are all the words I know from that song. Too. Yep.
That's all we got.
So yeah, if you want to weigh in on this game, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch. I will read a couple of Twitch comments. They're anticlimactic this year compared to last. Injuries and all that, blah, 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 but they are kind of boring so far. Sunday's game was rather boring until the very end, and I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that the Texans continuously just stop whenever they get in the red zone in the second half of games. Had they scored a little bit more, had they scored a couple of touchdowns there, we're looking at this game completely differently.
Yeah, I mean, they've only scored over 25 points twice this season, so I can definitely get that argument where they are a boring football team. Even the Packers game wasn't highly entertaining. The Bills game wasn't highly entertaining for most parts. You have these just because the offense struggles so much in the second half. You come out of halftime and you just have these dead spots of football. So I definitely get that. Where last year it felt like they were more, leading the charge down the field to win games. Versus this year, it feels like they're hanging on by a thread.
Yeah,
to win these football games.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where it's different and it's not as exciting.
Sure. World of Warcraft Spartacus comments on YouTube. What a handle! Another game where it could be a blowout, but it's made close because of poor execution and an offside on a punt. You know what? You are right. That one to give the Colts new life, they actually go for it. And such a strange game. Because Anthony Richardson really was bad, and he did check out of the game, even though I'm going to cut him a little slack on it. Everyone's shaking their head. He was running for his life all game.
I can't.
He was running for his life all game.
I'm glad they did because the Texans probably would have lost if he was actually hurt. So, like when Joe Flacco was coming in, I was like, well, that's
funniest possible thing could have been
here.
Joe Flacco throw a touchdown pass in the one play he plays.
Someone texted in the Texans have an ass full of Flex Seal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or whatever they put in the Subway rules. Hear about that?
Yeah. It's not like they put something in there.
Oh, your occasional yoga mat.
Oh, yeah.
Just a little yoga mat for texture.
Forgot about
right? Yeah, it makes it a little spongier. I don't know. Anyway, hey, the Texans are 6-2. You want to weigh in on it? 713-780-3776 to call it the text, and we're on Twitch as well at ESPN 975 on YouTube at ESPN Houston. It was a win, but fill in the rest of the sentence if you so choose. We might have the return of a fun character from past show days make an appearance at some point today. And I didn't think we'd be saying it about this Texas football entity, but are they back? All of that on the table. It's Gallant and George. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
There he goes again. Mixon at the 5, lowers his shoulder, and he's in for the touchdown. What a run by Mixon.
He's been good. Another big game for Joe Mixon. He basically is the Texans' whole offense at times, whether as a running back, he had 100-plus yards on the ground. He had 4 catches for, I think, 32 yards as well. And his Houston Texans are indeed 6-2. But, ...
I did like how they actively were trying to get him involved in the passing game a little bit. Without Nico Collins, that felt like a clear, conscious decision by Bobby Slowick this week to try to do some swing passes and get Mixon open in space.
Can they run screen passes to him?
Can they just not run them anymore?
Instead of to the receivers? Right. Xavier Hutchinson is on the outside on a 3rd and 2, blocking for a wide receiver screen to John Mechie. I mean, look, I get it. The Stephon Diggs injury is a problem, and it's next man up. But they call plays very often that seem like they're designed for other players.
They did this last year, where Robert Woods would be the guy catching the screen pass instead of blocking. He's the guy who should be blocking.
But on the bright side, again, to steer back to the positive,
Joe Mixon, awesome.
Throw it to Mixon a little bit more. Throwing to Devin Singletary won the Texans a game against the Titans. That game they had no business winning. All right, you're down in the troops. Give Mixon the ball on the outside of the field, because no one wants to tackle him in the secondary of these teams. You want to jump in at 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The Texans did win 23-20 yesterday. They are 6-2. They are 6-0 in conference. They are 3-0 in the division, and they sweat the Colts, which I think has only happened 3 times ever for this team. We got Lamont calling in. Lamont, what's up, dude?
What's up, Paul and George? So I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Hey, I realize that the offensive line pretty much sucks right now, but I'm gonna take you guys back into some history because I'm thinking the way these teams, these defenses are playing CJ Stroud right now, it may be his own self-doing, man. And what I mean by that is when everybody thought it was cool all this summer, when he was going on this tour, especially the coach, when he was going on all of these podcasts and crapping on everybody, calling them all, well, he wasn't calling them all kind of names, pretty much, smack talking. And I don't have a problem with smack talk, but I'm wondering if these defenses are a little bit more amped up about him, because it wasn't just one occasion. It was several at the Super Bowl, at different podcasts. I think he was on. Excuse me?
He's definitely getting Lamont chesty for sure. And I could totally see how maybe defenses are a little more amped up to play him. But I don't know if it's as much about him chirping as much as hey, he's really good and you want to stop this guy and you want to hit a quarterback like that, no matter who he is. I'm sure everybody who goes up against Mahomes feels the same way. Probably Lamar Jackson too.
Exactly, but what I guess what I'm getting at, like I said, I don't got a problem with smack talk, between athletes or anything, but you may want to realize that your offensive line is wet toilet paper, and they can't do anything. So people are going to be a little bit more amped up here. In other words, all I'm saying is, I wouldn't be surprised if these defenses have heard this dude all off season long talking about dog this and dog that, and they couldn't handle me. Yeah, again, especially with the coach, because that got kind of personal. That's all I have, fellas.
All right, appreciate it, Lamont. He did say the word dog a lot. That's one of his favorites.
Yep,
the guy's a dog,
or I'm a dog.
Mm-hmm.
He says he is a dog very often.
That's true.
Self-proclaimed dog.
Any dogs in the house? Look, I'm sure that there is some motivation from certain teams. I would say the Colts in particular, because there was a lot of chirping going back and forth between he and some of the Colts linebackers, Zaire Franklin and EJ Speed. Right. So I'm sure the Colts had a little extra motivation here. The offensive line in front of him, though, to what he was saying on Lamont was saying there, there's definitely got to be some plays where he can get the ball out more quickly. But I'm starting to wonder if the offense is drawing up plays to kind of acknowledge the elephant in the room that the interior of the offensive line isn't good, because Stroud is regularly having to bail out of plays where I don't know that he's actually able to go into his proper progressions, because if there's pressure coming straight up the middle at you, what can you really do? Your passing lane might be blocked by the pass rusher bearing down on you. And on top of that, if you don't have as much time, maybe the receiver's not getting off of the defensive back who's up against him, or maybe he's not in the right spot of the zone where it's going to be open. Like, there's a lot of different factors that might add into it. We cannot say that CJ Stroud is immune from blame here. We cannot. But I do feel like this is less like with Deshaun Watson, where Watson just holds on to the football forever.
100%. It's not that. I still like, maybe it's the 49er offensive coordinator way where the center calls out the protections, but whether they get their ass kicked or there's just guys just free rush. I mean, just CJ is getting the ball and no one's blocking a pass rusher. And maybe it's supposed to be a running back chip and he's having to bail out of the pocket and just run for his life. He's getting hit so much right now. I mean,
and a lot of it is Kenyon Green. And look, Green got benched and then Jared Patterson got hurt. And I'm probably in the minority on this. I actually feel bad for Kenyon Green because I don't think it's for lack of effort. I think that Green knows he is bad and he is getting in his own head. And that is actually the worst thing. And what's tricky here, Joe, is now if Jared Patterson's out for a certain amount of time and he got injured on that Joe Mixon touchdown run, who's the next guy up? What do you do here?
I guess it's Kenyon Green. I mean, I was stunned they went back to him. Was Kendrick Green not active?
It did feel like he wasn't.
Is he that bad? He must be, to see your offense struggling. Patterson comes in at left guard. You score a touchdown, right? And then he gets hurt, and you have to go back to Kenyon Green. I thought they were going to go to somewhere else when Patterson went down.
There's a lot of bad football teams. Nick Casaro's got to pick up the phone and start calling to see what he can get on the interior offensive line, because you've already gone somewhat all in this year, trading for Stephon Diggs. And now we'll see what happens with Diggs. Nothing today on his status. Nothing after the game really either. I know he's getting an MRI today, but it did not look good. It was a non-contact injury. And he went straight into the locker room. He didn't even go to the medical tent. So I am assuming that the worst has happened, but you're not calling for another wide receiver. You're looking at the offensive line depth that you have right now, and you should add something. Let's go back to the phones. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. We've got Chris calling in. Chris, what's up?
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking the call. Along with Slowey and his play calling, especially on the screen passes, can we get Tank Dell not blocking or run situations again? I mean, what I do love about Joe Mixon, he kind of showed a leadership where he kind of called out Tank, where he had to kind of truck Tank, like get out the way, dude, pay attention, and then a few plays later, it did get better. But can we get somebody bigger, right, over there to do the passing? To do the blocking on.
This is the tricky thing, though.
So he doesn't get hurt.
This is the tricky thing, though, Chris. I mean, if you take Dell off the field and appreciate the phone call, I mean, you're losing a playmaker. And I do appreciate that Dell is tough enough to block. There's another play where he's blocking downfield. But, yeah, I also don't want Joe Mixon running him over.
Yeah, that was tough.
I want him away from the skirmish,
the scrum, yeah.
Yeah, to remember an old Houston Texans friend, Brandon Cooks. I want Tank Dell to be more like an archer, right? And the archers, what do? They stay away from all the crap, right? And I'm sure back in medieval times that there were a lot of soldiers who were pissed off about these camping archers.
Dishonorable.
You're right, just chucking it up in the air, whatever. To stay away from the fray, Tank.
The only problem with Tank Dell now is that without Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs, he kind of has to be on the field.
Yeah,
at all
exactly.
times.
Yeah. You can't really have the kid gloves
When
on.
you had three of them, it was easy to take Tank Dell off the field and to not have him run block.
No, he's got to be out there every down, basically.
Yeah,
now.
I mean,
because you are without on Thursday, you're going to be without Diggs and Collins. He's your number one receiver, and you got to figure out ways to get him the ball. Will they? I don't know. They haven't done it yet this year, and you would think there would have been less attention on him. Will's got a thought on CJ Stroud and what he said after the game. Here is Will, 713-780-3776. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, man? Love the show. Hey, I listened to this morning, and I listened to that one caller right before the ones who just called in and talking about CJ Stroud and podcast. Look, that has nothing to do with it, man. CJ Stroud is the best quarterback that the Texans have had up until now. If you take any of the other top 10 quarterbacks and put them in C.J. Stroud's position, they probably would not be 6-2. Offensive line is definitely the problem. Okay, they're not even in the top 10, not even the top 20 offensive lines in the league. All right, C.J. Stroud is constantly under pressure. That does not help with quarterback, and yet he's still good. All right, so despite the bad play calling on the offensive coordinator, and despite not even being in top 10 offensive line, this guy has a 6-2 record. So guys that are knocking C.J. Stroud, you put any other quarterback in there, would easily be 2-6, or we'd be defeated 0-6.
Oh, no,
Thanks for
yeah.
the call.
Appreciate the phone call, Will. I do agree. I have a hard time putting anything on Stroud and the impressive stuff that he does. The touchdown pass that he had to Tank Dell. I do not know how he was able to get it over that defender the way that he did, but the touch that he puts on the throws that he makes, if you don't see it in person, you don't get a true ability to appreciate it. And he is definitely in some plays probably the problem, but he is by far nowhere close to the Texans' biggest problem. And I don't think that people are looking at Stroud based off of what he said this offseason, wanting to shut him up. I think that Stroud is generally liked among NFL players. This is not, I don't know, Tyreek Stevenson or some other jackass
Yeah, I think
player.
the only real beef was EJ Speed, who nearly picked off CJ, and then Zaire Franklin or Alexander, whatever his name is.
That seems like a friendly beef.
Yeah,
though.
exactly.
It seems playful. I don't think that anyone hates CJ Stroud except for maybe Caleb Williams after he gave him advice after the game.
Well, he could probably use it. Look, CJ got pressured on. Next Gen Stats had this in the first half. He was pressured on 71.4% of his dropbacks. That is not
a lot?
That's not sustainable football.
I wasn't sure. I mean, the NFL, a lot of pressure.
It's not good.
The other 29% is all the screen passes, I'm guessing.
Oh, you know
Yeah.
what? Jeez, you're probably
So,
right.
You can't blame it on CJ. Is CJ Stroud probably going to, at the end of the season, be in the top 5 quarterback conversation if this continues? Probably not. He's going to kind of fall down the list a little bit because the team has not played well, and he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt that guys like Justin Herbert and Pat Mahomes and Josh Allen do, rightfully so. It's only his second year, but it's not CJ's fault that it's this clunky at times.
Yeah, I'm with you. A couple of comments. Would you rather be winning these games like this and be 6-2 or losing them and being 2-6? Well, obviously, but I mean, we're talking about what we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I want them to lose.
Yeah, I said look awesome and be 4-4, which is more like, well, But even then, as Joe Mixon, as D'Amico Ryans would say, winning is the most important thing.
It is. Winning is truly the most important thing. And I think you want to add a little context to it. Hey, guess what? Chiefs did not win in impressive fashion against a dead Raiders team. And on top of that, the Ravens just lost to Jameis Winston. So, meanwhile, the Bills, who you beat a couple of weeks ago, have been maybe the most impressive team in the AFC the last 2 weeks. So, look, it's a long season.
Yeah.
Hopefully they're getting better. It just feels like they're not getting better as quickly as we'd like them to.
And the most important thing, most important thing is winning. Thank you, Joe Mixon. The second most important thing is that they're really banking these wins before the schedule gets really hard. And for whatever reason, I saw a few different of the aggregation accounts just start tweeting out the Texans schedule in late December, where they're like, the Texans are going to have to play 3 games in 10 days. And it was like the Dolphins, Chiefs, and Ravens games. I'm like, yeah, we know.
Yeah, we know.
That's going to, and it's also not going to be for another almost 2 months. But for whatever reason, they're tweeting that. But it did get me thinking that, well, you have the Lions game and you have those 2 games at the back end, I think, of the 3 games in 10 days stretch. That is where you're really happy that you're an unimpressive 6-2, because you're going to have a little bit of cushion. I mean, you see, they already swept the Colts. They're already 2 games ahead of them in the division, and with the tiebreaker. So you feel good about that. Is just that they're going to have to get better, but at least they're learning while winning.
We hope they're learning.
We hope
we're not seeing the results of the learning.
At least they're winning, and we'll see if they learn.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay. He is Joe George. That's Sean Mapes behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It is Gallant and George. I never thought that we would be saying this entity is back on a football level. They are very back. You better give them their flowers. I am not talking about your Houston Texans, but if you want to weigh in on them, you still can. Stick around. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
The Texans are 6-2 after a 23-20 win over the Indianapolis Colts yesterday. They swept the Colts 3-0 in the AFC South. Doesn't matter, Brian. And on top of that, 6-0 in conference. But, and you get to fill in that but the rest of the show. We need to talk about something that happened on Saturday. I don't think any of us saw this coming. I'm going to do a little drum roll right now. Texas A&M is back. Well, that would work too. Texas A&M is back. They're back.
Texas
A&M
is back, folks.
They're back. They are back. That was a hell of a win on Saturday.
They're way back. What a win. I mean, to score 31 points in the second half, unanswered until, I guess LSU scored 6 in the fourth quarter. My gosh, they beat the crap out of them on Saturday.
I was watching that game, and early on, I politely asked a couple of my Aggie fan friends, you going to pull Wigman? In the same way that I politely asked my Texas friends who have since disowned me. Just kidding. I talked with one of them. He's still not thrilled about it. But whatever.
We had a great reunion this
for
weekend
the horns down. I politely asked, just like I'd ask, like, hey, maybe put an arch, huh? I did the same thing here. Everyone said yes, now, right now. No one liked Wigman. I do not know why they ever went away from Marcel Reed, because they can do so much more of what I think Colin Klein wants to do with this guy in there. And my God. So he only had 2 passes.
Which is crazy.
Real football.
He ran all over them, 9 carries for 62 yards and 3 touchdowns. And once he started running, the entire Aggie running game really got going. And I cannot wait for Texas A&M now. I feel like we actually are in for possible riots in the streets, Civil War battles. I might not even go home for Thanksgiving because I want to see my friends tear each other's throats out. I'm thinking about it, like, just to sit back and watch. Now that I have been kicked out of the Texas tribe, now that I've been kicked out, I kind of want to just sit back and throw gasoline on the fire in the same way that I often throw gasoline at Thanksgiving on the argumentative flames between my very conservative father and my very liberal sister.
I really hope neither one of these teams loses before the end of the game. I need like 2 top 6 teams head-to-head November 30th, please. The tickets are going for like $2,000 right now to get in the stadium. I'm sure that's just going up.
Oh my
right
God,
now.
yeah.
I cannot imagine how much tickets are to go to that game.
You should do a Friendsgiving, Paul.
Friendsgiving?
Yeah, and half the table is A&M fans, half the table is Texas fans, and
they will not watch it around each other.
Yeah, I bet
they have all.
Well, you don't tell them that you invited the other one.
There's only I've only been able to unite these people. You know, we think we have problems in the Middle East. I guess. But the problems that we have in my group of friends between the Texas and A&M fans, it's something else. I have been able to unify them once. I said, both of you guys are pussies for not playing. And they've all started shouting at me and yelling at me. And then I was like, all right, see you guys. Have a good rest of your party.
Being friends.
Yeah, I said that in the petroleum club. Like like a suit, top floor. We're all like looking fancy and classy. And I said, like, yeah, you guys are kind of pussies not playing each other. And they all just started shrieking at me. And I'm like, all right, well, on that note, have a great night, guys.
Yeah, I think I might have to get a credential and go to this game.
Joe, I want to see you on the Texas A&M police Twitter account.
I don't.
I kind of do. I want Media Man take it away after
drinking too much.
What a return to sober wife.
The Texas A&M police Twitter account just tweets out highlights of what's going on at Kyle Field in the middle of a game. I'm just going to read some of the things that we saw on Saturday night. Now there's a lot of narking going on. Some minor in possession, saw officer tried to hide alcohol, citations, blah, blah, blah. But disturbance, section 121. Oh, the classy seats. Subject in wrong seat tried to fight subject who had ticket for seat. Ejected. Section 234. Subject throwing beer on fans. Ejected. Section 408, responded to unruly and intoxicated subject, attempted to locate a sober friend, but was unsuccessful, arrested for public intoxication. Section 336, subject arrested for possession of cocaine. Damn.
336. Wow.
Yeah.
Definitely a fraternity guy.
Whoa.
Definitely.
Whoa. How dare you do that?
That's against the Aggie code.
Definitely.
I think. I actually don't know.
I wouldn't either. Intoxicated subject, section 132, released to sober friend. So there you go. It's a fantastic account. I can't wait for it. And look, the Aggies got chesty with LSU before this game. Did you guys see multiple shoving matches?
Fight.
I don't know who started them. I think you could make a strong argument that Texas A&M might have started it, but LSU had definitely flexing a little bit. They were walking on the wrong side of the field. I like that. Like in the past, before a game like this would be all the telltale signs in a non-Johnny Manziel Texas A&M Aggies team. They're going to blow this one. They're going to biff this one on Saturday night. And instead, after getting in that shoving match, they shoved LSU into a locker. They kicked their ass. I can't overstate that enough. It is really awesome to see what they did. I was impressed. I was doing golf claps. I was doing golf claps at the bar.
I had so much, like seeing today, there was this video that they put out of all the different angles from the tunnel to like up top in the stadium of the A&M entrance. I had such FOMO watching it, just like how electric Kyle Field looked this weekend. And Mike Elko deserves so much credit for making the quarterback change before to go back to Connor Wigman when he felt like it was the right move, and then to make that change away from Connor Wigman in this game. Not a lot of coaches in today's college football would really be wanting to do that because they know that Connor is in the transfer portal today. Like they know he's done at A&M. He's not going to play there anymore. He might not even dress up to be the backup quarterback.
Yeah, you could see it on his face when they were showing him on the sideline.
Yeah,
he's gone.
He might be there for the rest of the season. I don't know about
as a hostage.
Yeah, I don't know
like
about
Jameis Winston before he got back on the field yesterday.
I don't know about next year, but yeah, no, I mean, this Mike Elko is like just the like, hey, when you have a team that's like pumped to the gills with talent and they're being coached by an absolute clown show, when you get like a serious good good college football coach, it's like, oh, actually you turn into a top 10 team in the nation.
Yeah,
when you're just a competent coach.
Shout out to Texas A&M. Push Notre Dame up to number 8 in the college football polls. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, and a dominant win over.
Yeah, you had that.
Or the U.S. Naval Academy.
A&M should be ranked higher than Notre Dame.
Whoa,
damn!
They beat LSU.
Does head-to-head mean nothing?
Head-to-head means nothing to me now. A&M beat LSU and they beat the crap out of them.
Who smoked them?
Oh yeah, asterisks. Notre Dame played Connor Wegman and they didn't play Marcel Reed.
That's true.
That's a good point.
Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm actually going to give you real reasons to be positive and optimistic about the Houston Texans going forward. This is not going to be done snarkily. This is not going to be done with the gun held to my head because they are 6-2. They are 3-0 in the AFC South. They're 6-0 in the conference. They swept the Colts. But there's actually one thing you really should be pumped out about with this Texans team. I'll tell you what it is next. Stay put.
Anderson's coming. Richardson can't escape. A sack for Will Anderson. He's now got 7.5 on the year.
Texans swarm. I'm going to keep saying this to begin every single segment. After a 23-20 win over the Colts, your Texans are 6-2, 6-0 in the conference, 3-0 in the AFC South, and they have the tiebreaker over the only challenge in the AFC South, the Colts, after having officially swept them yesterday. They basically have a 3-game lead on a team that's 4-4. So there's a lot of things to be happy about. That said, there's a lot of things that have still yet to be cleaned up that we've been seeing for over half of a year. Specifically, the offensive line, the inability to protect CJ Stroud, an offense that's very inconsistent, that can't score touchdowns, that gets stuck in the red zone, that shoots itself in the foot. And by the way, they're down another wide receiver. Nico Collins already out. Now Stephon Diggs seemingly out indefinitely. But there is something that they are doing incredibly well this year. They are really getting after the quarterback. You're finally seeing some results from Danielle Hunter. Will Anderson is one of the top sack artists in the NFL. And yesterday, against a team with a quarterback who is pretty good at avoiding sacks, they sacked him 5 times. A little bit more. This is NFL history. Over the last decade, the lowest completion percentage with 30-plus attempts. It was Josh Allen a couple of weeks ago against the Texans. It was Anthony Richardson on Sunday. 30% and 31.3%. One game, oh my God, this quarterback's a disaster. 2 games, you got to look at the defense and say the defense is playing a large part in that, even if those 2 teams are limited. And then think about this. At an NRG stadium with people who arrive very late and with people that leave early, perhaps before the near Rosencopter-esque incident when CJ Stroud tossed it to Joe Mixon, bounces off his chest, a Colt player recovers it, falls to his back, I guess got touched, gets up, runs, takes it back for a touchdown. Colts had a lead for 5 seconds. Call gets overturned. Even despite that, take a look at what the Texans have been doing against quarterbacks at NRG Stadium. Caleb Williams, 174 yards passing, 2 picks. Trevor Lawrence, 169 yards passing. Josh Allen, 131. Anthony Richardson, 175. This is put out by Will Kunkel from Fox 26. No quarterback has thrown for more than 175 yards in Houston this season. And while I think yards are generally a meaningless statistic, to hold somebody under 200 yards passing in today's NFL is pretty damn hard to do. They have done that in every single home game.
They've been really impressive at home and on the defensive side of the ball. Danielle Hunter, like you said, you can really feel his impact growing in a major way. But Will Anderson just looks like he is a different animal this season. I mean, he put on more muscle, was trying to get bigger this offseason. You always kind of question what his speed going to look like because that was one of his strengths. But he's been getting after guys the entire year. Poor Tim Settle, the only player that had like that missed sack. I cannot believe Anthony Richardson shook him off that way. But the defense has been so good. I do think the yardage matters. Like you said, in today's NFL, quarterbacks throw the ball. But they're not throwing for over 200 yards. They're not running the ball all the time. I mean, they're having some – Jonathan Taylor had some success. This game, he rushed for 105 yards, but it took him 20 carries to get there. So the defense is the huge win for this season. As down as we all feel about the Texans offense, we should feel very positive about the Texans defense.
Yeah, the pass rush has been really good. And I mean, think about this. Yesterday, you didn't have Azeez Al-Shaair. Devin White came in. Honestly, I didn't notice Devin White that much, but he wasn't a liability considering he hasn't played to this point this year, wasn't active for all the games he was playing with the Eagles. So you had guys step up at linebacker. And the defensive line, which is getting a slightly more spry to Nico Autry with every single game. He had a deflected pass in this game that has Danielle Hunter, who had an incredible sack while a Colts offensive lineman was trying to pull him off of Anthony Richardson. Will Anderson is doing the same things that he's been doing too. The pass rush for this team is probably its strength. And the real question is the offense ever going to catch up to where the defense is right now? But this is a pretty good point in the year to look at the Texans defense. I feel like as the season has gone on, they've gotten better. And if you're looking for anything to compliment on this unit, and you might be having a tough time doing that with the offense, the pass rush is it. It is really good, and it is universally respected across the NFL.
I think they also the 10 for 32 for Richardson. We have to put in some context that he might be a bad quarterback, but you did have 9 pass deflections in this game. Eric Murray was all over the place.
Eric Murray was great.
He was great in this game.
That's the best he's ever looked.
Yeah, Kamari Lassiter, he had 3 pass deflections. You have an interception from Jalen Petrie.
Lassiter needed to chill on that one play where he got totally toasted and then started celebrating when Anthony Richardson misfired the ball. I hate it when defenders do that. I hate
agree.
it. And I don't care if Kamari Lassiter's posting cool stuff on his Instagram story afterwards, which was this picture of like 1930s Mickey Mouse reading a book that said how to kill. Like, that's cool. And he's got the locksmith chain and all that stuff. Sorry, don't do a dance after that. Anyway, continue, Joe.
Tyreek Stevenson would be proud.
Keep kicking me when I'm down.
We haven't even gone to that.
I'm just trying to be positive about Eric Murray right now.
I like foreshadowing it for the whole.
I can't wait.
Show.
We're just like,
I know.
It's on the back of your mind because you know eventually it's going to come.
I know, but I love Eric Murray. Just I did not think he was a good football player. Been pleasantly surprised with what he's done this season at safety for the Houston Texans. So a huge win for them to get some of these guys that are, either kind of nobodies or guys you don't expect a ton from and are making an impact. Danico Autry, the only real negative of this game. I know you heard him on one of the highlights we played today. Did nothing again.
He had a deflected pass.
Hit a deflected pass.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Hit. Look, he's 34.
I know, but
he missed the first 6 games of the year and he didn't practice in training camp. Anyone who thought he was going to give you results right away, I think you're crazy. It's going to take some time.
For like a little results.
Yeah, he's a rotational piece that's 34. I mean, I know he had 10 sacks last year, but he is a rotational piece. Don't measure your expectations. When Mario Edwards is back, I don't know how many snaps Autry's going to get.
Aren't they paying him $10 million?
Hmm?
Aren't they paying him like $10 million?
Yeah, you're paying him for the end of the year. I mean,
I was gonna say, I think this might be more of a November, December. We'll see what we get in Autry because of what Paul was saying, that he missed all of the offseason. And
yeah, he's at training camp on the sideline, not doing anything.
And you can't bring him along slowly because you don't have Edwards for some reason.
But they've been so impressive. This defense. I mean,
defense has been great.
Yeah, because they're just getting it from different guys every week, whether it's Hunter, Anderson, Settle. I mean, Mario Edwards when he was out there, and then the guys in the secondary, they're all contributing in a really positive way. It was nice to see Jalen Petrie get that first interception in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It was like that we all knew it, but when they said it, it was just like, oh yeah.
The one nitpick is this. It's, hey, the big plays. It's always won a game. I don't know how they lost Josh Downs the way that they did, but geez, that was bad. And Richardson did have a couple of throws that maybe were dropped by Colts receivers, or maybe a little bit off thrown. Whatever the case, this was, I think, a really good performance by the defense. So if you want to brag about anything, get chesty about anything with this team being 6-2, with all of the questions they have on offense, the defense, I think, is something you actually can be proud of.
Very much agree.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. I think Danielle Hunter was. I mean, he made probably the biggest play of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And another super big play too. Like, so the 2 sacks you get from Hunter, we heard the Anderson sack, like that is what this defense was built to be. They were after Richardson so much that he had to ask out, which you know what? They're the most successful pass rush in NFL history.
They made a QB sub out of a game.
Yes. No other quarterback in history has done that.
Dude, let's hear Anthony Richardson after the game. Yeah. This is the Colts quarterback. My God, dude. You can't say this.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did. And I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, this whole saying I just needed a break right there.
Lying is hard. I'm not good at it. You got to say something else there. You got to say I felt dizzy.
I couldn't hear the play call, like just something to where you're like, I'm hitting the helmet.
They were trying to, on the broadcast, like show that when he got tackled, he put his left hand down, and no, maybe that was a different point of the game when he hurt his wrist a little bit. I don't know. It's so hard to keep track of when he's hurt and when he's not hurt.
When he's tired,
but just lie. Just say I dinged up a little bit. I'm good to go though.
And even then, dude, it's a 3rd down in a close game on the Texan side of the field.
I think it was 3rd and goal from the 23.
Yeah.
Which is also like, hey, they're not going to ask you to with Shane Steichen, you don't know for sure, but you're probably not going to have to run the ball here. It's probably just going to be a wide receiver screen or a handoff.
Right. They weren't aggressive when Flacco came in. They did some sort of a check down, but dude, you got to stay out there. You can't ever take a play off. As a quarterback, you're expected to lie about concussions. You know,
look at Josh Allen.
Tua.
I mean, even like later in the game, like when the Mixon play happened, when he ran into Tank, and you could tell Tank was like catching his breath a little bit from probably just getting the wind knocked out of him. They're calling him out, and he's trying to wave off Bobby Slowick and trying to say, "No, I'm staying in the game. I'm fine." They finally took him off the field. Like, as a quarterback, you cannot leave the field and expect to keep the respect of your teammates when most teammates already think quarterbacks are soft in general.
Yeah, it's a situation where I get that he exerted himself a lot, especially on that play preceding it, where he shakes off 91.
It was Tim Settle.
Tim Settle. He shakes him off. He is running around, gets hit by a linebacker. But at the same time, I mean, it's unanimous with all the former players, either on the talk shows or on Twitter, where they're like, "I've never seen a quarterback do this." And
I haven't either.
At that point, it is like, I get that he was exerting himself. But Josh Allen exerts himself a lot on these plays. Cam Newton exerted himself for an entire career. Like
Michael Vick,
like all these guys. Lamar Jackson. I mean, remember the Chiefs game where every drop back for Lamar Jackson was 15 seconds long because he had to avoid every rusher and then throw it to Isaiah Likely? Like, it's not crazy that a quarterback has to have some cardio strength there.
Mahomes in the Super Bowl against the Bucks.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was running for his life
the whole game. Sorry, dude. I mean, you got to stay in there. And Richardson, of all the quarterbacks, we're not talking about someone who's flabby, right? Like Baker Mayfield or Jameis Winston.
Career Ben Roethlisberger.
Right, exactly. I mean, Richardson is essentially a golden god out there. The guy's got Adonis bod.
Like his combine measurables were like the same as like athletic tight end.
Yeah.
Like it was like he's a freak.
So it's a bad look. I don't think it takes away from the Texans' defensive performance. If you feel otherwise, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on YouTube as well at ESPN Houston or on Twitch at ESPN 975. All right, we're gonna put Joe out of his misery. We're gonna rip the Band-Aid off in the next segment.
Okay.
Because oh boy,
that's a good way to put it, Paul.
I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not at all. Stay put.
This is Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Paul and Joe inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Comes down to one last play, and it's going to be getting longer by the second. You're all the way back at the 30-yard line. Now you can step into it. Here comes the Hail Mary with the game on the line, and the ball is caught! Caught! It's a miracle! It's Noah Brown! Oh my goodness! This town is going crazy! It's a madhouse in Landover, Maryland! He did it!
Ex-Texans swarm.
I can't believe Nick Caserio didn't keep him.
That's the story from
Actually,
this game.
for real, a little bit, but
That's how you distract
Noah Brown should be
Smoke
a
bomb.
Texan,
from
not
what you
Robert Woods.
from what you had to go through.
What else, is that not what we're talking about? Noah Brown here, former Texan.
Oh, we're
I
not
know what you
localizing
want to
this.
talk about.
I don't know if we're localizing this
Yeah,
one.
this isn't in the loop, Joe. This is
Oh.
the Paul is a sick person and wants to bask in your misery after your Bears lost to the Washington Commanders on a Hail Mary by Jaden Daniels,
Yeah,
the number 2 pick in the 2024
God, that guy's
NFL
awesome.
draft.
he's
Jaden
awesome.
Daniels is awesome.
Honestly, might
Rookie
be the
of the
best
year.
quarterback in this draft, Sean. I don't know what Joe thinks.
He is right now. That's for sure. At least he's not concussed. That's mean. I'm sorry, Paul. That was mean. That was mean to Drake. That was mean to Drake.
Listen,
I apologize, Drake, man. You've played good.
I mean, unlike
good
the
enough. Yeah, sorry.
unlike the loser Bears, the Patriots won a game against a historically inept franchise with a backup quarterback.
Yeah, well, at least the Bears aren't the Jets. Losers.
I mean,
Yeah, this is like the
it was a
opposite
Jetsy
of,
loss.
this is the opposite. There's always a bigger fish. There's always a smaller fish
No,
for
this was-
someone to
this
punch
is-
down on
You
here.
know how many times I've seen this? This is like the 4th time I've seen this happen in my life. It's just it's the first time that it wasn't Aaron Rodgers throwing the
I was
Hail
gonna
Mary.
say, didn't Ryan?
Rodgers has done this like 3 times to the Bears. Brett Favre did this to the Bears. It's just another day.
No,
just
no.
another day.
And now it's a guy you could have drafted instead of your quarterback.
Nope, I like my quarterback still.
I don't know.
I'm
He
not-
kind of sucked in this game until
he
the
was,
end.
he was pretty terrible in this game.
Yeah,
He could
until
get
the
better.
end.
He
That
could
was
get
his
better.
worst game. That was his worst game by
Yeah, he
far.
paints his nails too.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
Needs to work on handoff to the backup offensive line.
Hey, Sean. Are there any other highlights
worst
of this touchdown pass that Jaden Daniels threw to
Oh, this
beat
one?
Joe
I don't-
George's Bears?
I don't even know if people know. Oh no, wait, I found another one.
4 of them at the goal line. They bring 3. Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one
See if
fly.
it sounds different.
Goes to the right side. Steps away from
Maybe a different
the
result.
defenders. Gives himself some time. Now,
This one Stevenson's actually
steps up,
playing.
fires, heads towards the end zone. It is
You know, I actually don't know what happened there. Sean, want to play that one more time?
Yeah,
Let's try to figure out. Like, I don't know.
There's too much cackling to
Yeah,
really
I-
understand.
They
what was
didn't tell us what happened on that play. Joe, can you tell us?
I think I heard touchdown in there. I'm not totally sure. I think I heard. Now it wasn't the best call I heard this weekend because it wasn't like the fake crying or whatever was happening in Cleveland this weekend, which was bizarre. I like Bram Weinstein too. I used to produce his radio show once upon a time.
Now, is he dead to you?
And he's dead to me now, just because anyone that.
Well, I mean, it wasn't his fault.
That's
It was Tyreek Stevenson,
That
this
idiot.
dumbass.
They should cut him.
So Tyreek Stevenson is the guy, for those who remember, that in Sunday Night Football for that Texans-Bears game, poked Nico Collins in the face. Nico Collins, all 6'4", 220, 30 pounds of him. Collins shoves him back very forcefully with one arm, essentially bitch slapped him. He gets flagged for it. But Stevenson also was doing something in this game with Terry McLaurin, another one of the best wide receivers in the NFL, to the point where McLaurin was caught on camera mouthing, "You ain't bleep." Stevenson's a rookie?
No, it's like second or third year. I
Oh,
think.
he doesn't even have an excuse. I assume
He has no excuse.
Oh.
He should not be on the team.
Well, for
They
those
should cut him.
For those who don't know, Tyreek Stevenson, who did those two things before this happened in the Hail Mary, was chirping with Commanders fans. there's a replay that shows a bunch of Bears fans sitting by the end zone who are trying to tell Tyreek Stevenson that the Hail Mary play has begun. And while Stevenson does do what is necessary, it actually didn't hurt them at all.
Wrong.
To that point.
He was a step or two late.
But he gets in there. He did get his hand on the ball. The problem is
he could have got 2 hands on.
The problem is he was supposed to mark Noah Brown, who sneaks behind that entire crowd of Bears and Commanders. Ball gets tipped by Stevenson, and he catches the ball. And that's the game.
Yeah. He was supposed to box out Noah Brown on that play, Matt Eberflus said today. So he was so the entire play is his fault. If his dumbass just stays in the corner and just keeps chirping the fans, the Bears probably would have won. If he doesn't get involved,
that is funny.
If he just keeps being an idiot,
if he was never involved in the play, it's probably.
And I swear to God, it looks like he's trying to intercept the ball. I swear, it looks like he's trying to Odell that thing.
Yeah, it wasn't the what they teach you, knock it down. It was like there was something else going on. Paul, do you think, this is radio, we have a lot of people getting in and out of their cars. Do you think we should reset what play we're talking about?
Do you have another version of it?
There was
I do have another version actually.
Okay. Well, there was a Hail Mary in the late afternoon game between the Washington Commanders and Chicago Bears, and the Commanders ultimately successfully completed this Hail Mary, and they took down the Chicago Bears. And yeah, I mean, look, we're a show here in Houston, Texas, so it's just something that I think we all need to hear, because it was a really cool play.
It was a primetime game,
and it didn't affect anybody emotionally in this room at all.
Ahora sí, Daños a lanzar a lo profundo del terreno de juego. Ahí está la recepción. Touchdown. Touchdown de Washington. Touchdown. Está adentro. Touchdown. Commander.
Oh, okay. You did say it.
El Ave María funcionó. Apareció el 85. Tras un rebote, Noah Brown se convierte en el héroe de todo Washington DC. Enorme. Grande Commander.
Oh, that's great.
A plus.
Hello, Maria.
I got 2 of those words.
I was gonna say, Joe, do you speak Spanish?
But
probably
plus
good
call.
Probably
it
good
sounded
thing if
great.
you don't.
It sounded great. So yesterday, so I'm watching this on a not so legal stream because YouTube TV is expensive and they don't want to carry the Space City Home Network, so I cannot give them my money on a regular basis. So I'm watching this on an illegal stream. Okay.
Wow.
I get a DM.
You're gonna get arrested for this.
First from King of Twitch. He says, "Good win." Okay.
I was gonna say him being first. Wow.
Was this before the Hail Mary?
Yes.
This is 4 triple zeros.
So I get a DM from King of Twitch saying, "Good win." Like, all right, I'm getting ready for my other job thing that I'm doing.
Honestly,
now.
by
Get
the
my
way,
graphics made. Bears win! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Get it all loaded. Had to redo them because I didn't think that was gonna happen. And then I get a tweet from Junior Bronco that just says, "Bruh," and I was just like, "What is about to happen?" And then I saw it, and I wanted to just be sad. I was sad. That's Bears football.
Honestly, it wouldn't have been that impressive of a win anyway. So, you were going to have some things to
win's
nitpick.
a win. They would have been 5-2.
Winning is the most important thing.
Yes.
I don't know if any Bears said that after the game.
Yes.
I don't.
They'd still be in the playoffs right now if they won that game.
Where does this rank among heart-wrenching Bears losses? Okay.
Number 3.
Double doink.
Khalil Mack's first game on Sunday Night Football against the Green Bay Packers,
Against
in which they hurt
painkiller.
Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
And he had a fumble recovery for a touchdown, and Aaron Rodgers broke ass comes back on the field.
Broke ass.
And I think he threw a Hail Mary.
Physically broken.
I think.
Yeah.
I
His
think
broken
he
ass.
physically- Yeah, broken, yes. Double doink, and then this.
Okay. That's the one where after the game, Aaron Rodgers goes, "My knee," in a weird Southern accent, right?
I think so.
Yeah, because he was on like a million painkillers.
Yeah, he was on a lot of painkillers after that one. So it's top 3 for sure.
Okay.
All right, let's talk about the Texans.
Any other calls? German, Japanese?
Let me
Just
see.
wanted
I
to
want to
check.
hear the Bears radio call if we can find it.
Oh, Good. I'll be on that, and when we're going around the NFL.
I kind of want to hear the set.
All right. Up next, it's the 10-minute drill. We're going to continue to torture Joe. And by the way, your Texans are 6-2, 3-0 in the AFC South, 6-0 in conference. Just swept the Colts. If you want to talk about them, because I know there's a big butt in the room. Stick around.
The Texans 3-week stretch of covering games is over. They didn't cover this week, but you can go and watch the Texans or your favorite Texas team at ESPN Bet inside in LaBerge, Lake Charles. Sean, myself, Brian, Cam Smith will be out there on November 16th and 17th doing shows on Saturday from 12 to 2 and then Sunday from 10 to 12, getting you ready for all the NFL action. You got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks, always a good time. You can use the ESPN Bet app. As soon as you cross in Louisiana, just find a way to connect to one of them towers. And as soon as you're officially out of Texas, you can do that as well. Plus, you also, during the week, you can play the free Cover 5 game. All you do, download the Cover 5 app in your app store. You will join a league for the week. They have college football competitions and NFL. It's totally free to play. You pick 5 games against the spread. I had my best week yet. I finished 6th out of 350 people in the college football playoff competition this week. And you get pre-rewards for your Penn membership when you do that. So sign up for your Penn membership. Totally free. Play the Cover 5 app. And when you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at LaBerge, Lake Charles.
To the left, McLaren, and that's where Jaden Daniels is eyeballing. Jaden Daniels sifting back, being pressured. Jaden Daniels hemmed into the pocket, looking for blockers, looking for something. He's got plenty of time. Launches, deep pass into the area of the end zone. And it's caught by Noah Brown. He was the tip man, and this place is now gone into Bedlam mode. Washington with the miracle finish. The breakup pass into the waiting arms of Noah Brown. Nobody back there. Crushing loss. 18-15 Washington. Hail Mary, 2 seconds left.
And it's caught.
I
understood what happened with that call more than I understood on the Espanol call and more than I understood on the Commanders call.
Yeah, Commanders definitely is the most confusing of the four.
Because
A lot of loud noises.
I could pick up touchdown, Noah Brown, Commanders win.
I didn't pick up anything on the Commanders one.
No, I just
the Spanish call. I could pick up Noah Brown touchdown. I got it.
Yeah.
The Commanders. It was just screaming and way more laughing than I thought would be in it.
How many more years do you think it'll be before the Bears get another Jim Nantz, Tony Romo on the call game? You know, making it to the big leagues.
Who has the Super Bowl this year?
Not the Bears.
Probably also not CBS. I think they did last year's Super Bowl.
They'll probably
So you got a few years.
Probably December 8th when they play the 49ers at 3:25. So
on CBS.
Oh wait, never mind. That's Fox. Just kidding. Oh, they'll get Tom Brady that one. Awesome.
Good. Maybe you can learn a thing or two from a winner.
They should just keep reading Chicago Bears quarterback stats to Tom Brady until he throws up. Just until he just like vomits in the booth of just like, I can't believe this is a franchise.
It is incredible.
Same.
Hey, remember when the Bears could have had Tom Brady apparently?
Yeah.
That was a story.
Too cold.
I mean, they could have drafted him.
That's true.
So could have 30 other teams.
That's true.
Oh, he was a first-round pick on Bill Polian's board.
Yeah.
right?
Texans could have drafted Tom Brady.
They could have.
Right?
No,
Actually, no, they didn't exist yet. They didn't exist.
They're the only
The
one.
one
you're
team.
right. You're right.
They're
I'm
one
sorry.
team where
That's
it's
right.
okay. Not their
It's
fault.
right before the Texans. They get a pass.
The Cleveland Browns pulled off the upset of Sunday with a 29-24 win over the Baltimore Ravens, dropping Baltimore to 5-3. Jameis Winston starting for Deshaun Watson. Here's his stat line: 27 of 41, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns. Probably should have been picked off by Kyle Hamilton, and the Ravens shot themselves in the foot a lot. But Jameis Winston, he got his one shot, his opportunity, and he delivered.
Not often that you get another opportunity like you have just received in the NFL. What does it mean to lead these guys, and what could be the start of what you said is something special moving forward?
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
Unbelievable performance today. Congratulations, Jameis.
I love Jameis Winston. I'm so glad he's a starting quarterback in the NFL again.
I like him when he's playing football and not talking about the morality of whether or not you should boo Deshaun Watson or cheer for him after he gets hurt. But I do like seeing him on the field. It is crazy that it took the Browns this long to turn to him. I guess the reason that he got demoted to third string and inactive was because he went rogue in a short yardage package. And Kevin Stefanski, I guess, had talked to him about that. So that was a punishment for something he actually had done. This was not a demotion due to paranoia over Deshaun. It seems like he actually did something. So
that makes sense considering what he did last year.
I went down the rabbit hole yesterday because I thought to myself, man, this should be a way bigger story that they just randomly demoted him for no reason. It seems like there actually was a legitimate reason for Kevin Stefanski to demote him. So the Browns get a dub, and they have a pulse with Jameis Winston.
That was a fun. I mean, the whole 12 o'clock hour. I know you were at the game. It's like watching.
I wish I'd been able to get the witching hour.
It was
action.
incredible yesterday.
I mean, I know that the only lively moment in Texans Colts was when the fumble was returned nearly for a touchdown by Indianapolis in a almost Rosencopter-esque manner.
Thankfully, it wasn't. Down by contact.
And I think Red Zone even showed a highlight of all the things that were happening at once. And there I was at NRG Stadium, kind of falling asleep in the third quarter.
Yeah, I mean, the Cardinals game ends a game-winning field goal. The Packers game, the Patriots game, Falcons Buccaneers was wild at the end. Browns Ravens, Texans, like every game besides the Lions game was strange and all happening at the same time. Elite witching hour yesterday. Very, very good.
We'll see where this goes, but yeah, they're a more fun team with Jameis Winston, who yes has his own issues
and likable.
Hmm?
They're a likable football team, also.
The Browns?
Just no,
no, they're not. They're not.
They're more likable now.
No, I mean Winston's done some pretty crappy stuff. So.
Yeah, I know, but I just despise watching.
Winston is funny. Winston is comical to me. I don't know that I love Jameis as much as I find him comical.
His shenanigans are fun.
Yeah.
Other people's shenanigans.
They're not our problem.
Yeah, and it's fun watching him play football because you just don't know if he's going to do something incredible or something totally disastrous. Like the interception he had in the beginning of the game, it was right to a Ravens player.
Mm-hmm.
As
one does.
He had another throw that was straight to another Ravens player where I didn't even know where the Brown was that he was throwing to. It was just a rocket straight to a Raven.
Ravens choked this one away too. Look, first off, Ravens defense, some serious questions about them. I know that they did pull away from the Buccaneers on Monday eventually, but they've got some serious questions on that side of the ball. And Kyle Hamilton should have had that interception. Lamar Jackson had a throw. He hit Rashad Bateman right in the face, wide open on a post route. He had beat his defender by about 2-3 yards. There was another one where Lamar Jackson just overthrew a guy in the end zone who was wide open. This is a bad game for the Ravens. And guess what? Clunkers do happen, and it's nice that the Texans keep winning their clunkers if you want to localize that.
Yeah, and again, if we're talking about the Ravens every day and watching the Ravens every game, I feel like we'd also be pretty upset with how their season has gone with losses to the Raiders and the Browns. Like they have 2 losses to 2 teams that both have 2 wins. So they are a team that also I'm sure is infuriating their fan base, and that's really just life in the NFL.
The Chiefs, life goes on in the NFL. They're 7-0, another unimpressive win. This time over the Las Vegas Raiders, 27-20, but they are 7-0. Mahomes' stat line, I guess, slightly more impressive. 27 of 38 for 262 yards, 2 touchdowns, and an interception. But you have yet to see Mahomes be Mahomes this year. Really, their offense yesterday was all Travis Kelce, 10 catches for 90 yards.
Yeah, if they start using him like that, though, it's just going to open up, and then
he'll be gassed by the end of the year.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is it's funny talking about, but this is a little early to hit the Travis Kelce bail us out button. But this was also a game, because remember the offseason story with the Ravens players with the Kermit the Frog thing with Mahomes. And I think a
Chiefs player brought it up after the game with some sort of social media posts, just vibing in Vegas with a frog or something.
Yeah, like and I think Mahomes said something about when the time comes to handle it, we'll handle that or something like that. So again, don't give the Chiefs bulletin board material. They're probably going to beat you anyway. Just don't give them bulletin board material.
They called it KC West. That was what they called the Death Star Stadium, Allegiant that the Raiders play in.
Every fan base takes over that stadium.
I just saw Andy Reid now is tied for Josh McDaniels with most wins
off a bye
at that stadium.
Oh. What am I saying?
He probably has as many wins off a bye as Josh McDaniels has coaching wins.
Total wins, you're probably right.
Well, and then the Patriots today, Patriots traded Josh Uche today to the Chiefs. So the Chiefs getting better.
Yeah, Uche's a good player. I know they beat the Jets today or yesterday, so at least I got that. But God, they
got to fix that. Got to get the first pick.
That's who the Texans play on Thursday. The Jets, with all that hype, same record as New England Patriots in a Super Bowl caliber year, and that is my Super Bowl yesterday. That is my Super Bowl. The Patriots with Jacoby Brissett beating the New York Jets. I'm raising a banner for it. That is my Super Bowl.
Lighting the lighthouse.
Light that lighthouse, baby.
I'm going to take off work on November 11th if the Patriots beat the Bears, just so you know, Sean.
Oh, they're playing them?
In 2 weeks.
See, here's the thing. I will not watch that game.
I know,
Paul's so checked out of the Patriots schedule. I have no doubt in my mind he actually doesn't know that they play the Bears.
I did not know that until just now.
But if the Bears lose, I won't be here. Okay. I'll be hiding.
I won't even rub it in. I'll just ask what happened.
I won't rub it in.
I'll just ask
Hail Mary.
I'm just going to ask what happens.
Yeah,
and you can tell me.
Yeah.
And then I'll ask again because
For clarification.
The Eagles dropped the Bengals to 3-5 with a 37-17 win. For all the Nick Sirianni shenanigans, they are 5-2.
They're cooking on offense all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way they use Saquon, what a great signing.
Yeah, it's been good.
Are running backs having a moment?
Yes.
Mixon,
Veteran running backs.
Barkley,
Henry.
Like
those three guys.
Tony Pollard's been all right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's on the Titans, so who cares? But Tony Pollard's been all right.
Speaking of the Titans, Lions 50 burger them. Texans play the Lions in less than 2 weeks, and Detroit won 52-14. Yeah, Jared Goff in weeks past has looked like the MVP, but he only had 82 yards passing in a game that they scored 50 points in. I don't know how that works.
I don't know either.
That's like a college football thing where they just run the ball so well that they never throw it.
Yeah, it's like A&M this weekend.
yeah, A&M.
I think that I heard this coming in. The Lions in the last 4 weeks have outscored the entire NFL. And just in the last 4 weeks.
Wait, the entire NFL?
Like every single team in the league, I think they have more points in the last 4 weeks than any team in the NFL has. I could be wrong.
No, they have to.
Okay, yeah. I thought you meant they've outscored the
entire
other
NFL
31
combined.
teams.
No. But also this, apparently the Lions have more touchdowns than incompletions over this stretch. We're talking 24 touchdowns and 18 incompletions or something like that over this stretch. They're on fire, and you know what? I'm very glad that the Texans have a half bye week before that Sunday night football game at NRG Stadium because, whoa, if the defense is going to win you a game, that is the toughest test that they will face all year.
Now, that's like a Georgia football stat.
Yes.
Whereas they have more touchdowns than incompletions.
But normally it's because they don't throw the ball that much. And like I know this game they did.
That is
but,
part
like,
of it.
Jared Goff, like the Lions have scored 42, 47, 31, and 52 points in their last 4 games.
Yeah.
Those are legit video game numbers.
And Titans fire them into the sun. Everything that they do is an abomination. And when are they going to wear the Oilers uniforms and make those look terrible by association?
Mason Rudolph's the quarterback.
Oh, God. And speaking of terrible AFC South teams, the Jaguars lost to Malik Willis and the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah. Jacksonville, and they lost their 2 best wide receivers today. Christian Kirk, he's hurt. I think he's out for the season with a broken collarbone.
And they lose the rookie, too?
And then he's out. Brian Thomas Jr. is going to be out 2 to 4 weeks, they think, with like a rib injury. So,
oh, no, you hate to see it.
They're going to be struggling.
Oh,
Did the Texans play the Jags in the next 2 to 4 weeks?
I don't think so.
I think it's a little bit of time before they play. The next couple of weeks for the Texans.
5 weeks.
5 weeks.
Next 3 Texans games are all primetime. Unless
so they're definitely not playing the Jags.
Right. Definitely not. No, it's Jets Thursday. It's Sunday night against the Lions.
Oh, and then Monday
against the Cowboys.
That's right.
So there you go. That's the 10-minute drill. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You want to weigh in on the Texans, who are 6-2, but still have some questions to be answered? You can. Up next, I suppose we got to check in on the Savannah Bananas Invitational. Because there's something happening that is bringing me joy, even though I do want both of these teams to lose horribly. I'll tell you what it is next. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
You want to weigh in on the 6-2 Houston Texans, who just swept the Colts for the third time ever, and on top of that are 3-0 in the AFC South and 6-0 in the AFC. You can. Certainly some questions coming out of this game about the offense, about the offensive line, but the defense did its job, 5 sacks, and while it did allow a couple of explosive plays, that is the strength of this team. It's just a matter of the offense catching up at some point the rest of the way. That said, I do understand all the buts out there because there is a big butt in the room. It's a butt that we don't really like that much. It's there. Some people like it, but it's not for everybody.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody. It's a 2024 butt.
I think I lean towards liking it.
You lean towards liking it.
But I'm still unsure.
There are some BBLs that look okay,
Yeah.
but for the most part, I'm always like, why?
Yeah.
Why? Even though I am a butt man, there is such a thing as too much.
Yeah.
Eventually.
How much is too much? How far is too far? Should we do should we get pictures?
Yeah,
Just get a bunch of asses.
Like
I can load them now the way we do the stream. I can load photos and just start putting them up on the YouTube and Twitch.
Oh,
like a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
And then just
Paul just going, no,
or
one more.
if I do an awooga,
Yeah.
like the wolf and Looney Tunes.
We might have to do that. I think we're gonna do that on Thursday.
It's actually kind of like the eye doctor. He's like, now how number 1,
number 2,
number 2.
Number
Yeah.
the
But
Savannah.
Paul have to describe them.
I refuse to call the Fall Classic the Fall Classic. It is the Savannah Bananas Invitational. There's an asterisk on this series because the Astros did not have to play either the New York Yankees or Los Angeles Dodgers. But Game 3 is tonight. The Dodgers lead this series 2-0. For those who didn't see it, on Friday, the Dodgers won with a walk-off grand slam by Freddie Freeman, who had a sprained right ankle, naturally, because baseball tries to talk about history as much as it can. Oh, it's just like Kirk Gibson. Well, now Kirk Gibson pinch hit. But a Dodgers fan reached over the wall and did fan interference on a 2-out Gleyber Torres hit that looked like a home run at one point. So Yankees fans thought they had something. Then it was taken away from them by a Dodger fan. Love to see it.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, especially considering the New York Yankees benefited from something like that happening in, I think, 1996 against the Baltimore Orioles. And then Game 2, Saturday, the Dodgers won 4-2. Freddie Freeman had another homer. Shohei Ohtani got hurt. We'll see if he plays in tonight's game. Teams up 2-0 have won the World Series 45 of 56 times. I want to talk about this story, though. And no, not about the rumor that came up from an account that is a troll account. You can look up on Twitter to find said story if you want to, at the very least, laugh. But I don't think it's true. What is true is Aaron Judge is a god-awful postseason player. He is 1 for 9 in the World Series. He is hitting 150 this postseason with 6 runs batted in and 19 strikeouts and 40 postseason at-bats. I love seeing him continue to suck. Does that make me a bad person? Maybe, but
no.
I love watching Aaron Judge be one of the worst postseason players, considering how good he is in the regular season, that we've ever seen.
No, it absolutely does not make you a bad person.
Clayton Kershaw wishes he was Aaron Judge. So, like, there's one person that is worse than Judge, I guess, in this settings generally. But Judge, oh boy.
I mean, Kershaw will get a couple outs before he'll have a little bit of success.
It's usually at the end of Kershaw's outings where he
collapse.
pukes himself.
Yeah.
Right. Judge just sucks the whole way through.
Yeah.
Are we not going to get that matchup this?
I don't think so.
This World Series, is Kershaw even on like the active roster?
I have no idea.
He might have gotten Verlandered. Honestly,
I think he might be hurt still. I don't even know how much he pitched this year.
That too.
I will say I surprisingly have found myself watching more of this than I thought I would, because I've just been seeing the tweets and box scores and been like throwing it on in the 8th inning. So that might be my new strategy. It's like, I'm not going to watch innings 1 through 6. If the score is good and competitive, I'll throw it on for the final 2 innings.
Gotcha. Okay.
I saw that it was bases loaded in the 9th Saturday night. And I did the same thing where I just pulled it up on my phone.
Yeah.
And then I think it was Blake Trinan got 2 outs. and the 8th hitter was up, and then they went to the bullpen to get like the platoon matchup, and I was like so enraged. I was like, really, we're doing this with the 8th inning guy? Like this is why baseball sucks now, is that you bring in your closer, and then the backup catcher for the Yankees hits slightly worse against lefties, so let's bring in the lefty to close this one out. And so there's a 5-minute commercial break before the last out of the World Series. I'm like, see ya, back to LSU A&M.
Yeah, but I think that's what I did too. I know that's what I did on Friday. I went to my phone to see the Freddie Freeman walk off. I went to the TV on Saturday for a second, but that's gonna be my strategy now. It's just since the games have ended kind of wild. I will say I also found myself being very excited for Freddie Freeman, so I think I'm pro Dodgers officially.
I'm not. Well, why was he a Cub or something?
No, I've always liked Freddie Freeman. He's always been a good baseball player.
Oh, okay. Honestly, I've never heard of him. I'm just kidding. I have, but F him. He's on Dodger. So you're a bad person for rooting for him.
I'm rooting for the Savannah Bananas, who plays the winner of this.
Yeah, Savannah. These teams are playing for the right to play the Savannah Bananas.
It's true.
You know.
Hopefully, Josh Reddick's there.
By the way, Kershaw says he intends to pitch next year. I guess he told.
Hey, focus on this series, buddy.
He told the Fox pregame show for Game 2 of the NLCS that he plans to pitch next year. Also, the Dodgers are already talking about signing Juan Soto. I kind of like that the Yankee fans are really experiencing misery. Like they thought they had a Gleyber Torres home run. It gets taken away from them with the fan interference. For a moment, they're so excited. And then on top of that, Juan Soto, who has been really good for them, is already a Dodger. And we're not even past halfway through this series.
I really watching the Yankees fans squirm over just what has become of their franchise. Seeing the Mets or the Dodgers outbid them for Juan Soto would be fair. I would prefer it to be the Mets if I had to pick of the three.
Yeah, the Mets are harmless.
Yeah. Like
the Dodgers, I do not want the Dodgers to finally figure it all out in a year where there's not a pandemic and put together a, I don't know, Astros caliber run. Because right now they really do seem poised for that, if we're being honest.
Especially when like their pitching's been pretty terrible for the most part.
Yeah, they've really kind of like duct taped their pitching rotation through this postseason. Like this is not the best Dodgers team of this run. And I mean, you can say the same for the Yankees. Like this Yankees team isn't as good as past Yankees teams that lost to the Astros. Like that's why this is such a weird year, because it's two mega brands, but it's also not them at their fullest strength that we've seen in recent years where they're winning like 105 games. It's just a very weird year, and I kind of would respect it at a certain point if the Dodgers were just like, we'll just take Juan Soto from you, Yankees. Sorry.
Like we're gonna beat you in the World Series.
Yeah,
and then we're also gonna take your best player.
Yeah, that's where it becomes so much of a like we just take everyone's best player. We're just sign the best free agent every offseason. That's where it's like I kind of like this now.
Baseball's needed a Yankees for a while. The Yankees can't be them anymore. The Yankees are still talking about 2017.
The ratings highest the ratings have been since 2017.
They're high. These ratings are high.
Yep.
Oh. Damn, I was rooting for the ratings to suck too. I'm
think,
really just being the biggest hater here. Key from LA is right for a change. I am being a hater, 100%. Mr. Mills says, "Hey, Freddie Freeman's been through a lot. Joe likes Freddie Freeman. No, I just want all the bad things to happen in this series. Okay?
Yeah, there's some health issues with his kids.
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay.
So. And his ankle's hurt.
I haven't heard enough about Dodgers fans assaulting Yankees fans and vice versa.
Well, they're all the same, so they don't know what to do.
They can't identify the bodies.
Yeah. I mean, like half of them are probably wearing Yankees hats, and then underneath there's a Dodgers hat to change into.
And then the Cowboys quarters up.
No, they're probably not wearing those right now because of how bad it's been for the Dak and the Cowboys.
He's Joe George, Sean Mapes behind the glass. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The Houston Texans are 6-2 after a 23-20 win over the Indianapolis Colts. We're happy, right? Stay put.
Week 8 of the NFL on CBS, and we're underway at NRG Stadium. It'll be Pierce on the return. One kick return touchdown to his name in his career. Gets to the outside here at the 30. Pierce across the 40 and out of bounds near midfield. So a good start for the Texans. A 46-yard return for Pierce.
It was a good start.
It was. And a good end.
For a good team. With a good record.
Wait, was it a good end?
They won.
Okay.
That's all that matters, Sean.
The third down play I would not call good. The third down pitch to Joe Mixon.
That wasn't the end.
Okay.
That was before the end of the game, Sean.
That is true. That is true. I thought it was the end.
The Texans ended the game on defense.
When the Colts were dancing in the end zone, I thought it was the end.
The defense won the Texans this game. The offense allowed the Colts to hang around. And I think what you got to figure out after yet another deja vu kind of afternoon with Houston Texans football is if you appreciate this 6-2 record in spite of the way that it came to be.
I appreciate it. I mean, they're 6-2 in the NFL. You're seeing teams collapse on themselves weekly, and somehow the Texans have survived one of the worst offensive lines we've seen. Specifically, some of these guys are the worst offensive linemen in the NFL.
Considering how much it's being paid.
Yeah.
It is a very expensive, underachieving offensive line. I'm with you in that it's really bad. I don't know how bad. I just know that they are paying for more than this.
Yeah. I mean, it's you don't need to look at analytics to say you're all of our eyeballs can see how bad it is.
You don't even have to really watch the film.
Yeah.
Stroud's running for his life a lot. We all see it. And hopefully something will be done about it.
Well, hopefully they do. I'm skeptical because it was last week when they talked about when D'Amico said anything and everything is on the table. And then they did what they've been doing for the entire season. I was shocked during practice. I held out the slightest bit of hope that maybe they just were, hiding it from the media and come Sunday, to have the Colts surprise the Colts. Kenyon Green wouldn't be out there at left guard, but now Jared Patterson's in the concussion protocol, so he's definitely not playing Thursday. There's no way he clears concussion protocol between now and Thursday. So if you're going to make a change, it's not that. So you have Kendrick Green. You could go with Titus Howard. I mean, maybe Blake Fisher. I doubt he could play left guard. That seems unrealistic to ask him to do, but you could try that.
It seems like the most logical next step for at least Thursday's game against the Jets would be moving Titus Howard inside. Will they do it? We'll see. I doubt Titus Howard would be thrilled with it, but you're at a point right now where you had to bench Kenyon Green in this game. And while he did come back in, and I guess per D'Amico Ryans today, did actually have some good plays out there, I guess. He is the liability on this offensive line.
I don't care if he's had good plays. You are about to take on, assuming he's healthy, because I think he did get hurt this weekend, Quinnen Williams and the New York Jets, who, while they're not good, the last time you saw them, he put your quarterback onto that terrible turf and gave him a concussion. So let's not have Kenyon Green blocking him so he can just get dog walked for an entire game. Like, you have to make a change, because any positivity, like if you are, like, I think we still feel good about the Texans, even though it's been a struggle. If CJ Stroud gets hurt, all that goes away.
Oh, well, yeah, for
like,
sure.
Obviously. And like, he's getting crushed out there.
He is at least running for his life. There were a couple of plays in this game, though, on Sunday where he got hit hard, and I thought to myself, whoa, I forget what play it was, when it was specifically, but there was a moment where Stroud was slow getting up, and for a second, I wondered what happened. Because watching the replay didn't look like it was that bad, but seeing him get up, I did wonder for a moment what happened there. And this is a game where there was another injury. We haven't heard anything new about Stephon Diggs this afternoon, but Stephon Diggs suffered an injury on a non-contact play, and it sucks because I think the last reception he had was his most explosive play with the Texans. It was a beautiful piece of improvisation. The Texans had just run to the line of scrimmage to run a play quickly after a debatable Xavier Hutchinson catch over the middle. So they didn't want the Colts to challenge. They run a play, and Stephon Diggs does an out and up, catches the ball, and gets into the open field for a huge gain after the catch. And you saw Stroud and Diggs get in each other's face afterwards, clearly pumped up. That was the first play all year where I thought, oh, okay, this is maybe now more than just having a good receiver. This is going to turn into something where they have a similar sixth sense about each other's whereabouts that Nico Collins seems to only have with Stroud this year. Tank Dell has lost it somehow, the Vulcan mind meld, if you will. I want to see Stroud do that more with Diggs, and it looked like it was about to start, and then kaput. And hopefully this is just a couple of weeks that it keeps him out, but it looked like the kind of injury that's going to keep out Diggs for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, when you see, we've all seen it a million times. When you see a wide receiver go down with a non-contact injury, your best case is probably a torn meniscus, and that keeps you out for most of the season. Probably gets you a return for the playoffs, but worst case is it's an ACL, and that could have been Stephon Diggs' last snap as a Houston Texan. Like, it's just the reality of where they are. So that's definitely the worst part of this game, of everything. Worse than Kenyon Green, the way he played, that you might have just lost Diggs for who knows how long. And D'Amico said they're still evaluating him, which
Right.
I don't know what that means.
He was a little cryptic after the game. He's still cryptic today. I suppose no news is kind of good news.
Yeah, because it might be, because who knows? Like, if it's a torn meniscus, maybe there is a possibility that Diggs could play. He could handle the pain tolerance.
I guess, yeah. I'm not, those online doctors. I have no idea.
Yeah,
what happened.
But like, that one's it's a wait and see. But I still feel good. They're 6-2. Feel positive.
You feel really good today.
Feel positive, Joe.
You feel more positive than I do. I was there, and between the lack of energy at NRG Stadium with the late arriving crowd and early leaving crowd.
Yeah, that's strange to me. I don't get that.
They left before the fumble. A lot of people left before the fumble. I was talking with Josh Ennis about this. We're both fascinated why people leave early. It's 3:00 on a Sunday afternoon. It's not a night game. I don't understand why you'd leave early. And yeah, traffic, not great in that area, but it's not that bad. I keep on finding a way to drive to that stadium later than I should, and I still make it into the stadium by the time the game starts. Now, I do have parking, but it is kind of bizarre that people leave. So there's a low energy kind of game, and I was not feeling great after that win. But they are 6-2. They are 6-0 in the AFC. They are undefeated in the AFC South, and they swept the Colts. There is a lot of good that came from it. The problem is it just feels every single game like they're leaving a lot on the table, specifically on offense. And they have CJ Stroud and all this hype going into the year. And I think everyone wanted a greatest show on turf, and the Detroit Lions are doing that, not you.
Yeah, I mean, they're not living up to the offseason expectations. And I guess I'm stubborn in the fact that I still think the offense is going to get there. That when Nico's back out there with Joe Mixon, even if it's just Tank Dell, that I think they can still find a way to get there. Because John Mechie, for what he's done, him and Xavier Hutchinson have given you some bright spot moments too. After we saw Diggs leave the game, to where maybe they can function as an offense without Stephon Diggs. Maybe. I hope so.
There we go.
I knew you were waiting for it. Sean.
Maybe. I hope so. I feel the same way about the Texans on a short week without their two best receivers. I was going to say two of their top three.
Yeah.
This year, it's clearly their two best receivers.
This team kicked your ass last year.
Yeah.
And they had Zach Wilson under center.
Yeah. Well, they were better with Zach Wilson. So,
they were better for what it's worth. That defense is very cocky still, apparently. I'm seeing a lot of tweets about it. Like, Jets fans are all complaining about, like, why does this team feel so highly about itself? But for what it's worth, like, it felt like the Texans took the Jets light last year. And lightly. Yeah, they took them lightly last year. I don't know why that's
an adverb. Yeah.
F you.
No, I'm just saying it's an adverb.
What's that supposed to mean to me, Mr. Texas? Ooh, I'm fancy. Although I supposedly went to a communication school, so who am I?
Maybe it's because right now on NFL Live they're talking about the Ravens losing to the Browns. So now I'm like, oh, 2-6 team. I don't want any part of a 2-6 team.
The short week makes it murky, no matter how bad the Jets are playing. And the Jets just lost to the Patriots. You gotta wake up after
I was
a loss
gonna
to
say
the Patriots.
this is the you have to have some pride game, right?
Because they fired their coach already. You thought the pride would come after they fired their coach.
They still haven't won a game after firing.
Yeah.
It's Gallant and George. You got Joe, you got Sean, you got me, Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
An incompletion versus. Picked off. Petrie at the 10. Petrie cuts it back. And he is stopped right there. And what a disaster for the Colts late in the first half.
It was at that point in the game where Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson was 2 for 15 with a touchdown and an interception. That interception set the Texans up for a very easy score to take what seemed like a rather commanding halftime lead. And yet, in a game where Richardson had a 31% completion percentage, the Colts did hang around, and they hung around far too long. for my liking.
Yeah, I can't believe they got all the way back in that game. The Texans just have this weird inability to not be able to put anyone out of their misery. I don't really quite understand it.
They're like Sid from Toy Story.
Yeah, because like it's not even like the defense like falls apart all of a sudden.
They torture animals, and sometimes the animals get away and bite them.
And they put different toys together.
Mm-hmm.
That was very creepy.
Yeah, when I was a kid, that was like
didn't love that.
Yeah, I didn't love that either.
So the Texans are sadistic football team. They just.
I mean,
they want us to watch the other team squirm.
It would make you feel better about them.
They want to treat the fans that way.
It would make you feel better.
Try to keep them the whole game.
Yeah. They're trying to get fans to not leave early. That's what they're trying to do.
But just like they're torturing these other teams, they're torturing us. And you know what? Even if you're 6-2 and 6-0 in the AFC and 3-0 in the AFC South and have swept the Colts this year, it's just something we can't stand for. You know?
We need more?
No, the torture, it's just not cool, man.
No.
It's not cool. It's never cool. And that's what they're doing. They got to put these teams out of their misery instead of salivating over a slowly dying, wounded animal that's making all sorts of noises that are kind of hard to hear.
Do the Texans have a game this year abroad in Guantanamo Bay?
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's not what they're doing Thursday? When they go to New Jersey?
No.
Bringing it to the world.
They're not playing on a CIA black site or anything like that, but they are essentially waterboarding everyone. The opposition and us.
I think it's us more than the opposition.
Yeah, I do think that we have to watch it every week and then have to come back and be like, they won, but man, does it look bad.
It's so funny how different it is this year than last year.
Oh, yeah.
When it's the exact same thing that's happening. But last year it was like all good vibes. It's like, hey, they find a way to win. Resilient football team. And this year it's just like, ugh. Guys.
They still did lose to the Panthers and Falcons last
year. Yeah. But
those games were on the road.
They beat Arizona 21-16. They beat Denver 22-17.
Oh no, you're right.
Yeah.
It was something crazy. And it's why like the nerds like Bill Barnwell were like gonna be prime team for regression, and basically his like prime team for regression this year is always who played in a bunch of close games last year. That will even out, and then they'll lose those close games. Texans bucking the trend both years. Can't wait for him to be on the 2025 column. Can't wait for that. But yeah, it is. I don't know why it's different. I guess just expectations.
Yeah, it's all expectations. That's why it's different. That's why it does not feel the same.
Yeah. It's because we thought this offense was going to be some high flying unit. Because I think that's most of the issue. If it was what we thought in the offseason, if the problems were what we thought in the offseason where they're scoring a lot of points, but the pass defense, like the secondary, is just giving up tons of yards, tons of big plays. But the offense was matching it on the other side. I feel like we would feel better about it rather than this either highly priced or highly invested in offensive line kind of being the Achilles heel for the team.
Yeah. Look, you played a team that should have benched its quarterback. A team that is considering benching its quarterback per Shane Steichen today. We are evaluating everything before Sunday Night Football against the Vikings. Oh, yeah, I would be evaluating everything too. And I saw some people say, hey, you can't pull Richardson. You're 4-4. You're winning. I'm a believer that you try to win. And if Richardson isn't ready right now, then he's not ready. Richardson has the worst completion percentage this year, 44% of any quarterback since 2014.
Gosh.
What
was that? Probably like Blaine Gabbert?
I'll read them.
I was going to say, you could tell me since 2004 and I would have believed you. 30 or 40% so bad.
Well, it's harder to do it now because of all the 5-yard contacts and stuff.
Yeah, and all the teams, even Pat Mahomes is playing this way where it's all checkdowns. It's all small stuff because the defenses are built to stop the big plays. So everyone is being a checkdown Charlie. So you would think that completion percentage goes up.
I'm going to read the list of the quarterbacks who Anthony Richardson has a worse completion percentage than since 2014. The other guy's in the toilet. 10. 2022, Zach Wilson. 9. Houston Texans legend, 2023 Taylor Heineke.
Wow.
8th, 54%. 2019 David Blau. He had a fun subplot
I
on
forgot
Hard
about
Knocks.
David Blau.
Remember
Yeah,
him?
his wife's the Colombian hurdler,
Oh yeah, right.
sprinter. I forgot what.
53.9% in 7th place. 2021 New York Giants quarterback Mike Glennon.
You know what? I see why the Jets traded for Aaron Rodgers.
6th place with a 53.6% completion percentage. 2017 Deshaun Kaiser.
That
Notre Dame legend.
great crappy quarterback that
Yep.
year for a team that I think lost every game they played.
Here is where we get to a point where you could talk yourself into leaving Richardson under center.
Oh, is it going to be?
5th with a 52.9% completion percentage in 2016. Cam Newton.
Oh,
okay.
Right
Wow,
after his MVP year.
I thought it was going to be a Josh Allen rookie year.
Oh, well, interesting that you say that name. 52.8% in 2018. Josh Allen, 4th.
Okay.
Number 3, during the pandemic year, 52%, Jalen Hurts.
Ooh.
Number 2, 49.7%, Drew Stanton. This is the first guy, 125 passing attempts, that's sub 50%. And then 5 percentage points down from Drew Stanton is Anthony Richardson.
You know,
he is bad.
Other than Drew Stanton, the last 3 names you said were pretty good.
Well, that's the argument for Anthony Richardson is Josh Allen
and Hurts and Cam Newton.
The argument is you win. This idea that you can't bench a quarterback and ever go back to him, it's stupid. It's effing stupid. Yeah. If you think he's your future, then you can always go back to him.
Ask Texas A&M.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. Or hell, ask Texas. Guess what? Yeah. They went back to Quinn Ewers. Ewers was solid on Saturday against Vanderbilt.
We'll talk more tomorrow.
Okay.
And if your quarterback is not mentally tough enough to handle getting benched to get better and then get put back into a game, well, then you should just draft a new quarterback. You don't want that guy on your team.
Yeah.
You don't want a guy. I mean, frankly, as soon as he tapped out, it's got to be Joe Flacco.
I think at least nationally, just that's what people are talking about more than how he played is the tap out. And I honestly think I kind of think it's helping him a little bit that people aren't like, oh my God, he played terribly, but they're talking about
him checking himself out of a game that he was running for his life
out of a game. But I think this will be the moment where we kind of have the tipping point just as a football watching public of like, oh, actually like majority people are firmly out on this guy, where I think there's some wait and see element to him. Definitely going into this year.
I'll make the wait and see argument. Texas defense is just that good.
They are pretty good.
They did that against Allen. They did that
against, they made
Lawrence.
Josh Allen look the worst he ever has. They frustrated Lamar Jackson in the past for stretches of the game.
Yeah.
First game of last year.
Oh, first game. I was thinking the playoff.
And in the first half of the playoff game.
Yeah.
They frustrated Lamar Jackson.
14-7 or something?
Yeah.
Like if he goes 10 for 30, I know the Vikings, we know here in Houston, they have a great defense.
Mm-hmm.
But if he goes 10 for 30 with like 2 picks on Sunday Night Football, that's going to be really hard for Anthony Richardson to ever bounce back from the eyes of the viewer.
I don't know, man. I think that guy doesn't care that much. I mean, he was totally honest saying like, yeah, I was tired. What else?
I think what Joe's saying for the public will be out.
Public opinion will be.
Just like he'll be
not that it really matters.
This guy can't complete a pass and he throws the ball to the other team too much.
And he taps out.
He taps out and he gets hurt all the time.
Some people are saying Anthony Richardson's bad. I'm just telling you the Texans defense is that good. Hashtag swarm. And we got it all at the same time. How about that?
You didn't say Texans. You said hashtag.
Well,
it threw us off.
Hashtag H-Town made.
Yeah, we weren't sure what we were going with.
I blame Saturday night. I was not tired like Anthony Richardson was on Saturday night.
You didn't tap the helmet.
Out. You did say you almost fell asleep in the press box.
Yeah.
Well, he said Saturday night he wasn't tired.
Right.
He didn't say Sunday afternoon.
That game made me very tired. It was a boring game yesterday. Yeah. It was. It dragged. The Texans, they couldn't do anything with the many incompletions Anthony Richardson had. There were so many unnecessary game stoppages, one of which we haven't even talked about. How the F did these refs think that there was a second left on the clock at the end of the game?
Oh, yeah.
For that last play? That
Oh,
was
my God.
very clearly the clock had expired.
Thank God this is something that we don't talk about until 2:30 on the show, because that probably means the Texans lost if we brought it up earlier. What the hell was that?
I don't know.
That was nowhere close to being snapped on time.
I mean, they reviewed that and thought to themselves, yeah, there's a second left on the clock.
They got told very clearly, I thought, it looks like New York was like, yeah. The referee in his explanation, I swear he said there has to be 1 second on the clock.
There has to. They weren't lined up.
Yeah.
Like, with 2 seconds left, they still weren't ready.
Yeah. I mean,
they snapped the ball with 1 second.
And you can't, I mean, everyone has this beaten into their head. You can't spike it with 2 seconds left.
Apparently you can. Like,
it's crazy. Again, thank you, Daniil Hunter, for making us not have to mention this until halfway through the third hour.
Yeah.
But
that was bad.
That was crazy.
There are a couple of moments in this game where I'm just wondering, what are the refs seeing out here?
Yeah, even
the overturned fumble.
Yeah, the fumble.
Return. The Colts should have won the game yesterday, at least based off of the result there and how the offense kept on shooting itself in the foot in big spots. I do not believe that they really touched him after he had gotten possession of the football. If you believe that Mixon tackled him before he ever had the ball in his hands as he was falling back, okay, but
it's tenuous.
That was inconclusive to me to overturn that. I'm happy they did, but the refs yesterday sucked. They sucked.
I will say I'm glad they let it play out, though. That's my biggest pet peeve.
Oh, when they blow it dead.
Is when they blow a loose ball dead.
I kind of wanted them to blow it dead.
Well, yes.
As I looked up and saying, like, wait, did that really happen?
Yeah.
No, they just Rosencoptered, and I didn't even see it live. I had to watch the replay.
What do you think the show would have been like today if it was?
Oh, my voice would be gone.
Season over.
I would be tapping out like I'm Anthony
Texans are
Richardson.
dead.
Yeah.
Joe would have to do this whole thing. I would just be nodding in agreement because my voice is almost gone.
We'd be talking about Alex Bregman, where he's going to sign.
You see,
Texas A&M is back.
Yeah, no, a lot more Aggies. Roy Oswald tweeted out like 30 minutes ago that he wants the Astros to sign Corbin Burns.
Oh,
yeah, Roy Oswald.
Hey,
can we just spend someone else's money?
Can we fire Jeff Bagwell and get Roy in here? Because I like Roy's baseball mind with what he's doing. So Baggy out, Roy in. Talking about the Spurs Rockets, if they would have lost yesterday.
Oh yeah, yeah. Weekend NBA during football season. I'm good, guys.
Me too.
I'm good. Although I will just say it is hilarious. The Rockets season so far is hilarious. Lose to the Hornets, beat the Grizzlies, lose to the Spurs. That is a very funny way to be 1-2.
Oh, I saw the Turkish fan club.
Oh, they were probably going after Ime, weren't they?
I mean, be mad at Shingun.
Yeah.
No, they can't be mad at
great
one of their countrymen because they'll be put to the death by their dictator of a leader. There's no free speech allowed.
Make some shots.
He hasn't changed his name to Freedom like the other former great Turkish basketball player.
Alfred Şengün Freedom.
That would be so funny.
I'd buy the jersey.
If Şengün changes his name to Freedom Şengün.
Rockets, what, 28? Freedom.
Yeah, let's go. All right, it's Gallant George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I am Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call. To text, you can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Texans are 6-2. They did win. They won. Be happy. Smile. Stay put.
Think your favorite team has it all figured out? Think again.
I thought what we had was special!
Sure, for now.
Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God. Oh, man. Oh, God.
Never fear. A superhero is here to remind you why your team's actually
Up in the sky. It's a bird.
It's a plane. It's Panic Man.
Yes, I have returned. You think this Houston Texans team is good? 6-2? Who have they beaten? What have they accomplished? Kenyon Green is gonna get CJ Stroud killed, Joe George.
They beat the Colts, Panic Man.
The Colts are a bunch of frauds.
They beat the Bills, Panic Man.
Anthony Richardson was 2 for effing 15 in this game, Joe George, and the referees are the reason the Texans even won with these terrible calls in the game.
Yeah, but everyone's hurt, Panic Man.
They got Rosencoptered, and we're just going to act like that didn't happen again against our Big Daddy?
It didn't happen.
Whipping his thing in our face again? What are you laughing about? The Texans are frauds at 6-2. Fraudulent, I say. I am Panic Man, and everything I say is correct. Stephon Diggs, they had to put him down after the game. They took him out back. That's why they're saying it's unfortunate and not giving us any updates. Anthony Richardson's effing terrible. We're just going to overlook that. I said all I need to say. Panic Man, away! I mean,
hey, Paul.
There's a lot of things to panic about. I
Nice to
think
see you.
that guy's right.
Panic Man, he's swooping in.
Weird. Never seen Paul and Panic Man in the same room.
Yeah, never.
I haven't either.
I do think Panic Man might be time for an upgrade there.
What?
It's like he's getting a little limp up top.
Hey.
Yeah, that happens to guys.
Listen,
his age.
I mean,
he's
Panic Man's in his 40s. Like, what can you say?
Yeah, he's been fighting crime for
Look
a
at,
while.
look at all the gray in his beard from all the panicking that he's done.
Yes,
Yeah, you think he probably needs some performance enhancing
Yeah,
drugs.
he's stressed. He's stressed.
Yeah. So just cut him a little bit of slack, okay?
As much slack as we give the Texans?
No, there's no room for. I'm kidding. I mean, but that is the funny thing about it. They are 6-2, and anyone who would come up to me and say all of those things, I would nod the entire time, and I'd be like, "Yep." Well, I don't know what else you want me to say. Like, they have yet to play their complete game, but whatever the case, there are teams in the AFC that are not doing very well that you would think the Texans are chasing. Ravens have a terrible loss on their hands to Jameis Winston and the Browns from yesterday. The Chiefs, it was an underwhelming win. They're still 7-0, but they're in the same boat as the Texans in that they have yet to look impressive. They just haven't lost yet and have won back-to-back Super Bowls. So we hold them to a different standard. The Bills, who you beat, have been the best team in the AFC the last 2 weeks. Will that last? I don't know. And clearly with Amari Cooper, they're a better team than without Amari Cooper. We saw Josh Allen throw for 31% against the Texans. But by the way, they still held him to 31% passing because they had him running for his life, much like they had Anthony Richardson running for his life. So if you want to take anything out of yesterday that will make you feel good, give you some warm and fuzzies going forward, it's that this pass rush is really good. And the pass rush is going to have to keep on winning them games until they can figure out how to put together something close to a complete game on offense.
Yeah, if you want to view it from Panic Man's perspective or from just like drinking like the deep steel blue Kool-Aid, like whatever you want to do, you're totally right as a fan. Fans, there's no argument that's wrong right now about the Texans, whether you're glass half full or glass half empty. Like everything about the Texans is fair game right now. This is a bizarre football team to be 6-2, have all these negative things going on, but you still have CJ Stroud, you still have Nico Collins coming back. Joe Mixon's been an incredible signing for this team. And not just your pass rush, but your secondary has been very good as well. So, and you have a great kicker. Kyrie Fairbairn doesn't get enough love.
Great kicker.
I don't know where you're at without him.
Yeah.
He had some really good kicks from inside 40 yards. We didn't know that he had that in his bag.
No.
He's mostly just a 50-plus guy.
But now, and he had the occasional miss from 40-something, when you're like, what the hell, man? You can make these, you can't make those. But yeah, he's making some 35-yard kicks. Your short game is important.
Yeah.
Your short game is important.
It really is. I mean, thinking it out with Panic Man and what Panic Man brought up, it really is they haven't played a complete game on offense.
Yeah.
They've had plenty of good defensive performances.
With a couple of big plays allowed sprinkled in. But
yes, but for the most, I mean, I'm thinking, yes, the downs play yesterday, but for the most part, kept on a down-to-down basis, keep the Colts in check, keep the Bills in check. They can do it. It's just the offense can't also separate while the defense is doing that. I mean, there just hasn't been really a game where the offense feels like they're firing on all cylinders. That hasn't been against the Patriots, who I know they won yesterday, but shouldn't count for this when we're talking about holding the Texans to a higher standard. It's like, cool, you beat the Patriots.
Even
you
the
scored
Patriots
40
game,
against the Patriots.
Even the Patriots game, like you look at the third quarter, like your first touchdown drive of the third quarter is 2 plays. You only go 10 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah.
Then you go 10 plays and you stall out for a 59-yard field goal. And then your next one, you go 4 plays for 3 yards for a 46-yard field goal. So, like,
yeah,
that's true.
Like, even then, like the Patriots game, it's like you didn't really have a great third quarter. You scored a good chunk of points there.
Yeah, and you got the long runs.
But, like, and then you
got the takeaways.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's all
takeaways and long runs. Yeah.
So, like, even the Patriots game, like, they're so bad. There's not much you can even take away from that one. It's like that game doesn't count.
It really doesn't.
Sound like Panic Man right now.
It really doesn't. No, I mean, I agree. Like, when I think about this Texas season, I had a great time watching it.
It's not over. What are you talking about?
No,
like
just when we're thinking about their past games,
Gotcha.
the games they've played this season, and you talk about the Texans' offense in generalities, and you're like, well, they did look good against the Patriots. Like, throw that in the garbage. I do not care.
Want me to do a spin zone to make it seem like I was actually right, even though I probably wasn't?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they had never traded for Stephon Diggs, do we have those expectations for the offense?
Are we happier if they never traded for Stephon Diggs?
I mean, especially now that Stephon Diggs is hurt and all those draft dorks out there, you got your second-round pick back.
I think we're just crushing Nick Caserio. If it's the exact same way.
What if they're 6-2 and they didn't have Stephon Diggs?
I think it was they should have traded for a receiver.
Yeah. We were talking about the Amari Cooper trade. And I know,
Cooper Kupp.
People are talking about Cooper Kupp.
I'd still probably be saying CJ Stroud, it's his job to raise the level of wide receivers.
Totally. But
and that's where he's at right now.
I wonder if they would have just drafted a guy. They had Lad McConkey on this team. I knew you would laugh at his name, but he was a second-round pick. Around where that pick was going to be, right?
Yeah.
Or no, wait.
No,
they traded next year's.
Yeah, they traded next year's second.
Never mind.
Yeah.
Had a good game on Sunday.
Big catch. I'd rather have Kamara Lassiter.
Okay.
I'm good with
that.
Lassiter has played pretty well.
He's played well, and it's also a position where they needed it.
Big time.
Because if he wasn't playing well, I mean, we saw it when he was out.
Didn't win in impressive fashion, but didn't lose a game on a Hail Mary, and you're 6-2.
Winning's the most important thing.
It's the most important thing.
Yeah, they sacked the quarterback on a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, they didn't even give him a chance to throw a Hail Mary. Must be nice, huh? It would hate to be another fan base.
Really thought about that? just sack them.
I mean, they got screwed by the refs.
Bring them down.
They got screwed. Oh, yeah, there's a hold, right?
Couple holds.
Yep.
You
know what they never call?
Oh, the Texans got screwed too with the spike.
That's true.
That's true. The Texans did, but the Texans
make your own
overcame.
luck. Make your own luck.
That's a good team versus a bad team.
Colts also got screwed though.
He was down, brushed.
In quotation marks.
Brushed.
It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I am Paul. First, before we move on to garbage time, your beloved Cougs are taking on the Kansas State Wildcats November 2nd, this coming Saturday, 2:30 at TDECU Stadium. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Don't miss our blackout special, a ticket and a t-shirt for just $30. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, and wear black as we pack TDECU Stadium. We're giving away a pair of tickets to caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Again, go Cougs. Up next, garbage time. A terrible statue a terrible rendition of our national anthem, and hopefully some more complaints about the Texans' 6-2 records from you. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. Still nothing new on Stephon Diggs. Per Adam Schefter, they believe, the Texans, that he's torn his ACL, but still waiting the results of an MRI. We'll see what happens. I am curious if any moves get made, but not for a wide receiver. Really looking about a move for some sort of offensive lineman. There's a lot of bad teams out there whose seasons are done. I'm sure there's an interior offensive lineman that can be had.
Yeah, I mean, there's how many teams with 2 losses or less in the AFC right now? 1, 2, 3, 4.
2 wins or less?
Yeah, 6 teams in the AFC alone that have 2 wins or less. I mean, the playoffs are almost set at this point. There's so many bad teams in the AFC. I can't believe there are that many teams that have 2 wins because, like, no one thought the Dolphins and the Jets would both be this bad this season. So there's got to be someone that, like the Dolphins this year or the Browns or the Raiders, would be willing to trade.
I don't know if the Panthers have somebody either, but they're done. I don't know if the Saints have anybody, but they've lost 6 in a row after that 2-0 start. I think that's the longest losing streak in the NFL right now. The Giants are clearly not going anywhere this year. And if they're already saying, hey, we're committed to Dayball and Joe Shane next year, maybe there's somebody there. And again, I'm not an offensive line expert. All I'm saying is there's a lot of struggling teams out there. There should be a rental available.
And what you're looking for is better than Kenyon Green.
Correct.
Yeah, so
you're not looking for Laramie Tunsil trade, but this time for a left guard. No, it is just a guy.
Mm-hmm.
Is who a guy who can come in, knows the system. So you're probably looking at more Shanahan type guys. But yeah, that it is rare to see an offensive line trade or offensive lineman get traded in the middle of the season. I was trying to rack my brain. Like, when's the last time I remember seeing that? Like, Shaq Mason got traded to the Texans, but I don't think that was in the middle of the season.
No,
that was in the off season. So that's the tough part, is just that kind of, I don't know, tradition, I guess, in the NFL, or that kind of squeamishness that teams get with trading for and away offensive linemen in the middle.
Yeah, because even if you're bad, you're still actively choosing to make life more difficult for your quarterback. Like, if you're the Panthers and you're going to have to roll out Bryce Young the rest of the season now, a guy whose confidence is already shook because he's seeing ghosts, if you trade away a left guard, like, you're just making life harder for him. So that's why it's hard. But someone will make a move to trade an offensive lineman if Nick Caserio makes enough calls. They got to do it.
Yeah. And I mean, is there someone on the street that could be? I mean, this is where you're at, where you're not looking to improve from a high spot. You're looking to improve from back-to-back weeks of like the worst PFF grade, who PFF grades are not everything. But when you're that bad, that often, that tells you all you need to know about Kenny Green.
You do have incentive to do it now that Jared Patterson is hurt. We'll see how long he's out, but you do need an offensive line depth piece. Let's do some garbage time before we get out of here. Dwayne Wade got himself a new statue outside of the Miami Heat's arena, and it does not look like Dwayne Wade.
It definitely does not.
I think it looks a little bit more like noted character actor Djimon Hounsou more than it looks like Dwayne Wade, and I'll just say that those two look nothing alike.
They don't look anything alike. I saw a lot of Lawrence Fishburne.
I see a little Fishburne. You're right.
Yeah, definitely not Dwayne Wade.
Anybody but Dwayne Wade, this statue looks like that.
And the reveal was so cool. I wish I need to see a better one of like his face.
Oh, did you see the video of him and his son looking at?
They both. Wade clearly does not like it.
His son was like trying to, like, he wanted to be like, that sucks.
Oh, there's one here. It's side by side of the statue and Antoine Walker. It looks just like Antoine Walker.
06.
Like, what if they did the wrong? They just like did the wrong player.
Number 8 and
Might
still
be
number 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do we get so bad at making statues? How do we make like David or whatever for Michelangelo times, and then now like we can't get someone who looks like Dwayne Wade?
That's a great question.
We can't get someone that
we really can't.
What? No one.
There was the Ronaldo statue.
The Ronaldo one. I feel like we're good for a couple of these every year, like at least 2 a year, where there's an absolute like, oh my god, what are they even trying?
Yeah, and then what happens is the next person does somebody else have to step in and redo the statue? Like, I'm sure this will get redone because it's being panned so much. You can't, unless you leave it up there as a joke. People get pictures taken with this terrible statue outside the stadium. Speaking of terrible, did anyone hear this national anthem attempt that was on C-SPAN? She tried to sing it live. This poor sweet lady, artist known as Loomis, never heard of her. She has committed a war crime upon America.
We're so gallantly streaming.
That's my last name.
And the rockets, Can I go back? Can I go back, please? Bomb bursting, and I got too nervous. Gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
The funny thing is, as you listen, she starts to pick up the speed because she clearly just wants to get the hell out of there.
Oh, she didn't know there. Can I go back? Can I go back?
It's C-SPAN. C-SPAN's always live.
Yeah, what are you talking?
Oh, that's a tough.
Is this
look.
worse than the home run derby lady?
Yes,
who
this
went
is-
into rehab the next day.
She did that on
'cause
purpose.
At least like some of these bad ones, at least they finish. Like they go, like they push through.
Yeah,
she did push through. She just changed her.
Did she?
She dropped F-bombs in the middle of it.
Did she? Is she the Anthony Richardson of singing?
I just would have been like,
She tried to quit
she should've,
halfway
like,
through.
started fake choking.
That would have been funny.
That's a good one.
She taps her head like she's Anthony Richardson.
Yeah, or just fall over and just like have like a heart attack from embarrassment.
That could work. On that note, guys, that's it. That's all she wrote. They're 6-2. But yeah, I get it. I get it. For Sean Mapes, for Joe George, our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, our Twitchers, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace. Ooh.
H-Town. Hey, how we doing?
He is Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it is a Monday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Houston Texans won a football game. 6-2, Brian. Houston Texans are 6-2. They are in first place. They're in dominating position in the AFC South. Like, if there's any team in the NFL, maybe Kansas City in the mix because they're undefeated, but the Houston Texans are as close to a lock as there is to be a lock after 8 wins, 8 weeks into the year in the NFL.
It's a good spot to be in when we were talking going into this game, the what ifs and the scenario that the division was kind of in the balance in this game this weekend because we had come a long way from the 2-0 start with everybody else 0-2. But at least with the win, you kind of solidified the fact that you've got a really decent lead and you've got the tiebreaker against the Colts. So essentially, it looks like you're going to get in regardless, and that's a good place to be in at this point in the season.
Yeah, that game yesterday was an interesting game. You win it. You win division rivalry matchups, and you just get out of it happy, right? You get out of it. Everybody's happy. Everybody's pleased with the way that turned out. Everybody's thrilled that the Houston Texans have won 6 of their first 8 games, that they have a 3-game lead, and everybody's pleased. Everybody's excited about it, right? What's your main takeaway from that game yesterday?
The main takeaway is that the offensive line still sucks. And the fact that no matter how they tried to sugarcoat it or pad it and say they've got this and they're taking care of it, they weren't to the point of demoting anybody. We obviously found out that they may be not as pleased as they tried to make it out to be. And they're more on the lines of where we are in terms of the fact that this line needs work. It needs help. Something needs to change. And it's not very good. And that came with the benching of Kenyon Green. It still didn't get better. He had to come back in the game. But overall, the offensive line still sucks.
Yeah. I want to start off a bit positive because the Texans won. You're right. They made the change.
Enough?
The offensive line sucking? No, I don't think that was all that positive. No, I really don't think that. No, I mean, they should have made this move before the game. I mean, now the fact that it was Jared Patterson caught me off guard. The fact that Kenyon Green got benched was the least surprising thing that happened in a very surprising game yesterday. But the Jared Patterson aspect of it was caught me off guard. It stinks for Jared Patterson. Here's his opportunity to shine, and he gets a concussion 10 plays later. Stinks for him. I'm sure Kendrick Green is feeling some kind of way today that he was passed over for Jared Patterson. And then when Jared Patterson got hurt, they didn't go to Kendrick Green. So I'm sure Kendrick Green's in his feels a little bit today that he got passed over not once, but twice, got passed over for a second-year player, and then got passed over for the guy who got benched 10 plays prior. So I'm sure Kendrick Green isn't feeling all that positive. But my biggest takeaway from that game yesterday is that I did feel like the Colts gifted you that game. And that's not the most positive thing either. But they gave you the turnover at the end of the first half. Like if you're Jim Irsay, how is like I think Shane Steichen can kind of coach him up. I think he's okay. But his game management leaves a lot to be desired. How is he throwing the football late in the first half with a quarterback who had the lowest completion percentage in like modern NFL history? And if you're going to throw it there, okay, but shot plays. Like let's see some goes. Let's see you throw it up for Pittman. Let's see if Josh Downs, who had a big game yesterday, can pop free on like a double move or something like that. So if you're just hell-bent on throwing the football deep, or if it gets intercepted, it's an arm punt. But for him to throw short and intermediate passes, not once but twice, because Kamari Lassiter almost intercepted the pass before Jalen Petrie. I mean, the Colts gifted you that aspect of it. Anthony Richardson's the worst throwing quarterback we maybe have ever seen in our lifetimes. So, yeah, I feel like the Colts gifted you that game yesterday more than you wanted.
Yeah, you're not wrong in the fact that we said going into the game that you need to look out for the one thing that he was capable of doing, which was get guys behind the defense where he has the opportunity to go with a big chunk play, and they were there again. But you saw Petrie's eyes with that the camera behind the quarterback. He baited him right into the throw and just jumped on it before he even released it. And basically knew that he was going to be, getting an interception at the very least. And the more the game went on, I understand where you drafted him, and I understand that there's a lot, that everybody wants to believe that he's your franchise quarterback. If Joe Flacco's quarterbacking you in that game, I think you have a better chance to win. I think there's more plays to be made, and I think that there are mistakes that wouldn't have been made that at a certain point as an organization, you just have to come to the realization, this kid's not ready. He's not very good. And if you are truly about winning right now, The wrong guy's quarterbacking that football team.
Yeah, I'm torn on this one, to be honest, because you owe it to the 52 guys in the room, the other 52 guys that aren't Anthony Richardson, to play the guy who gives you the best chance to win. So I totally understand it from that aspect. At the same time, if Joe Flacco at the age of 53 is your starting quarterback, you're really going nowhere as a franchise.
For the long term, you're not. But I think, to your first point, I think you owe it to the guys in the locker room that think that the rest of this team isn't all that bad, and you were in a position yesterday to where you could really firmly put yourself in the middle of the playoff mix to give to give the guys in that locker room the best chance to be a playoff team this year. And I don't think Anthony Richardson does that. Yes, he's a hell of an athlete. Yes, he can run. Yeah, there are times that he can throw a laser at you that can get some guys completions. But overall, he is not a good passing quarterback, and I think he basically was a negative in terms of a positive at the quarterback position.
Yeah, I almost feel like they could go with some sort of Anthony Richardson, you're starting this game, and then if you struggle or we get behind big, okay, let's bring in the gunslinger Joe Flacco and see if he can, rally and win one late. Now, teams don't do that sort of thing, so it's probably far-fetched. He did mention Shane Steichen that everything's on the table in terms of moves, but he also said yesterday how it's all about the process. So I don't know if he's actually thinking about it or if he's just doing the coach speak thing where everything is always on the table and basically just appeasing the question for what it's worth. Now, the main positive takeaway I have from the game yesterday is that the defensive line for the Texans is really, really good. Even Settle and Foley in the middle, and they're missing Mario Edwards. Mario Edwards, of course, serving the suspension for some party drugs or whatever it was. I shouldn't have said that. Danico Autry, he actually played a smaller percentage of snaps this past game against the Colts than he did 2 weeks ago. But the defensive line of the Houston Texans gives you a puncher's chance to beat any team in the NFL. When you have Will Anderson playing at the level that he's playing, Danielle Hunter's still a very good defensive end. The defensive tackles are solid. The defensive line of the Texans can create havoc on the opposing quarterback, where they alone can keep you in a football game. They alone give you a puncher's chance to win, even against the better teams in the NFL. And they had 5 sacks yesterday. Of course, Anthony Richardson's not very good, but Anthony Richardson's also a guy who doesn't get sacked very often. I'm really impressed with this defensive line. I really have been all year, but I thought it was apparent yesterday.
Yeah, I think that when you see the kind of we talked about pressures early in the season, but when you see just almost on every single play, the way the two edge rushers too are able to get back into the backfield. And I think you alluded to it, but when you go back and look at it for a second time, Richardson is so elusive and so athletic that he escaped multiple times where just about any other quarterback probably would have been sacked for a 7 to 10 yard loss. But the defensive line has been a pleasant surprise to me because I didn't know what to expect of Settle and Foley and Edwards for sure, because I thought he was kind of on the downside of his career. But you saw glimpses and Autry had the tip pass, but overall as a unit, those guys are doing they're doing their jobs. The running game was still effective for the Colts, which you knew it would be because you got a running quarterback and you got a really good running back in Jonathan Taylor. But the fact that they were able to just basically give the quarterback little to no time at all or force him out of the pocket so that he has to do what I don't think anybody, even as a Colts fan, wants him to do, which is throw on the run and try and create plays, off script. But the defensive line has been impressive, and I think the secondary, for the most part, is better than advertised. Getting Lassiter back and the way he's played too was a nice surprise yesterday as well.
Oh, Lassiter was really good.
Yeah,
Lassiter, and he's not scared to hit you too, which I really like from a corner.
Except for the spatula.
Yeah, I mean,
you worry about if you hit something too hard, the spatula might re-aggravate.
I'm not that worried about it.
I mean, at one
others
point
might be.
He kind of, I saw him at one point grab it after a hit, and I'm like, oh God, please don't let that happen again, because they're so much better defensively when he's on the field.
Do you think that it was a fractured spatula? Jury out. The Hive is the jury. 713-780-3776. Do you think Kamari Lassiter had a broken spatula?
I mean, based on what you said, the recovery time was if it was truly broken, I think, and based on our medical knowledge that we didn't stay at a certain hotel, but we were medical professionals after Kyle Tucker. Yeah. I think that it was probably a very deep bruise. And maybe that's what relates to maybe a very minor hairline fracture. It just doesn't seem to be, for the fact that he came back as quickly as he did, and he's hitting people as hard as he is.
You kind of hedged it with the hairline fracture there a little bit.
I mean, from a medical perspective, don't they say that, if there's a deep bone bruise could be constituted as a hairline fracture? But I just, it's hard to believe that there was any fracture with the, as quickly. I'd say no.
I was in school long enough to get my whatever it's called to be a doctor, but I only got my bachelor's. I'm not a medical expert, but I don't think that's the same. Like the recovery time might be the same. It might hurt the same, but I don't think that a deep bone bruise like breaks the bone at all.
Well, that's Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, I mean Tucker's they said was broken.
Right, but I mean, look, the bottom line is the answer is no. I don't think that he broke his scapula.
Yeah,
I think that
I don't think so.
for whatever the reason, and whoever, Aaron Wilson and others who decided that might be a prognosis, I don't think he'd be out there, and I don't think he'd be hitting guys and throwing his body around the way he is. So I'm glad it wasn't, if it wasn't.
Yeah. I really want somebody to ask Kamari Lassiter, hey, what was the injury? Like, I really need to hear that for my own peace of mind. I don't think anybody else in the city cares at all. I really don't. I don't think anybody cares if he had a broken spatula. I don't think anybody minds Aaron Wilson reporting that. I think everybody just, hey, is he on the football field or not? But for my peace of mind and for my sanity, will somebody please ask Kamari Lassiter what the injury was, if there was a break. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get your thoughts on this game. Still plenty to get to. Plenty of positive news to get to when it comes to this game. We will not ignore in victory what we would in defeat a little bit later, and there might be more of that when it comes to the Houston Texans in yesterday's game. Mailbag Monday will grade C.J. Stroud. Will hand out game balls, and what do you believe after this college football weekend? 713-780-ESPN. The HRP listener line, call or text 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975, ESPN Houston on YouTube, at ESPN975 on Twitter. Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Beast on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
2011 Texans got lucky, but how about them Cougs? 3 exclamation points. First walk-off field goal in 15 years. Go Cougs. Also beat A&M this past weekend. Cougars beat A&M.
In a charity game?
Charity exhibition. Yes, that's right. 2 top 15 teams. Houston won by 20 before the starters got pulled out. 713-780-ESPN. Also on Twitter. Lamont saying, are we afraid to say Anthony Richardson is an awful quarterback because he's black?
I'm not afraid.
Dude is
I'm
trash.
not. He's trash.
At all.
Anthony Richardson's the one quarterback evaluation in that draft that I got right. The one.
Yeah, we talked about it. I mean, we kept look. I mean, it was another one of the Sports Center babies where he makes the play. I think it wasn't it against Utah early in the season that was all over Sports Center where he escaped and in the pocket in the red zone. I think it was for a 2-point conversion or whatever, and everybody couldn't stop talking about it. It's like you still got to throw the football. Like you're hoping that in a couple of years, if you draft this kid, that you can work on some of his deficiencies and he can become what everybody was hoping he could become with his size and his strength and his athleticism. But the knock on him coming in is exactly what the knock on him is right now. He can't throw the football and he's not accurate.
No, they ran 58 plays yesterday. They threw the ball 32 of the 58 plays. Like this was mostly, yes, at times the Texans had a 2-possession lead, but this was mostly a 1-possession game. They had the lead in the first half. And you threw it 32 times of 58 plays with Anthony Richardson. Like I could see the allure of Richardson. Like he's got a cannon for an arm. He does throw the deep ball pretty well. At least average to other NFL quarterbacks. His struggles are in the short and intermediate passing game. As a running quarterback, he's one of the very best. Like the element of speed, the element of size. Like I can see the allure of wanting Anthony Richardson as your quarterback, especially for that offense. But I do not understand the allure of wanting him to throw the ball 32 of your 58 plays. Like if you had 60 plays and Anthony Richardson's your quarterback, how many times do you want Anthony Richardson throwing the football? And let's say it's always within a 1-possession game, either a 1-possession down, 1-possession up.
15 to 20?
I'm at 10. I'm at 10.
10.
Yes, if I had 60 offensive plays and the game is always within 1 possession, either 1 possession down or 1 possession up, I want him to throw it 10 times. Now, he might run it 20. He might run it 20 times. And, well, you're going to get your quarterback hurt. I don't care. He can't throw.
That's kind of the problem, though, is I don't think you're going to stay in 1-possession games if you're only throwing the ball 10 times.
I disagree with Anthony Richardson as your quarterback. It was a 1-possession game yesterday, and he was atrocious. If they ran the ball every single play, they probably win that game.
And Jonathan Taylor was getting his, tell.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was, but I mean, hell, Anthony Richardson tapped out at one point because he was too tired.
Yeah, it was one play. I mean,
I know, but I mean, if you're going to ask him to run the ball even more than he already is, I don't see how he –
Is that the worst thing in the world, though? Like, if you treated him like a running back, like a second running back, he's the running back. He is your running back. And what do you do with running backs?
Flacco when he got gassed?
Yeah. Yeah, because
it's not the worst idea.
People are talking about benching him anyways. So, like, who cares if he's out for 2 plays, 3 plays, 5 plays? Running backs get subbed out, right? Like Jonathan Taylor, 20 carries yesterday. No other running back actually had carries. Anthony Richardson had 6. Joe Mixon, a high, workload. But you have other guys that are in the game, other guys that are getting carries or snaps at the very minimum. If Anthony Richardson just runs it 20 times and you have to sub him out for 5 plays and bring in Flacco for 5 plays to either hand it off or throw the football, is that the worst thing in the world?
It's not. I just
Absolutely
don't think.
Not.
I know it was a 1-score game yesterday. It was a 1-score game when these two teams played in week 1. I just think if the other teams are seeing that you're only going to throw it 7, 8, 9, 10 times, the threat of the pass is going to be less and less. And I don't know if they can survive.
But isn't it already? That's the thing. Like, isn't it already? Like, the Texans are running man coverage and making themselves suspect to deep balls. Like, I think that they're already doing that.
But they're putting on tape they're at least willing to take the shots over and over again. If they're no longer willing to take the shots, I don't know if they can survive only running the ball against the types of coverages and fronts they would see.
Can't you run the football and be like overly predominantly run centric, but then when the defense starts to cheat up a little bit or take your shots when the spots are there, to where at a certain point the defense might overcompensate, come in too much. Now you might be able to get, because we saw he is capable of getting the deep ball there, to where I wouldn't completely eliminate that. It's just everything in between. He's just awful.
I think it already exists. I think what you're talking about already exists. If you're defending the Colts and Anthony Richardson, what are you going to do? Like, it already exists. Like in well, you need to throw the ball. Okay, well, Anthony Richardson, throw 10 deep balls. Like, throw the ball deep 10 times. And, like, that's going to – even if you don't complete –
last night,
even if you don't complete those passes, you're going to have the defense on the hills because, like, oh, we almost gave that one up. Our safeties better be, sound on that. They better not be cheating for the running play. So, like, just doing it is going to make a defense be on its heels. So, do I want Anthony Richardson throwing the ball 10 times, 8 of them are deep passes, as opposed to throwing it 32 and keeping the whole playbook? Yeah, that's exactly what I want. They're more dangerous as a running team than they are a passing team. Yesterday's a small example, but they threw it 32 times for 140 yards. He also got picked off. He only completed a third of his passes. They were averaging 6 yards per carry with the Houston Texans defending the run, knowing that's what they're good at. So, yeah, if I'm the Colts, I would run it 80% of the time.
I mean, you have the right coach, too, to be able to draw up that kind of offense to where you can be effective. And we've seen it. And I think that early on, when people were still giving him more of the benefit of the doubt on his passing ability, it was still effective until he got hurt, because of the fact that Steichen's the kind of guy that can do that kind of system and move him around enough and get your RPOs and get him on the edge enough that you're going to keep defenses on their toes and you're going to be able to be effective. And if he could just complete a few more of the downfield throws, I think that offense could work, simply because there's so much weaponry just in the running game when you put Jonathan Taylor behind it.
Yeah. Text on this, 713-780-ESPN. 7557, yes, it's the worst thing because that means AR is still playing. Needs to be benched, 0% of snaps played. We're talking about if Anthony Richardson's forced to continue to be the quarterback. And look, there were some bright spots in that game yesterday if you're a Colts fan. Like Anthony Richardson getting loose a few times. When do they happen? Usually, like, there was one speed option where he got loose for about 20 yards. You ran the little end around with Josh Downs where he gets like an immediate first down. You mentioned Jonathan Taylor running for over 100 yards, and he completed some deep passes. Like, the intermediate short stuff, I just do not know why they're so committed to running that play over and over again. Makes no sense. But the Texans are thankful. Tyler and Conroe, with the offensive mind Steichen has, you have to believe he's brainstormed all of this stuff and came to the conclusion that AR is too terrible to do the bare minimum. See, I think you can ask him to do what he's currently doing. You just kind of redistribute what you're doing.
Yeah.
No short, no medium stuff. Or if you do it just a very, very little, more deep stuff. And then obviously a heavy commitment to just running the football no matter what. No matter what.
No, and I think I guess the biggest problem is you've got a ton of talent at the receiver position that just you could see the frustration in a lot of the routes that they were running when they came back to the sidelines, how many times they're missed, how many times the ball's on the wrong side and put where it shouldn't be when they're running routes. And sometimes he puts them in harm's way because of the fact that he kind of lays them out on some of the throws that he's trying to make. So you have to understand that you're sacrificing a lot of talent on the outside, and you've spent some money on those guys too. But at the same time, you have to do what's best for your football team. What's best for your football team to be successful with that guy at quarterback, if you're hell-bent on keeping him, is running the football.
Yeah, I'm with you. Like, I would be a high school offense. Like, I'd run the veer. I'd bring back the veer. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener. Like, he throws the ball where there's not even a receiver on camera. Like, it's crazy. I've never seen an NFL quarterback throw the football so many times in a single game where there is not a receiver in the camera's view. It happened like 3 times.
Yeah, I was going to say, the one was like a sideline post route where you're supposed to throw it between the receiver and the sideline, and he threw it to the middle of the field. And you just scratch your head and go, how could you miss it that badly?
It's crazy. He is a poor thrower of the football. It's my one quarterback evaluation from that rookie draft that I hit. Richardson's not capable of throwing the football. 8410, it was fun listening to the commentators talk about how awful Richardson has been up to that point and how the Colts don't move the ball. And then the Colts are still right in this game. Texans still in the Bob era. 8410, if you think that's fun, you're a very morbid person. How is that fun? 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dom from Jersey's in the hive, way up top in Jersey. What's up, Dom?
Gentlemen, thanks for taking my call. Real quick, just so you know, you guys were the first show I ever called in Houston about 5 years ago. It's been a long time.
I remember.
But I'm back, fired up for this week. I want to talk a little bit about yesterday's win. I'm damn proud of this football team, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to change the narrative. A lot of people are talking down on my Texans, but I'm excited. We have 6 wins. We're 6-2. We haven't even reached the pinnacle of what this team could be. We haven't even been anywhere close to what it could be. Texans years have passed. We've always lost these tight games, but we're managing to win them this year. And a lot of that's because of the defense. And one guy I want to shout out right now, CJ gets his love. Nico always gets his love when he's on the field. I want to talk Will Anderson. He is an absolute dog, D-A-W-G. He is the heart and soul of that defense. His pregame speeches got me running through a wall. He has changed the culture of this team. I love Will Anderson. I will die for Will Anderson. Finally, Thursday night, I will be in attendance at MetLife Stadium for Texans Jets. Last year was an ugly one. And if we're going to win this year, I don't love the matchup, but we're going to have to win ugly, and we could do it because now we have Joe Mixon. We didn't have him last year. Will's going to be back out there because he had the foot injury last year, if you guys remember. Danielle Hunter is going to get those clutch late-game sacks. Let's change the narrative of this team. Let's get a big win. Let's go 7-2, and then Dom from Jersey coming all the way to the H for Sunday Night Football against the Lions next week. I appreciate it, boys. Go Texans.
There you go. Rack them.
Dom, just all over. On it. But doesn't Dom have a really bad record when he's in person?
I don't remember.
I think he said that they're kind of like,
well, he was in person last year. That went really poorly.
Yeah, he said, I think he's like 0-9. I think he dropped some number because we were like, if you get to double figures.
Does he only go to games in the Jersey area?
Well, I know he's flying in for the.
I'm just saying because the Texans' record at
he's
the Giants.
He's got to stop going if they're not winning.
The Texans' record at the Jets and at the Giants isn't pretty.
Yeah,
I think they've got one win at the Giants, and that might be it.
Dom, whenever you're in Houston, swing by the station. Just make sure you do it before 3. Dom, D-A-double-U-M. That's how much of a good caller Dom is. If you had a football player, does it matter much if he's a dog, D-A-W-G versus D-O-G? Is there a huge difference between the two?
There.
I don't know, man. I feel like it's pretty much the same. He's right. The Will Anderson's a beast.
I think the interpretation comes through regardless of the spelling.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. Anderson's really, really good. He's a big reason why I'm bullish on this defensive line. I think the Texans are capable of beating any team in the NFL because of their defensive line. Like they could wreak havoc on Pat Mahomes. They could force the Kansas City Chief offense to have a bad day at the ballpark because that defensive line could wreak havoc on Pat Mahomes. The Ravens, I'm a little bit not as confident about because their ability to run the ball so well with both of their backs, quarterback, running back. But like if the Texans were playing the Lions and Jared Goff, yes, they have a really good offensive line. But do I think that the Texans defensive line would have a chance in that battle, a chance in that matchup? Yeah, I think the Texans defensive line has a chance against any single team in the NFL. All right, enough Colts talk. 713-780-ESPN. More from this Texans game from a positive point of view because the Killer Bees are always super positive. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, a word from a good friend, Doc Linville. He's right here in the Med Center, and he's making a difference in people's lives on a daily basis by getting guys' hair back. You can do it for women too, but obviously the main priority is to get the guys that are losing their hair back. And that's why he hooked up with ESPN 97.5 and Granado and myself and others to make sure he got the word out because he's told me multiple times, look, I'm not trying to make a killing on this. I want to help Houstonians and let them realize that this is an actual game changer. You get your hair back. It's not the gimmicks that don't work. It's something that actually does. It's your own hair that is put where you need it most. And most times that's in the hairline in front or the bald spot you got up on top and back. And basically, you can see the results immediately, and in 6 to 9 months, when the hair truly takes root, you're going to see unbelievable results. And you're going to have them for the rest of your life. Because the one thing that I found out first and foremost is you never lose the hair on the sides and the back of your head, no matter how many other places you may lose your hair. He takes some of that hair, repurposes it, puts it where you need it most. That's the neograft procedure. And you see the results almost immediately. And when the hair actually gets stronger and thicker and longer, you see them and you are pleased with them and you know you're going to have them because he's taking them from a place where it doesn't go away for the rest of your life. Phenomenal. There's also PRP treatments where you've got hair still on your head, but you just lack the thickness and the kind of strength the hair used to have. The PRP is like fertilizing your lawn. It gets in there, it kind of gets the hair rejuvenated, and the hair gets back to the way that it used to look when you liked it a lot. All you got to do to get a free consultation with Doc and his staff is go to 975hair.com. It normally costs $150. You listen to us, want to talk to him, absolutely free of charge. Nothing to come out of your pocket, no signing on the dotted line or commitment to make. Just a Q&A session after they explain to you what they can do to help you, and then you can consider if it's something you want to do. I did it, couldn't be happier with it. He's the best in the business. You should check him out today and see if it might be right for you too. You have nothing to lose and a ton of hair to gain. Check them out today at 975hair.com.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. 9243. That's Tyler and Conroe, our dear friend. I hate we haven't played our best game narrative. At some point, the Texans are what they continue to put out on the field. We are a team with a mid-receiving core. It's a subtle jab at Tank there, Tyler. With a mid-receiving core without Nico that can't pass block with a good defense. So he thinks that's what the Texans are. I agree with Tyler and Conroe in the sense of the narrative of like, oh, the Texans haven't been who they're capable of being. They haven't played up to their potential, which I do agree with. There is something to be said for winning games when you're not playing your best. Like, you have to be able to do that in the NFL or you're going to be a team that misses the playoffs. So there is something to be said for that. But at what point and how deep into the year, I mean, there's 8 weeks in, Texans are 6-2. At what point in the year is this is kind of who they are? The whole potential thing, the whole ceiling thing. It's like, we thought they could be at a 10. They're currently playing at a 6, but if they're putting a 6 on film each and every week, at what point are they just a 6?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing is that a lot of people, and if the glass is half full, there's been a variety of different obstacles and setbacks that caused you to not reach your potential so far. But then you're this far into the season and you're looking at it going at what point are you going to use injuries as an excuse for the entire year? Or, all the different things where guys are in and out, suspensions, injuries, things are going to happen. But at the same time, you have to come to the reality at a certain point that your team may never be, on the field what you thought they were going to be on paper. But how good can they be? They have right now. They would be the 2 seed right now in the AFC if the playoffs started today, and they haven't played their best football. But you also have to be realistic in saying, hey, there's still some time to fix your deficiencies when you admit you have deficiencies. Because whether you do it in the media or not, we see this team enough to know there are deficiencies. The offensive line isn't fixing itself. You started to do the tough decisions that have to be made by benching Green and trying to do some other things. But there's a way that you can still get this team better. See the Chiefs and see what the Chiefs have been doing. They're trying to improve their team before it's too late. You still have time. And the good news is at least you've won the football games when you haven't looked your best to be in a very strong position going forward.
I think to Tyler's point, though, it's what if this is just who they are? Like, yes, you still have the hope they could fix their fixable mistakes. Yes, you have the hope that they could add at the deadline. Yes, you have hope that, you can get all your key offensive pieces back at the same time. Although I'm not feeling good about the Diggs thing, but hopefully it's like a meniscus and he's out 6 to 8 weeks and you get him, late in the season. So I think his point more is, yeah, we keep talking about potential. Yes, all those points are valid, but if they keep showing us that they're this, at what point are they just this?
But I think that you can still change this to that if you get the right pieces. You just have to look externally. You have to stop it thinking to yourself what everybody thought at the start of the year, which was this roster's loaded enough that they don't have to do a whole hell of a lot, and they're going to be, a team to be reckoned with. And you do realize on the positive side of things, Joe Mixon is way more than what people thought he was going to be. So you may have to change your identity a little bit. You may have to focus on the positive of having a guy that, as bad as the line has been, whether they are getting all the credit for opening the holes or not, Joe Mixon's been very effective. But can you go out and find, because the receiver thing is a tough thing to call, because Tank was underutilized while you were trying to get, Diggs and Nico the ball. Nico's hurt. If you have your full complement, you've seen that even Woods and Hutchinson are capable of contributing. Even Mechie yesterday, to the point where the receiver room still had the potential to be even better. But I'm with you. I mean, if it's a non-contact injury with Diggs, I'm not thinking too positively about what the outcome could be. And if Nico's still going to miss, the game this week, you desperately need him back, and you may have to focus on the fact that either you think the other guys can step up even more.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, I think Tyler and Connor are again saying if they play at a 6 all this time, then that's probably their peak. Like the peak is kind of what we think is the perception. But if they never get to that peak, then we were wrong about where we put that peak, and their peak's actually what they've been showing.
But what
us.
if they still haven't been able to get that, like from the defensive standpoint, as good as the defense has been? If you get Edwards back,
well, then you would be showing something else different on film. Like that's the point that he's making. He's saying if we could keep seeing that this is their level of play week in, week out, week in, week out, then that is who they are. So we haven't seen that yet. So yeah, if we see that, it's going to change our perspective on things. We just haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I just think we're going to get the answer pretty soon. Like, I mean, the teams that have put the Texans kind of in their place and shown that, where the weaknesses are, have been two NFC North teams on the road. So you have an NFC North team who's arguably the best team of football right now. The Detroit Lions coming to town in 2 weeks, actually a little bit less than 2 weeks now, for Sunday Night Football. That game's at home. Like the home road thing, it shouldn't be something that you completely excuse away, but maybe it's something that the Texans right now aren't ready to deal with. But if the Lions come into NRG where they've played really well, I believe CJ's record is now 10-2 in his career in home games. If the Lions come in and do to you what the Packers and the Vikings do, then I think you've got your answer. This team, while capable of winning the AFC South, capable of making the playoffs and probably winning a playoff game, I think they're kind of at the level that we've seen. And maybe this step forward that we're all hoping for is maybe a year away and not this year.
Yeah, we just haven't seen it yet. Could they get there? Yes, they could get there. But at some point, if they're just, then maybe it's after the trade deadline, to your point, adding pieces. Maybe it's after you get those guys that are hurt back. Maybe it's in 6 weeks. Who knows when that is? But if their highest level of football by week 14 is this, then it's probably who they are. At the same time, you can get hot in the postseason and make a run. The Diggs injury, I wish CBS would have kept with how the doctors were working on Diggs' knee longer. Like we saw very little of it, and even the posts that are out on Twitter and stuff like that. Like Aaron Wilson, his video that has went viral is right before Diggs gets up and walks off the field, so you don't see what the doctors were doing. The TV cuts off right before they start digging at the knee. I'm pretty sure they did the the structure test where they can
lateral.
The doctors can tell like this, guys.
For an ACL.
I know that I am not a doctor, but I've been around sports for a very long time. I've talked to doctors. Whenever I talk to them, they're like, trying to explain it to a second grader. But I've talked to doctors. They might not think I'm very smart, but I've talked to them. But when they go out there and they grab that ACL, or an Achilles, they can tell like that. Now, those are the ones that are easy to tell. There's sometimes where there's a little bit, it's not as easy. They need to take a look at the MRI, all of that stuff. But knowing they do that stuff quickly, knowing that Stephon Diggs popped up, walked off the field and straight to the locker room without going to the medical tent, I don't have a very good feeling about it.
Yeah, the problem to your point is you see him go into the blue tent.
No, he never went into the blue tent.
I thought you saw him walking towards the blue tent.
He went straight to the locker room, did he not?
No, I
thought he went to the blue tent.
Yeah, I thought they showed him walking to the blue tent. Then they went back to game action, and the next thing you saw, they had a camera behind him
That's what I
walking
remember as
towards the
well.
locker room and kind of up the ramp. So I guess you're supposed to feel like, well, he's walking on it. Is that a positive? But you don't know, because if he's walking to the locker room,
People
he's
tear the
probably going to
ACL
get
and walk
he's probably
off.
going
Yeah.
to get further evaluation.
You can walk off. You can walk on a torn ACL.
Yeah.
There's some people who aren't athletes who like have
I've done it.
damaged. Yeah, I mean,
I'm agreeing. I'm making your point. I'm not an athlete, and I walked off with a torn ACL.
Craig Biggio, when he tore his ACL, walked off the field. He walked off the field. Like, people have done it. I didn't think that Diggs went to the tent. I thought he walked to the sideline and then straight up to the locker room.
I'd have to go back and check the TV, but I thought I remember him going. I mean, obviously the Texans had multiple people going.
No, this Wilson tweet. He's going straight to the locker room. He walks off the field. He does take a weird walk to the locker room, which is probably what confused people. He walks like straight to the sideline, but then he takes an abrupt right turn and goes straight up to the locker room. So, like, if you're not going to the medical tent, you probably got some information from the doctors right then and there.
Either that, or they want to verify whatever they need to verify. I mean, look, they have all the things in the locker room.
What are you looking at with a right knee in the locker room that you're not looking at on the field?
I don't think you can just go by what the doctors. I understand what you're saying about they can feel, and a lot of things are going to become clear to them. But I think they still need the validation to make.
No doubt about it. But there's nothing that you can do for testing for an ACL in the locker room that you can't do on the field. Nothing.
Do they have MRIs in buildings?
I don't think that they do, but even an MRI is going to take some time to get the results. Like, D'Amico said he's getting an MRI today, or that was reported.
Okay, because I thought normally
I don't think that they have MRIs.
you could get the MRIs.
They have
rather
X-rays
quickly.
Yeah,
they have X-rays. I don't think they have MRI
stadium.
things at stadiums.
I'd be curious, because I thought that they were. Yeah, I don't know if they have that as well, but yeah, you definitely know that they have X-rays.
My only pushback to what you said, Jeremy, about if the doctor tells you, okay, this is bad, let's skip the blue tent, let's go straight back. If that is the case, which I totally agree with you, it could be. If it is, why wouldn't you cart them off? Why would you let them walk all the way from the middle of the field all the way back to the locker room?
You're not going to do any more damage on a torn ACL.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if they think it's clean,
there's also the aspect of the player. Hey, Diggs, I'm a tough son of a gun. I'm walking off.
Yeah,
like, there's that element of it too.
I don't like it. I don't like the optics of it, but maybe they told him it's done. What's done is done. It doesn't matter at this point.
We don't know the extent of the injury. Just all of the clues and watching a bunch of ACL tears in my life. This is one that screams ACL. I think best case scenario, it's a torn meniscus. It's 6 to 8 weeks.
I think the big thing is that whatever that they already saw and felt was enough for them to say, you won't be continuing in this football game. And then regardless of whether it's because of swelling and or the need for the MRI, that it was basically go shower up and get out of your uniform, because all you could do is more damage at this point. You're not going to play.
That's definitely best case scenario.
Yeah.
And
then, like you said, if it's a non-contact injury, and when they showed the replay the way it was, when he was kind of, putting leverage on the right leg before he tried to turn back in.
Yeah.
It looks like you hope it's a sprained something instead of a torn something, but that's normally a bad scenario, especially on the field turf.
I really wish we had the doctors like feeling the knee, because you can't. The CBS never showed us that. The Aaron Wilson, which is the best video I've seen of the injury, and Diggs popping up and walking off. It starts too late to see that. But you see, like, Stroud talked after the game, and like he was kind of cryptic with how he was talking. It's like, if we're going to be without him for a long time, like all of these things, I don't have a very good feeling about it. And is this all speculation? It's a hypothesis. I would say it's a hypothesis more than it is a guess.
I think the biggest thing too is if we haven't heard anything by now.
They asked D'Amico today at his press conference, and D'Amico said that you were still evaluating.
Yeah, I just feel I've got a bad feeling.
Is that a second? The screams second evaluation or second opinion, doesn't it?
I don't know,
because I think I can't, obviously I don't know the exact timeline of an MRI, but to me, if that's a thing they do early in the morning, they would have had the result by the time.
It depends on who you are, because remember Jordan didn't bother rolling out of bed and got one done like
that's true
batting practice time the next day.
Yeah.
I don't. It could be. It could. Like, I don't know their steps. Could they be seeking a second opinion? Yes. Could D'Amico Ryans just not be willing to give us the information yet? Yes. Could it still be kind of gray where it's not a complete tear, or they're still unsure, or they're waiting results? It could be all of those things. It could be all of those things.
Honestly, with the short game week, this could just be gamesmanship for Thursday.
I don't think so. I don't think that the Jets think that Stephon Diggs is playing Thursday. There is no way that you watched what happened to Stephon Diggs yesterday and you have a thought that he could be playing Thursday Night Football.
I agree, but I never subscribe to logical coaching theory. D'Amico could still be as tightly and closely as he likes to play injury news, as little as he wants to tell us. Maybe just I know they put out an estimated practice report, which of course Diggs did not practice for today, but there is, to me, a greater than 0% chance that he might be playing a little gamesmanship, trying to see if the Jets waste some time getting prepared for Diggs, even though we know he's not going to play.
You think the Jets will waste some time practicing?
Probably not. But that doesn't stop. We see coaches do this all the time, though.
I'm not saying you're wrong, because you're right. It happens, and you don't know to what degree it does or doesn't give them extra stuff to do. I just think normally when you're dealing with a medical issue like this, by now we would have known something. By now they would have had something out as an update, instead of just the fact that we all knew what CBS told us, which was, oh, by the way, he's out for the rest of the game with a knee injury. Well, obviously we knew that. By now we would think there'd be an update, test had been done, where, like you said, second opinion, or the result is in, and we're still sitting here, holding our breath, waiting for some kind of definitive answer.
I am also a huge body language reader, and I am a master at reading body language. And CJ Stroud behind Stephon Diggs with a very concerned look on one knee. D'Amico Ryans is out talking to him, like squatted over, both hands on knees. Diggs immediately walking off the field. People are trying to give him a high fives, and he doesn't even really pay any mind to them. Just saying, he's like, you right whenever he gets up, he embraces. He gets up immediately gets up. He whispers into D'Amico Ryans' right ear. That's kind of odd, right? Immediately whispers into D'Amico Ryans' right ear, puts his hands on his hips, lowers his chin, and is disgusted, is distraught.
You hope that regardless of what he's telling him, you understand why, because no matter what it is, it's not a good scenario for him personally, knowing that he's playing for next year's contract, and he's basically trying to show his wares for the Texans and for whoever else, and he can't do that if he's hurt, and if he's damaged goods, people aren't going to give him the money. But also, he knows what he means to this team, especially with Nico out. So,
but I don't think you're reacting the way that he reacted. We don't know yet.
I agree with that.
I think he was told by the doctors what happened. He delivered the news to D'Amico. He's upset, visibly upset, walking off the field with the information that he was told. Bobby Slowick pats him on the head.
Yeah.
Walking off dejected off the sideline immediately into the locker room.
You're
no
not
medical
whispering
team.
meniscus or we'll wait and see into D'Amico's ear. You're whispering ACL.
Kaimi Fairbairn tries to give him a high five, and Diggs is so upset, doesn't even see him. I'm just saying what I see.
Like kickers.
I'm just saying I hope that I'm completely wrong with body language. As a body language expert, self-proclaimed, I hope that I'm very, very wrong about this. It's just my read.
I mean, look, I'm hopeful, because I hear everything you're saying. I'm hopeful that he probably got the wide gamut of what the doctor said, worst case scenario, and at the best case scenario, maybe it's a torn meniscus. Either way, he's going to miss significant time. So I'm sure that's something that he's not happy about, that the team wouldn't be happy about, especially because they're already beat up at the position.
All right, so speaking of Diggs potentially being out a significant period of time, how long, we do not know, but can this team survive? If Diggs is out, can this team survive? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Ocho, what's up, guys? Sorry I'm late. I was tired. I ain't going to lie. See what you did there. 9780 sent us a fake Adam Schefter tweet. 9780, I hope for your sake that you were trying to get us and you didn't get got by the fake Adam Schefter, but fake Adam Schefter today. I did see some people get got. Fake Adam Schefter said Texans believe Stephon Diggs tore an ACL, blah, 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 blah. Hashtag H-Town made. And a lot of people bit on this. I hope this texter was trying to make us bite. I hope he didn't get bit. If you got bit and you got, I'm glad it was you and not us. 8863, Blanker spitting fire again. Well, he is brilliant. He is brilliant, according to at least one Twitter guy. They have enough at receiver. The main problem is protecting CJ so he has time to get through progressions. I've seen Mitchie run routes when he is wide open. Hutch is good. As long as Nico gets and stays healthy, I believe we'll be okay at receiver. Do you think the Texans are going to be okay at receiver should Stephon Diggs miss a sustained period of time?
I want to say yes, because Nico's going to be back, I think, in a week. And if you believe what the reports were, that he's ahead of schedule, that he's going to be ready after the Jets game.
You know whose reports though were?
What?
You know who reported that?
Aaron Wilson.
That's right.
He's right.
No, CBS did too.
What are we at now? 85% of the time?
I'll go 92%. Did they report that, or did they piggyback his report?
They didn't give him credit. They came
TV,
out.
the broadcast
yeah,
did?
TV
Oh, okay. That makes me feel better.
Yeah, and it was last week. It started last week that he was ahead of schedule.
Okay, good.
That he was progressing
Yeah,
well.
good. Everyone's ahead of schedule.
Good.
Okay, but they said that he was ahead of schedule.
I was
progressing
encouraged
well.
that he was on the sideline.
Yeah,
I was encouraged by that.
So I want to believe and feel good about the fact that he's going to be back with Tank. Look, I thought that Woods, for his lack of use, came in. He was effective. I think Hutchinson looks like he's being used more, and whether you thought it was a catch or not, and I thought he did hang on to the football. I feel good about the fact that he's going to contribute as well, and so I don't think that there should be any kind of panic as long as Nico's back after this week.
Yeah, I'm okay with where their wide receiver room is too. I thought Tank played really well in this past game. He had a like a 15-yard catch that was also wiped away by the worst illegal formation call I've seen in my entire life. Worst illegal formation call I've ever seen. Tank Dell had an easy 15-yard game. They called it back for a bad illegal formation. But you get Nico back in a couple of weeks, hopefully, knock on wood. Like you mentioned, Woods. I think that Mechie and Hutchinson have something. Like I think that they have some juice. I think that they have something. So I'm okay with that being your wide receiver room. And especially, trade deadline is right around the corner. But I don't think that you need to make a move. I'm okay with where they are. Now, if Nick Caserio wants to be aggressive and go find a receiver, I'm not going to stand in his way for that Will and Dylan son of a gun. But I think that adding a receiver is more of a luxury than a necessity. Thank you, Ric Flair. I don't think they need to make a move. I'm okay with what they have. I think they'll be okay. I think that they'll be fine. If you do make that move, for me, it's more of a luxury than a necessity.
Yeah, I think that, look, if they're going to make moves, there's other areas you can make moves for to try and improve at before you start looking at wide receiver. I think that the difference from last year to this year is you've got too much talent in that room, and they've shown it. And the minute that Diggs went down, they went to Tank multiple times, and Tank was able to, to make catches and do things for the offense too. I just feel like there's other areas if you are, looking to make a move, and even if you don't, or you're looking to make moves, I don't think you have to do it at wide receiver.
Yeah, I'm okay with where they're at there. I thought I recognized you from WebMD, said 1368. Really, I'm reading body language. I'm not really reading the injury, more body language than anything else. 0891 with Diggs out week 9. They need to use Mechie and Hutchinson more. They really have no choice.
Right.
I mean, out of necessity. What's the old saying that invention is the mother of necessity?
But you reversed
necessity
it.
is the mother of invention. There you
yes.
go. Necessity is the mother of invention. Mechie, Hutchinson, you're the mother of invention or necessity or whatever I'm saying. 8341. Of course, we're going to survive. We got the Jets Thursday. Then we got a week and a half off, and Nico's going to be back, and the other receivers are going to be doing good. So it looks like the trust is there.
I don't like the dismissive nature of this. So we have the Jets Thursday. Like the one thing they do really well, obviously they lose to the Patriots. So, I get the skepticism with taking them seriously. But the one thing we know they do really well is defend the pass. And you might be down to Tank Dell and a bunch of guys that probably shouldn't be starting. Thursday, my panic level is.
So yours is about this one game.
Yeah, my panic level for Thursday is about a 7 or 8. It's pretty high. But for when Nico comes back and beyond, it's like a 1. I'm not concerned at all. Like you had a very effective passing offense with just Nico and Tank and a bunch of basically the same guys as last year. So I'm not worried about this passing offense once Nico comes back. But for Thursday, short week, only Tank Dell against on the road against a really good pass defense. I'm pretty worried about it.
Look, I don't feel good about Thursday night regardless because of the fact that they didn't look great yesterday and the fact that you're only going to have one of your premier 3 receivers. It looks more than likely. And the fact that, there's stuff to clean up for a defense that can get after the quarterback, that's got 2 really good corners that can play defensively the way they need to play to kind of bottle up this offense. You're playing it on, where bad things happened last year on really bad turf in a short week. I just don't feel great about the game regardless, because of all those things and the fact that, on national TV, I'm sure the Jets are going to try to make one last stand as well. And they've got Adams getting more comfortable and they've got weapons on offense.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. I'm going to tell you why I'm not worried about Thursday's game on the other side. Are you worried about Thursday? What about the short week, too? How difficult is that for the Houston Texans? Your thoughts on yesterday's game as well. 713-780-3776, the HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. 6691. Blankers has to chill a bit. This team with only Tank could beat the Pats. They tossed the Jets, so we should have a little bit more confidence. My viewpoint doesn't really come from confidence a whole lot. Mine's just, do we really care a whole lot about this game Thursday? Like, certainly you want to win every game that you play. Certainly, because the Texans have a commanding lead in the AFC South, that you want to play games in the playoffs at home. I get all of that. But short week, on the road, bunch of injuries. I'm not sweating Thursday's game very much.
No, I'm just being honest in the fact that I don't feel good about it because of the fact that no matter what their record says that they are, you know, it's a situation where they have so much more to play for and so much more to lose than you do, and the fact that you are, you know, fighting through significant injuries right now and figuring things out. I just don't feel, and the short week, I just don't feel good about it.
Yeah, 713-780-ESPN.
I am sweating it a little bit just because when you look at the upcoming schedule after this, there's the schedule that Joel, you know, the part of the schedule that Joel based his, I think, is 9 win that turned into 10 win season ones. You know, the back half with the Dolphins, Ravens, Chiefs. Obviously, you have before that you have Lions, Cowboys coming up. Obviously, Cowboys don't look great, but it's a tough second half of the schedule. So any win over a quote unquote less than team, and at 2-6, the Jets have put themselves in the category of a less than. I don't think you can just breeze past that and not care if they don't win that game, because I mean, that's going to be, if they want to get to where we hope they would be, which, you know, could be competing for the number 1 seed, they're going to have to win games like this against the Jets.
Yeah. I don't really see 1 seed in their future. So maybe that's where I'm at. Like, I don't see that goal being realistic. Yeah. So the chase for that goal doesn't really matter a ton to me.
The Chiefs are going to, I mean, I'm not, it sounds like I'm betting against Mahomes, which is dumb, but the Chiefs aren't going 17-0. They're going to come back to the pack a little. I know, because the Texans have 2 losses, but that's my whole point. If the Chiefs come back a little bit, let's say they go 14-3, then that leaves the door slightly, barely open.
This is with your grandiose prediction.
I know.
Slightly in play.
Look, it's like a 1% chance, but if you're going to have that 1% chance, you have to beat the Jets.
You have to beat the Jets to have that less than 1% chance. The Chiefs are also in a bad division, and their schedule ain't great. Like, I mean, it is not difficult, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Buccaneers, Denver, at Buffalo's tough, at Carolina, meh. Raiders at home, Chargers at home, at Cleveland, meh. Texans at home, at Pittsburgh, at Denver. Texans aren't catching that.
Probably not.
Texans aren't catching that.
I guess I was overly realistic. I never thought the Chiefs were in play to catch.
Same.
I think that the main thing was, could you get to the 2nd seed? Could you do something to
where
where
you
at
got to beat
least
the Jets to get there?
Well, that's part of it, right, Brian? But you still have to win. You know, you still have to win a majority of your games, you know, all the way out. And we know the schedule does get significantly tougher after the Jets game.
Yeah,
that's my point. I'm agreeing with your.
See.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with your schedule take. If you want to get to the 2 seed, if that is a goal, you have to beat the Jets.
713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Travis, you're in the Hive. Travis from Spring, my neck of the woods. What's up, Travis?
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Man, we got to get that secondary working, man, because Richardson is horrible. They got Rodgers, Adams, and Wilson next. They got Goff, St. Brown, and whoever, Laporta next, and then Dallas after that. They got monster quarterbacks and receivers coming. And if they do what they did yesterday by letting those receivers over, Richardson couldn't hit a broadside of a barn. So, but these next 3 quarterbacks are going to tear our secondary up if they don't get that fixed. What do y'all think about this?
I'll give you the first 2. I mean, Dak ain't playing his best football right now, but you can't take anybody for granted either. You can't look past anybody. The fact is that we knew that we knew when we broke down the schedule that the significantly tougher part of it is still yet to be played. I don't think the secondary played bad yesterday, but I think that, you know, Jeremy and I've discussed this in the past about the fact that they're playing their defense a certain way to take away the strong point of the Colts, which is they're going to overplay the run. They know that that's their primary, you know, course of action that they want to take. I think when you play these other teams, their defense will adjust accordingly.
Yeah, I'm not. Now, the Texas secondary does need to be on their P's and Q's against all the receivers that he mentioned. So Travis is right. But a lot of what you saw really in both games against the Colts was game plan specific against Anthony Richardson. Whenever you're playing a team with Anthony Richardson and Jonathan Taylor, and because of the deficiencies of Anthony Richardson being able to complete passes, what are you going to do? You're going to play for the run. You're going to gear up for the run. You're probably going to have a lot of heavy boxes, which makes you susceptible to a lot of the deep stuff. So I'm not sweating the Colts game in terms of what that's going to look like versus the Jets and the Lions, and then Dallas even with CeeDee Lamb. But Travis is right in the sense that you are going to play a lot of really good receivers, and your secondary is going to be tested, unlike, quite frankly, they've been tested so far. Because who gave you the best test? Maybe Minnesota? Because Buffalo, Josh Allen completed 9 passes.
Yeah, he only completed 9 passes.
I think Minnesota gave you the best challenge for your secondary that you've had to date, and the Jets have more weapons than Minnesota collectively. Justin Jefferson's the best of that bunch, but the Jets are deeper. The Lions have one of the best offenses in the NFL, and CeeDee Lamb's a top 3 receiver in the NFL. Yeah. So the Texans will have their hands full in the secondary the next 3 weeks. Travis said the broadside of a barn. What are your favorite sayings for a guy who can't either hit a shot or can't
hit water from a boat?
That's my favorite one. He couldn't hit water if he fell out of a barrel. Fish in a barrel. No, that's good. That's
actually more accurate.
Yeah, you're going to connect. Like you're hitting fish in a barrel because there's so many fish in a barrel that you're just going to reach down there and grab one. So that's like the exact opposite of that.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I like the.
He couldn't hit water in a boat.
He would hit water if he fell off a boat. It's the one that I like. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line 9780, sweating the turf. CJ got hurt last year. Some would say he was hurt prior to that game. Need no injuries coming out of Thursday night. Me.
I know.
Medical expert Jeremy Branham.
Yeah, I know.
Just know I'm not a medical expert. I just read body language. I read body language. Do you want to see the tweet?
You read body language instead of MRIs.
I know.
I'm not privy to the MRI. I can't read the MRI. I'm not privy to it.
If they gave you one, could you read it?
No.
Okay. Just checking.
But I'm not privy to an MRI. I could read an X-ray, I think.
But the body language can tell you everything you need.
Badly broken bone.
I could read a badly broken. The doctor's jobs aren't that hard. Like, is that bone broken? Yes, that bone is broken. Look at that thing. Why do they go to school for 10 years? Why do they have a residency? Is that bone shattered in half? Yes, doctor, it is. Anybody can do that gig. Try and get a doctor on sports radio, see how they sound. People are going, anybody could do their job.
Just look at it. There's multiple fractures there. How do you know? I felt them.
Oh, 713-780-ESPN. All my doctor friends are gonna be mad at me. Fortunately, I don't have any of those. Ocho BMAC friends. Yes, both of those are true. BMAC, honestly, I wish the Texans could forfeit this Jets game because of that horrible turf and because Quinnen Williams is going to destroy your interior offensive line again. Just take the L, heal some wounds, and get ready for your Heinies to get kicked by the Lions. Yeah, the Quinnen Williams against the interior of the Texans offensive line. I hadn't even thought about that matchup yet because it's Monday. But I guess we do have to look ahead of the Jets a little bit since that game's on Thursday. But yeah, it's a huge mismatch.
It feels like a 13-10 type of game.
It feels like a new left guard, but yes, I do think it will be a low-scoring game. I think it'll be an ugly Thursday night football, low-scoring game. 0584 Weiss, Tank Dell blocking. He got chucked by Joe Mixon.
He actually had a good block in that game. They pointed it out on the broadcast.
But it was against the safety. He was a little further in the box. But Tank Dell is still very much.
I'm fine with those blocks.
Tank Dell is still very much involved in the run.
And I still don't need him in that mix to catch the fray.
He's always in there too.
I know.
He's always in. It's not a Tank thing. It's a Slowick thing. They do that.
Yeah, well, they need to stop.
And I think it's actually bigger than a Slowick thing. I think it's a Shanahan thing. Like they want their receivers to be involved in the run block.
I did like the interaction between Mixon and Tank after he ran into him.
Did you see what he called him? Yeah. What do you call him? Well, you could say it. He didn't call him a bad word. He said boy. He called him a boy.
Well, but still.
I didn't read the lips. I couldn't tell. I could tell that he was like kind of upset with him, giving him grief. But I couldn't tell what he said.
I didn't think he was actually obviously he wasn't happy.
I mean,
but I felt like it was
sidelines and was kind of rubbing his arm. He was selling.
He was hurt, I think. I don't think that Mixon was so much like mad at Tank. I think it was more like, hey, come on, let's get going.
Basically, like telling him don't do it again.
I think it was more like getting him like focused. Like, hey, let's go. Let's be on your P's and Q's.
I mean, you're the reader of body language.
I'm a great reader.
Know.
I do read body language well. Like people think I'm being silly right now. I'm facetious. No, I am a great reader of body language. I took one class about psychology. I've had a lot of psychological help. I know plenty about body language. 713-780-ESPN. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of these. No, we're not going to do that yet. I believe. What do you believe after this college football weekend? What a weekend it was in college football, huh? It was a great college football weekend. What do you believe about college football after this past weekend? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Seven 713-780 ESPN. What do you believe now? Is that a new imaging there? I saw you working on it, or heard you
I
working on it.
made it earlier today.
Did you catch what the first highlight was?
No.
I did
Was it
I
the
did
Cougs?
that one specifically for you, Jeremy.
What's that?
Was it the Cougs?
No.
Was it the Longhorns?
Sure was.
There you go.
But who was in the highlight, Joel? That was what I did for Jeremy.
I thought it was the other guy.
No, it was the touchdown pass to Matthew Golden.
Oh, I thought isn't there a receiver on their team
There's
that
an
rhymes?
Silas Bolden.
I thought it was Bolden.
From the transfer from Oregon State, but that one was the Matthew Golden.
Oh, I thought it was Bolden. Look at that little Easter egg troll.
There's a little bit of a troll there.
That was the first time you've had it?
Golden in the highlight, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, that was the first one.
Can't get anything past Branham. 713-780 ESPN. What do you believe now? 713-780-3776. Blinkers.
I believe more than ever that this is the best year for this 12-team playoff because it is so freaking wide open. No one impressed this week, and it is going to be so fun when these playoffs start because of the fact that we don't have, like we've had just about every year for the past decade or so, that one or two clear-cut team that is dominantly above everybody else. Just watching all these top-rated teams, and now, Penn State's quarterback's out and probably won't play against Ohio
And
State.
still beat Wisconsin on the road.
I watched the game, Brian. I know how it works
He's a little
out.
sassy today.
Yeah, he kind of is. He puts a hat on, and then he kind of goes incognito,
Yeah,
just
'cause I didn't-
sniper guy.
I can't stand when people are sassy.
Because you
Really?
are. That's your role.
That's interesting.
But yeah,
Did you
I
see this
think
gimmick
it's going to be a
infringement?
fun playoff because of the fact so many teams legitimately have a shot.
Try not to be sassy. Yes, Blankers. It will be very fun. Playoffs will be very fun.
See, there's sassy right there. Good
Respectfully.
deal. Yeah, respect.
Respect.
this.
No. Yes, the college football playoffs will be fun.
I'm just saying because no one impressed again this week. And if you want to talk about Alabama blew out.
no one?
Who
Come
cares?
on.
No one.
Oregon was the only team that impressed me this week.
Notre Dame didn't impress.
Notre Dame. Yeah, okay, so they beat unbeaten
Texas
Navy,
A&M
but-
didn't impress you?
No, I don't think either one of those teams impressed me at all.
A&M impressed me.
I
don't
think
know how- I don't know
A&M's
how-
first half was not great.
I think that you want less football, actually. I think you want the playoffs to be like 4 teams.
No, I don't.
You
I just don't think that in years past when Georgia and Alabama were clear cut above
Alabama
everybody
shut
else.
out Missouri.
I think you're right about the clear cut thing. If there's anybody that's clear cut better than everybody, it might be Oregon. Although Oregon won a narrow game against Ohio State at home. So those two teams are probably equals. But if there's anybody that are top teams, I would say Oregon, Ohio State, and then maybe Georgia, and they just had a blip,
Because I think Ohio State's in the mix from a talent perspective. I
too.
think they got a ton of
Although they
talent. But I
barely
think the biggest
survived.
thing that they have going against
did.
them is the fact that they play in the Big Ten. Like,
Well, how's that going to hurt them, though?
I just think when you play SEC teams, you're going to see better defenses. You're going to see they're better tests. I think when Oregon blows the doors off of Illinois, I thought Illinois was grossly overrated.
Okay.
So,
That's what you're saying. So
yeah.
the battle tested when they get to the playoffs. Yeah, I can see that. First thing that I believe from this college football weekend, I don't know who Mike Elko's talking to whenever he's getting a little sassy postgame. I thought the Aggies did look good. I don't think you can go back to Connor Wigman, by the way. Like once you go to
definitely
Malik
not.
Reed, like
Yeah, Reed
that's
looked pretty good.
done. Like that's done. You did it once where you went back to him whenever he came back from injury. Now it's done. It's done. You can't go back to him. Big win for A&M. I believe they're very much in contention for the playoffs. But Mike Elko, after the game, throwing some shade, and I'm not really even sure who he's throwing this shade to. Can you help me out?
I think it's the way we talk to the young people. I think the things that we talk about, the messaging, how we bring really good people into the building. We talk about doing things together. We talk about culture, and everyone talks about it, but then we go out and we live it every day. And I think we back up our actions. We're very honest. We're very open. And this is a real program. It's not fake. It's not a politician running this program, talking fast and BSing everybody. This is a real program. And for all the recruits out there, this is a real place. And if you want to be really good at football,
Is Elko taking a shot at a politician? Is he letting it know what side of the aisle
I
he's
think
on?
I know
Is he
exactly
taking
who
a shot
he's
at his
talking
former
about.
head coach? Is he taking a shot at the head coach he just beat? I have no idea. The commenters seem to think that he was talking to Brian Kelly.
I 100% agree.
Who do you think?
I think he was definitely talking up to, starting with Brian Kelly, coaches that like to go about their business a certain kind of way, and he's trying to basically say that the way he's running his program, but he was all over the map too. I mean, I think A&M still has a lot to prove, but it was a good win for them. But
So who do you think he was talking to? You think he was talking to
Brian Kelly?
Kelly?
Yeah.
You don't think he was talking to
who else?
Jimbo? Jimbo was talking very fast.
Well, he did talk. He was like an
Talked
auctioneer.
very fast, but more people think it was Kelly. Is that
I
who
think
you
it was
thought?
Brian Kelly. Like, obviously, your first reaction whenever an A&M coach is talking about your program is, oh, he's taking a shot at Texas. But what he's talking about doesn't really match Sark. It matches. Good job there, Jeremy. It matches Brian Kelly about the way, the kind of the con man coming down from the north, putting on the fake Southern accent.
Yep.
To me, it screams that he's talking about to these Texas athletes who might consider going
like
to
a
LSU,
politician
come here
panders to
instead.
who their target
Exactly.
audience is,
That's
and that's
Brian
what Brian
Kelly.
Kelly's
That's
done.
Brian Kelly.
I don't think he'd take a shot at Jimbo simply because wasn't he on Jimbo's staff 2 years or the year before
He
took that?
was, yeah.
So I don't think he's going to take a shot at Jimbo.
Jimbo was on Saban's staff. He took a shot at him.
True.
I don't think that's always the,
I think
he
that
wouldn't take
was
a shot at him because he was on his former staff. A lot of times you're on somebody's staff you can't stand.
But I don't think Jimbo didn't do anything to take shots at him the way Saban was taking little digs at Jimbo.
Yeah. I think it's more Brian Kelly. The talking fast thing makes me like
But
immediately.
that is, yeah, because that's Jimbo to a T.
I never even thought about Texas.
I didn't.
Texas
No,
never
I don't
registered.
either. But maybe this is a Longhorn. But when you hear an Aggie usually start the conversation about we do things the right way, you're like, okay, this is a.
It's a little paranoia, I think, though.
Maybe.
I think it's a little paranoia on a Texas.
But when you hear
Texas guy,
when you hear the full comments, like, okay, I think that's obviously Brian Kelly.
All right, what do you believe, Brian?
I believe, speaking of the Longhorns, I believe the Longhorns' offensive line is a huge problem. I don't know how much of that game you guys caught, but the game ended up being pretty close because Quinn Ewers had two passes tipped that turned into interceptions. Vanderbilt turned them into touchdowns and kept the game close. And that offensive line, I believe, got to Quinn 4 times. They hit him quite often, prevented a few other big plays where Quinn had to get rid of the ball early or the pass was inaccurate because he was getting hit as he threw it. I mean, we saw Georgia just absolutely annihilate the Texas offensive line. And it's really concerning because you got was it Banks is projected to be a top 10 pick in the first round. They've got a couple of interior offensive linemen that have 30 plus starts in their career. But man, they got whipped again by Vanderbilt, and obviously you're going to have a couple of A&M's coming up on the schedule. We saw what that A&M offensive line is, or defensive line can do. So I'm worried about the Texas offensive line.
They struggled against Vandy. Vandy gave them a game. Vandy's better than people think, though. I think
They're
Vandy's
tough.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
the quarterback scrappy, and that you're right. I think that they do have some talent, but I just expected Texas to cakewalk that team.
Well, that was part of it though, because the offensive line was so bad. Like it was kind of similar to what Georgia did in that they didn't. You look at Vanderbilt's scoring drives; they're 20 yards, 30 yards, 17 yards. They didn't have to go very far because the defensive line was dominating and forcing turnovers and giving the offense short fields.
What else do you believe?
I think BYU isn't getting enough love. I think BYU is a really solid football team. They're well coached. And I know that you're a big fan of their conference and everything. BYU is, I think, should get more flowers than they're getting. And I know they're on top. They're a good football team.
Yeah, those 30-year-olds are good.
I don't care how old they are. They're a good football team. If they're eligible, they can play.
I agree with you. They're a good football team. I'm right there with you. I'm gonna have a little bit more about them in a moment. I believe that Indiana is a football school. Indiana, the Hoosiers, they're a football school. I finally heard what their head coach sounded like. He has a very Mike Leach-like delivery. Voices kind of similar, but the way that they talk, the delivery, the cadence,
the personality,
a lot of Mike
Good
Leach
call.
in him. A lot of Mike Leach. Now, they don't operate the same sort of offense whatsoever, but a lot of Leach to his delivery. No, he didn't. I think that's done. What else do you believe, Ryan?
I believe Notre Dame is in the playoff. You look at the remaining schedule, and obviously they put a beating on Army this last week. Navy, sorry. Very unpatriotic of them. But they have Army coming up on their schedule. That game's at home. They have Florida State. That game's at home. Virginia, that game's at home. The only, I guess, slight test is at USC, but USC's proven to be a fraud.
How unpatriotic of you?
After the beating they put on Navy, you think that Army on the road is going to beat them? I don't. I think Notre Dame's in the playoff.
You're probably right, but still unpatriotic.
Yeah, it was unpatriotic of Notre Dame to put that beating on Navy.
What if Florida State upsets them this week?
That'd be amazing.
So
1-7.
I guess I guess it's not this week. They have a bye the week after that. That would be hilarious.
They're just awful.
I don't like Notre Dame.
I don't either. But
not a Notre
I think
Dame
they're
guy.
in.
You're
never
probably
been a Notre
right.
Dame guy.
Their toughest game's probably at USC.
I know, and that's not saying much.
I think that's a losable game. Like, what do you think the spread in that game would be? Notre Dame -3, maybe?
They lost to
5 at
Northern
the most.
Illinois, so I guess any game's losable.
I mean, USC's good enough to beat people.
That's at
though.
SC?
Yeah,
it's at SC.
Yeah.
USC's good enough to beat people. Like, every single game that they've lost has been really tight. Like, their 4 losses have all been close games. Lost to Michigan by 3, Minnesota by 7, Penn State by 3, Maryland by 1. Like, they beat LSU.
I know.
USC beat LSU. USC can beat Notre Dame.
You lose to Minnesota and Maryland, I'm not taking you very seriously. I know they've got up.
Beat LSU, and you're not going to take them seriously?
I know.
They're
but
capable of beating Notre Dame.
It was the first week of the season, though. I'm not taking them seriously.
I'll take USC over Notre Dame right now.
Okay. All right.
They got a quarterback that's in the Heisman race. Their offense can put. He's right. Their offense. I watched them come back in the second half and beat Wisconsin. Their offense is capable of putting 28, 30 points on you.
I'm not going to give away value, so we'll have to wait because I'm not going to.
You want to wait for the line?
Yeah, I'm not going to give you a straight bet, and then all of a sudden they're dogs by 6. That'd be very foolish.
That's
of me.
fair.
What else do you believe, Blankers?
What do I got left?
Hugh Freeze is a gamer. Hugh Freeze is a gamer as a head coach. Did you know that he was sick? Didn't travel with the team. and then flew up that morning against Kentucky to coach the game. And you might remember one scene against whenever he was coaching Liberty. He was in the press box in his hospital bed coaching the game. Don't y'all remember? Don't you remember Hugh? You don't remember Hugh Freeze in the press box in a hospital bed?
I remotely remember there was like a Sports Center highlight of it, but
sure there was. I'm sure it made all the sports cast. Yeah, he was in a hospital bed in the press box when he was the head coach at Liberty, coaching the game on his deathbed.
That's amazing.
Yeah, this guy's a gamer. He'll coach whenever he's almost dead. Hugh Freeze. He didn't travel with the team. He travels up the morning of. He's coached a game in the past from a hospital bed. Hugh Freeze is a gamer.
Well, he knows his job's on the line.
He is a dog. He coached from his hospital bed at Liberty, though.
Yeah, I know, but Auburn's been terrible. He knows his job. His job's nearly over there. One more thing, I don't think Oklahoma's even going to make a bowl game. Maybe this is me hating, but right now they're 4-4. So in the next week, their next game is against Maine at home. They're going to beat Maine to get the 5 wins. But you look at the remaining 3 games after they beat Maine. They're at Mizzou, which we'll see. We'll see if their quarterback's healthy. Mizzou, that could be a win if Mizzou doesn't have their quarterback. Then you have Bama and at LSU. I mean, it's looking dicey. I know they made the quarterback change back to Jackson Arnold. The offense looked pretty good in the first half before they fell apart in the second half against Ole Miss. But I don't think OU is going to even make a bowl game at this point.
It's probably a good call. 2422, I believe that the Aggies could win out, lose to UT, and still make the college playoffs.
I agree. 10-2, I think they get in.
But that's a pretty tall task.
Mm-hmm. That'll be interesting. There would have to be other dominoes there, but I think it's in play too. 9666, I believe Texas versus Texas A&M will be more than a rivalry game. I think the loser misses the playoffs. I do think the winner will get in.
Winner's in. Loser
unless
would
there's
have
some
to have,
losses before then that we
I think
don't
the loser
expect.
could still get in if they only have 2 losses, but obviously a lot of games between now and then.
0979, I believe Colorado can win the Big 12, most underrated conference in the Big 12.
Most overrated story that won't go away is people saying that Colorado is the big story in college football right now.
Well, they're ranked.
They're ranked and they're bowl eligible, and we'll see what happens at the end of the year.
You're kind of hating on the Colorado a little bit.
I get sick and tired of hearing them.
The problem is I think the math they're going to run into, because BYU's undefeated, Iowa State's undefeated, and K-State has a loss, but they beat Colorado head to head. So it's going to be hard for them to get into the Big 12 title game.
Yeah. You're a little bit of a Colorado hater.
I'm just, I mean, do something impressive to be talked about as much as they're talked about. And then Deion's
they're 6-2.
pandering for Shador for the Heisman instead of his own guy who's already in the Heisman talk. And God, it's a lot.
0979, I believe Shador could be the number 1 pick.
I think he will be. Vegas at least says he will be.
Text me all the Colorado stuff you have. 713-780-3776. Ocho, I believe Wegman is still the best option at quarterback for the Aggies. The last win had more to do with LSU being unprepared to defend the Reed option than of Marcel Reed doing anything special. Plus defend, like, game planning. You're game planning for Wegman, and all of a sudden here's Marcel Reed. That's tough. And then LSU apparently has had trouble with running quarterbacks. Ocho Elko wins Suge Knight at the 95 Source Awards. Come to death row. It's a funny one there, Ocho. All right, 713-780-3776. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Coming up a little bit later. We'll hand out game balls a little bit later in the program as well. But we return our Mailbag Monday, 713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What is your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Out to the HRP listener line. Pena, what's your question for the Bees?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, so this morning I was listening to the people before John and Lance, and they had asked a pretty cool question that I wanted to ask y'all. So if Joey Chestnut and Usain Bolt got into a 200-meter race, and they both had to eat 4 hot dogs right before, like, they eat 4 hot dogs part of the race, and whoever finishes first starts running.
Yeah.
Would Joey Chestnut win the race? Thank you. Have a great day.
You said 200 meters?
Yeah, he said 200 meters.
Joey Chestnut, easily.
And how many hot dogs?
4.
4.
I think Joey Chestnut eats 4 hot dogs in what? 15 seconds?
15 seconds.
Probably.
Yeah.
Usain Bolt's going to take some time to eat 4
He's
hot
going to
dogs.
eat. I would guess for someone who's not used to eating that fast, he's probably going to take a minute.
Yeah.
Joey Chestnut can run the 200 meter in less than a minute. Obviously,
Yeah, Joey Chestnut's like obese or anything like that.
No,
I think
he's not in shape, but he's not. He'd
get
he's not
himself a
large.
big enough pad that he should probably.
I think so.
It's only half the track.
Yeah,
200 meters is half the track. Yeah. I might go Joey Chestnut if he ate 2 hot dogs. Half the track?
Yeah, but he can make up a ton of ground.
Usain can make it up so quickly.
He can run half the track in no longer than 45 seconds.
Joey Chestnut?
200 meters?
Well, the Olympic runners run that 200 meters in about 20 seconds.
Yeah,
so
I
let's
think
say
he
you
can run
double
in
it.
45 seconds.
Joey runs it in 45.
Even if you wanted to go a minute, he could walk 200 meters in a minute.
Right. Assuming Usain Bolt takes about a full minute, which I do think he takes about a full minute to eat 4 hot dogs, Joey Chestnut wins easily.
I think the better question is 1 hot dog. Quite frankly.
I would take Usain in that situation.
How long will it take Joey Chestnut to eat 1 hot dog?
5 seconds. 2-3 seconds.
Okay,
yeah.
let's round up and go 5. How long does it take like a normal person to eat a hot dog? How long would it take you to eat a hot dog?
15.
Like, if you're going as fast as
like
you
if
can,
I'm trying to
fast
eat
as
it,
you can,
15,
probably 20
15,
seconds.
20
I'm thinking
seconds.
like 30. Yeah. Let's go 20. Let's go 20. So Chestnut has a 15-second head start.
I don't think it's enough.
Because now you're talking about
one might be
blazing speed versus
I think that's the line.
Supermarket speed.
I think the line is Usain Bolt 1 or less, Joey Chestnut 2 or more. Because two, there's no question.
I'm definitely with you 3 or more.
200 is not very much.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you 3 or more hot dogs.
2 or more.
Chestnut win. I know. I'm just saying where I'm at. I think I might still lean Usain if it's 2. 3 or more, I'm leaning
4
Chestnut.
hot dogs, Joey Chestnut will be done with the race before Usain Bolt is done
100%
eating.
agree.
Before he's done eating. 4 is way too many. 713-780-3776. What's your question for the Bees? Why is Tank Dell not more involved in the offense?
Well, if you mean blocking, then there's no reason for it. I think a lot of it has to do with circumstance at the start of the year, the way that they laid it out, with the 3 guys that they were going to have. And now I think you're going to see him more and more. But I think more so than anything else, there's a lot of mouths to feed. And early on, they were focused on Nico. He was leading the league in receptions, or was it receiving yards? And you want to, Diggs is a guy that they wanted to make sure he felt comfortable. I don't think it's anything that's a knock on Tank. And now obviously he's going to be relied on a ton.
Yeah, I think it's that. I think there's a lot of factors. One,
isn't what you're saying though more of a before Nico goes down? Because what you're saying, like, okay, he's the 3rd guy, Diggs, Nico, all this stuff. Well, Nico's been out. He's missed 3 games now. I mean, they've had time. If they were going to make Tank a more of a vital every down part of this offense, someone who got the type of target share you would expect him to have based off last year, we would have seen him by now. It's been 3 games without Nico.
I think it's the offensive line. Stephon Diggs is still there. I think he's actually been more involved than people give him credit for. He's been targeted decent amount, not like 10 times or anything, but 4 or 5 times a game. He's been given the ball in end rounds. But I think the offensive line's the biggest thing. Like, look at CJ
4
Stroud.
targets isn't much.
He had more than that, but there was penalties.
I know, but I'm going off your 4
Also,
or 5.
CJ Stroud last year led the NFL in passing yards per game. Where's he at this year?
I'd have to look it up. I have
not
no
first.
idea.
So if he's slipping in passing yards per game, if he's not throwing the ball as much, if the offensive line isn't giving him time, it's a domino effect on everybody else. 713-780-3776. Who is worse, Anthony Richardson or Jamarcus Russell?
Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, I think it's Jamarcus Russell. I don't even think it's very close.
Yeah, I mean, Richardson is effective with his legs. He can throw. We mentioned he can throw the deep ball. I mean, Jamarcus Russell was just a massive bust.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he didn't even like play in games, like very, very few. Should we trade, we being the Rockets, should we trade Jabari and give Reed Shepherd more time? I feel like those are two different questions.
Yeah, what was should we trade Reed Shepherd?
No. Should we trade Jabari and give Reed Shepherd more time? I feel like that's two different questions because they're two different positions.
Yeah.
One's a backcourt guy, one's a frontcourt guy.
I just think if anybody's thinking that Jabari is going to turn into this superstar or really star player, I don't think that's who he is. But I think Reed Shepherd has the chance to be a really, really good player in this league. He might end up being an all-star one day.
Yeah. It's only been 3 games, so it's hard to do too much with Reed. But he just hadn't played a whole lot. Wish he'd play a little bit more. I'm not trading Jabari yet unless he's part of a superstar trade. Like, I'm not just trading Jabari to trade Jabari. Like, he's still capable. He's still a solid player. I'm not trading him just to trade him. 713-780-ESPN. Key from LA. The Dodgers are 2 games away from being World Series champions. Are you rooting for them?
Of the 2 teams, if I have to pick one, I'm rooting for the Dodgers. I said that.
Yeah, I kind of find myself pulling for the Dodgers. Let me finish, Brian. Let me finish. I'm kind of pulling for the Dodgers as well because of Brian Cashman.
That's part of it. Yeah, but I just feel like, and we talked about this last week, I just feel like the guys are more likable and you don't see them as much and you don't hear from them the way you heard from Cashman and their fan base aside from Key from LA to where, and because my family is deeply rooted in Dodgers, that helps too.
I think they have more likable guys too. Like, yes, Shohei gambled on baseball. I agree with you on that. And I like Freddie Freeman. Like, I like Freeman. I like Shohei. I don't know if there's a Yankee that I like. And then Brian Cashman running his mouth right before the World Series was the trump card for me.
Yeah, all the reasons you guys said. Like, the Yankees have no one remotely that I would find that I could root for, whereas Freeman, Ohtani, they seem likable. And more, I guess more so, I find the Dodgers or the Yankees fans more insufferable, and I'd like to kind of revel in their misery. So I'm not rooting for the Dodgers. I'm just rooting for the Yankees to lose, if that makes sense.
I like the word you used there.
Insufferable?
Yeah, that's a great way of putting it. They are insufferable.
They are insufferable.
Dodgers are just more chill. Maybe it's the weather. Maybe it's living in California versus New York. Like, I can understand why New Yorkers are angry all the time, and Californians are just like, hey, what's up? I can understand it. I can get it. Because the weather's fantastic there, and it's not fantastic in the Northeast. Real quick on these. 3270, because Blankers just loves to talk about Colorado. Does Dion leave after this season?
I think there's a good chance. I said earlier in the year that he would be done after this year. I'll stick with it. I think he's going to go. I think that he's going to lose his sons and Hunter, and they're going to go to the NFL, and he's going to look for bigger and better things regardless.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm very curious what he does. I can't imagine him staying at Colorado just to stay there. Todd the Show loves Colorado for some reason. He says they have a 5-star quarterback coming in.
He was there this weekend. They showed him. He walked in on a recruiting visit, the 5-star.
I feel like he leaves.
I think he's leaving too.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Now, and then who's to say he doesn't take the 5-star with him?
Yeah.
Right?
Well,
the way it's set up right now.
Unless he's going to the pros.
True.
Unless he's going to the pros.
Then give him a year.
Would any other quarterback come out because they were tired? NFL quarterback? I bet you it's happened before, but I bet you they've lied and said that they were like dinged up.
That's a bad look.
You gotta lie there. I think that's the one time where a lie is the way.
And
to
the
go.
team covers for you as well. Yeah.
Like he got a knock on the wrist.
Yeah.
Like he's fine. He's gonna be perfectly okay. But only set out that one play. He felt something on his elbow, Yep.
Like, there has to be a deep cover there because he's getting roasted.
Yeah, he is. You have to trade for a wide receiver. Who are you picking? It's kind of a loaded question. I'll go Justin Jefferson.
You're crazy. Puka Nacua.
Of the ones that are available, how about that?
Okay. Who are you picking?
Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I don't think he's available.
You don't?
If he is, I'm with you. But I don't think he's available.
Not after they won that game.
I don't think so.
You're probably right. You're probably right that the Rams aren't going to be. They're going to be buyers, not sellers, because they're in it.
Yeah.
But if the Rams were selling, that would be the guy.
Yeah.
Because who's selling? The Patriots? Not really anybody that interests you.
Yeah,
I would love.
They're not going to get rid of their young guys.
I would love Pop Douglas, but I don't think they would
sell him.
No,
I don't think they would get rid of him.
The Browns don't have anybody else. And they might be like coming together. Carolina has nobody you want.
I would like Deontay Johnson.
That's right. He is available. Yes, maybe that would be the answer.
What about Thielen if he was healthy?
I don't think he's got.
He's a
much
million
left.
years old.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with Thielen for a 7th rounder if you can guarantee he's healthy.
Sure.
Like,
If it's only a 7th rounder,
Seventh
then I'm
rounder,
willing
sure.
to be a lot more
Yeah.
open to.
I think I'd be okay with that. Who else? Who else would be trading? We'll do this for a segment later this week, closer to the deadline. 4133, best offensive line of all time, gives you a big hole. How many yards are you getting?
4.
How many yards of penetration is the offensive line getting here? Let's establish that. Best offensive line ever. How many yards of penetration are they getting?
I think he's just more.
I think he's
more about the hole size than he is about. Yeah,
sure, but I mean, there's going to be an
I
amount
can't
of
believe we're
space.
getting into it
before
like
you have a
this.
defender.
I know.
There's going to be an amount of space before you have a defender, though. Like, how much penetration are they getting before you run into a defender?
Well, we're getting into the minutia here, but
this matters. It matters a lot.
I know, but the way I read is they opened the hole. It's not that they're pushing. It's not they went up to the second level and they're holding a linebacker.
Sure,
that's
but
5 up
Jeremy,
there.
they open the hole, and then it's up to you to get the penetration.
The sea is parted, and basically there's no one there.
There's still penetration, though. There's still penetration. They're opening up a hole. There's penetration. There's a lot going on.
Yeah, it's minutia here, but
no, it's not minutia because if they're moving the line 3 yards, I'm getting 2.5. If they're moving the line 5 yards, I'm getting 3.
I think this is like a seas parted where there's no one there. Like it's like a crackback block, and they just sealed it, and there's no one there.
There's 11 guys. Like, where's the nearest defender?
Let's say secondary. That's the way I'm thinking.
In the
The
second
nearest
level?
guy is the secondary.
Well, I don't know.
But
3
can a
yards. I need to
linebacker-
see where the offensive line's at.
Yeah, but can a linebacker chase you down from behind? Of course he can.
Yeah.
I would say in a massive hole in this situation. Phrasing. 5 yards.
Did you 5 yards?
5 yards. I think the linebacker catches me from behind before I get past 5 yards.
I think you're selling yourself way too highly.
Probably.
Did you see what Joe Mixon did yesterday on that 1st and goal where he fell down?
Yeah.
That's me.
You're
That's what I'm
falling
doing.
even if there's no one in front of you.
Best
and there's a hole
offensive
opened
line
up.
ever. They have a 7-yard push. They've opened up this, gaping hole. Greatest penetration
Phrasing.
we've seen at all time. It's not phrasing because I don't talk that way. Yeah, I'm falling. It'll be a loss of -1.
Mm.
Yeah, I'm gonna trip.
I think I can get a couple.
Fall. I believe in you.
I think I can get a couple. That's it.
I don't believe Bremac's getting 5.
Yeah, I said 4. You're getting 5?
Well, I said 5 because you said 4.
And I'm changing mine to probably less than that.
Okay, well then I'll go one more than you do, Joel.
Okay.
I like blankers in this battle.
Let's put it on the field.
Let's do an Oklahoma drill with others. Y'all should do an Oklahoma drill in the hallway. It would do numbers on social. It would.
You have to guarantee me the numbers, and then I'm in.
1,000 views.
We've done more than that on just show tweets.
Yeah, I get 1,000 views rolling out of bed.
Yeah.
Pessimistic
You're an
Chad.
influencer.
Remember in the offseason when Slowick was interviewed for head coaching job, 0% chance that happens this offseason. That's not a question, Pessimistic Chad. I see why they call you Pessimistic Chad. You don't follow the rules. Ocho, is 9 wins enough to win the AFC South?
Yes.
I think so. I also think the Texans win more than 9. 49's 5-2 also doesn't follow the rules, but he mentions a Cougar, so you're okay with me. Texans need to scoop up a Marcus Jones on the trade market, defensive back, and special teams help. He would be interesting because he would help you in special teams. He's dynamic there. He's more of a nickel corner than an outside corner.
Don't you need that, though?
I don't know. How much do they like Petrie?
Jalen Petrie got absolutely torched. Well, I don't want to say it too much because we'll mention it coming up, but that crossing route Downs ran across the field. Petrie was in coverage and just got absolutely torched.
Yeah, I just don't know if they're willing to make that move.
You're not wrong. I'm just saying I think there is a need for the inside slot guy.
Yeah, I would rather have an inside corner than an outside corner. I love Marcus Jones. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Jimmy from Webster, you're in the Hive. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, guys. Just to follow up on Peña's question earlier, how many hot dogs do you think it'll take to make Kenyon Green look like an O-lineman? Because I saw an interview, and he looked really scrawny.
Really? Appreciate the call,
he
Jimmy.
looks scrawny.
I don't think he was looking at Kenyon Green.
Kenyon Green lost weight from last season.
Yeah, they were raving about the fact that he had tightened it up and got a new workout program and a different diet.
Not scrawny, though.
No, he's never going to be scrawny.
Yeah, I actually think he looks better. I think he looks more like a pro. I remember going out to training camp a couple of years ago, and I was like, this guy looks doughy. This guy looks pudgy. This guy does not look like an NFL beast. This year, I actually think he looks more like that. So, yeah, I don't think he needs to be eating more hot dogs unless he likes hot dogs. I'm not going to tell Kenyon Green what to eat. That's not his problem, though. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRMP listener line. Joe from Beaumont. You're in the Hive. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Oh, not much.
Hey, listen, I was just listening to y'all talking about Tank Dell, and, man, I loved Tank last year, and I was looking forward to what he would do this year, but I don't think it's a matter of scheming him in or out. I think last year he was supremely confident. He was open a lot. He found creases, and he was a good release for CJ. But, man, I'm worried. I mean, you can't see it when you look at him except for the fact that he's not open like he was last year, and I wonder if that breaking his leg on the field had some effect on his confidence in the way he moves.
No, appreciate the call. I think we talked about it already. There's just more mouths to feed, and there's more talent in the receiver room. And the fact of the matter is that CJ, is going to go through his progressions, and it doesn't matter what number they're wearing. But at a certain point, too, they're trying to appease a new guy, and Nico is, been their number one, and he didn't fall high enough in the pecking chart early. It doesn't mean he wasn't open, and I think he's the same player.
No, he's been popping open on film. Now, a lot of times he's popped open in the past whenever it takes time for the route to develop. And the Texans offensive line isn't giving CJ Stroud that time. And the fibula, too, people were putting way too much weight on the fibula injury. I've broken my fibula, and look at me. Look at me. I've bounced back. I'm as good now as I ever was. But in all sincerity, the fibula is a non-weight bearing bone that has zero effect on his athleticism. It is a bone that only gets broken based on it being hit on impact. It has zero to do with his athleticism, his speed. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter on that front. The fibula does not. So that's getting way too much attention. You might think that Tank Dell's not good or he's taking a step back. Those things are valid, and we'll have those conversations. But the fibula being the reason that it has set him back, it's a non-weight bearing bone. It just got cracked. It's not something that has made him slower or less quick. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Cecil Duquesne, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Cecil?
Cecil.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, I just wanted to ask the question. I'm loving all the conversation about the Texans and the Rockets. In regards to the Rockets, who do you think the best coach was? Would you say Ime Udoka or Rudy Tomjanovich? I'm not sure if that's a fair question because Rudy had Dream, and I think Dream would have made anybody look like a great coach. And, but he did go back to back, and MA seems to need a little bit more time. But I think I'd have to give the edge to Rudy at this point.
Yeah, I don't think it's just the edge. I think this is a landslide for Rudy. And obviously the window's very short for how Ime and his coaching career. But when you win back-to-back titles and you did and Olympic gold medals and things that he was a part of, and I think Rudy wins this. This is not even a conversation.
That's a lot resume versus chops, though. Like, yes, Rudy T had a way better resume. No doubt about it. But was he a better coach because of his resume?
You think about how innovative he was, too, with the inside out and the way that he kind of constructed an offense to go inside out to get and surround the perimeter with shooters, which hadn't been done before.
No one was throwing the ball in the post and kicking it back out?
Not the way he gets credit for being the innovator of the inside out system.
Look, I'm picking Rudy T here, but this is my opinion is more based on a lot of times we look at the resume versus the chops, and we think the resume is better than the actual chops. Give me a college basketball coach that has won a national championship that you think is a great head coach.
Krzyzewski.
He's won a national championship.
You said that has won.
Has not won it.
Has not won?
Yeah. Kelvin's never won a national championship. He's been close, but he's never won one. You picking Kevin Ollie or Kelvin Sampson?
I'll take Kelvin Sampson.
Chops versus resume. At least in terms of national championship.
Okay, but what I would say is that Ime's made it to a finals. Ime, I think for the way the game is played today and the parameters of how the game is played and the surrounding elements of it from back then to now, I can understand where Ime is a better coach for today's basketball than Rudy T, because he's not afraid to take players on head on, and he's kind of that guy that'll grab the bull by the horns. But Rudy did that back in the day. It was just different back then.
Sure. Like I'm going Rudy too. Like again, I've now morphed this into a different conversation. I think a lot of times we give the resume over the chops, and we probably shouldn't. Like, if you're hiring a guy to be your head coach of whatever sport, are you going to hire a guy that was the best in the last 10 years? Or are you going to hire the guy that you think is going to be the best at that moment going forward? And those things aren't always the same. They're not always the same. Like, people always, whenever they do this football coaching carousel and stuff, well, this offensive play caller was the number one offense in the NFL and all of these things. Yeah, he has a better resume, but resumes doesn't always mean the best person for the job.
Like Rudy had the ultimate superstars too, but he had guys. No matter how great their reputation was and how talented they were, they listened to him. And then he took the Laker job and found a guy that didn't and would defy him and go behind his back and try to run the team all by himself.
Yeah.
And Rudy wasn't made for that.
Yeah. See, again, like, I'm with you. Rudy obviously is the answer here. I morphed it into something else. 713-780-3776. Right now, who's better, Texas or Texas A&M?
Texas.
Yeah, I'm going to go Texas there. Is Kenyon Green's problem skill related or all between his ears?
I think it's pass block related.
So that would be skill.
Yeah, there's skill to it, but I mean, just watching the game again this morning, how much he just got his doors blown.
I mean, that block he had before he got pulled, that whiff he had was
was that a block?
Well, right. It's you could barely even label it as a block, but that whiff he had right before D'Amico pulled him was just absolutely brutal.
And when he came back in, he got spun around.
Yeah.
I would go both, but I do think that the mental aspect is playing its part. 0967. Don't forget the Mixon is being used to control the offense. Last season, the Texans couldn't run to save their lives. It takes Diggs away. Do you Scruggs moving to guard and Patterson taking center, or Patterson replacing Green? Patterson replaced Green yesterday.
Yeah. I'm not moving Juice. I'm leaving Juice where he is.
Unless you think that he's having trouble identifying the coverages and the reads.
Yeah, that's something that I personally wouldn't know, but I like the fact that I think he's done fine.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are you not ignoring in victory, what you wouldn't in defeat? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. What are you not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat, Blankers?
This may be nitpicky to start with, but Dalton Schultz isn't giving you a whole lot of effort. He's still making a whole lot of business decisions, even after catches. It just doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of fight in that dog at all. When I watched it again this morning and just on catches, he's just kind of securing the ball and just tensing up for the hit. He's not putting his head down. He's not trying to get extra yards. And it just seems like now that he's gotten paid, he's not giving you anything close to what he gave you a year ago.
Yeah. Do you think he should have caught that ball on third down?
The one-handed one?
They said that Stroud made a mishap, a misthrow. Like, they didn't show a replay of it. Never
Was
got
that
a
the
good
outside
look.
sideline one?
Far
with the one
sideline
hand?
on the top of the screen.
I think he could have made it. I don't think it would have been
I don't
easy.
think he could have
It
made
hit him in the hand.
It hit him in the palm of the hand.
Yeah, I don't know. You're trying to apply that if it hits you in the hands, you should catch it.
Yeah, exactly. If a ball hits you in the hand, you should catch it. Yes.
No,
As an NFL football player, if you get hit in the hand with a ball, yes, you should make the
I
play.
thought he hit more fingertips than anything, and he was extended. I don't think he could have caught that. I thought that was a poorly placed ball.
Extended in the sense that he was still on his feet.
Sure, but you could still be extended.
Can you extend as far as possible on your feet as opposed to diving for a football?
Well, those are two separate things.
No, I'm just asking because he didn't dive.
He didn't
because
dive.
that would imply laziness.
No, look, this is not an excuse. This is not to excuse Dalton Schultz of his poor play or his lack of effort at times. I'm completely with you guys on that. Well, on that specific play, I didn't think that was a well-placed ball by Stroud. I don't think Dalton Schultz could have caught it.
It could have been both, but again, if you can reach further by diving as opposed to just an overextended arm,
he was right on the sideline though. I
think he could have dove and
I don't think he
room.
could have dove and stayed in bounds for that.
I don't think it was as close to the sideline as you remember.
I'll have to go back and look at it, but from what I remember,
will you have more range diving for a ball or just reaching for it as far as you can?
Diving.
Okay, and if it hit him in the hand without diving, he would have had a better opportunity. Let's eliminate the sideline for a moment.
Okay.
But if he dives, there's a better chance to catch the football, whether he's in bounds or out of bounds.
Of course.
Okay, so if he had room, then you're willing to say it was a lazy play.
Sure.
Now it could be both things where Stroud didn't have a good throw. It could have also been a poorly thrown ball. I'm not arguing that. It wasn't a well thrown ball. I'm shocked we didn't see a replay on that one because they made it seem like it was just this completely errant throw, but it hit him in the hand. Like it hit him in the hand. It wasn't in the front row. It wasn't in the sideline. That's actually one that I'm looking forward to watching on the All-22 to just see how poorly it was. Do you think NRG should have grass? I know they've done it in the past. I know that they were being sued multiple times because of this.
I don't think
other retractable roof stadiums and other dome stadiums do this. Arizona does it. I forget the other one that does it, but
Arizona is able to wheel out the entire pallet, though.
Okay.
All
right.
The NRG doesn't have
Let's
that
be
ability.
innovative. Now they're probably going to get a new stadium at some point.
Right.
They want to have a Super Bowl. Should they have grass? As
when
a
they
professional
have their new
football
stadium,
team,
yes.
should they have grass?
Currently, no.
You know what? I think you're going to see it more and more. The Players Association, the players. MetLife is the perfect example for why, but even in the other stadiums, they're all critical of anything that's not natural grass. With the amount of money that the NFL is making and the fact that you have at least for the most part, an open air stadium where it can be open air to keep the grass and you can do the pallets. I don't think there's any reason why the NRG shouldn't have natural grass.
And let's be very clear about something. To host a World Cup, you must have natural grass.
That's right.
Chris Canetti, president of Houston's World Cup host committee. The plan is for grass to be installed in our NRG stadium beginning May 2026 to give it more than a month to settle before the matches. To put it in layman's terms, we're going to have one of the greatest grass fields that you can have. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if Chris Canetti's right on that. But they will be having grass for the FIFA World Cup. So to say that it's implausible would be inaccurate.
Sure, but World Cup lasts a month compared to a football season. So I mean, I think it's kind of apples and oranges. I mean, we've seen them try and fail at this before. I think until they're able to actually wheel it out like they do in Arizona as one actual continuous pallet of grass, I don't think they're able to do it.
I wonder how they're doing this for soccer. It'd be weird. All right, what are you not ignoring, victory? What you wouldn't in defeat?
Well, it's extending upon the conversation with that Stroud Dalton Schultz play. There was a play, I believe it was the previous possession to that, where they had a third down and Stroud had Diggs on a slant right across the middle field. Should have been a completion to extend the drive, possibly added more points to the game. but Stroud left the ball too far inside, and the pass got broken up by the Colts defender. I thought Stroud, while overall for the course of the game, he played pretty well. I thought that in the first half, especially the first quarter, he was missing his spot a few more times than we're used to seeing him, and it cost him not being able to extend a few drives, probably cost him some points.
Okay. What else you got, Blankers? What are you not ignoring in victory, what you win in defeat?
From a defensive perspective, I love what Bullock brings to the table. I'm still extremely concerned about the other safety position. And especially in coverage. I think Murray can make some plays. He broke up a couple of passes nicely. He does like to hit, and he can hit. I still, from week in, week out, when watching him, I still get very concerned in coverage.
You talking about Murray?
Yeah.
I thought Murray had his best game.
Yeah, 3 pass breakups.
Yeah.
But I'm saying there are also some times when we talk about guys that got loose behind in the secondary and things like that I was like,
I'll have to go back and see who they were.
Yeah, I like him. I think he and Petrie are both extremely physical and really good when it comes to hitting and getting in the box. I still have concerns about him in coverage.
Petrie in coverage was my main guy. 2 long plays, one led to a touchdown. One was a crossing route where he kind of got hit. So it's like, what do you make of that?
The guy,
he did. He ran right into him.
At the same time, like, hey, should he be sidestepping him? Should he be trying to avoid contact there? Like, I don't know how that one's coached. That one's tough. But then he gave up the long one to Downs that was later ruled down at the 1-yard line. Like, Petrie, when he's in man-to-man against good slot receivers in the NFL, is a mismatch. Yes, he had the interception. I heard people, Petrie played great. Petrie was outstanding. He had the interception, great play, in-zone coverage, reading Richardson's eyes. Yes, he was good against the run. But he had 2 huge plays against him in man-to-man coverage. Petrie in man-to-man against good slots has always been an issue so far this year, and it always will be. He's not good in coverage.
Yeah, my next one was into the first half. There was a situation where they thought we thought they were in field goal range, even though it was kind of at the fringe. And the Colts, part of my worry there when they dropped back to passes, like, man, they haven't been protecting well. They could get knocked out of field goal range. And sure enough, the Colts sacked him, knocked him out of field goal range. And not that I put a ton of blame on Stroud for this, but if he stayed with the play just a second longer, Schultz was the hot. Schultz basically kind of did like the fake block and then just went to the side. It was sitting there for the little dump off. If Stroud sees pressure, he knows they can't take a sack because they're going to get knocked out of field goal range. If he looks hot to Schultz, they're fine. They pick up a few yards, the drive continues or the possession continues, but instead he takes the sack and costs them points.
I'll have to look back at that one. I don't remember that one off the top of my head. I remember the sack. I don't remember where Schultz was.
I went back and rewound it a few times. Schultz does kind of the fake block where you kind of, 1, 2, 3, and then he ducks out to where like he was there for a little bit,
makes himself
like
available.
3-yard dump off. Yeah,
I'll look for that one. I do remember the sack. I don't remember seeing Schultz on that. No, I wasn't looking, is what I'm saying. Up by 10, 4th and 8 at the Colts 45. You have a guy on your punt return team that is getting off late. You had 12 guys on the field, didn't get off on time. It turned a 4th and 8 into a 4th and 3 from the 50. Colts decided, hey, we're going to go for it now because it's at the 50 and it's only 4th and 3. They get the first down and a quarterback sweep to the right. They get a field goal later in that game. You're up by 10 at that moment. You're up by 10. You force the offense off the field. You're about to get the football. Who knows? Maybe you have a scoring drive for a touchdown. But nonetheless, you're getting the football back up by 10. Up by 10. You have 12 on the field, and then they convert it. They get a field goal, make it a one-possession game, made that game, back into the, where it could be swung either way. That
was bad.
A bad mistake. I'm wondering if you should have taken the timeout there. Hindsight 2020, you take the timeout. But in the moment, it's a little bit more difficult because you don't know if the Colts are going to go for it. 4th and 8 turns into a 4 and 3. You're not sure if the Colts decide they want to go. Hindsight 2020, you obviously take the timeout.
I think Shane Steichen has shown that he's willing to go for that in most cases.
Should he have taken the timeout?
I do think so because I think there was a situation early in the game where he also went for it in a similar situation. So yeah, I don't have that note exactly.
That's where I landed, though, Brian. I landed on the tendencies. Like if the tendencies tell you, we're not privy to that information, but if the tendencies tell you that Shane Steichen in that spot's more likely to go for it than not, I think that's a spot where you should have taken the timeout. Because, they got points in that drive versus you having the football up by 10. That's massive.
If they lose the game, we're talking about it that is one of the biggest points in the entire game.
For sure.
The fact that they almost screwed themselves out of being able to cakewalk this game because of that particular play.
What else you guys got?
I had one more. There was a play. Because there's kind of some of the problems, like along with the offensive line, that we keep hearing that they're working on it. They're working on it. We keep expecting it to get better, and it's becoming kind of comical how they keep talking about it's going to get better and it never does. But one of the things was not getting the play called soon enough, not getting up to the line of scrimmage soon enough, and then the play clock runs down, they get rushed. And there was a situation right after they got the deep ball to Diggs, and I believe it's the third quarter, they got the deep ball to Diggs, and then second and third down right after that, the play clock got down to like 2 or 3 seconds, and the plays were completely it was the bad snap that went over CJ's head that he had to fall on, or he picked it up and threw it away. And then right after that, they got down to like 2 seconds again, and the Colts got quick pressure, and CJ just had to throw it away to avoid the sack. But it just poor pre-play execution right after a big play to Diggs. Same sort of stuff we've been seeing for weeks.
Yeah.
Well, they're working on it, Brian. It doesn't
I
get
know
fixed overnight.
it's week 8 or about to be week 9.
Bobby Slowick admits it. We're working on it.
A few texts, not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 5798, I'm not ignoring that turnover near the end of the game in the red zone. Texans were icing the game away and almost literally threw the game away with a poor lateral. I mean, it was a halfback toss.
Pitch play, yeah.
It was the design run. Now, it was 2 things on that play that I noticed. Not a good pitch by CJ Stroud.
No.
It was behind Mixon. Mixon kind of handcuffed him and was behind him off his left shoulder. You want that pitch like more to his right shoulder out in front. And then Kate Stover also, I think, impeded CJ Stroud's pitch lane, like his window, because I don't know if it's because Stover was late. I don't know if it was because Stover got pushed back. I'm curious what they saw there. But if you look at it, Stover's like right in Stroud's face. And I think the reason that led to the pitch to Mixon being behind him was because Stover was in the lane of it being in front of him.
Were they running that same action they do on the split zone? Because they ran that split zone concept where the tight end from one side comes across and cracks back on the other side.
I think it was.
I wonder if they were running that to make it look like it was the split zone run between the guards, but it was actually the toss. And then Stover, like you said, as he's coming across, gets in the pitch lane.
He definitely was in the pitch lane. I think he was in motion running across.
Yeah, they might have been trying to fake a split zone.
I heard some people think that was not conclusive to be
really
down by contact.
The fumble?
Mixon threw him down.
Yeah, I thought he threw him down once he possessed the ball.
No, I
thought so too.
I heard it. I was in the car initially, and radio was convinced it was a touchdown.
Really?
Yeah, they were acting like it was
live
a touchdown.
or after the review, after they saw the replays.
They were even looking at the scoreboard review and thinking that they would almost describing it as if they might be lucky if they get. Yeah, and so then when I went back and looked at it, I was like, well, it seems pretty clear cut that
I wonder if they didn't have
touched him.
I wonder if they didn't have a good look at the review because
probably.
I thought it was pretty clear that once the guy possessed the ball, Mixon kind of threw him down.
He threw him down.
Like Mixon might have already
constitutes down by contact.
Mixon might have already been in the process of throwing him down before he had possession of the ball. But after he had possession of the ball, Mixon was still holding on to him or touching him as he went down to the ground. So I thought that was clear and obvious. A few other texts. Don't ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. 713-780-3776. Slowick needs to speed up the offense because of the stretch line. I did notice him go with a little bit more play action early, some rollout stuff, which gets him out of the pocket, makes it a little bit more difficult to rush. Now, the tempo is something that they do need to get better, not necessarily like tempo to the next play. And we talked about this last week. But getting the play call in, getting into the huddle, getting out of the huddle, getting to the line quicker, I think it leads to some of their issues. There was a couple of bad snaps where it's like Stroud wanting the ball, high snap, wanting the ball, pressure. So it's like, stop getting so late in the play clock. I feel like that's one of the easier things that they can correct.
Well, and watching Rodgers do it for years too, and especially when their line was less than, because that's what they did. They'd go quicker. They'd go to more of the pistol. They'd and move him around. But at the same time, the easiest way for the defense to prepare for whatever he's doing and to jump on it is when you run the clock down so far that the lineman can see it. No, okay, regardless of what he's doing, we're gone in the next 2 seconds.
Yeah,
I will say to the texter's point, though, I thought Bobby Slowick actually adjusted fairly well in this game. They went to a lot of rollouts and quick throws as the game went on.
See, I thought he did it more early than late.
I thought it was I guess defined early, but I thought it was okay. We're not getting protection in the first quarter, and they went to in the second quarter. That's what I thought. If that's what I'm remembering, but we'll look at the all 22
that I have. The Texans were in the red zone 6 times. You know how many touchdowns they scored in their red zone trips?
The mix and run, was that it?
They scored twice in the red zone. They had the late interception, Diggs, Tank Dell touchdown.
Sure.
They had the ball in the red zone 6 times, and they scored 2 touchdowns. That's not championship level.
That ain't great.
Can you beat the Colts at home with, scoring a touchdown one of every 3 times in the red zone? Yeah. Can you beat some mediocre teams in the NFL getting into the red zone 6 times and scoring twice? Yeah. Can you beat the top teams in
Lions,
the NFL
Ravens.
getting into the red zone 6 times and scoring 2 touchdowns? Absolutely not. Like, that is an area that has to improve. That's why everybody's frustrated with this offense. It's like, okay, the yards are there, the tools are there, although one might be out for a while. But there's this void in yards and there's this void in points that exist in this Texans offense. It's like the Astros offense. The Astros had great slash numbers, but they couldn't score runs. So there's this void. There's this void there. And it's, I think, because of the red zone. They move the ball, or even if it's not in the red zone, it's once you get into the other team's territory. They get into the other team's territory with ease, and then these drives are stalling out. And they have to score more touchdowns. They got to get in the paint. Like, they just have to if they want to be this best version of themselves. 713-780-ESPN. Let's grade the quarterback, CJ Stroud. I'm seeing some different things about the quarterback. Some didn't think he played well. Some think he played well. How did you think he played? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. U of H coming off their big homecoming win against Utah. I told you it was going to be fun. I told you it was going to be a great night. Cougars getting the walk-off field goal for the win on homecoming to come away with their second Big 12 win. They take on Kansas State. This week will be a bigger test. November 2nd, 2:30 at TD-ECU Stadium. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. The weather is going to be fantastic. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd of a college football game. Don't miss our blackout special. Teams wearing black. You're going to wear black. But this blackout special, you get a ticket, a T-shirt for just $30. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/black. That's uhcougars.com/black. uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, wear black as we pack TD-ECU Stadium. And we're going to give away a pair of tickets right now to caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Pair of tickets going your way to watch U of H take on Kansas State. 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, a word for Allstate Siding and Windows. They're the best in the business at protecting. For most of us, is our biggest investment. That's our house. And the fact that they have the products that can protect your house and your family, the contents, and everything about it when we experience the hurricane season that inevitably we go through all the time, to the extreme heat of the summers and the occasional really, really cold freezes in the winters. Allstate Siding and Windows has the best answers for anything that you got dealing with protecting your house from the elements and making sure that in the process you reduce your energy bills and you give a better overall look and feel to your house. It's fantastic. They're the best in the business, been in business for almost 50 years. The family, it keeps running it on a daily basis. Mary keeps everything going at the headquarters. Her brother gets out there and does the free estimates and comes to talk to you about what they can do to help you. It starts with you looking at the website, allstatesidingandwindows.com. You can see all the products they offer, even front doors. But they do so much more, and what they really do is in the name, the siding and the windows, and that protective outer shell that it provides for your house. The windows, we just had them installed at our house. The overall curb appeal is the first thing you notice. It's a beautiful look to the house, and it modernizes the entire structure. But then when you realize we've saved over 30% on our energy bills, it becomes really meaningful, and it really solidifies why we made the decision to go with the windows from Allstate. You can check them out today, see all the different products and services they have that can benefit you, but start, because it's a free estimate, by calling them on the phone. 832-204-1936 brings someone to your house to tell you exactly how they can help you with one, if not both, of siding and windows, and all the right products for the way your structure is designed. They are fantastic, and they'll walk you through every step of the step-by-step process. 832-204-1936 gets someone to get to you to tell you what Allstate can do. Check them out at allstatewindowsandsiding.com or allstatesidingandwindows.com, but get in touch with them today.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Some are indifferent about how C.J. Stroud performed this past week, yesterday, against the Colts. 25-37, 285, a touchdown, no pick, sacked twice, QBR 60.2, quarterback rating 99.5. Those are the raw numbers. Todd the Show pointing out that he was missing a lot of easy throws. Lamont, don't ignore him victory, although C.J.'s stat line would disagree with me, but C.J. looked like dog crap yesterday. Some are indifferent about how CJ performed. 6'3", it's hard to say. CJ not playing well when guys are in his face before he can make a read. He's fighting for his life instead of playing. Another texter, I thought CJ had an okay game, not spectacular. We know who won the matchup between Stroud and Richardson. Really not worth discussing. But how would you assess Stroud's play yesterday?
Look, I think you have to start with the fact that he didn't turn the football over. I don't think that he put you in harm's way. I think he was in harm's way for the majority of the day. And the fact that he was running for his life and they had to constantly do things to get him away from. He took a lot of hits, especially in the first half. He was getting guys in his face all the time. He was still making plays. He didn't have 86 yards passing either. He had a really good day passing the football with all those variables going against him. And then, you lose Diggs at a certain point too, and they won the football game. I'm not going to criticize CJ Stroud for the inability of the offensive line to keep him safe. And the fact that he was able to put up the kind of yards and not turn the ball over as opposed to the Green Bay game. I thought he was fantastic yesterday in basically helping you win that football game. He didn't do anything to lose it. So for that, I'm going to give him probably A-.
A-. Okay.
He did have a turnover, though.
What was the turnover?
The fumble.
Fumble?
Yeah.
Is that on him?
Yeah, the pitch
I didn't know that they put that on him. I still don't. Jeremy's point, it could have been a better pitch. But I don't think that's the kind of turnover that I'm going to point at him and say, that's a play call that he's executing. Did he execute it perfectly? No.
Yeah. I thought it was a poor pitch. I'll be honest. I thought it was a poor pitch.
I'd have to look at it again.
Yeah. It was behind Mixon. There's no doubt about that. Now, was it behind Mixon because that was the only place he could put it? Like, that's one that I want to see a little bit closer. Stover may have obstructed, but it wasn't a good pitch. And, yeah, Mixon never possessed it, so it's his turnover. I was really impressed with what I saw from Stroud, specifically after the Diggs injury. Like, things could have been awful there. Like, you lose your top target because you don't have Nico. You still targeted Diggs a ton in this game, so he was obviously a key factor in the game plan. You targeted him 9 times before he left the game with injury. And then after that, you have, a collection of Tank Dell, John Mechie. Of course, you have Xavier Hutchinson as well. That happened late in the third quarter. And after that, the Houston Texans were, like, you look at what they did on the offensive end after they lost Stephon Diggs. They went for a field goal late in the third quarter, that drive that kind of extended in the fourth quarter. They fumbled, and deep into Texans territory. That's the fumble that we were talking about. So you should have had 2 scoring drives without Stephon Diggs on the field. I thought that he handled the Stephon Diggs injury very well. I thought he was throwing it well after the Diggs injury, and he was moving the ball with receivers that weren't his top 2. And Lamont's right, Todd's right. Like, he did miss some throws. I thought he was more errant and off in the first half than the second half specifically.
Feel that was a lot of that was pressure driven?
Not always.
Some of
not
them
always.
were, where he had
Absolutely,
to just,
yeah.
he just had to get rid of it before the receiver had time to look.
Some of them, yeah. Some of them, yeah. Now, I still felt like he'd misfired, and he has also spoiled us to the point where we think that he's going to complete those passes even whenever he's pressured and he's under duress. So I thought that he played well, considering all the factors. One of the other nitpicks I have of Stroud is he has to get to the line quicker. Like, we talk about the offensive line woes and being late in the play clock and rushing to get the snap off with just very few seconds left on the play clock. It's quarterback. Like, that's the quarterback's job. Like, you're the one getting the play in. You're the one that's seeing everybody onto the field. You're the one that's in the huddle. You're the one that's getting everybody up to the line. Like, you are the maestro. Like, you are the maestro of this offense. You need to get everybody to the line quicker. Like, if this is a team issue, you as the quarterback and you as the quarterback of the offense, you need to get this offense moving. Get them to the line. Get this operation going. So I thought he could be better there. I give him a B+, though. I thought he played well. The defense for the Colts were in his face, tons of pressures. He got hit a lot. He lost Diggs. He's already without Nico Collins. I give him a B+.
Yeah, I grade a little bit on a curve here because of what you guys have mentioned. The offensive line still wasn't good. Obviously, he's down. His top target, and for part of the game, he was down his second target. But we've talked about what you just mentioned with the failure to, I guess, execute the pre-snap stuff very effectively. Certainly slow in a couple situations, like we talked about in the last segment. We also talked about some of the missed throws, and they were more in the first half because he had a great throw early in the fourth quarter. We had to scramble out when he was facing pressure, and he completed that pass to Xavier Hutchinson. So he still showed a lot of the same ability we've seen before with the scramble, the accuracy on the run. But I thought there's some stuff that he frankly should be beyond, even though it's a second year. Some of the missed throws, the one to Diggs, the one to Schultz that we've talked about, and not getting the team to the line of scrimmage and the play ready to go in time, like we talked about after the big play to Diggs in the second half. Frankly, he should be beyond that, so I'm gonna have to drop him down a little bit. I'll give him a B, a regular B, no minus, no plus, just a regular B.
All right, so A minus, B plus, B for CJ Stroud. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. La Sasa, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up?
Coming over a couple B's. Hey, would you consider that CJ Stroud is in a minor sophomore slump? That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you, Sasa.
I don't think he's in a slump. I think that he had a bad game against Green Bay, but I think we just described exactly why he has some of the challenges that make it more difficult from him in certain games. The Green Bay game wasn't his best effort. That's going to happen with everybody. At the same time, when he's running for his life and he's got guys in his face the majority of the time, you should have the wherewithal to be able to understand that, and you don't use that against him. I don't think he's slumping. I think that there's been a lot to deal with lately with the line issues.
A lot of times we just look at quarterback production and think that everything else is the same, right? Like everything else around CJ Stroud is the exact same as it used to be or that it was last year. Stroud's facing more pressure than he saw last season. His numbers are down. Why? Well, because he's seeing more pressure. You can make the case that maybe he's not as accurate as he was a year ago. I'm not really seeing that. I think he's the same guy. In fact, I think in a lot of ways he's better. I think that he's better at creating than he was a year ago. I think he wasn't rushed as often last year or pressured as often last year, but I think he's doing better at handling the pressure this year than he did a year ago. Maybe because he's seeing it more. Maybe that's the reason. But no, I don't think that Stroud's in a sophomore slump. I think the offense is just sputtering, kind of. I think they're more mid than we thought they were going to be, but I don't think Stroud's the reason. The offensive line is the clear reason to me.
Yeah, no doubt. I just think that you have to. It doesn't even take a rocket scientist to figure it out. The fact is a lot of the times we want to talk about the accuracy issues or if he's not as accurate as he was a year ago. Well, that's because a lot of times he's not only leading the receiver to the football, but he's throwing it, as we mentioned just previously, before the back of the receiver has time to even look for it and turn over and look over their shoulder because he's got someone in his grill.
713-780-ESPN. Let's hand out game balls. Who are you giving game balls to this week? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to the break, a quick minute here for Underdog Fantasy. And how did your fantasy football teams do this weekend? Did you get crushed by the Jalen Hurts Devonta stack? Maybe the unlikely going off stack of Kirk Cousins and Kyle Pitts? Did that ruin your weekend? I mean, it sucks, but that's exactly why the best place to play is with Underdog Fantasy. Unlike with year-long leagues, you're not working with preseason information or stuck with injured players with Underdog Fantasy. Every day is a new day and a new chance to make big money, real money. And the best way to play an Underdog Fantasy is with their pick'em games where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats like yards, touchdowns, interceptions, and more. So what are you thinking you're going to play tonight? Maybe a Monday Night Football entry? Maybe you're thinking about playing the World Series, or maybe you want to play a Rockets entry. Well, why not all three? So here's my entry tonight. I'm mixing them all up. Give me higher than 19.5 points for Jalen Green, lower on 229.5 passing yards for Daniel Jones, and higher than 1.5 total bases for Shohei Ohtani. That's right. You can mix and match sports with your pick'em entry on Underdog Sports. And don't forget, while playing your pick'em entry, that with Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win, or cash out a winning entry early just by tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. With that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else than with Underdog Fantasy? So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and a resident in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms applied. Conservative play. Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You found the Killer Bees, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Yep,
Here's
James.
Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Who are you giving your game balls to? 713-780-3776. Blankers, game ball?
Well, let's start with Josh Jacobs of the Green Bay Packers. How about 127 yards and 2 touchdowns with a injured Jordan Love on the sideline with a groin. He stepped up big, ran the football well. They came from behind, and they beat the Jags.
How about Malik Willis, man?
He was, look, again, he gets credit. LaFleur should get a ton of credit.
No doubt.
On the fly, once again, they just go to a completely different offense, run-centric, and they win.
Yeah, that's I was looking to somebody posted passer ratings in the NFL, and Malik Willis obviously doesn't have like a big enough sample, whatever, to be a leader, but he's amongst the leaders if he were to be included. Malik Willis, who the Titans are like, no, we're good. We got Will Levis and Mason Rudolph. We don't need Malik Willis, guys. Malik Willis, when he's coached by LaFleur, has been pretty good, pretty stinking good. This is my favorite quarterback in the NFL that's a non-Houston Texan, because of course I have bias towards C.J. Stroud. Famous Jameis Winston, 334 yards, 3 touchdowns. Here was Jameis Winston before the game. Jameis Winston pregame, leading the troops, leading the Browns against the Ravens.
I believe. Me too. I believe. I believe. I believe. Oh, I believe. I believe. Listen, eyes have not seen, ears have not heard what the Lord got for the Cleveland Browns. Come on. Okay? We don't have to see instant gratification. We don't have to see something good happen for us. We gotta believe. Yes, sir. We gotta have our unwavering faith. Come on. I got that. Come on. All right. You got one opportunity. You got one opportunity. Yeah. Most of it, man. And I believe in my crew. Who with me?
Love me some Jameis Winston. You have to have eyes to believe. You got to have ears to hear. I don't even know what he's saying, but I'm so happy that Jameis Winston is a focal point now in the NFL because we get Jameis Winston pregame. We get Jameis Winston at the podium after the game. We get Jameis Winston at the podium during the week. Jameis Winston behind a microphone is gold. I don't care if the Browns go winless. I don't care if they win the rest of their games. Jameis Winston should be a permanent starter in the NFL so we can hear gyms like this after he defeats Baltimore.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got a quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful.
I love this guy. I love Jameis Winston with all of my heart. White boy from Detroit. His name's Eminem.
I think that he actually went on and quoted it verbatim, it's something like some sort of a motivational script that he's got up on his wall somewhere.
I just think the bigger thing is that it shows you maybe more so than anything else how much that team turned on and doesn't care for Deshaun Watson, and that as much as we laugh at how over the top he is with his speeches and things, they're going to play for him. They played well for him. They weren't supposed to beat the Ravens. I give him credit. I mean, that it's on him, and it's on a team that wants to play for someone as opposed to getting really sick and tired of all the Deshaun crap.
Oh, they would be 8-0 if Jameis Winston was the starting quarterback all year. I firmly believe that. I'm a Jameis Winston stan. I'm a delusional Jameis Winston lunatic fan. That's how much I love Jameis Winston.
Are you on Twitch?
You have Swifties, who are other popular. You have the people that followed around the Beatles. I am as big a fan as they are of the Swifties,
Winsties?
of the Beatles, of Selena. That's how big of a fan I am about Jameis Winston.
Yeah. The Jeremy Lin crowd, their fan club supporters were delusionally off their rocker supportive.
Jameis Winston has all my heart. All right, who's your game ball too, Brian?
I'm going to give one to George Kittle, big in the win over the Cowboys last night. He's been big all year, but went for six catches, 128 yards, and a touchdown. George Kittle, as he's done all year, popped off and had a big game for the 49ers.
I'm calling conspiracy. 6'4", 250, very big, George Kittle. I'm calling it conspiracy. Do you know what day yesterday was in the NFL?
National Tight End Day.
All the tight end. Well, there's
do you know what happened amongst all the tight ends in the NFL? They had the most touchdown catches in a single day than they've ever had before in the position's history. They had more catches at the position than they've ever had in a single day. This is a conspiracy. This is a big, giant conspiracy.
You blaming big tight end?
Yes, this is big tight end. This is tight end ma. This is big tight end. This is tight end ma. They give them a day, and then they go off. We should have known this. We should have saw this coming. Us as sports bettors, we should have played the over on every single tight end and every single prop bet. This was a massive, massive fix. I am blaming big tight end. I'm blaming tight end. This is a conspiracy, and I'm here for it. These tight ends pop off on National Tight End Day. Elite tight ends in the NFL have been atrocious this year. And then all of a sudden, on National Tight End Day, they go crazy? You kidding me? No. There's something fishy here.
Every telecast mentioned it, too.
Maybe they just want to show some love for tight ends.
We need a loose change on this is what we need. This is fishy. We need an investigative report on what is going on. What is happening? All right, what do you got? What else you got? Who's
I got Ladd McConkey, who had 111 yards and 2 touches. So he played extremely well for a Charger team that beat the Saints pretty handily.
Pretty solid rookie. I like him. I like a little lad.
He's good.
I like a little lad in my life. Jalen Hurts, 273, 4 total touchdowns. Jalen Hurts, dare I say, the Eagles are back?
Their offense is pretty good.
Yesterday.
Yeah, their offense is pretty good.
Dare I say? All right, what do you got, Brian?
Scary Terry. Obviously, everyone's going to talk about the walk-off Hail Mary that the Commanders hit in that win over the Bears. Sorry, Joe George. But Scary Terry continues to be huge. He went 5 catches for 125 yards. Been a big play receiver for Jaden Daniels.
Matt Eberflus needs the Commander game ball on that one.
Yeah.
Bo Nix.
Atrocious.
Bo Nix, 284 and 3 touches.
Yeah.
And then they ran up the score.
Some thought so.
Yeah, they sure did.
You can't run up the score in the NFL.
You don't believe so?
No. I agree with, like, if it's a a major SEC school versus Maine, who Oklahoma's playing next week, you can run up the score in that situation. I'll hear that argument. But in the NFL, you're all paid professionals. Get over it. Play better.
Okay, I'm here for that.
Horn went after Peyton after the game.
Saw it. Now, Maine catching some strays today from Brian.
Well, just they're top of mind because they're on the Oklahoma schedule from the I Believe segment.
Randos at Oklahoma.
Ben Johnson, game ball. Jared Goff threw 3 touchdowns on 85 yards.
That's crazy.
Montgomery threw a touchdown to Amon Ross St. Brown. Ben Johnson was in his bag. 6 different people caught or ran a touchdown for the Lions. Ben Johnson gets my game ball. It must feel nice to have one of the best offensive coordinators in the NFL.
Man, that Titans defense was supposed to be pretty decent, but they got exposed.
They are decent.
The special teams guy that had
exposed.
a return for a touchdown, another long return, and then
Jameer Gibbs had a 70-yard touchdown.
But I'm talking about a return guy had a receiving touchdown that was a long one, had a return for a touchdown of a kick return, and then a long punt return. They were all over the place offensively.
Yeah, a bunch of turnovers in that game.
Someone said in the last 2 weeks they've had more points as a team than the rest of the entire NFL.
I'd believe it.
Wow.
They've had a couple.
They had the 50 burger yesterday, and
Hold
on. What?
They put a 40 plus 2 weeks ago.
So they've had more points in the last 2 weeks than what?
Then I thought someone said that I thought I heard the report right that someone said the rest of the NFL
combined.
Oh,
that can't
hold
be
on,
right.
that can't be right.
No.
Now, if it was like their division or their
maybe over a 2 week span,
but
then the entire league,
over each team individually.
Like they had more points in the last 2 weeks than teams have had all year.
No, I thought I heard it over any individual team over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, they probably have had the most points in the last 2 weeks.
They almost put 100 points on the board, right? Over 2 weeks.
I'm sure they lead the NFL in point scoring in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't think they've outscored the entire.
No, you can't.
That would be damn near impossible.
That would be impressive. You're like Babe Ruth type stuff.
My next game ball goes to James Cook. Crushing, brutal win. Seattle was awful in that game, but the Bills did it to him because they seem to reestablish themselves as one of the elite. But James Cook went for 111 yards, 2 touchdowns, and only 17 carries. He was slicing and dicing through the Seattle defense all day long.
What else you got?
I had Jaden Daniels just because he had 326 yards and the 1 touchdown that no one's going to forget.
Yeah.
He threw it 65 yards in the air, and he really worked his ass off to get open enough to throw.
Yes, he worked his ass off to be able to stay alive that long for the guys to get down there. But I think part of the reason why I gave it to Terry is if you take away, I know it all counts, but if you take away the 1 touchdown and like the 50-something yards on that Hail Mary, he's like 276 with the low completion percentage and no touchdowns. So I give him credit. He went out there and played with
credit. He played.
Bruce. Yeah. Not only did he play, but one of my game balls was going to be to him actually run. He ran the ball 8 times for like 50-something yards with the bruised ribs. He's a gamer.
He's a dog. Kirk Cousins, though, 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
How are you? I mean, Kirk Cousins, no respect. We have to miss. He gets mentioned this late in the segment.
You love him. You had your opportunity to mention him earlier.
I mean, I was the first one to mention him. You can't blame me.
In my live read.
4 touchdowns.
The last part of the segment.
Yeah, I tuned you out. Sorry. What else you got, Brian?
I'll give another one to let's see, Kyler Murray, someone who I had supported, then had trash because he hadn't been playing well. But he ruined my pick of the Dolphins -3 from BZ Money last week because he and the Cardinals went to Miami and ruined the return of Tua. But he went for 307 and 2 touchdowns, plus did a little bit running. Kyler Murray was great yesterday.
I went big tight end on that one. Trey McBride.
Yeah, Trey McBride was also very good.
Kyler Murray, the greatest current athlete that exists on this planet. I have 2 more if y'all don't have them.
No, I've got a couple more.
All right,
Jeremy.
KC's rush defense, 21 carries for the Raiders, 36 yards, 1.6 yard per carry. Maybe the most impressive, though, the Raiders had a long rush of 7 yards. Their longest rush in the entire game was 7 yards. And if you had to go to one play, you can't pick a whole defense, Branham. That's cheating. Okay, well, I'll go Drew Tranquil at 3 tackles for loss.
There you go.
For that vaunted Kansas City defense.
Well, let's stay with KC. Travis Kelce on National Tight End Day
Big
broke
tight
out. Big tight end putting that conspiracy for us. But 10 for 90 and a touchdown. Rolled back the clock a little bit. Travis Kelce was great.
Felt kind of gross putting Ramondre Stevenson here, 20-38, but he scored twice. Fell into the end zone twice.
He was under 3 yards a carry, though, wasn't he?
Did he?
Yeah.
Look at you. Listen to another Packer in there.
Well, because,
there you
you're
go.
having your fun. But you know what?
Big tight end.
I watched
Big tight end.
the Raiders should be embarrassed. Their offensive play calling against the Chiefs. They played right into. They kept running the same freaking running play over and over again, and then it was like they went for it on 4th and goal from like the 5, and then just completely had nothing. Their offensive play calling was horrible.
Yeah, look at that. Look at Green Bay. You know what Green Bay's leading receiver was yesterday in terms of yards?
Tucker Kraft.
You know who caught their only touchdown? Tucker Kraft.
Big tight end.
Big tight end. I'm telling you, this conspiracy is real. It's real. It is a fact. It's 100. It's not even an opinion. It is a fact. All right, a few texts coming in. Chicago Bears defensive backs deserve a game ball for their defense of the Hail Mary. Play Jameis saying play for the names on our helmets. Yeah, Jameis Winston in that big fire up the teammates thing. He said you got to play for the names on your back. You got to play for the decal on your helmet. You got to play for the Browns.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Famously, no decal on that helmet.
I think Winston fans are called the Krabbies. I see what you did there. Game ball to Jacobs. Branham is the president of the Winsties. I'm here for it, man. I love me some famous Jameis Winston. Married a Rice women's basketball player, so some ties to the city.
Did he really?
Love me some famous Jameis. I forget her name. The Lions scored more points in the last 4 weeks than any other team has scored the whole year. So I think that's the thing that you were trying to say, which that's, incredible.
Still impressive.
They're super impressive. All right, 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. You know that U of H football wasn't a car wreck this weekend. They beat Utah, second Big 12 win for the Houston Cougars, matching the amount of wins they had last year in the Big 12. Looking to carry the momentum to Saturday when U of H takes on the Kansas State Wildcats, nationally ranked Kansas State, a Wildcat team with playoff aspirations. So it'll be a big one Saturday at TD-ECU Stadium, Houston taking on Kansas State. 2:30 kickoff at TD-ECU. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. The weather is going to be terrific. You do not want to miss out. And don't miss the blackout special. A ticket and a T-shirt for just $30. A ticket and a T-shirt, yours for just $30. To grab this deal, go to uhcougars.com/black. That's uhcougars.com/black and pick up your ticket, your T-shirt for just $30 as you see the Houston Cougars taking on Kansas State. Come out early, too. Stop by the Bud Light backyard tailgate area. Enjoy food, a beverage, and all the tailgate games. Come early, be loud, and wear black as we pack TD-ECU Stadium with Houston taking on Kansas State. Get to our car wreck of the day quickly here. Killer G stole 3 minutes. World Series coming up, so we're getting out a minute earlier, so we got to be quick. Car wreck of the day. What are you nominating, Blake?
Well, in honor of that, Tyreek Stevenson of the Bears, who spent the first part of the Hail Mary play before it even started, yapping at the Washington sideline, only to be the guy that actually tipped it to Noah Brown for the touchdown and then had to apologize to his whole team today.
Yeah, I wish we had more time because he was in position. Like that wasn't the reason that they completed the Hail Mary. Like he was back in plenty of time.
He shouldn't have been doing what he was
No, he shouldn't have. You're right. The optics on that are terrible, but he was in position way before Daniels threw the ball.
Whether it was him, too, or somebody else, and I haven't heard definitively, someone's got to be the back guy in that play, too, to prevent it from going
I think
over
it was
the top.
actually him, which made
That's
it
what I
worse.
was going to say. If that's him, then I don't care if he got back in time to tip it.
Yeah, but he was there. I want to nominate just Anthony Richardson for the train wreck, car wreck. That was an awful throwing performance. Brian?
I'd like to nominate Trevon Diggs. If you didn't see it, he went after a media member outside of the locker room after their loss to the 49ers and dropped a D's nuts on him at one point. Apparently mad with the tweet the guy sent out questioning Diggs' effort on a George Kittle big play.
Right.
I know. The media member was right, which makes it worse. If you see the video, Diggs was making business decisions, wanted no part of trying to bring Kittle down.
I don't have a problem with what Diggs did. The only thing that I have a problem with is that Diggs didn't give him an answer on what he was doing. If you want to go after a media member for what they're saying, I don't have a problem. Like, obviously, you're not going to get physical, but give them the answer at least. Car wreck of the day, Texans OC, the Bears defensive back, Stevenson, Titans special teams coach, and then me for saying that I love a little Lad McConkey in my life. # phrasing. All right, what's winning?
I think it's got to be Stevenson.
Stevenson?
Sure.
All right, Stevenson, you're a winner because you lost yesterday. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for doing all the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston. Game 3 of the World Series now.